Chapter 1 Eerie Incident. He. The hunting glaf tiro fetchildi choeden jiang deasirs, sending wave soft sharp paint through his mind his vision was demand blurred. The light distorted. Asafas shadow with figurio for peculiar kildwa standing, far from his bedside, with hollow eye sandamouth stretch edge of his ears, staring at them with a kilogrin. Jiang Dale to muffle edgeroen, struggling tupenhizes, sudden lie awakening and gasping for breath. The laughter in his ears vanished swiftly. The light before him gradually turned to clarity. A faint scent of sandalwood pervaded the room, coming disparate. Another dream. He propped himself upon his guilty bed, laboriously sitting, drenched in perspiration, soaked through with cold wet. It had been precisely 3 days since he arrived in these world. Initially, he barely evidito be akinto in ancient feudal society, but oh his astonishment, in just 3 short days, the information had received was bizarre and unfathomable. In summary, these world are bred phenomena beyond human comprehension. 3 days prior, the original owner had inadvertently stumbled into certain residence, where had prompt lifted, and it was at that moment the thief found himself transported to his realm. However, since at that fateful day, he had been trapped in some recurring dream. In the dream, a child, entirely shrouded in darkness, with vacantia sandamouth that gaped in a terrifying manner, frolicked before him. At first, the chilled merely smiled at him from outside his window. Then, astonishingly, the chilled entered this room directly. Subsequently, the chill drew her closer to his bed. He tapped her head that with each passing night, the chill would approach him, little Marie. Now, that child was merely 6 or 7 meters away from his bed. If the twerial, it would be tolerable. However, throughout this 3 days, other parts of Hangzhou City had also been plagued by a series of mysterious deaths, strange and perplexing, provoking deep contemplation. Rumors have been circulate of sighting soft dedrazing gagain. Such aberrations were line conceivable. Jiang Daros fromthabt, cuff Dave times, donned his boots, rapid himself fina thickming coat, and opened the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly, approaching noon. Young master, you are awake? A maid named Bu, carrying gabalo flata seed soup, hurriedly approached. What has transpired outside? Jiang Dao inquired, having heard the shouts from the front courtyard of Inwili in his room. Another incident as occurred several servants from Jinyang district they've perished now. The other servants are clamoring to leave. Bayu spoke with a hint of trepidation. On one hand, the horrified circumstance soft host servants left them to ply alarmed. On the other, there are since Batov murders in Hangzhou City in Stilettos and Zavdred. For half a month, their relentless skilling should left the populace in a state of panic, and Theruis notaling when it would come to an end. Now, Hangzhou City had been completely let off. If this continued, it was soon certain how man a more lives would belost. Jiang Dai opened her brief lie and asked, how many servants shaved? And is it the same kind of entity? Yes, Ado Talof Sixaverished, Anthi Changbai Daoist Thas Gana to investigate. Bayuno dead nervously. Changbai Daoist. A figure appeared in Jiang Dai Osmond. Herakaled Thathis Wast Daoist Torm Jiang family had engaged dat grey textpens half a month ago, possessing the ability to suppress malevolent spirit sandoff verbalizings. Over Thepis Thalf month, the Changbai Daoist they'd indeed resolved several bizarre incidents, earning respect from me. However, the character of Daoist left much to be desired. During Gistay in Jiang household, Hesimid to be developing gassens of priority. The Jiang family was the wealthiest merchant clan in Hangzhou City, possessed extensive set sand engage in diverse businesses, that's been at the force in tenants and 13 prefectures, 3 alth within Theromuasimia Surable while it had employed numerous martial master sand guards, Nuni among them was capable of confronting such malevolent spirits. Thus, the Changbai Daoist, relying on his remarkable secretariats, had taken to swaggering a Buth Jiang household, exuding an of arrogance. Hidem dead payment tinsilver daily, with a sum of 300 taels required without fail. Moreover, he expected 5 meals say, each accompanied by an meat, attended by servants, and frequent requisition expensive a medicinal materials from pharmacy. Off late, the Daoist had grown even bolder, not sparing Jiang fam members from his advances. Jiang Dao recalled Thato Naviga under Zister shad been subjectedo his inappropriate earmarks. The Daenerys Thad joking lie suggesteth a thuished for the third sister to serve him for a few days, leaving her so frightened that she hadn't dared tossed about side for several days. Zhang Da's father, Zhang Dalong, merely smiled apologetically, afraid to finth Daoist, suggesting instead thought Marian maids but to accompany him, thus avoiding provoking Daoist further. Anna Pressivigus twill eventually overwhelm the master if this continues, the Jiang family is doomed. Zhang Dotho had himself. Regrettably, the Daenerys' remarkable secretarts were exceeding secretive, showing not the slightest inclination share. Both Zhang Dao and Jiang Dalong had approached Daoist on multiple occasions, hoping that they might take Jiang Dao as a disciple. Beauty actimate were met with various rejections. It seemed he old man intendedly on this secretartalavi off Jiang family for the rest of his days. Suddenly, Zhang Daodo cast step forward, making ease way toward the front courtyard. Young master, fellow to seed sup. Bayu Kaledu anxiously. Levite have no inclination todrin kit now. Zhang Dao replied curtly. In the front courtyard, the sound softly it's been could be heard. There were real loud and chaotic voices they echoed painfully. Zhang Dao passed through a serrator and entered the front courtyard. There, on the spacious moss coverage round, lay several corpses, covered with white cloth, quiet liars sting on the ground, with hands protruding from beneath the cloth, appearing bruised, discolored, as if stained with paint and utterly aslicing. The sewer reservants wahadmitan timelians. Their familia swept softly in front of T-bodies. The head guard, Pang Lin, stood with his eyes wide, his expression fierce, brandishing gay hefty iron staff a glared at few individuals, clamoring until the master gives permission, nuni I saloued to leave. Doi I'll think the Jiang fam lisa placey you can come and go ya please? It's no that simple. Inio nu hoderesto tekia singles to pout, so will be killed. Pang Lin bellowed. The few servants, having gall riety prepared to depart, where so intimidated be Pang Lin's presence at that their face asternatful, their hearts singular. Are you just relying in your martial skills? I feel haveth the ability, go and fight team malevolent spirits belying assist no great feat. Exactly. We don't want to deal alongside death Jiang fam lidont dragus in toynes. Where you armed bully and assist na themark of a hero. A fuser vant suited defiantly. Highs note a hero and what tab to you? Suddenly, a called voice interjected. A mid-legionman, port lion clad in nasal shortcoat, approached with a grime expression, accompanied by a Istinag green robe with grizzled hair and goatee, wearing gasmal. Behind them trailed Dado's in guards wielding steel blades, exuding an imposing gora. Themister has arrived. Pang Linquid Clive Hidford. Theather Guardsel so stepped forward to pay the respects. Up and seeing the head off Jiang family, Zhang Dalong, return, these servants had contemplated flaying instant, Libby Kiminxius. The Jiang family, being Thui Altheist merchant Thou in Hangzhou City, will de deminspower the death of Faf uservant swood hard lie razia concern from the authorities. Master! These servants lured here heads, to afraid to his gaze. When Jiang familia sadies, you are provided with 3 deal soft silver a month yet, to a fast trouble. You'll scurry away faster than rabbits, doyo utrila think if Jiang family as a charitable institution? Havio you were inquired when Hangzhou Sitai Kudafford Tojaveo 3 deal same month? You can sumami Jiang familis resources, sleep under miruf, and no thatra blirises, you wish to flee? I said hat simple. Do not forget the contracts use an eddy at Chofio has satanai. Obligation to wish to depart so. Little to believeth the Jiang family can be trifled with? Zhang de Longstone was frigid. These servants dared not trace a their heads, notive in attempting tortert. Zhang Dalongs nor Ted Codlion said, Pang Lin, keep an eye on theme and yo nu hoderesto escape will be slain at the spot, and their heads will count as mean. Yes, master. Pang Lin replied solemnly, cupping his fists in respect. Andiolot. Zhang Dalong's gazi turned Isiasha fixed his ice and thegroup off servants, do not think you can't sneak away out night without consequence from no one. Inio nu Hokan reporter in a way will receive airward off 50 tails, those who ho fail torpor twill face execution. A wavy of shakrip led through teaser vance. 50 tails? How many years scood that sustained him? The all-o-ered here heads silently, no longer daring to entertain thought, escape, awkward smiles escape and gas the gradual at first. Chapter 2 The Invisible Crisis. Not far away, Zhang De observed this scene, furrowing his brow. A stick combined with dates. However, such amethyd could not endure for long. As long as the sorciofti iri occurrence says in Hangzhou City remained unresolved, chaos would inevitably. His father couldn't liral yont the dwindling Prithivjiang familitus a prestekroad forna, Buddhist impasse dan the death toll rose, event this would be untenable. What ways of in more terrifying wast had of Thegward San Marshal Mastersful Daswell, the Jiang family would truly finished. All the authority of Jiang fam liars did upon the Marshal Master Sandguards they had hired at thy salaries. Should they suddenly turn against the family, the consequences would be disastrous. With this thought, Zhang Dao shivered again, sensing the impending crisis intensifying. Physicith Jiang family Istralid. Hahastai stepped forward Togarit Hamidali Gidmananth Daoist beside him, bowing respectfully father, Daoist. Dower, I see your health improving? Zhang Dalong inquired with concern. Ashisal Destin, Zhang Daoaz a futma stimportans him. After all, you'd be te future successor. Thanks to Dao's excellent prescriptions, I am much better now. Zhang Dao replied, gentlemen. There is no need for such formality, simply take your medicine and time for now. The Long Bai Daoist smiled broadly and inquired. Lord Zhang, what about the maid-servant? Ishal arrange I to immediately ill, have Simiana take care of right away. Zhang Dalong hast I li proceed as mile. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Lord Zhang in truth. That third young lady is Quitekaman. The Long Bai Daoist chuckled, heading towards the room. Zhang Dao furrowed his brow on murmured, Father, Ishin si game casting is gaze upon Sister San? Let's speak off this later. Zhang Dalong's expression darkened. That will Fatharan Sondaparteds, we flee in silence. Penglin, the head off Thegards, issuators to swift lit dispose off he several corpses in the courtyard. In Sedetharum. Zhang Dalong shuthed o'er tightly, his facius dark hassistor mija. Seizing Gataku pans machinjit to the ground with great force. These sold full seek story in Thajiang family. Harbor angel intentions stored your sister Sanandi or sister C. Zhang Dalong gritted his teeth in rage. What does father intend Toto? Drive him away? Zhang Dao inquired. No, we cannot drive him away just I it let alone what her thighs sold full my treasure to Sershana against her Jiang family should it pretend an incident of vulvengival spirits occurs, how shall we defend ourselves? Zhang Dalong spoke hegramly currently, there is butones solution one door brothers masikamu tansamor, and ditus simperative et atonophio bekameshes disciple, swequire hisabilita to exorcise evil spirits, ishal feel secure in dealing with him. Zhang Dao frowned slightly. It sounds simple enough. But thy sold fellow improvised persuasion previous a temps de salissa thy zide have yielded nor salts. Father, what is the situation in Jinyang district? Zhang Dao asked. It is hard to say. Zhang Dalong sighed softly. The Toldman just inspected I themerly stated that the evil spirit shaved departed and that there reshoed beno for their issues, then returned with his entourage. The evil spirit shave left what tabwood authorities? Zhang Dao asked. The situational swear remains dire until Hangzhou City is sunsealed. It signifies that the evil spirit stillinger, passing an imminent threat thus far, over 500 live shave been claimed within the city. Zhang Dalong stone was Shivi. Over 500 lives. Zhang Dao felt a jolt off shock the danger soft this world fair exceed expectations. Father, shall we seek out the told Taoist no? Zhang Dao proposed. Zhang Daling nodded slightly gather all your brothers. Zhang Dalong, Amanoff considerable wealth hand standing, had married 8 concubines and fathered 6 and sand 8 daughters. Zhang Dao, being fielded stand Thesanoff Heligale wife, held a position of distinct privilege. Whenever Zhang Daling was away, Zhang Dao effectively acted dast he head off he family. Zhang Dao quickly summoned his 5 younger brothers. Tobonist, he held a genuine affection for his 5 sibling, Sinuero of their previous lives, and in this new existence, he had on lithemist basis impression of team of termer la 3-day soft transmigration. Without exception, they were all typical parasites, merely existing to continent. Father. Greetings to father, and to elder brother. The brother skimmed in jovially. Follow me, we're going to pay respects to Thilong by Daoist this time. The must ensure they'd at least don't fi use accept the dash's disciple. Zhang Dalong spoke in a firm tone. Leading Zhang Dao and Thirst off the group, Himadi has swayed toward Thyaja Pavilion. After traversing along corridor Rin passing, through several courtyards, They finally arrived at the residency flown by Daoist. Is the Daoist present? In the courtyard, Zhang de Longrevia led as my leaned called out loudly. Ah, it is Lord Jiang. A cheerful voice responded from within the masked lone by Daoist open Theodore. Smiling, has the third young laddie arrived? Ash's words fell. His gaze swept across the group, and the smiley in his face abruptly froze. No men accompanying them? A gathering Goffman? The lone by Daoist furrowed his brow slightly, instantly discerning Zhang Daling's intentions, and feigned a solemn tone. Is Lord Jiang jesting with him? What is Themian in Goff this? Zhang Dalong chuckled lightly, stepping forward to produce as a Tamlin box for Miss Liev, and said, Daoist, I have fortuitously acquired a 800-year-old wild ginseng and wish to present it to you. I hope you will accept it. An 800-year-old ginseng? The lone by Daoist lids twitched slightly, smiling, their eyes no need forced courtesy. Lord Jiang. Hekazali accepteth the Zitten Wudin box, gently opening the lid to glance sane side. In addition Tothik, purple ginsengrit, there is sal so substantials to cove silver banknotes, the largest denomination being in 1,000 taels, with at least a dozen intel. The lone by Daoist my legger within more radiant Lord Jiang. Your generosity is overwhelming, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Daoist, you speak to modestly Sharia Gudraport what do we say gifts matter? However, I am curious if I might reconsider the matter I raised last time with some individual Synth family, is the retrally Nunik Babiof become enjoyable? Even if merely as an apprentice. Zhang Dalin implored earnestly. The lone by Daoist's expression darkened, and here's a lut li shukisht one cannot learn what they are not born to do behavioral read stateth the text sources are born with such gifts if it is within their bloodline. They can't succeed, beautifitus not, no method will suffice even if Fiwari to take them in as disciples, they would ultimately learn a thing. Is there a truly no way? Zhang Dalong persisted, unwilling to accept defeat. None. The lone by Daoist shukished, saying, Lord Jiang, do not cling too tight lighteth this notion even if our Jiang family cannot produce in a coursist, you have him as long as I am here, your family shall remain safe. Zhang Daoist's lips twitched. These old fellow genuinely wishes stalling Arinth Jiang family indefinitely. Daoist, I finuarito stud a martial arts, would he hold any significance? Zhang Dao could and help you inquire. Martial arts? The lone by Daoist scoffedly martial arts are but trivial pursuits, effective and lie against common folk, they bear no case I against evil spirits young Master Jiang, ye advise against such futilely endeavors if I warito encounter in a mishaps in our training, I twould bid tremental toy or well-being, would it not? Having a father and mother is natas good as relying ganon, self even if martial arts cannot counter evil spirits, acquiring strength for an easel cannot be bad thing. Zhang Dao murmured. Then young Master Jiang shewed diligent lapers martial arts theory is no need to burden these old men with such discussions. The lone by Daoist regarded Zhang Dalong with disdain. Lord Jiang, do not forget Thimidarov teammate servant. Of course, Sichel arrange try. Zhang Dalong repeated, Lyle led in acquiescence. The lone by Daoist snorted coldly, casting an Alaskan siege Zhang Dao for retreating back into the room. In an instant, Zhang Dalong's expression darkened ominously, his fists clenched tight. Liashi turned away and said in a low voice, Let's go. Return home. Heffel tan intense frustration bubbling within him, desperati ta throsameth engine venting a singer. Having just spent their 1,000 tael soft silver with Berliera plateau show for it. Father, I wish to study martial arts. Zhang Dao declared. Zhang Daling paused, turning to look at Zhang Dao, astonished hour. Are you certain? This is not Morali in danger. Is it? Absolutely. Zhang Dao dead solemnly. The current Jiang family, though seemingly prosperous, stewed precariously on heed of collapse. Without so much personal strength, he would soon lack the ability to maintain order even among Thegwards. Goodson Ishala reign, Diverthan for waitants. Zhang Daling patted Zhang Dao's shoulder with a sense of pride, then suddenly glared at Thysether Fivesons, reprimanding them, Yalla Terra Bunkof good for no things. Do you see how your older brother conduct himself? When will he ubable to a semi-burdens like him? Ali Udois indulge in eating, drinking, and gamble in if this continues, you shall squander yourselves into oblivion. The Unjur brothers Scuden lim managed sheepish smiles, lowering their heads in shame. Chapter 3. The Martial Arts Modification System. My young master, are you truly intent on pursuing martial arts? The head of the guard, Peng Lin, looked astonished as he gazed at Jiang Dao. Learning martial arts requires enduring hardship, and even if one perseveres, there is no guarantee of success. Given your age, your bones have already solidified. As you progress, it may become increasingly difficult to achieve results. Rest assured, Uncle Pang, I am well aware of this. Jiang Dao replied, nodding affirmatively. Old Pang, I entrust Dao's martial arts training to you. From this moment on, I shall ensure he regards you as his teacher. Lord Jiang clapped Pang Lin on the shoulder, his voice imbued with authority. Pang Lin was taken aback by the honor and hastily rose, saying, My lord, please do not say such things. I have no children of my own. What merit is there in instructing the young master? I am utterly unworthy to be called his teacher. Should I say you can? Then you can. No need for such modesty, Jiang Daolong exclaimed as he patted Pang Lin's shoulder and turned to Jiang Dao. Instructing, Daoer, kneel and pay your respects to your master. Disciple Jiang Dao pays his respects to Master Pang. Jiang Dao promptly stepped forward to bow Dai in that instant. He grasped Jiang Daolong's intention. This was a clever ploy to bind Pang Lin to their side through the bond of teacher and student. Thus, even if troubles arose later, Pang Lin would be considered one of their own, unlikely to turn against the Jiang family. Even if conflict did ensue, it was improbable that Pang Lin would resort to harming Jiang Dao. Pang Lin hurried to assist Jiang Dao back to his feet, saying, Young master, you flatter me excessively. Master Pang, from this day forth, you shall be my esteemed mentor. If I falter in any aspect, I implore you to guide me generously. Jiang Dao declared earnestly, Rest assured, young master, I shall impart all that I can without reservation. Pang Lin replied promptly. Old Pang, I leave Daoer in your capable hands, Jiang Daolong said with a slight smile as he took his leave. Pang Lin sighed inwardly, looking at Jiang Dao. Young master, please follow me. He led Jiang Dao to the spacious courtyard outside. In my lifetime, devoid of children, I had intended to seek an apprentice in a few years to pass on my mad and magical staff technique. However, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you every move and nuance of this art. Pang Lin casually picked up an iron staff, and with a sudden flick, it emitted a sharp, whistling sound through the air. Young master, this mad and magical staff technique consists of a total of 81 forms, divided into 3 realms. The first realm focuses solely on speed. The second emphasizes weight. Each strike is heavy as 1,000 pounds, capable of shattering bricks and splitting stones. The third realm embodies unity. All 81 forms merge into one, with a single strike delivering a force that could shake the heavens. Presently, I remain only at the second realm myself. Pang Lin demonstrated the technique in the courtyard, meticulously explaining each move as he executed it. However, as he spoke, he suddenly furrowed his brow and looked at Jiang Dao, asking, Young master? Jiang Dao, who had been entirely focused a moment ago, suddenly appeared somewhat distracted. Huh? It's nothing. Nothing at all. Please, continue, Jiang Dao replied, regaining his composure. Pang Lin nodded and resumed his demonstration, the staff slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Yet, Jiang Dao's mind was elsewhere. A tempest surged within him and a voice echoed in his ears, seemingly audible only to him. The martial arts modification system has officially activated. A system? He actually possessed a system? A faint blue panel gradually materialized before him. Name, Jiang Dao. Strength, 0.8. Speed, 0.8. Spirit, 1.2. Martial arts, mad and magical staff technique, modifiable. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not hallucinating, Jiang Dao felt an overwhelming excitement surge within him. He forced himself to remain calm. Although he was eager to explore the panel, Pang Lin was in the midst of teaching him the staff technique, and he could not afford to lose focus point. 2 hours later, Pang Lin had thoroughly covered all the essential points without exception. Young master, if you have any further questions regarding this staff technique, feel free to seek me out, Pang Lin said. Thank you, Master Pang, I will certainly do so, Jiang Dao replied promptly. Pang Lin gently nodded. Setting down the iron staff before departing, he sighed inwardly, pondering whether Jiang Dao would be able to persist. Regardless, he had imparted everything without reservation. Jiang Dao immediately left, hurrying to his room. It was certain that, aside from himself, no one else could see this panel. He shut the door and focused intently on the panel, noting its striking resemblance to a video game he had played in his previous life. Upon noticing the word modifiable, he instantly comprehended the implications. Concentrating his thoughts, he pointed at the mad and magical staff technique. Whoosh! In the next instant, the technique began to transform. Before long, 3 new words appeared. Mad and magical staff technique. 10 years later. A torrent of information flooded into Jiang Dao's mind, and he felt his previously frail body grow significantly stronger. Thick calluses formed on his palms, and his skin darkened to a bronzed hue. His muscles swelled, as if he had practiced martial arts for many years. Jiang Dao stared in astonishment at the transformation of his physique. 10 years later. Does this mean the mad and magical staff technique has been practiced for 10 years? That I possess 10 years of power? The system could alter the time he spent training. Jiang Dao was even more thrilled. He gazed at the panel, eager to test how far he could push this technique. He continued to concentrate and clicked downward. Whoosh whoosh. The martial arts section continued to change. Mad and magical staff technique. 20 years later. 30 years later. 50 years later. 60 years later. Finally, the mad and magical staff technique ceased to change. The entire panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Jiang Dao. Strength: 1.2. Speed: 1.1. Spirit: 1.2. Martial arts: mad and magical staff technique. 60 years later. Not modifiable. At that moment, Jiang Dao felt as if his entire body had transformed. A surge of power flooded within him, and his mind was filled with a plethora of information, as if he had laboriously trained in martial arts for decades. Prominent veins bulged beneath his skin, twisting and writhing like worms across his arms. Soon after, these veins receded back beneath the surface. Jiang Dao's previously pale complexion regained its color, and his weakened physique felt revitalized, as though he had consumed a potent tonic. His shoulders and thighs were now adorned with thick muscles, rendering him far more robust. Had he truly acquired 60 years of martial prowess? His arms and fingers had swelled, and as he clenched his fist, a series of cracking sounds echoed forth. More crucially, the information flooding his mind indicated that the mad and magical staff technique had reached its pinnacle. All 3 realms were fully mastered. Remarkably, it even birthed a 4th realm. While Pang Lin had only mentioned 3 realms, Jiang Dao's enhancement to 60 years later unveiled a 4th realm. The realm of slaughter, imbued with a heavy aura of death, akin to a ferocious tiger ready to devour its prey. This unexpected 4th realm was distinctly different from the previous 3. It exuded a potent aura of death. A single strike could unleash a force greater than the combined might of the first 3 realms, rendering foes unconscious with sheer fear. Incredible. This system was truly extraordinary, allowing him to achieve what Pang Lin could never hope to accomplish in a lifetime. However, if the mad and magical staff technique could be modified, could other martial arts be altered as well? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Jiang Dao. The Longbai Taoist claimed that practicing martial arts was futile, but perhaps that was not the case. With this modification system, if he practiced multiple martial arts, it was unimaginable what kind of power he could amass. Accumulating hundreds of years of prowess would enable him to effortlessly vanquish even the most formidable evil spirits. Chapter 4. The arrival of evil spirits. Suddenly, Jiang Dao felt an intense wave of hunger surge within him, as if he had not eaten for 3 days and nights. I am starving. His eyes glimmered with hunger as he gazed at the bowl of lotus seed porridge on the table. He snatched the porcelain bowl and drank it down in one gulp, yet his hunger remained unsated. He promptly stepped out of the room to request dinner. Half an hour later, Jiang Dao sat at the table, devouring his meal with gusto, akin to a famished ghost returned to life. He quickly polished off a freshly roasted chicken, devouring it in mere bites. The hefty pork knuckle vanished in 3 fierce bites. He lifted a large bowl of meat soup, tilting his head back to gulp it down voraciously. His terrifying appetite left the serving maid Bu watching in astonishment, almost believing that the young master had been possessed by an evil spirit. Last, Jiang Dao let out a contented belch and set down his plate, the gnawing hunger in his belly gradually subsiding. Bu, please tidy up, he said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. The maid Bu hurried forward to clean up. I wonder if I will feel this ravenous every time I level up? If so, my dining manners will be quite unseemly, Jiang Dao mused as he exited his room, brow furrowed. Yet, despite the hunger, the tremendous power coursing through him was undeniably real, particularly the muscles on his body. Though hidden beneath his robes, once he shed his clothing, the well-defined muscles would be evident. His back, arms, and thighs all radiated formidable strength. He strolled through his courtyard, casually grasping a staff, and with a flick of his wrist. The air whistled around him. He swung it fiercely towards a nearby stone bench. Crack! The entire stone bench appeared as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, shattering on the spot and sending fragments flying. Jiang Dao was immensely satisfied. The sheer power of this strike had already surpassed that of Pang Lin's full-force attack, and this was merely a casual blow if he were to unleash his ultimate techniques. The might of this staff would be truly terrifying. Suddenly, he perked up, hearing some sounds. Jiang Dao set down the Chime staff, exited the courtyard, and made his way to a nearby corridor, gazing into the distance. There, he beheld several young and beautiful maidservants, rubbing their eyes and weeping softly, their faces filled with reluctance as they were led by an elderly matron towards the Longbai Daoist. Jiang Dao's expression darkened in an instant. That old wretch was once again preying on innocent women. Yet, what could the Jiang family do in this situation? They could only play the role of accomplices, allowing that old scoundrel to run rampant. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Dao forced himself to look away, his heart seething with anger as he turned and departed. Before he knew it, the lanterns had been lit, marking the passage of time. The maidservant Bu approached to assist Jiang Dao in undressing and preparing for bed. Lying on his bed, Jiang Dao fell into contemplation. Would he dream the same dream again tonight? The light was dim, and time slipped away. The night in Hangzhou City was particularly quiet. Jiang Dao soon fell into a deep slumber. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiang Dao suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed with a furrowed brow, exhibiting a look of astonishment. No incidents? Had his nightmares finally ceased? Could it be due to his martial training? 60 years of cultivation coursing through him, invigorating his blood, making the specters in his dreams dare not approach? A wave of joy surged within Jiang Dao, filling him with hope for the future. However, just then, he heard a cacophony coming from the front courtyard, causing his brow to furrow once more as he rose from his bed. Bu, what has happened now? Jiang Dao called out as he dressed. The door creaked open, and the maidservant Bu rushed in, her face a mask of panic, trembling as she spoke. Young master, last night, an evil spirit came to the residence, and many of the maidservants have perished. What? Jiang Dao's expression shifted as he hastily donned his clothes. Moments later, he appeared in the front courtyard, where he found a group of 10 guards gathered, all bearing grim expressions. The household servants and laborers had also gathered, their faces filled with fear and murmurs of distress. The family head, Jiang Dalong, wore a somber expression, donning a watermelon hat and a black short coat, his hands clutching 2 large walnuts as he fixed his gaze intently on several corpses in the courtyard. The Longbai Daoist was seriously examining these bodies. Without exception, they had met a gruesome end. Their forms emaciated, as if their very essence had been drained away by some malevolent force. Father, Master Pang, Jiang Dao approached from a distance. Young Master, Pang Lin greeted him quietly. Jiang Dalong nodded lightly, then turned his attention back to the Longbai Daoist. Speaking in a low tone, Daoist, where is this evil spirit now? Is it still within the residence? The Longbai Daoist's expression grew grave as he completed his examination. Rising with a sigh, Jiang Laoi, this matter is best discussed privately. Discussed privately? Jiang Dalong's expression shifted. Was the situation truly so dire? He understood what the Longbai Daoist meant. Discussing matters privately indicated that he did not want others to overhear, lest it incite panic. In other words, this evil spirit might be beyond even the Longbai Daoist's capability to confront. Very well, Daoist, please follow me, Jiang Dalong replied, his tone heavy as he led the Daoist towards his study. Jiang Dao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately followed. Before long, they arrived at Jiang Dalong's study. The Longbai Daoist took a seat, while Jiang Dalong instructed Jiang Dao to close the door tightly, ensuring that no one could enter. Daoist, please speak plainly. Jiang Dalong clasped his hands, The Longbai Daoist's gaze was somber as he stated, "The Jiang family has encountered grave trouble. The entity you have provoked is something even I may struggle to contend with." "What manner of evil spirit is this?" Jiang Dalong inquired urgently. The old Taoist refers to it as a Ling Tong, an exceedingly bizarre entity. Wherever it appears, disaster follows, often resulting in the tragic demise of nearly 1,000 people. What is even more terrifying is that the Ling Tong is not singular. It arrives in swarms, and behind these evil spirits lurks an even more formidable force. The Longbai Daoist spoke gravely. He recounted that during his travels across the Day Empire, he had encountered Ling Tongs on 2 occasions, both times resulting in the deaths of nearly 1,000 individuals. One instance led to the swift annihilation of a sect that had endured for 3 centuries, while the other resulted in the demise of nearly half of an ancient city. What? Jiang Dalong's face went pale with shock. Did this not imply that the Jiang family was doomed? Daoist, I implore you, save the Jiang family. He quickly clasped his hands in supplication, simultaneously producing a wad of silver notes from his sleeve and offering them to the Longbai Daoist. If my Jiang family can survive this calamity, I am willing to donate more than half of our wealth to you, Daoist. Jiang Dao stood by, feeling a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, unsure whether the old Daoist was deliberately trying to frighten them or if the threat was genuine. He remained silent, hesitant to speak. Dealing with the Ling Tong itself is not the challenge. The true difficulty lies in the existence behind it, which could potentially be a terrifying force, the Longbai Daoist remarked. His hand, however, involuntarily grasped the proffered silver notes, and he discreetly tucked them into his sleeve, estimating their quantity by their thickness. Zhang Leoi, the old Daoist, has a certain connection with the Jiang family. For now, I can only do my utmost. How many days I can protect you is uncertain, and if it truly comes to a dire situation, do not hold it against me, he added, of course. As long as Daoist does his best, Jiang Dalong repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Daoist, you mentioned that there might be a terrifying force behind the Ling Tong. Jiang Dao suddenly interjected. Indeed. The Longbai Daoist nodded slightly. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how the Ling Tong could appear and vanish so abruptly, leaving no trace behind after each of its actions. However, what specific force it belongs to remains unclear. Then what is its nature? Jiang Dao probed further. That is not something I can ascertain, the Longbai Daoist replied, shaking his head. Moreover, the evil spirits possess a peculiar trait. They conceal themselves during the day, leaving no trace, only to emerge at night. Thus, even if one wished to search for them now, it would be futile. Chapter 5. Mastery of the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Technique. Within the room, after the Longbai Daoist departed, Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. Father, could that old wretch be speaking the truth, or is he merely trying to deceive us? Regardless of its veracity, we have no choice but to rely on him now, Jiang Dalong replied, his expression grim. Son, you must not wander around these days. I will speak with the county magistrate again today. We must persuade him to allow you to leave the city. The Jiang family cannot perish here. Jiang Dao fell into silence, the weight of pressure bearing down on him. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Dao sought out Peng Lin once more. Master Peng, do you possess any other martial arts techniques? Other martial arts? Has young master ceased practicing your staff technique? Peng Lin was momentarily taken aback before seemingly understanding. After all, he was a young master who had never endured hardship. The process of martial training was fraught with pain. And after one attempt, why would he persist? Peng Lin thought Jiang Dao sought to switch to other martial arts out of fear of exhaustion. After a brief contemplation, he replied, as for other martial arts, I only have a few minor skills left, which cannot compare to the Mad Demon Staff Technique. The Mad Demon Staff Technique is my renowned skill, cultivated over many years, with each move containing profound principles. Once you master this, there would be no need to learn the other trivial techniques. Does Master Peng possess any internal cultivation techniques or mental methods? Jiang Dao inquired. Internal cultivation or mental methods? Peng Lin was taken aback, expressing confusion. He wondered where the young master had heard of such things. However, those are not easily obtained. Among the martial artists I know, hardly anyone possesses such knowledge. It is said that only within large sects can one find them. And even there, they are exceedingly precious, accessible only to leaders or masters. I have heard of individuals spending tens of thousands of taels of silver without securing a single book that I see. Jiang Dao expressed regret. Yet, this certainly provides a direction, at least I now know that internal cultivation exists in this world. By the way, Master Pang, do martial artists in this world not have distinctions in realms? Jiang Dao suddenly asked. Of course there are distinctions. However, in our Hangzhou city, such realms are not of great significance, as there are very few martial artists here. In the central region of the Day Empire, martial arts are divided into several levels: body refining, blood boiling, and divine power. Pang Lin elaborated. As for me, I have practiced the Mad Demon Staff technique for 38 years, yet I remain at the mid-stage of body refining. My strength can reach 400 pounds, making me one of the top experts in Hangzhou City, but I fear I will never reach the next stage of blood boiling in this lifetime. Jiang Dao was secretly astonished. Body refining? Blood boiling? Divine power? Pang Lin was still merely at the mid-stage of body refining. To be considered a top expert in Hangzhou City at the mid-stage of body refining was quite remarkable. What about himself? Surely he surpassed Pang Lin by a significant margin. Does Master Pang happen to know of any other martial arts that could rival the Mad Demon Staff technique? Jiang Dao inquired. Other martial arts? Pang Lin pondered. In our Jiang family, there are two others with commendable skills, both of whom were recruited by the master a few years ago. They have made names for themselves in the Jianghu. Yet their martial arts are somewhat inferior to the Mad Demon Staff technique. One is Fang Biao, who practices the Blood Shadow Blade technique, consisting of 79 forms, while the other is Wang Xing, who practices the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth technique, Blood Shadow Blade technique, Eagle Claw Iron Cloth technique. Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could master these two martial arts, under the system's modifications, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Thank you, Master Pang. Jiang Dao expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he departed from the location. Thanks to the influence of his father, Jiang Daolong, Jiang Dao swiftly located the guards Fang Biao and Wang Xing. Both held positions akin to minor leaders within the Jiang family estate. After a few flattering words from Jiang Dao, the two readily agreed to assist him, underestimating his resolve, treating it merely as a game. As the day unfolded, both men imparted their martial arts knowledge to Jiang Dao. After a single glance at the techniques, two martial arts appeared on his interface. Evening. Upon returning to his quarters, he immediately allocated points to these disciplines. Just like before, within a mere half-minute, the Blood Shadow Blade technique and the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth technique were elevated to a level that would be achieved 60 years hence. The interface transformed once more. Swish. Name: Jiang Dao. Strength: 1.5 Speed, 1.3 Spirit, 1.2 Martial Arts, Frenzied Demon Staff Technique, 60 years hence, unmodifiable, Blood Shadow Blade Technique, 60 years hence, unmodifiable, Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Technique, 60 years hence, unmodifiable. In an instant, an influx of information surged into Jiang Dao's mind, simultaneously altering his physique as though he had indeed toiled for decades. His body and muscles underwent a remarkable transformation, particularly the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth technique, which significantly reinforced his physique. Originally, Jiang Dao had already developed considerable muscle, but now it had increased further, with a thick layer of protective skin forming beneath, akin to leather. Should anyone attempt to stab him with a dagger, they would encounter formidable resistance, as if piercing solid stone, rendering it nearly impossible to penetrate. He was astounded. This was an extraordinary transformation, reaching a level unattainable by an ordinary person in a lifetime. Not to mention, within the entirety of Hangzhou City, Jiang Dao had undeniably become the foremost expert. However, as he scrutinized the interface, he pondered. Could he only allocate points up to 60 years hence? Was it impossible to extend to a century? Suddenly, an intense wave of hunger surged within him, accompanied by a powerful sense of dizziness. I'm so hungry, Jiang Dao murmured, shaking his head as he opened the door and stepped outside. This was undoubtedly a sign of excessive energy expenditure. "Bu," he called out, requesting dinner preparations. Half an hour later, Jiang Dao transformed into a glutton, devouring an entire table of delicacies under the astonished gaze of the maid. "Bu. Young master, are you really all right?" the little maid asked in disbelief. "Burp. I'm fine. Just clean up," Jiang Dao replied. Rising to his feet and preparing to stretch, he felt invigorated, filled with an overwhelming sense of vitality coursing through his limbs. In the courtyard, he noticed a stone table and, suddenly extending his hand like an eagle's claw, he effortlessly tore a chunk from the solid marble surface, as if it were mere tofu. The exceptionally resilient marble crumbled under his grip, cracking and transforming into dust. Could such strength not contend with evil spirits? Jiang Dao contemplated. With 3 martial arts fully mastered, all elevated to the level of 60 years hence, if marble crumbled like tofu beneath his hands, could it not also withstand the forces of malevolence? And what of that long-by-old Taoist? What was his true strength, and what means did he possess? Jiang Dao felt it was time to probe the depths of this old man's capabilities. If left unchecked, he would surely manipulate the Jiang family into ruin. Even if they were not slain by evil spirits, the old Taoist would gradually drain them dry through various means. Jiang Dao's heart harbored a flicker of murderous intent towards the old man. Guests overstepped their welcome. This is taboo. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, breathless. Young master, the master has returned and requests your presence. Very well, I shall go at once, Jiang Dao said, casually discarding the piece of stone in his hand as he made his way toward Jiang Dalong's quarters. Upon approaching Jiang Dalong's courtyard, the sound of objects crashing echoed, accompanied by furious shouts and anguished cries. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. Chapter 6. You want me to leave? Inside the room, all members of the Jiang family had gathered. 5 ineffectual younger brothers, 8 sisters with pale, terrified faces, and 8 concubines of Jiang Dalong, his second to 9th mothers. Each of the concubines bore traces of tears. Some kneeling on the ground, clutching Jiang Dalong's trousers, their hair disheveled, pleading desperately, Master, I beg you, do not abandon me. You favored me the most. Master, please have mercy. If you cannot take me, then at least take Ru Yin. She is only 12 years old. Shower, quickly plead with your father to take you out of Hangzhou. Master, do not forsake us. Su Shui is your own flesh and blood. Several concubines wept inconsolably, while his sisters dabbed at their tears. Gazing at Jiang Dalong with pleading eyes, Jiang Dalong's eyes reddened. Seemingly unable to bear the desperate gazes of his daughters, he kicked one of the concubines away in anger, bellowing, Enough! No more tears, Dower. Jiang Dao entered. Frowning as he inquired, What has transpired? Dower, you have arrived. Please, beg your father to take your sisters with you. You have always cared for them the most. His second mother, Lu Hongyin, scrambled towards him, pleading earnestly. The other concubines also hurriedly approached Jiang Dao. Seeking his help, Big Brother, his sisters cried, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked at him. Seeing his eldest son arrive, Jiang Dalong sighed heavily, seeming to age a decade in an instant. He slumped into a chair, attempting to lift a teacup for a drink, only to find it empty, setting it down again with a bitter expression. Dower, I visited the government office earlier. County Magistrate Wang has agreed to allow a single bloodline from the Jiang family to escape, granting us 7 places to leave the city. After careful consideration, I have decided to let you take your 5 younger brothers. The last place will be reserved for Ru Yin. She is still young. Only 12, you 7 must leave Hangzhou immediately. I have prepared 500,000 taels of silver. Take it all with you, Big Brother. Upon hearing Jiang Dalong's arrangement, his sisters broke into tears. The feeling of being abandoned by their own father was excruciating. Master, please give Shower a spot. Let Shower escape. Master, Su Shui is also your own flesh and blood. Please let her go too, Master. Why are you so biased? The concubines once more crawled towards Jiang Dalong, crying in agony. Enough! Jiang Dalong roared, his voice like that of a furious lion. If I could let you all go, would I not do so? I have already given 70,000 taels in exchange for 7 places. What do you expect me to do? Should I deplete all my wealth? Jiang Dao's brow furrowed deeply. The county magistrate had accepted 70,000 taels to grant them 7 places. Such a price was exorbitant. If they had already received the money, why could they not turn a blind eye and grant a few more places? Was this incident involving evil spirits somehow related to the court? Was the court pressuring County Magistrate Wang, making him too fearful to take risks? 7 places were already his limit. Dower, the silver notes are all prepared. Once you leave the city, take good care of your 5 younger brothers. From now on, you must be frugal. Make sure to find wives for each of your brothers. Do not let the Jiang bloodline come to an end. Jiang Dalong sighed heavily. Father, there is no need to be overly pessimistic. The situation has not yet reached that point. Jiang Dao shook his head. You do not understand, Jiang Dalong replied with a bitter smile. I learned some other secrets from the magistrate. This time, Hangzhou is doomed. Thousands will perish. This calamity will not subside. Anyone targeted by those creatures will find no escape. Staying behind means certain death. Do you understand? County Magistrate Wang knows the truth, Jiang Dao exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Jiang Dalong sighed heavily. I suspect there are officials from the court involved. We are merely commoners. It is futile to say more now. Take the silver and leave before night falls. Second, third, hurry and gather your things. Yes, father. The ineffectual sons quickly responded. They hurriedly departed. Jiang Dalong gently caressed a black package on the table, slowly rising to his feet, solemnly handing it to Jiang Dao, saying, Dower, all the silver is here. Keep it safe. 500,000 taels, if you live frugally, should suffice for your lifetime. Father Jiang Dao felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he had only traversed 3 days in this world, he had yet to develop profound feelings for Jiang Dalong. However, upon introspection, he acknowledged that Jiang Dalong had shown him meticulous care during these 3 days. He could not ignore this sentiment. Yet, at present, could his martial arts, which had reached the 3rd level of mastery, contend with the malevolent spirits? Moreover, there were the machinations of the court to consider. Jiang Dao fell into a moment of silence. Before long, all 5 of his younger brothers had finished their preparations, each carrying a bundle and some valuable weapons, while 6 fine yellow horses had been brought forth to as for his younger sister, Jiang Ruyan. Due to her tender age, she could only share a swift steed with Jiang Dao. Suddenly, a voice, half smiling and half mocking, rang out from a distance. The Longbai Taoist appeared, a grin plastered across his face, and remarked, What could this be, if not a hasty retreat? Jiang Dalong's heart tightened, and he quickly forced a smile, replying, What do you mean, Taoist? How could that be? I merely sent them out on an errand. They will return shortly. An errand. Do you require so many individuals for such a task? Longbai Taoist chuckled. Might I inquire what this task entails? It seems I detect the scent of silver notes. Young master, you must have quite a sum in your bundle. No? Jiang Dao's expression darkened, and a surge of killing intent welled up within him. The old man was overstepping his bounds. Now he must pry into all matters. Just yesterday, he had greedily taken tens of thousands of taels from the Jiang family without so much as a word of thanks. Taoist, you jest that I am merely concerned about a possible attack by malevolent spirits, so I sent them to the eastern city to inspect a house. As we are considering relocating, Jiang Dalong quickly offered with a forced smile. Approaching the Longbai Taoist and discreetly producing several silver notes from his sleeve, presenting them with a smile, I shall not forget the Taoist's generosity. The Longbai Taoist, clutching the silver notes, wore an expression of delight. Ah, I see. However, the situation in Hangzhou has become quite chaotic lately. As night has fallen. Would you gentlemen like me to accompany you? Thank you for your kind offer, Taoist, but we shall return shortly. Jiang Dao maintained a calm demeanor. He had already harbored murderous intent towards the old Taoist. Once he confirmed his own level of strength, he would return to personally deal with this old man. He would not rest until he had exacted 1,000-fold vengeance for the grievances he bore. It was no exaggeration to say that 1/5 of the Jiang family's wealth now lay in the old Taoist's hands. Very well then, I wish the young master a safe journey, the Longbai Taoist said with a smile. Jiang Dao nodded slightly, his heart as cold as ice, mounting the swift steed and pulling his younger sister, Jiang Ruyan, close before galloping out of the city. His 5 younger brothers hastily followed suit. Jiang Dalong sighed inwardly, gently touching the corner of his eye, and remarked, It seems a cloud of dust has suddenly risen in the courtyard. Chapter 7. The bandits' ambush. As dusk descended, the sun sank in the west. The evening in Hangzhou City was exceedingly desolate. The streets were nearly devoid of human presence. As night fell, everyone remained indoors, too fearful to venture outside. Jiang Dao rode fiercely, soon arriving at the southern city gate. Who goes there? No one is permitted to leave the city. A patrol officer bellowed from the parapet. I am Jiang Dao. With urgent matters to attend to, I kindly request Brother Zhang to allow me passage. Jiang Dao reined in his steed and cupped his hands in greeting. Jiang Dao? The middle-aged officer on the parapet furrowed his brow, his gaze growing cold. He had previously received word from the county magistrate that several members of the Jiang family would be leaving the city. At that time, he was to facilitate their exit through a small gate. As there were individuals waiting outside to eliminate them, a portion of the spoils would reward him with several thousand taels. With this in mind, the middle-aged officer barked, "Open the small gate. Quickly." "Thank you, Brother Zhang," Jiang Dao called out, immediately spurring his horse through the gate, with his 5 younger brothers following swiftly behind. The middle-aged officer revealed a sinister smile. Watching Jiang Dao's departing figure, did he think he could escape? Little did he know that leaving Hangzhou was tantamount to death. Remaining within the city offered at least a glimmer of hope. But outside, the malevolent spirits would not spare them, and the county magistrate would ensure their demise. Go! 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 The hooves thundered, kicking up dust as they sped away. Soon, Jiang Dao had traveled several miles beyond the city. As darkness enveloped the land, Jiang Dao surveyed his surroundings and noted, "There appears to be a dilapidated temple ahead. Let us rest there for the night. Brother speaks wisely. We shall follow your lead." The useless younger brothers chimed in unison, laughter filling the air. They urged their horses forward and soon glimpsed the vague outline of the crumbling temple in the darkness. Just as they dismounted and began to tether their horses, suddenly, Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and abruptly turned around. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause echoed. From within the temple, a dozen shadowy figures surged forth, brandishing torches, their faces grinning, armed with steel knives and guns. Encircling them, another batch. One shadow chuckled. This speed of wealth accumulation is truly delightful. Magistrate Wang is indeed a scholar with ideas. Ha ha! Bandits! Jiang Dao's brothers cried in alarm, retreating in a panic, their faces pale with terror. Little brat, what are you yelling about? Speak again, and I shall sever your little head. Do you dare? One masked figure sneered, licking the blade of his steel knife, his gaze locking onto Jiang Ruyan, his eyes suddenly gleaming. Ah, there's a woman here, brothers, we are in luck. Roars of laughter erupted from the group of bandits. Jiang Ruyan, terrified, turned ashen, clutching Jiang Dao's garment tightly. Jiang Dao's heart sank, his eyes narrowing with a glint of cold light. Magistrate Wang. Did the shadowy figure just mention Magistrate Wang? Was it possible that he had deliberately allowed them to leave the city only to have them killed and robbed of their wealth? Are you sent by Magistrate Wang? Jiang Dao inquired. Little brat, you are quite composed. Unfortunately, I won't reveal anything. Blame your misfortune. You escaped the bizarre happenings within the city only to perish at our hands. Ha ha, brother, let us act. One of the bandits urged with a grin. Yes, kill all the men and keep the woman. We have yet to savor the flavor of a rich man's daughter. The leader of the bandits laughed. 3 shadowy figures lunged forward with their steel knives, swift as lightning. Jiang Dao's younger brothers were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 3 dull thuds rang out, clothes shredded, blood splattering, a sight too gruesome to bear. The advancing shadows were met with a single punch from Jiang Dao, each one landing precisely on their faces, their heads exploding like watermelons, their lifeless bodies flying through the air, utterly lifeless. Jiang Dao, towering and expressionless, his garments billowing in the wind, casually wiped the blood from his fists. Too weak. These 3 bandits are as fragile as paper. Easily dispatched. What? The remaining bandits gaped in disbelief at Jiang Dao, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. What kind of monster is this? One bandit gasped in horror. Curse it, let us all attack and tear that brat apart. The leader of the bandits shouted furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining bandits brandished their weapons, converging upon Jiang Dao. They were notorious for their prowess, each skilled in different martial arts, armed with various weapons, secretly recruited by Magistrate Wang for unsavory deeds. Yet, facing this onslaught, Jiang Dao remained indifferent. Suddenly, he stepped forward, transforming into a soaring eagle, his fingers curling like claws, lightning fast as he seized one bandit by the throat. With a crack, the man's cervical vertebra was torn away. As if bitten by a beast, blood sprang forth while his body spun lifelessly like refuse, meeting a tragic end in an instant. Jiang Dao unleashed a punch, the sound echoing as it pierced through another bandit's skull. Exploding in a shower of red and white, splattering everywhere, the headless body collapsing lifelessly. With another swift motion, he grasped one bandit's face, his fingers like iron rods, ripping the entire cheek away, a sight too horrific to bear, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the victim, who met a cruel fate. Thus, Jiang Dao continued his assault. Each application of the eagle claw technique resulted in a bandit meeting a gruesome demise. These high-level black-clad figures fell before him like rag dolls, offering no resistance whatsoever. Even those who attempted stealthy attacks from behind were met with swift retribution, their weapons crushed in his grasp, his fingers piercing their skulls and tearing out chunks of bone. Finally, the leader of the black-clad bandits was utterly terrified. "What kind of monster are you?" he gasped, his eyes wide with fear, as he suddenly turned to flee. More than a dozen companions had been annihilated in the blink of an eye. To crush weapons with bare hands? What kind of strength was this? He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Thinking of escaping, Jiang Dao's voice was cold as he instantly pursued. The black-clad bandit felt a chill run down his spine. Quickly turning around, his palm darkening as he aimed a strike at Jiang Dao, bang! Jiang Dao unleashed a powerful punch, sending the bandit sprawling, blood spewing as he crashed into the distance. Behind him, his 5 useless younger brothers stood frozen in shock. Trembling in fear, his younger sister, Jiang Ruyan, crumpled to the ground, dizzy and nauseated by the sight of the carnage around her, suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of revulsion that prompted her to retch. "Speak," Jiang Dao coldly inquired, casting a disdainful gaze at the bandit leader. "Did County Magistrate Wang order you to act?" The man in black, his arm shattered by Jiang Dao's blow, writhed in agony, his face contorted with pain. "Please, don't kill me," he begged, trembling. Chapter 8. A return once more 20 minutes later, Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, having gleaned all the information he sought from the man in black, as he had suspected. County Magistrate Wang had deliberately allowed them to leave the city only to ambush them midway, seizing their wealth. But what about the strange occurrences within the city? Were they orchestrated by the court? Jiang Dao pressed, "I don't know. I truly don't know. Please, spare me." The man in black cried out in agony. Jiang Dao pondered deeply. Could it be that the court had colluded with the malevolent spirits, intentionally sealing the city to let them wreak havoc? But for what purpose? "What martial arts have you studied? What are they called?" Jiang Dao interrogated the man. "I've learned the wind-chasing blade and the poison sand palm." The man hastily replied, "The poison sand palm? Very well. Teach me these 2 martial arts, and I shall spare your life," Jiang Dao declared. "Teach you? You truly will let me live?" the man asked in disbelief. "If you refuse, I will carve your flesh piece by piece and force you to consume it," Jiang Dao replied coldly, looking down at him. "All right, I will teach you. I will teach you," the black-clad man, gripped by terror, quickly acquiesced. Thus, he endured the pain in his arm and began to impart the secrets of the poison sand palm to Jiang Dao, followed by the principles of the wind-chasing blade. Before long, the night had slipped away unnoticed. Jiang Dao listened intently, constantly probing for details. He had no fear of deception, for if the man attempted to trick him, the panel would not react, and he would know immediately. In the latter part of the night, at last, 2 new exceptional skills appeared on the panel. Wind-chasing blade, modifiable, poison sand palm, modifiable. At last, his efforts bore fruit. "Now, can you let me go?" the black-clad man implored, his voice quaking with fear. Why is it that every villain, just before their demise, asks such foolish questions? Crack, with a swift motion of his fingers, Jiang Dao punctured the man's skull, ending his life on the spot. From the moment the man laid eyes on him, he was doomed. Rising to his full height, Jiang Dao gazed at the panel, ready to make his modifications. Swish! The words on the panel began to morph rapidly, becoming blurred. Wind-chasing blade, 60 years later. Unmodifiable poison sand palm. 60 years later. Unmodifiable in an instant. Jiang Dao felt a significant transformation within himself. An abundance of information flooded his mind, and his body crackled with energy. He seemed to grow more robust, his blood vessels and muscles becoming denser, as an indescribable, formidable aura materialized around him. His hands, now noticeably larger, radiated a unique energy. With a forceful thrust, the palms of his hands turned crimson, as if stained with vermilion. This was the perfected state of the poison sand palm. The palms harbored lethal toxins. A mere brush would spell death. He glanced once more at the panel, observing the changes in his attributes. Strength, 1.8 speed, 1.6 mental, 1.2. Though his strength had only increased by 0.3 on the panel, in reality, it had surged by at least 7 or 8 times. Every increment of 0.1 in strength translated to a minimum of double the power. Jiang Dao contemplated his newfound abilities. Surely, my current strength should suffice to contend with the malevolent spirits, right? The gnawing hunger that had plagued him vanished, no longer requiring sustenance. All 5 of his martial arts had reached the perfected realm, each attaining the prowess of 60 years hence. Such strength, while not entirely unique, was certainly rare within the vast realm of the Dai dynasty. Even a steel blade would shatter under his grip. Could the malevolent spirits truly pose no threat to him? His eyes narrowed. As he grew stronger, his desire to confront the spirits intensified. Suddenly, Jiang Dao bent down and retrieved a thick stack of silver notes from the lifeless body of the black-clad leader. By the light of a torch, he discerned that they were predominantly high-denomination notes, ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 taels, totaling at least 400 to 500,000 taels. These notes were likely left behind by the wealthy young masters who had been ambushed while attempting to flee the city in recent days. After all, the city was home to many affluent merchants. In the face of the malevolent spirits' onslaught, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to ensure their family's survival. Little did they know, those who managed to escape the spirits' grasp perished at the hands of bandits outside the city. Jiang Dao stuffed the notes into his clothing, casually picked up a steel blade from the ground, secured it at his waist, and turned to address his brothers. Tonight, you will spend the night in the dilapidated temple. Tomorrow morning, the second brother will lead the others to Fengzhou City to seek refuge. Once in Fengzhou, be sure to send word to the family. His younger siblings were already in a state of sheer terror, shaken by Jiang Dao's display of power. Upon hearing his words, the second brother, Jiang Feng, stammered, "Elder brother, what about you? Won't you come with us?" Jiang Dao fixed him with a penetrating gaze and replied, "I must return and check on our father." He strode purposefully toward the crumbling temple, with his brothers trailing closely behind. Jiang Ruyan continued to vomit uncontrollably, shivering and feeling utterly weak as she made her way to the temple with great difficulty. "Ruyan, you will sleep with me," Jiang Dao said, casting a glance at her. Though fearful, Jiang Ruyan nodded vigorously. With so many corpses outside, she could never muster the courage to sleep alone. Thus, the night swiftly passed. The following morning, Jiang Dao handed over the black package given to him by their father to his second brother, Jiang Feng, instructing, "Use the silver sparingly. Also, do not bully our sister. If I find out anyone has mistreated her, I will personally flay them alive." His gaze was icy as he scanned his 5 worthless brothers. All 5 trembled at his stern words, hastily smiling in appeasement. "Rest assured, elder brother, we would never dare to harm our sister." Indeed, Ruyan, you will accompany second brother. Once you reach Fengzhou, remember to send a letter." Jiang Dao lifted his sister effortlessly and placed her on Jiang Feng's swift steed. "Elder brother, please be careful," Jiang Ruyan timidly implored. Jiang Dao nodded gently, then mounted his steed and set off once more toward Hangzhou City. In such a disheveled state, he felt less than human. With 5 martial arts perfected, he was convinced they would serve some purpose. Even if he could not slay the malevolent spirits, he should be able to protect himself. Go. 20 minutes later, Jiang Dao arrived at the foot of Hangzhou City and shouted upward, "Captain Zhang, open the gate." "It's me, Zhang." The captain on the city wall was taken aback, glancing down at Jiang Dao. "You're unharmed? How is that possible? Could it be that Feng Biao and the others failed?" "Young Master Jiang, where are your other brothers?" Captain Zhang called. attempting to extract more information. Captain Zhang, just open the gate and let me in. We can discuss it inside, Jiang Dao urged. Captain Zhang, his brow furrowed in thought, finally gestured for the small gate to be opened. Jiang Dao immediately spurred his horse into the city. Captain Zhang quickly approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. Young Master Jiang, didn't you have several brothers with you last night? Where have they gone? I sent them to Dingzhou City and returned alone overnight, Jiang Dao replied. Did you encounter any trouble on the way? Captain Zhang inquired skeptically. Trouble? What trouble? Jiang Dao feigned ignorance. Nothing, Captain Zhang chuckled awkwardly, unwilling to elaborate. Since you're fine, hurry home. However, once you enter the city, you won't be able to leave again. Thank you, Captain Zhang. Jiang Dao nodded, casting a deep, cold glance at Captain Zhang before galloping toward the Jiang residence. County Magistrate Wang dared to betray him. This matter would not go unpunished. Once he uncovered the truth behind the malevolent spirits, he would settle the score with County Magistrate Wang. Chapter 9. Does that old man dare to betray me? Early the next morning, Jiang Dao rode back to the Jiang residence. Upon arrival, his expression shifted dramatically. It appeared that disaster had struck the household once more. White banners adorned the entrance, and paper money was strewn about haphazardly. He could even sense an intangible aura swirling ominously around the Jiang estate. Jiang Dao dismounted swiftly and made his way toward the main entrance. The head of the guards, Peng Lin, immediately noticed Jiang Dao and exclaimed in astonishment. Young master, you've returned? Peng. Jiang Dao saluted and inquired, Where is my father? Has something happened in the estate again? The master is unharmed, but last night, the malevolent spirit struck again, resulting in the deaths of 7 house servants. Peng Lin replied, his expression grave. What about the Changbai Daoist? What did he say? Jiang Dao inquired. The Daoist merely cast a glance, stating that the malevolent spirit had already fixated on the Jiang family, and that he intended to keep watch this evening to confront the evil entity. Peng Lin remarked, Keeping watch tonight? Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes and replied, Very well, thank you, Master Peng. Since the elder Daoist from Changbai wished to stand guard this night, it suited Jiang Dao perfectly. He could seize this opportunity to gauge the true prowess of this old Daoist, while also testing whether these malevolent spirits could indeed be vanquished through martial arts. Jiang Dao bid farewell to Peng Lin and proceeded towards Jiang Dalong's chamber. Father, Jiang Dao pushed the door open and spoke, My son, why have you returned again? Jiang Dalong's expression shifted drastically. Did County Magistrate Wang not permit your departure from the city? He did allow us to leave, but I was concerned for our family, so I returned. Jiang Dao shook his head. However, this County Magistrate Wang is suspect. He let us exit the city yet deliberately left an ambush outside. Intending to slay us and seize our wealth, I managed to eliminate all those individuals, while my younger brother and sisters have been relocated to Fengzhou City for the time being. What a vile County Magistrate Wang. Jiang Dalong's eyes reddened, his teeth gritted in anger. Having taken so much silver from us, he still seeks more. Not a shred of conscience remains in him. Father, you need not worry. I will deal with County Magistrate Wang. Jiang Dao assured. Suddenly, Jiang Dalong realized, Son, you just said you killed those ambushers outside the city. When did you acquire such strength? He was both astonished and bewildered. Father, do not ask. Suffice it to say that it is not a bad thing. I have my own opportunities, merely unspoken until now, Jiang Dao responded. Very well, my son. Jiang Dalong gently patted Jiang Dao, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. Among his 6 sons, if even one could prove worthy, he could die without regrets. By the way, the elder Daoist from Changbai mentioned, he intends to keep watch tonight against the malevolent spirits within the manor. Father, I request to guard alongside the elder Daoist. Jiang Dao declared solemnly, Absolutely not. Although you have learned martial arts, it is of no use against malevolent spirits. Do not take such risks, Jiang Dalong quickly interjected. Father, you need not worry. I am well aware of my limits. If the situation becomes dire, I will maintain my distance, Jiang Dao insisted. We do have some fine iron at home. I plan to have a weapon forged. Fine iron? Yes, we have a piece of mysterious iron from 10 years ago that we have been unable to sell. I will fetch it for you. Jiang Dalong immediately headed towards the door. Jiang Dao followed closely behind. Before long, Jiang Dao discovered a black, unremarkable iron block in their storeroom, approximately the size of a basketball. He effortlessly lifted it, weighing at least 100 pounds. "What weapon do you plan to forge, my son?" Jiang Dalong inquired. "A staff of mysterious iron. The thicker, the better," Jiang Dao replied. The highest level of martial arts he had mastered was the Mad Demon Staff technique, and utilizing a staff of mysterious iron would allow him to perfectly execute this skill. As for the sword techniques, he could wield the staff as if it were a blade. "Excellent, I shall have someone forge it immediately," Jiang Dalong declared. He promptly exited to summon a craftsman from within the city. "Son, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I will arrange some food for you." Jiang Dalong quickly exited. "All right," Jiang Dao nodded. Time swiftly passed. An entire day slipping by unnoticed. As evening approached once more, the sun set in the west, painting the sky with crimson hues. The entire Jiang Manor was soon adorned with lanterns of various sizes. The Taoist from Changbai, clad in a green silk robe, wore a cold expression as he glanced at Jiang Dao beside him and inquired, "Young master, have you truly decided to accompany the old Taoist for the night watch?" "Indeed, I appreciate your vigilance, Taoist," Jiang Dao affirmed with a nod. "Very well," the Taoist from Changbai lightly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Internally, he sneered. This Jiang Dao believed himself to be significant after merely 2 days of martial training. Daring to stand guard alongside him? Little did he know that the Jiang Manor was already under the watchful gaze of a terrifying force. Soon, the entire Jiang family would face annihilation. He had already made plans to flee. Originally, the old Taoist intended to escape under the cover of night, but now that Jiang Dao dared to join him, he saw no harm in casually leading him to his doom before his departure. After all, the entire Jiang family was destined to perish. Whether sooner or later made little difference. Even the entire Hangzhou city would lose a third of its population before the matter was settled. By leading Jiang Dao to his demise, he could conveniently seize the Jiang family's wealth and then flee far away. Night fell. The vast Hangzhou city was instantly enveloped in darkness, in the room of a deceased maid. The Taoist from Changbai sat upright, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea, savoring it in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Dao gripped a steel knife, sitting motionless in a chair like a statue. Time ticked away slowly. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of dark clouds drifted by, obscuring the stars and moon above. The courtyard was instantly engulfed in pitch-black darkness. Even with lanterns illuminating the area, it remained dim and hazy, as if shrouded by an iron curtain. Inside the room, Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. His ears perked up, and he faintly heard the sound of children's laughter echoing. He, Jiang Dao's heart trembled. That laughter. It was identical to the one from his previous dream. Jiang Dao clenched the hilt of the steel knife tightly, holding his breath, his gaze sharp. Every muscle in his body tensed to the utmost. Humph! The Taoist from Changbai discreetly glanced at Jiang Dao, revealing a hint of a sneer. This young master truly believed that martial arts could contend with malevolent spirits. Not only was it impossible to combat the spirit children of the Spirit Child Palace, it would be utterly futile against any malevolent spirit. When the time came to confront the malevolent spirit, he would understand what true despair meant. The eerie laughter grew closer, reverberating throughout the courtyard, as though a spectral child was playing just outside. "Young master, are you not going to take a look?" The Taoist from Changbai chuckled. "Wherever the Taoist goes, I shall follow," Jiang Dao replied in a low voice. The Taoist from Changbai smiled faintly, setting his teacup down gently upon the table, his sleeves billowing as he stepped outside. Jiang Dao immediately rose, closely trailing behind, his eyes sharp. The courtyard was enveloped in an oppressive silence. As the Taoist from Changbai stepped out of the room, he suddenly shifted, a cloud of white mist shooting towards Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao's expression changed, and he quickly covered his face. But in the next moment, he dispelled the mist and dashed forward, only to find the courtyard shrouded in darkness and deathly silence. The old Taoist had already vanished without a trace. "This old wretch dares to betray me." Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes. Chapter 10. Jiang Dao slays the malevolent spirit in the eerie, pitch-black courtyard. A chilling presence suddenly emerged, shadows from the surrounding trees cast down. resembling the claws of demons, twisting and dancing upon the ground. The Taoist from Changbai had long since disappeared. The empty courtyard now held only Jiang Dao. He, the sinister, eerie laughter continued to echo throughout the courtyard. Jiang Dao gripped the steel knife tightly, his brows furrowed, his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings and bellowed, "Show yourself." He. The clear, eerie laughter of a child suddenly emanated from his left side. Jiang Dao whirled around, only to find the space beside him empty. But in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him. He swiftly turned, only to see a bizarre shadow lunging towards him in an instant. Swift as the wind, carrying a pungent stench, aiming to bite Jiang Dao's eye in that moment, Jiang Dao unsheathed the steel knife, roaring as he unleashed his full strength, every blood vessel and muscle in his body swelling to their utmost. With a thunderous crack, the upper half of his clothing was torn asunder by his formidable energy. Jiang Dao swung the steel knife, striking fiercely at the shadow, his body seeming to grow larger. Towering at nearly 2 meters, his physique brimming with grotesque muscles, boom! The steel knife struck the shadow with a resounding crash, producing a terrifying roar as if 2 small mountains of iron had collided mid-air. The next moment, both figures were sent flying backward. Jiang Dao landed some distance away, quickly retreating, his palms numb, his pupils constricting, his gaze like a torch, fixated on the opposite side. The shadow he had sent flying crashed to the ground, emitting strange cries, baring its teeth at him. To his astonishment, it was a bizarre child, identical to the one from his dreams, entirely black, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, with pitch-black eyes and a mouth that stretched unnaturally to the back of its ears, exuding an aura of malevolence as it emitted eerie laughter, fixating its gaze on Jiang Dao. Despite Jiang Dao's knife strike, the child bore no injuries whatsoever. A malevolent spirit. Jiang Dao inhaled deeply, swiftly moving his hands to alleviate the numbness, every ounce of his strength coalescing to its peak. Whoosh! Suddenly, the eerie child lunged at Jiang Dao once more, moving like a blur, faster than the eye could perceive. Jiang Dao stomped his foot, embodying the spirit of a ferocious tiger, shattering the tiles beneath him, and swung the steel knife to meet the bizarre child. Mad Demon Staff Technique, 4th layer, Killing Strike, boom! He wielded his knife in place of a staff, sweeping it violently, and in an instant, a layer of ominous black mist enveloped the blade, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, terrifying beyond measure, as it swept towards the child. Yet, just as the blade passed, the child suddenly vanished. Jiang Dao's long knife struck nothing but air, the force causing him to stagger violently, nearly toppling over, an overwhelming urge to vomit blood surging within him. His heart jolted, and he quickly turned to survey his surroundings. Such astonishing speed! A series of eerie giggles echoed through the empty courtyard. Shrouded in darkness, the child's presence was nowhere to be found. Jiang Dao, both astonished and furious, strained to discern the source of the laughter. Suddenly, he whipped around, glancing into the room, where the bizarre laughter of the child had inexplicably emanated. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Dao lunged towards the pitch-black chamber. As he burst through the entrance, a peculiar child let out a shrill scream, charging towards him with claws outstretched. "Die!" Jiang Dao shouted, his body brimming with murderous intent as he swung his knife in a wild arc. Boom! The frenzied staff technique, Killing Blow. The eerie child emitted a piercing scream, sent flying by Jiang Dao's strike, crashing violently into the room. Jiang Dao rushed forward, not allowing it a moment to recover, and with a powerful stomp of his broad foot, he aimed a vicious blow at the child's form, swinging his steel knife down towards its forehead. Clang, crack, with one stroke, the blade shattered into numerous fragments. The strange child suddenly turned, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp, dense teeth, lunging towards Jiang Dao's foot with ferocity. Jiang Dao retracted his foot and retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the eerie child soaring into the air, its body hurtling past him as he activated his poison sand palm. The palm turning a deep crimson as he struck down viciously upon the strange child. Splatter! An unimaginable toxic force surged into the child's body, causing its skin to sizzle as if seared by hot iron. eliciting a wretched scream. However, the bizarre child was as slippery as an eel, twisting in midair before pouncing towards Jiang Dao, its fingers outstretched as it aimed a vicious swipe at him. Despite Jiang Dao's quick reflexes, the child's sharp claws grazed his chest. Fortunately, his eagle claw iron shirt had reached a formidable level. His skin was terrifyingly resilient, resulting in only a shallow mark. Had it not been so, he would have surely been eviscerated. Jiang Dao's expression hardened. His fingers, like iron, plunged into the child's forehead, gripping with immense force, popping a sizable chunk from its skull. In the next moment, his other hand turned crimson, imbued with terrifying strength, delivering another strike with the poisoned sand palm. Boom! The second palm struck the eerie child solidly, causing it to emit a shrill cry as it was sent sprawling, shattering a window and crashing hard onto the ground. Jiang Dao's imposing figure surged through the window, appearing in the courtyard, where he saw the child crash in the distance, shrieking sharply, darting across the ground like an eel, moving at an incredible speed towards another courtyard. Infuriated and alarmed, Jiang Dao hastened his pursuit. He knew he could not allow this creature to escape. Boom! Suddenly, Jiang Dao's powerful form crashed through a wall, sending debris flying, finally intercepting the evil spirit in another courtyard with a forceful kick. With a resounding thud, the eerie child was sent flying. Jiang Dao then shouted, both hands thrusting forward, turning a terrifying crimson, exuding a pungent aura, as he struck down upon the child with great force. Poisoned sand palm. Splatter! The eerie child was struck again by his toxic palm, letting out a piercing scream as it careened away, crashing to the ground, twisting violently, before rapidly disintegrating into a pile of white powder. Gasping for breath, Jiang Dao inhaled deeply, his lungs feeling as if they were bursting, a sharp pain searing through his chest. At the same time, an unnameable sinister energy began to seep into his body through the wound on his chest. Jiang Dao's body remained in a state of muscular expansion, his veins bulging grotesquely, muscles coiling together in a terrifying display. Was this the essence of an evil spirit? He stepped forward, scooping up a handful of powder. A cold smile creeping across his face. Who said martial arts could not vanquish evil spirits? Having mastered 5 schools of martial arts and transcended to a level 60 years ahead, could he not annihilate an evil spirit? He chuckled coldly. In this state, he was indescribably formidable. The darkness before him rapidly dissipated, and the lanterns around him flickered back to life. But one side, the Longbai Daoist stared in disbelief at the muscular Jiang Dao. A wave of profound astonishment surged within him. How could this be? This lad truly killed a spirit child. What manner of monster are you? The Longbai Daoist gasped. Before him stood Jiang Dao, far from the frail young master he once appeared to be. His body swelled, muscles bulging, his bare torso resembling that of a small giant, arms thick as his waist. It was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Dao's gaze was electric, filled with murderous intent, suppressing the discomfort in his chest as he turned coldly to the Longbai Daoist. Advancing step by step in his imposing state. Daoist, what were you doing just now? He queried, his tone frigid, looking down upon the Longbai Daoist. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from him. The Longbai Daoist, diminutive in stature, barely reached Jiang Dao's abdomen, rendering him insignificant compared to Jiang Dao's fearsome muscles. In that moment, the Longbai Daoist felt an unprecedented pressure. Chapter 11. The annihilation of the Longbai Daoist. The Longbai Daoist, profoundly shaken, gazed at the approaching Jiang Dao, suddenly forcing a sheepish smile. Young Master Jiang truly possesses innate divine strength. I am in awe. Did I ask you again? What were you doing just now? Jiang Dao's voice was icy. The Longbai Daoist's expression stiffened. I was searching for the evil spirit. Is that so? Then why did you throw powder at me? Jiang Dao pressed on, relentless. The Longbai Daoist felt uncomfortable under Jiang Dao's scrutiny. Stepping back, young master, what are you implying? I was merely looking out for your well-being. Do you suspect me? I have always been curious about the true methods of you exorcists. I hope you will enlighten me tonight. You, the Longbai Daoist's complexion changed. Boom. Before he could react, Jiang Dao's palm struck down upon the Longbai Daoist's chest, a palm suffused with a crimson hue, emanating a noxious aura that unleashed waves of terror. Splatter! Ah, with a single blow, the Longbai Daoist let out a wail, spewing blood as his body was sent flying, crashing violently into the distance. His upper garments were torn to shreds by Jiang Dao's force, his chest caving in, a gruesome sight. Jiang Dao's expression remained indifferent as he strode towards the Longbai Daoist. Now that he knew martial arts could slay evil spirits, there was no longer any reason to spare this Longbai Daoist. This man had just attempted to harm him. His heart was wicked, deserving of death. Damn you! The Longbai Daoist's voice was filled with venom, his face contorted in rage as he shakily rose from the ground. His upper body lay completely bare, skin stretched taut over bone, seemingly devoid of flesh. His chest caved in several centimeters, blood streaming from his mouth and nostrils, his eyes icy and terrifying, hair disheveled, glaring fiercely at Jiang Dao. No one had ever dared to hurt him. "Little wretch, I shall flay you alive," he roared, filled with hatred. "Just as I wish. I too desire to flay the Daoist." Jiang Dao's imposing form advanced boldly. The Longbai Daoist wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze frigid, abruptly launching himself at Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao also surged forward, swinging his massive fists with reckless abandon. Boom! The sound thundered, waves of energy crashing. The two bodies collided mid-air with greater ferocity than when Jiang Dao had clashed with the evil spirit. Crack! Suddenly, the sharp sound of bones shattering echoed. The Longbai Daoist let out a pained groan, his frail form hurtling backward, smashing into the distance and shattering the wall behind him. Meanwhile, Jiang Dao was also sent reeling, retreating 3 steps before finally stabilizing himself. He flexed his wrist, his gaze sharp as lightning. Is this the strength of a Daoist? It seems rather unimpressive. If so, I shall gladly send you on your way. Cough, cough, cough. The Longbai Daoist, having crashed into the distance, spat blood, his expression more vengeful than ever. The blood he coughed up was not the usual red. It was a dark crimson, exuding a foul stench, as if he were not a living being. He. A sinister smile crept onto the Longbai Daoist's face. Interesting, truly interesting. To cultivate the martial arts of mere mortals to this extent is indeed rare. Young Master Jiang, since it has come to this, allow me to show you what a true exorcist can do. He slowly rose from the ground, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Dao, and his emaciated hand suddenly lifted. Boom! A ball of emerald green flame abruptly materialized in his palm, eerie and terrifying, no larger than a fist. Resembling a ghostly fire, whoosh! The green specter surged forth from his palm, hurtling fiercely towards Jiang Dao's form. Jiang Dao's eyes widened in alarm as an immense sense of peril washed over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end in the presence of this strange ghostly flame. He sensed a whisper of death's breath. Hastily, Jiang Dao retreated, suddenly seizing a stone bench and hurling it at the ghostly fire. However, the moment the bench made contact, it was instantly vaporized, reduced to mere powder. Although the ghostly fire consumed the bench, its brilliance dimmed considerably, shrinking from the size of a fist to that of an egg. Jiang Dao swiftly grabbed another stone bench, continuing to hurl it at the spectral flame. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! 3 benches were thrown in quick succession, all disintegrated into ashes upon contact with the ghostly fire. Ultimately, the spectral flame was completely extinguished. The Longbai Taoist's expression turned pale with horror, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood before hastily turning to flee. Yet, Jiang Dao seized a stone table before him and hurled it with great force at the Longbai Taoist. "Young Master Jiang, let's talk this over." Boom! A scream erupted as the stone table struck the Longbai Taoist, sending him hurtling backward, crashing through the wall and out of the courtyard. Jiang Dao immediately charged forward, sweeping his arms to shatter the wall, and in an instant, he stood before the Longbai Taoist, gripping his long hair and forcefully slamming him against the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled, and the Longbai Taoist let out a cry of agony as his body became wedged within the debris, dragged by Jiang Dao from one side of the wall to the other, producing a thunderous sound. "Spare me, young master," the Longbai Taoist pleaded, blood spilling from his mouth in a state of panic. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. The likes of Pang Lin, Fang Biao, and Wang Xing, armed and alarmed, rushed over. Jiang Dao's father, Jiang Dalong, also hurried from afar, a look of urgency on his face. Upon their arrival and witnessing the scene, their expressions changed dramatically. "Young master! It's the young master!" exclaimed Pang Lin and Fang Biao in shock. "Dour!" Jiang Dalong cried out in astonishment. The sight of Jiang Dao was indeed fearsome. His body was a mass of muscle, veins bulging, exuding an imposing aura, with massive arms, waist, and thighs resembling grotesque tumors. He grasped the Long Bai Taoist's forehead, fingers sinking deep into his flesh, blood gushing forth, causing the Long Bai Taoist to scream in agony as he was effortlessly pulled from the wall, as if he bore no weight at all. "Father, Master Pang, you're here." Jiang Dao turned his gaze towards Jiang Dalong and Pang Lin, forcing a smile. "I'm just having some fun with this Taoist. Please, spare me," the Long Bai Taoist cried, his face a mask of pain. Drenched in blood, terrified and wailing, Jiang Dalong took a deep breath, profoundly shaken. Was this truly his son? What extraordinary fortune had he encountered? It was utterly terrifying. "Father, Master Pang, you should head back first. I will find you later," Jiang Dao instructed. All right, Dour, be careful," Jiang Dalong responded, hastily leading the others away. In the courtyard, Jiang Dao's gaze was icy, fingers tightening around the old Taoist's skull, causing black blood to stream down the old man's face as he writhed in agony. "Speak, Taoist. Give me one reason not to kill you." I have one," the Long Bai Taoist stammered, utterly terrified. "Then speak," Jiang Dao demanded with a cruel smile. "I know the truth behind this evil spirit invasion. Spare me." The Long Bai Taoist said in a panic. "The truth behind the evil spirit invasion." Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed, intrigued by the old man's words as he dragged him forward. The old Taoist, in great pain, clutched his head tightly, allowing Jiang Dao to pull him along, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground, a horrifying sight. Soon, Jiang Dao carelessly tossed the Long Bai Taoist into the previous room, much like discarding garbage, with a thud as he landed in the corner. Then, Jiang Dao pulled up a chair, sitting regally upon it, his eyes like lightning, fixed on the Long Bai Taoist. "What truth?" Jiang Dao's tone was frigid. "If I tell you, will you spare me?" the Long Bai Taoist pleaded. "You must first let me go. Once I am free, I will find a way to tell you." Jiang Dao swiftly flicked a wooden block, which struck the Long Bai Taoist's shoulder like a bullet, eliciting a cry of pain and a spray of blood. "If you don't speak, I will slice you apart, reducing you to nothing but bones." "Until you confess," Jiang Dao declared coldly. The Long Bai Taoist's face contorted into a grimace of despair. He realized he was utterly defeated. This youth was no mere human. Had he known this, he would never have lingered at the Jiang residence. This was a human-shaped demon. Yes. The evil spirit organization is collaborating with the court. They seek to seize a sacred artifact, which has appeared in Hangzhou City, and thus many lives will be lost. The Long Bai Taoist lamented. The evil spirit organization and the court in collusion. Jiang Dao's eyes glimmered with cold light. "Did you not claim to be ignorant of this before? Do you now wish to deceive me again?" "No, I would never dare to lie to you again. If you do not believe me, simply ask the local magistrate," the Long Bai Taoist hastily replied. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. The court collaborating with evil spirits? He had indeed suspected this before. "Why do they need to kill?" Jiang Dao inquired. "Because the evil spirits rely on blood to sustain their existence. These organizations control the evil spirits, and once they spread widely, countless lives will be lost. For a long time, the court has been unable to restrain them, so they can only adopt this policy. Wherever they appear, they seal off the area, allowing it to be ravaged until they depart." The Long Bai Taoist explained. "Are the lives of so many insignificant in the eyes of the court?" Jiang Dao spoke in a low voice. Faced with the unknown, even the court was but a puppet. What were the lives of ordinary people worth? What organization has its sights set on my Jiang family? Jiang Dao continued to question. "It is the Lingtong Palace. Their organization harbors many terrifying evil spirits. These Lingtong are merely the lowest tier of evil spirits. There are many greater ones. Wherever they reside, a sea of blood will inevitably follow, leading to countless deaths. The Longbai Taoist exclaimed in terror. I did not mention this before because I feared offending them. Hangzhou City has already been targeted by them. Thousands will die unless that sacred artifact emerges first. What sacred artifact? Jiang Dao inquired. I am not certain what this sacred artifact is, but it is undoubtedly terrifying. Each sacred artifact contains a sealed evil spirit, and to utilize it, one must first perform a sacrificial rite, feeding the evil spirit within with blood to harness the artifact's power. The Longbai Taoist explained urgently. Even the weakest sacred artifact can unleash unimaginable destruction, easily causing countless deaths. It transcends mortal power. Jiang Dao's heart surged with emotion. A sacred artifact, it, sounded somewhat akin to a nuclear weapon in this world. However, if a sacred artifact truly emerged in Hangzhou City, it would spell trouble. If such an artifact were genuinely that formidable, it would undoubtedly attract even more malevolent entities. The unfortunate ones would be the citizens of Hangzhou City, who would be slaughtered in the sacrificial rites. Where is this sacred artifact now? Jiang Dao pressed. I do not know, the Longbai Taoist replied with a bitter smile. Compared to these terrifying and strange forces, I am insignificant. I can only ascertain that the sacred artifact has definitely appeared within the city, but beyond that, I have no knowledge. Do exorcists truly require a bloodline? Can those without a bloodline not become one? Jiang Dao asked repeatedly. Yes, that is something I have never lied about. The experts of Lingtong Palace are essentially exorcists as well. They merely prefer to utilize evil spirits for their own gain rather than exterminate them. The Longbai Taoist quickly clarified. Is there any way for me to become an exorcist? Jiang Dao inquired again. No. I truly have no way. Please spare me, I was wrong. I did not recognize the mountain before me. If you spare my life, I will do anything. The Longbai Taoist pleaded desperately. Taoist, what do you think of my current martial arts? How do I compare to your exorcists? Jiang Dao suddenly asked. Tio, be honest. Can you spare me if I answer? Very well, speak. Among all the exorcists, I am merely the weakest existence. There are some formidable exorcists, exceedingly terrifying, almost immortal. If dealing with me is so arduous, then confronting other exorcists must surely instill trepidation in Changbai Daoist. The thought of an immortal body weighed heavily on Jiang Dao's heart as he gazed at the figure before him. Suddenly, his body surged like lightning, moving with incredible speed, accompanied by a terrifying gale. He delivered a kick to Changbai Daoist's chin, producing a sharp crack that sent him soaring into the air. Then, Jiang Dao's palm transformed into a vivid crimson, crashing into Changbai Daoist's face. Bang! With a wretched scream. Changbai Daoist's head burst apart like a watermelon, scattering into pieces. Spare you? I owe no apology to those young maidens you have harmed. Jiang Dao uttered coldly, thud. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Motionless, Jiang Dao's brows furrowed tightly. This was troublesome. Having provoked the Lingtong Palace, he would undoubtedly face their brutal retribution. Thus, they must depart Hangzhou City post-haste. Jiang Dao turned and walked towards the courtyard. The eerie laughter did not re-emerge. It now seemed that the entity that had visited the Jiang family tonight was merely an evil spirit. He exhaled softly, his inflated muscles gradually relaxing, his entire form resembling a deflated balloon. Slowly reverting to its original state, all the veins retreating, soon becoming as it had been before. However, despite the complete retraction of his muscles, his height remained largely unchanged, still around 188 centimeters. Jiang Dao gazed at his height. His brow slightly knit. Had his bones elongated? His current form appeared somewhat peculiar. The transformation brought about by the mastery of 5 martial arts was immense. His muscles could now be controlled at will, capable of returning to the previously inflated state at any moment. Moreover, in that expanded state, both speed and strength experienced a comprehensive enhancement. More precisely, it seemed that his current slight frame limited his ability to exert power. Only in that expanded form could he unleash his full strength without restraint. Jiang Dao reopened the panel, directing his gaze towards it. A look of surprise crossed his face. The inscriptions following the 5 martial arts had inexplicably changed to editable. Mad Demon Staff Technique. After 60 years, editable Blood Shadow Blade Technique. After 60 years, editable Eagle Claw Iron Shirt. After 60 years, editable Chasing Wine Blade. After 60 years, editable Toxic Sand Palm. After 60 years, editable Could it be possible to continue advancing? Jiang Dao's gaze flickered, and he immediately focused his thoughts, gently tapping at the end of the Mad Demon Staff Technique. Whoosh! The characters on the panel once again became hazy and mysterious. Chapter 13. Night Raid on the County Office. A moment later, Jiang Dao completed the modifications, feeling the surging power within him. His fists clenched, crackling with energy, and his entire form seemed even more robust. The aura surrounding him appeared to grow stronger, even in stillness. He emanated an indescribable intimidation. Mad Demon Staff Technique. After 120 years, not editable, he was stunned. This was equivalent to having practiced the Mad Demon Staff Technique for 120 years. Suddenly, Jiang Dao stifled his excitement and tapped on the other techniques. However, he soon furrowed his brow again, because after successfully modifying the second technique, Blood Shadow Blade Technique, to 120 years, the inscriptions of the other techniques reverted to non-editable. Was it possible to modify only 2 techniques at a time? He frowned deeply. The data on the panel had all changed: strength, 2.3 speed, 1.9 spirit, 1.2 Y. It had previously been non-editable. Why had 2 techniques suddenly become editable this time? He pondered. Had something transpired in between? He vaguely felt he had grasped a crucial point. Something must have occurred that allowed previously non-editable techniques to become modifiable again. If he could seize this key, would it not mean he could modify at will in the future? Perhaps even elevate all these techniques to 1,000 years later would not be a problem. Tonight, I have accomplished only 2 things. One is exterminating an evil spirit, and the other is killing Changbai Daoist, Jiang Dao mused. Naturally, it was impossible to have killed Changbai Daoist. Therefore, the only possibility was the evil spirit. Could it be that the demise of the evil spirit triggered some changes in the system? A glint flashed in Jiang Dao's eyes. Indeed, there seemed to be no other possibility. This meant that in the future, slaying more evil spirits could potentially allow for further modifications of other techniques as well. Jiang Dao took a deep breath, carefully sensing the changes in his body. With 2 techniques modified to 120 years, his skin, bone membranes, and internal tissues all strengthened and thickened anew. His strength now surpassed what it had been before by an unknown margin. More crucially, the wound on his chest, previously marred by Ling Tong's claw, had completely healed, all toxins expelled. The skin on his chest had become more resilient and powerful, leaving only a thick scar. Pop, pop, pop. Jiang Dao lightly snapped his fingers, producing a series of whooshing sounds. The mere sound of his fingers snapping resonated like steel bars being swung. It is time to have a word with that county magistrate Wang, Jiang Dao murmured, his gaze sharp. The court actually deliberately sealed the city gates, allowing the citizens to suffer calamity. It is truly astonishing that such a court still endures to this day. However, he would not sit idly by. Wang magistrate must be compelled to grant their Jiang family a path to survival. Jiang Dao proceeded towards the front courtyard. Within the front courtyard, lanterns flickered. The surroundings were adorned with lanterns and torches. Jiang Dalong, Peng Lin, Fang Biao, and others waited anxiously, especially Jiang Dalong, whose heart raced, his complexion pale, pacing back and forth. At last, Jiang Dao's figure emerged from the front courtyard. Father, Dower, how are you? Are you unscathed? Jiang Dalong and the others hurriedly rushed over. Even though Jiang Dao's physique had already recovered, he still appeared significantly taller. Father, I am fine, Jiang Dao replied. That old Daoist has been dispatched. We cannot remain in Hangzhou City. We must leave swiftly. Changbai Daoist was slain by the young master? Peng Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the young master had previously practiced martial arts? No, even if he had practiced, he should not be a match for that old wretch. Indeed, I possess another opportunity. Though I have kept it under wraps, it was only recently that I sought to learn more martial arts to enhance my abilities, Jiang Dao stated. I see. The young master is indeed favored by fate. Peng Lin responded. Dower, you mentioned we should leave immediately, but Hangzhou City is currently sealed by the magistrate. How can we escape the city? Moreover, Wang Magistrate will likely send someone to silence you, now that he knows you survived his clutches. Jiang Dalong expressed his concerns. This Wang Magistrate is ruthless, having accepted their family's money, yet deliberately lying in wait outside the city, intending to extinguish their family line and plunder all their wealth. The targets are surely not limited to just the Jiang family. Other wealthy merchants within the city may have suffered similarly at the hands of Wang Magistrate. Thus, for both emotional and rational reasons, Wang Magistrate would not wish for Jiang Dao to survive. Otherwise, if word reached other wealthy merchants, it would inevitably spark chaos. Father, do not worry, Jiang Dao replied with a cold smile. It is uncertain who will silence whom. I refuse to believe he is more formidable than Changbai Daoist. I will confront him tonight and ensure he grants us passage out of the city. Young master, I shall accompany you, Peng Lin insisted. No need, I can go alone. Peng Shi, you remain here to watch over my father, Jiang Dao declared. Then the young master should take care. Peng Lin's expression shifted. Jiang Dao nodded, procuring a new knife from home and donning a set of dark clothing before setting off towards the Hangzhou County office under the cover of night. In the stillness of night, the clouds obscured the moon. The entirety of Hangzhou City appeared suffused with an ominous atmosphere. Previously, the city would have vibrant night markets, with various entertainment venues and courtesans lingering, never sleeping through the night. However, since the emergence of the evil spirit incident, Hangzhou City had become desolate and silent. Not to mention at night. Even at dusk, no one could be seen on the streets. As he passed a section of the inner city river, Jiang Dao suddenly halted, hearing the sound of the flowing water. He abruptly turned, gazing at the river with a look of suspicion. A pungent stench wafted from the riverbank, as if some animal had decayed, saturating the air with its foul odor. Vaguely, he could see a strange dark figure emerging from the water, swaying unsteadily, wearing a sinister grin as it approached the riverbank. Jiang Dao's heart raced. He hurriedly departed, vanishing from the scene in an instant. An evil spirit. Yet another new evil spirit. Indeed, Hangzhou City has attracted numerous malevolent entities. In the county office area, a formidable contingent of soldiers stood guard. Torches illuminated the surroundings, casting a bright glow. Among the crowd were several martial arts experts, their towering figures and steady breaths giving them an imposing presence. However, Jiang Dao paid little heed to these individuals, effortlessly discerning their ranks with a mere glance. With a powerful leap, he vaulted from the courtyard of the county office into the interior, drawing no attention whatsoever. The entire interior of the county office was also heavily guarded by skilled fighters. Jiang Dao navigated through the layers of sentinels, searching intently. Suddenly, he spotted a young attendant holding a lantern, passing through the corridor. With a swift motion, Jiang Dao clamped his hand over the attendant's mouth, dragging him into a nearby shadow, though not utter a sound. If you dare to scream, I shall silence you permanently. Jiang Dao's tone was frigid. The young attendant trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror, nodding fervently. Where is County Magistrate Wang? Jiang Dao inquired, gradually releasing his grip on the attendant's mouth. I in the study, just cross the courtyard ahead. Wherever there is light, that is where he is, the attendant replied. Quaking with fright, Jiang Dao tightened his grip on the attendant's neck with a sudden force, rendering him unconscious before concealing his body within a nearby rockery. Jiang Dao promptly made his way toward the courtyard ahead. Upon traversing the courtyard, he soon discovered a brightly lit room. However, outside the room stood 4 guards, each armed with a sword, vigilant and ready for any threat. Their defenses are formidable, Jiang Dao mused, furrowing his brow. Initially intent on charging in, he now resolved to eliminate the guards first. In a flash, he darted forward like a terrifying shadow, lunging into the courtyard. Who goes there? One of the guards reacted swiftly, shouting in alarm, bang, 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 in rapid succession, for muffled thuds echoed as all 4 guards were struck at their vital points, falling lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Dao swiftly entered the room, revealing himself within. Inside, County Magistrate Wang was counting silver notes, secretly reveling in his fortune. Suddenly, the candle flames flickered, a gust of wind swept through, and before he could react, a menacing figure appeared before him, startling him profoundly. Who are you? Speak, and I shall end you. Jiang Dao's gaze was icy. Chapter 14. Departing under cover of night, County Magistrate Wang's face paled with fear and anger as he stared at Jiang Dao. You are Jiang Dao of the Jiang family. Do you dare to invade the county office at night and slay my guards? Have you a death wish? Jiang Dao smirked derisively. You still presume to uphold your authority? I could crush you as easily as one squashes an ant. Do you believe me? Wang shivered, trembling. What do you want? His mind raced back to the events of the day, recalling how he had ordered the ambush of Jiang's brothers. Was Jiang Dao here for revenge? Release my Jiang family from the city, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will crush you here and now. Jiang Dao's tone was chilling as he nonchalantly took a seat upon a nearby chair. Release you from the city? Wang's eyes widened. This matter is beyond my control. The higher authorities have decreed that no one is to leave the city. But you previously allowed so many others to escape, Jiang Dao replied with a cold smirk. Now, I am offering you a chance. If you refuse, I shall end your life, for staying in Hangzhou City means certain doom. I will find a way. Wang's expression shifted. If you wish to leave, it must be at night. During the day, you risked being seen, and I could not explain that to my superiors. You could leave quietly by day if you were few in number, but with a larger group, it must be at night. Very well, we shall depart tonight. Jiang Dao's tone remained unyielding. Hangzhou City grows increasingly chaotic. The longer we linger, the greater the peril. If we can leave now, we must. I shall prepare your travel documents immediately. Wang, trembling, hastily produced the necessary papers, his brush flying across the parchment. Wang, I have heard rumors of your collusion with the Malevolent Spirit Organization. Tell me, which factions are involved, and where has that sacred artifact appeared? Jiang Dao suddenly inquired. Wang trembled, nearly dropping his brush. How do you know this? Answer my question. Jiang Dao's voice was as frigid as ice. Yes, I am merely following orders. I dare not disobey the commands from above. To date, I am aware of only two factions, one called the Ling Tong Palace and the other the Corpse Dao sect. The higher-ups instructed us only to seal the city and do nothing else, claiming that calm would return in due time. However, I know nothing of that sacred artifact. Corpse Dao sect, Jiang Dao muttered, his brow furrowing as he recalled the peculiar malevolent spirit he had encountered earlier. Could that have been a spirit from the Corpse Dao sect? Has your court sent no one to investigate? No, Wang replied with a wry smile. Even the court feels powerless against such unknown forces. So you allow them to wreak havoc upon Hangzhou City? Jiang Dao's tone dripped with sarcasm. Wang, drenched in cold sweat, dared not speak further. Soon, the travel documents were completed, and he presented them to Jiang Dao with trembling hands. Jiang Dao scrutinized the document carefully, ensuring its authenticity, then fixed his gaze upon Wang, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes as he raised his hand. With a resounding crash, Wang was hurled against the wall, his body crumpling into a lifeless heap. Jiang Dao understood that Wang could not be allowed to survive. With such a ruthless demeanor, it was easy to imagine that as soon as he departed, a military assault would ensue. Thus, the only solution was to eliminate him. Jiang Dao collected all the silver notes and ingots from Wang's desk, scaling the walls under the cover of night, hastening his return home. Half an hour later, Jiang Dao, burdened with a large bundle of silver notes, arrived at the Jiang residence. Father, were there any issues earlier? No, Daoer. What is the situation? Jiang Dalong inquired. I procured the travel documents. We must leave immediately, Jiang Dao declared. Leave now? Jiang Dalong replied, astonished. But we have yet to pack. Forget the belongings. We shall acquire more in Fengzhou. The presence of malevolent spirits in Hangzhou is escalating. Every moment we remain here increases our peril. Jiang Dao insisted. Very well, I shall notify everyone at once. Jiang Dalong nodded vigorously. He promptly summoned Peng Lin and Fang Biao, instructing them to gather all the concubines and daughters, along with the household servants. In the dead of night, upon hearing they were to leave at once, the concubines were taken aback, hurriedly packing their belongings. Jiang Dalong, exasperated, shouted, Stop packing. Just throw everything away. Only take gold, silver, and essentials. But what of all our possessions? Second concubine Lu Hongyan exclaimed in shock. Leave it all behind, Jiang Dalong roared. The concubines trembled in fear, hastily collecting only valuables. The servants scrambled to harness the carts and lead the horses. Some even stuffed fine silks and blankets into the carts, all of which were of the highest quality, worth thousands of taels of silver, along with valuable furs. Throw it all away. Just take gold, silver, essentials, food, and water. Hurry, move swiftly, Jiang Daolong bellowed. Suddenly, he realized something, his expression changing dramatically. Dower, the weapon you intended to forge has yet to be completed. Forget about it for now. We will find someone to forge it anew once we reach Fengzhou. Jiang Dao spoke with a heavy heart. After all, he had just procured at least 1,000,000 taels of silver from the county office. Once they reached Fengzhou, there would be nothing that could not be bought. Although the silks, furs, and porcelain were rather expensive, they paled in comparison to the several million taels of silver he possessed, and thus were easily forsaken. Moreover, having slain the venerable Changbai Taoist, he had also acquired hundreds of thousands of taels from that source. After a thorough preparation that lasted over an hour, everyone was finally ready. Jiang Dao mounted his steed, leading the way as they galloped towards the outskirts of the city. Flanking the convoy were skilled guards such as Pang Lin, Fang Biao, and Wang Xing. The entire Jiang family, comprising over 200 souls, set off under the cover of night. The night breeze howled through the streets, swirling debris in the air, while a faint, putrid odor pervaded the atmosphere. All the servants felt their hearts race, their hair standing on end, as terror gripped them. It was well known that night was the most opportune time for encountering malevolent spirits, and their nocturnal departure heightened the dangers they faced exponentially. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that traveling by day would present even greater challenges. For by daylight, should they depart, others would inevitably follow suit, leading to chaos within the city and the inevitable might of military suppression. As the convoy advanced, the surroundings grew increasingly dim, and the foul stench intensified. Suddenly, a series of hoarse and eerie laughter echoed from a nearby alleyway. The sound, akin to croaking frogs, sent chills down everyone's spine. Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed, scanning the alley. There, amidst the shadows, stood a malevolent spirit, exuding a nauseating stench, its eyes glimmering a ghastly green, emitting that sinister laughter. Jiang Dao's heart sank. Ignore it and keep moving. He tightened the reins, halting his steed and fixing his gaze on the malevolent entity, preparing to hold the rear. The Jiang family convoy sped past him, all trembling with fear. Only Jiang Dao remained poised, ready on horseback, his hand firmly gripping the steel blade at his waist. Chapter 15. A second confrontation with the malevolent spirit. One by one, the Jiang family servants dashed past Jiang Dao, each trembling in terror. At last, everyone had successfully passed. Just as Jiang Dao was about to rein in his horse and rejoin the others, the sinister spirit sprang into action, moving with blinding speed, transforming into a shadow that lunged at one of the servants. Ah! The servant screamed in agony, knocked to the ground, bloodied and devastated. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. Jiang Dao's eyes widened, and he bellowed, "Everyone, remain calm." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his long blade, fury igniting within him. With a powerful leap, he seemed to grow in stature, charging fiercely towards the stinking spirit. Die-a-boom. The demonic staff technique. Kill. The long blade swept through the air, revealing a layer of ominous dark light, swirling with malevolent energy as it struck the spirit with ferocity. The spirit emitted a piercing shriek, its visage drenched in blood. Raising its hand to claw at Jiang Dao's blade, bang! With a thunderous impact, Jiang Dao's full force strike collided with the spirit's arm, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that warped the air around them. The spirit let out a wail, green pus bursting forth from its skin, a horrific stench filling the air. Jiang Dao swiftly followed up with a kick that slammed into the spirit's chest, sending it hurtling backward. With eyes ablaze with fury, Jiang Dao swung his steel blade, pursuing relentlessly, each strike a devastating blow. The blood shadow blade technique, boom, boom. Each slash was imbued with unfathomable power, conjuring a series of terrifying blood shadows. As if the blade itself were soaked in blood, a shocking crimson hue. Fang Biao, who had taught him this technique, stared in disbelief. Could this truly be the Blood Shadow Blade technique? It was impossible. How could Jiang Dao have reached such a level after only a short time? The rapid succession of strikes was awe-inspiring, each blow delivering maximum force. The spirit screamed continuously, unable to muster any response. Suddenly, with a crack, Jiang Dao's long blade struck the spirit once more, shattering it into numerous shards that flew like daggers. His hand went numb from the impact, yet he pressed on, discarding the hilt of his blade. Unleashing a pair of palms imbued with fearsome power, striking towards the spirit's chest, boom. The terrifying force of his palms connected with the spirit, which let out a ghastly wail, crashing into the distance. Its form sizzling and dissolving into a pile of white powder. Panting heavily, Jiang Dao felt his blood surge, his upper garments shredded by the force of the wind. Wisps of smoke curled from his skin, radiating heat that exuded an unmistakable primal essence. His body swelled once more, muscles bulging, veins prominent, infused with an indescribable power, his hands and arms robust beyond measure. Though the battle had seemed straightforward, each of Jiang Dao's strikes had concentrated his strength to its utmost, resulting in unimaginable devastation. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened as he approached the pile of white powder left by the spirit, bending down to scoop a handful, examining it closely before revealing his panel. Soon, his eyes sparkled with realization. Just as he had surmised, the essence from the spirit could alter his panel once more. To his astonishment, the 5 techniques listed on his panel had become modifiable once again. Demonic Staff Technique, modifiable after 120 years. Blood Shadow Blade Technique, modifiable after 120 years. Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt, modifiable after 60 years. Wind Chasing Blade, modifiable after 60 years. Poison Sandpalm, modifiable after 60 years. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Dao. With this knowledge, he could now specialize in hunting malevolent spirits and modifying his techniques. He scrutinized the 5 techniques, noting that both the Demonic Staff Technique and the Blood Shadow Blade Technique had already been enhanced once. Among the remaining techniques, the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt held the greatest potential for fortifying his defenses, while the Poison Sandpalm was also promising, as even a mastery of 60 years could annihilate a spirit. Should he enhance it to 120 years, it would be even more formidable. With this in mind, Jiang Dao promptly upgraded both the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt and the Poison Sandpalm to the level of 120 years. In an instant, a flood of unprecedented information filled his mind. Simultaneously, his body underwent an imperceptible transformation. Notably, mastering the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt at the 120-year mark rendered his flesh and skin remarkably resilient. Previously, he could shatter steel with his grip. Now, even if a steel blade were plunged into him, it would likely inflict no harm whatsoever. His attributes shifted once more. Strength, 2.5 speed, 2.1 spirit, 1. 2. However, these 5 martial arts were ultimately mere external techniques, and not particularly renowned even among external arts. Even if they were enhanced to a millennium, they would likely still pale in comparison to internal cultivation. Jiang Dao pondered, if only he could acquire an internal technique, the enhancement to his power would be even more substantial. Alas, internal techniques were elusive, at least within the entirety of Hangzhou City, they were unattainable. Jiang Dao casually discarded the powder in his hand, his inflated muscles quickly returning to their normal state, all veins retracting as he made his way back to the convoy, soon remounting his steed. His spirit remained at 1.2, but what did that truly signify? Jiang Dao mused, filled with many uncertainties. In any case, there were many aspects of this panel yet to be thoroughly explored. Dao, are you all right? Is everything fine? Up ahead, Jiang Dalong had dismounted from the carriage. A look of concern etched on his face as he hurried towards him. I'm fine, father. Let us keep moving. Without pause, Jiang Dao replied. Good, as long as you're unharmed. Jiang Dalong nodded repeatedly and hastily climbed back into the carriage. The family continued their journey toward the city gate. However, the further they advanced, the darker it became. The streets were filled with howling winds that pierced the ears with an eerie wail. Jiang Dao walked ahead, clutching a new steel blade tightly in his hand, fully focused. Suddenly, he spotted a strange malevolent spirit not far away. It resembled a scholar, standing ominously in an alley, its half-exposed figure shrouded in darkness and eeriness, a sinister smile curling on its lips, with pitch-black eyes fixed intently upon them. Jiang Dao's heart tightened. This was bad. These malevolent spirits had set their sights on them. At this rate, even if they reached the city gate, the Jiang family would suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, if they attracted the attention of those greater malevolent spirits, the death toll could be even higher. Young master, malevolent spirits, more malevolent spirits, Pang Lin's expression shifted. We cannot proceed like this. There are still at least 10 miles to the city gate, and even if we make it there, we will be besieged. Jiang Dao's face turned ashen as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Chapter 16. A return. Once more Jiang Dao realized that the recent battle must have drawn all the hidden malevolent spirits lurking in the darkness. Had it not been for the skirmish, these spirits might not have fixated on them. Even if they had, there wouldn't be so many. However, due to the preceding turmoil, their retreat plan had to be altered. We must turn back. We will leave at dawn. Jiang Dao spoke in a somber tone, and no matter how difficult it may be tomorrow, he was determined to take his family away. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face death. Turn back? Pang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, we have no choice but to retreat. Jiang Dao replied with reluctance. Very well. Pang Lin nodded and began to summon the others to retreat towards the Jiang residence. Everyone trembled in fear. Upon receiving the command, they dared not delay and immediately turned back toward the Jiang estate. What happened? Why are we suddenly leaving again? Is the way ahead blocked? Third Lady Qian Ruchuan asked anxiously. Do not ask too much. Dao must have other arrangements, Jiang Dalong replied. The group of concubines shivered, huddling close to Jiang Dalong. The procession swiftly turned around. Jiang Dao, mounted on a tall horse, remained vigilant at the rear. His gaze locked onto the malevolent spirit in the alley. Fortunately, the spirit only watched them from a distance, grinning. Without charging forward, it wasn't until everyone had passed by that Jiang Dao let out a quiet sigh of relief and slowly retreated. Soon, they completely left the malevolent spirit's line of sight, and the family hastened their pace toward the Jiang residence. Half an hour later, they re-entered the Jiang estate. Master, young master, look quickly. Suddenly, a servant shouted in horror. Jiang Dalong stepped out of the carriage, initially intending to reprimand the servant. But upon seeing the scene before him, his expression turned to one of shock. How could this happen? Who wrote this? Jiang Dao furrowed his brow as he hurriedly approached from behind. Upon reaching the entrance, his gaze darkened as he noticed the scene ahead. The white lanterns that had once hung at the entrance were now inscribed with ominous red characters. Death at a glance. The characters glowed eerily in the lantern's light, chilling the soul. The night wind blew, casting a pall of dread over the courtyard, transforming it into a realm akin to an open underworld. Dao, could this also be the work of malevolent spirits? Jiang Dalong exclaimed in horror. Take down all the lanterns, Jiang Dao commanded grimly. Quickly, remove every lantern, Jiang Dalong hastily ordered. The servants trembled in fear, too terrified to move. They wanted nothing more than to distance themselves from such eerie happenings. Despite Jiang Dalong's repeated shouts of anger, no one dared to step forward. All were pale-faced and filled with dread. You useless fools, whoever removes the lanterns will be rewarded 50 taels of silver. Jiang Dalong bellowed. Yet, even so, the servants remained paralyzed by fear, none daring to take the risk. Jiang Dao snorted coldly and suddenly struck the horse's flank, charging forward. His long knife was drawn in an instant, glimmering with a sheen of blood as it swept through the air, shattering 2 lanterns with a flourish. Crash! The lanterns exploded, flames erupting in all directions. Jiang Dao landed firmly on the ground. Remove the lanterns immediately. It is merely a trivial task, posing no danger, Jiang Dao stated icily. Witnessing the young master take action without harm, the servants gradually regained their courage, and spurred by the prospect of reward, several individuals dashed forward to risk removing the remaining lanterns. Jiang Dao's eyes were sharp as he scanned the surroundings of the Jiang estate's entrance, ensuring no malevolent spirits lurked nearby before sheathing his steel blade and stepping into the interior of the estate. As lantern after lantern was removed, the Jiang estate grew increasingly dim. Fortunately, Pang Lin quickly organized people to raise torches and place them around. Jiang Dalong also rallied the remaining individuals toward the courtyard. No one is to return to their rooms tonight. Everyone stay in the courtyard and endure until morning, Jiang Dalong instructed. The servants nodded in unison, hastily unloading supplies from the carriage. Some prepared pots. Others boiled water, while others hurried to lay out beds for the master, mistress, and young ladies. Piles of bonfires were soon ignited. The dim courtyard of the Jiang estate gradually filled with light, providing a measure of warmth. Jiang Dao patrolled the front yard, finding no abnormalities before making his way toward Jiang Dalong. He did not intend to inspect the back courtyard. The vast expanse of the Jiang estate posed the risk of danger if he ventured too far from the front. It was wiser to endure the night and investigate at dawn. Anxiety permeated the air. A flurry of servants busied themselves, attending to the master, mistress, and young ladies as they settled down, crowding around one another for comfort. "Young master, have some hot tea." Peng Lin brought a freshly brewed cup of tea to Jiang Dao. "Thank you, Peng Sure." Jiang Dao accepted the cup with a slight nod. He set the teacup aside, showing no intention of drinking, lost in heavy thoughts. The other members of the Jiang family mirrored his sentiment, filled with unease and tension. Thus, the night passed slowly. For almost everyone, the hours felt like years. Finally, the crowing of roosters heralded the dawn. The dim sky gradually brightened, a streak of pale light appearing in the east, followed by the radiant sun, bathing the world in light, as if a new day was about to dawn. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone, a feeling of liberation washing over them. "It's over. It's over." Jiang Dalong gently reassured the trembling concubines beside him, suddenly rising to approach Jiang Dao. "Dao, what shall we do next? Should we continue to leave?" "Leave. We must depart after breakfast," Jiang Dao replied solemnly. "But if we leave, other wealthy merchants and commoners will surely follow suit. What if the court reacts with force?" Jiang Dalong voiced his concerns. "Even if they do respond with force, we must still depart. If the court offers us no path to survival, we shall drag them down with us. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be met with death." Jiang Dao spoke coldly. He had now mastered the martial arts to a formidable level, achieving a realm akin to that of a century in the future. Although these were merely external techniques, of little renown, reaching such mastery was nothing short of terrifying. Not to mention, no ordinary army could hope to stop him. Should he go on a rampage to escape, the authorities would undoubtedly pay a price. Jiang Dalong felt a wave of anxiety but nodded repeatedly. The very foundation of the household seemed to have inadvertently shifted onto Jiang Dao's shoulders. "Master, young master, something has happened. Look quickly." Suddenly, a servant rushed in from outside. Panic etched across their face. "What is it?" Peng Lin rushed forward, demanding answers. "Outside, someone has left a message," the servant exclaimed in horror. "What?" Jiang Dalong's face paled as he hurried outside. Jiang Dao was the first to burst through the door, his pupils narrowing. Before him lay the open expanse outside the gate, where the stone-paved ground bore a streak of deep crimson blood, thick and substantial, stretching over 10 meters long, barring their exit, beside the bloodline. A line of scarlet characters ominously proclaimed, "Those who cross this bloodline shall die. Seek death." A murderous intent surged within Jiang Dao. Chapter 17. The eerie youth who dares to leave such a message at our doorstep? Jiang Dao's heart seethed with fury. Yet, Peng Lin suddenly appeared aghast, stating, "Young master, we did not sleep a wink last night. This cannot possibly be the work of a human. There are no such experts in Hangzhou. Even the most skilled martial artist would make noise writing such characters, yet we heard nothing unusual. This is not human." "What?" The faces of the family attendants turned ashen, trembling in fear. "Malevolent spirits, more malevolent spirits. I refuse to stay in the Jiang estate any longer. Whoever wants to remain here can. I will not serve." Suddenly, a servant let out a terrified scream and hurriedly fled into the distance. The other servants, engulfed in panic, began to scramble for valuables in a frantic attempt to escape. However, Jiang Dao reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping into action as he unsheathed his long blade, which gleamed with a blinding light. With a swift thrust, he sent the blade soaring over the head of the fleeing servant, instantly splattering blood as the severed head flew away. Thud. The head rolled upon the ground, and the servant's eyes widened in disbelief. Seemingly unaware that he had met his demise, witnessing this horrific sight, the remaining servants were paralyzed with fear, their screams echoing in the air. "Those who dare to incite chaos shall perish," Jiang Dao bellowed. His aura radiating a palpable menace, his grip tightening around the steel knife as his gaze pierced through the hearts of every onlooker. In that fleeting moment, all the servants and guards were rendered motionless by Jiang Dao's overwhelming presence. Their hearts pounding with terror. What malevolent spirit could this be? I refuse to believe it is a malevolent spirit. If it were, let it come forth and confront me. I just vanquished 2 such entities last night. There cannot be so many. They are but charlatans, nothing to fear. Jiang Dao roared like thunder. The force of his voice left everyone with ringing ears and dazed minds. At this juncture, Jiang Dao knew he had to stabilize the crowd. He could not allow them to flee. If they did, the Jiang family would be doomed. Thus, even if he had to assertively compel them, he had to ensure they all remained. Pang Lin's expression shifted as he quickly grasped Jiang Dao's intentions. Nodding fervently as he spoke, Indeed, I have misjudged. This cannot possibly be a malevolent spirit. It must be human. Perhaps we were simply too fatigued last night and let our guard down, allowing someone to approach us. Everyone, to prove my words, I shall step beyond the red line to see if anyone dares to attack me," Jiang Dao declared coldly, gripping his steel knife as he strode toward the doorway. "Be cautious, Dower," Jiang Dalong interjected urgently. Jiang Dao understood the underlying message. He was deliberately trying to maintain control over the crowd. "Fear not, father, I shall," Jiang Dao replied, nodding back. He had honed his iron cloth technique for over 120 years. His skin as tough as leather, his sinews unyielding. He was confident no malevolent spirit could slay him in an instant. If such a being were truly that powerful, it would have attacked directly last night rather than resorting to such theatrics. Furthermore, he had never heard of malevolent spirits possessing the ability to write. Thus, the markings were not left by a spirit, but rather by the Ling Tong Palace or another organization manipulating malevolent entities. Aiming to sow discord among them, Jiang Dao tightened his grip on the steel knife, his imposing figure striding forward. All eyes were fixed upon him. Only when Jiang Dao had completely stepped beyond the red line and taken an additional 10 strides without any incident did the crowd finally exhale in relief. Such theatrics! Jiang Dao's gaze was cold as he regarded the red line and the bloodstains. Suddenly, he stomped his foot with a resounding crash, striking a slab of bluestone, then forcefully dragged his foot downward. Crack! His foot sank into the ground as though a mighty plow had ripped through the earth, sending shards flying and a fierce wind howling, erasing all traces of the red inscriptions. This singular act once again astonished the crowd, especially Pang Lin, Fang Biao, and Wang Xing, all of whom were left in awe. Such prowess was simply unfathomable. Even after 100 years of martial training, one could not possibly achieve this. It was as if he were not flesh and blood. "Father, Pang Shi, all is well now," Jiang Dao reassured as he turned back. "Good. As long as all is well." "It is well," Jiang Dalong replied hastily. "Dower, you have not slept all night. Rest at home today. This afternoon? We shall consider our options for departure. I am not weary yet. You all may have breakfast first. I wish to survey the city." Jiang Dao shook his head. The inscriptions on the ground reminded him of many things. From the death lanterns of last night to the blood-red markings of today, all indicated that a force was watching the Jiang family. Among the malevolent spirits that had previously targeted the Jiang family, there were only 2. One was that Ling Tong. The other was the malevolent entity encountered last night. Thus, Jiang Dao resolved to remain in the city a while longer to gather information, ensuring their safety before departing. The streets were desolate. In days past, countless vendors would emerge early to peddle their wares: stir-fried rice noodles, sweet glutinous rice rolls, buns, and dumplings. But now the entire city of Hangzhou was shrouded in an eerie silence, with pedestrians scarcely visible even in daylight. Occasionally, a few hurried figures could be seen, hastily departing. Most people remained ensconced in their homes, anxiously peering outside, filled with trepidation. After wandering the streets for half an hour, Jiang Dao finally arrived at the city gate area. There, at the southern gate, a throng of wealthy merchants clamored, desperately seeking to leave. Yet heavily armed guards manned the battlements, refusing passage to anyone. These merchants had bribed County Magistrate Wang the previous night, who had promised them a few slots to exit the city. Unfortunately, with Wang now dead at Jiang Dao's hands, the reins of power within the city had shifted to others, and no one is permitted to leave. The magistrate is dead. I dictate the fates of Hangzhou. Without a decree from the court, who dares to exit the city? Those who attempt to do so shall be executed on the spot. I care not for any prior agreements with Magistrate Wang. No one is permitted to depart. A brawny general, his eyes blazing like a tiger's, declared, General Gongsun, for the sake of our years of friendship, please allow the Liu family to take a single heir. General Gongsun, have mercy. We only request the opening of a side gate to let a few descendants through. We beseech you, General Gongsun, please show leniency. Many pleaded desperately, enough. I have spoken. No one is allowed to leave. Anyone who dares to utter another word shall be apprehended immediately. The general barked. From atop the city wall, a mysterious young man clad entirely in black descended. His long black hair cascading down, his dark eyes glinting ominously. Even his nails were black, exuding an aura of chilling darkness. As he stepped down, he instantly captivated the attention of all present. Upon gazing at this enigmatic figure, an involuntary shiver ran down the spines of the onlookers, an inexplicable dread settling in their hearts, as if confronted by a walking corpse. A faint stench of decay wafted from him. Who wishes to leave? The eerie young man inquired calmly, his hand brushing against the wall beside him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The wall began to darken rapidly, rotting away, leaving behind a grotesque black handprint. White mold soon sprouted from the palm, as if it had endured countless years, and the surface of the wall began to crumble. The group of merchants stood transfixed by the macabre scene. Furthermore, the young man's pitch-black eyes, devoid of any white, swept across the crowd, leaving them feeling icy, as if gripped by an unseen hand. Trembling, they hastily scattered, no longer daring to demand their freedom. Jiang Dao felt a chill run through him. What a terrifying young man. Is he truly human? Even with his current martial prowess, he sensed that this being might as well be a corpse. Chapter 18. The fusion of blade techniques, strength amplified as the wealthy merchants dispersed. The eerie young man's lips curled into a sinister smile. Suddenly, his neck twisted in an unbelievable manner, reminiscent of a serpent, his dark, ominous gaze fixating on Jiang Dao. Are you of the Jiang family? Jiang Dao felt an involuntary shiver as their eyes met, his hair standing on end as if a ferocious beast had suddenly locked its gaze upon him. His body instinctively reacted, every muscle tensing. His fingers clenched the hilt of his knife, his voice low. Yes, who are you? The Jiang family? Humph, without my permission. No one is allowed to leave. The eerie young man chuckled, a wave of dread washed over Jiang Dao. But has the Jiang family wronged you? Indeed. Last night you killed one of my malevolent spirits. The eerie young man replied coolly. Jiang Dao's pupils constricted. That rotting malevolent spirit was under this young man's control? He quickly turned to flee, hurrying to leave the area, his heart in turmoil, his fingers nearly crushing the steel knife in his grip. This is troublesome. The very scenario I feared has indeed come to pass. The malevolent spirit I killed has a master. The eerie young man watched Jiang Dao's retreating figure, his neck swaying unnaturally, exuding a faint stench of decay and darkness. A sinister smile etched across his face. My lord, since he has offended you, why allow him to escape? General Gongsun asked anxiously. The eerie young man cast a fleeting glance at General Gongsun, his voice dripping with intrigue. Do you not find it delightful to lead a person into despair before slowly extinguishing their life? General Gongsun shuddered at the implication, a classic game of cat and mouse. Yet he never anticipated that the Jiang family's eldest son, Jiang Dao, would be so formidable as to slay a malevolent spirit. Could he himself have become one of those strange entities? Jiang Dao made his way back home, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. Jiang Daolong rushed to meet him, and upon seeing his son's expression, his heart sank. Dower, has something happened again? No, father, there is no need for concern. Jiang Dao shook his head, feeling a sense of heaviness. He suggested, let us not rush to depart today. We shall linger in the city for another 2 days before making any decisions. He was reluctant to reveal the truth, fearing it might incite panic once more. At present, it was evident that Jiang Dao had become the cornerstone of his family. Any information he divulged could potentially cause chaos. Thus, he must exercise restraint. However, Jiang Daolong, with his keen perception, immediately sensed the weight of Jiang Dao's concerns, prompting him to feel a renewed sense of unease. He hesitated slightly before stating, tomorrow, I intend to summon all the wealthy merchants, gentry, and esteemed individuals in the city to gather at our residence to discuss strategies. Should the authorities insist on sealing the city, we shall unite and break free. If need be, we shall rebel together. For surely the officials cannot withstand the might of so many families. He was prepared to risk everything, no matter the cost, to escape Hangzhou. Jiang Dao felt a heavy burden in his heart and nodded gently, leaving everything to his father's arrangements. Only he understood the futility of such actions, for the youth atop the city wall was clearly no ordinary person. With the support of them, gathering more people would likely be of little consequence. Yet, doing something was better than inaction. Jiang Dao bid farewell to Jiang Daolong and sought out Peng Lin once more. Master Peng, I wish to seek additional manuals. Might there be any auctions in the city? Could you keep an eye out for me? Jiang Dao inquired. You seek other manuals, young master? Very well, but given the recent turmoil in the city, I fear these auctions may not be conducted at all. I shall personally visit a few this afternoon, Peng Lin replied. Thank you, Master Peng. Jiang Dao expressed his gratitude. He then returned to his quarters and reopened the panel. Currently, he had 4 martial arts practices that had reached the level of 120 years. With only the wind-chasing blade remaining at 60 years, gazing at the wind-chasing blade, he hesitated slightly, lost in thought. He wondered if it were possible to merge the wind-chasing blade with the blood shadow blade technique. Though these two techniques were originally unrelated, having trained one for 120 years and the other for 60, his comprehension of both had reached an extraordinary level, making fusion a plausible endeavor. The essence of the wind-chasing blade was encapsulated in a single word. Speed.it was as swift as the gale, as if chasing the wind. In contrast, the blood shadow blade's essence revolved around slaughter. With all 49 forms designed solely for the purpose of killing, Jiang Dao sat cross-legged on his bed, mentally rehearsing the fusion. The two blade techniques transformed into countless fragments of information, intertwining and merging within his mind. As he eliminated redundant and complex movements while retaining the essence and incorporating numerous innovative actions that would be impossible for an ordinary person. One must understand that even the creators of these two techniques could never have practiced them to the levels of 60 or 120 years. Yet, Jiang Dao had achieved it. Thus, standing on the shoulders of his predecessors, the fusion proceeded remarkably smoothly. After 2 hours had passed, Jiang Dao opened his eyes once more, a hint of fatigue flickering across his expression. A brand new blade technique took shape in his mind. Simultaneously, the inscriptions on the panel began to change. The two blade techniques gradually blurred, vanished, and fused into one, forming a new blade technique. Blood Shadow Chasing Soul Blade, entry level, is modifiable. Jiang Dao sighed in relief, a smile gracing his lips as he focused his thoughts and tapped the panel. The inscriptions behind the Blood Shadow Chasing Soul Blade began to transform rapidly. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, before long, it reached 60 years. A colossal surge of power erupted from every fiber of Jiang Dao's being, sweeping through him and extending to every corner of his body, filling every muscle with this immense strength. His comprehension of the blade technique elevated several levels in an instant. The Blood Shadow Chasing Soul Blade was modified to the 60-year mark. All the data on the panel underwent a transformation as well. Strength, 2.8 speed, 2.4 spirit. 1.3 Has my spirit increased? Suddenly, Jiang Dao noticed the subtle change on the panel. Previously, his spirit had been 1. 2. Now it had directly risen to 1.3, an increase of 0.1. Could the fusion of techniques also enhance one's spirit? He pondered. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the cultivation of the Blood Shadow Chasing Soul Blade to the 60-year level had significantly amplified his strength once more. He clenched his fingers into a fist and swept them out powerfully. Whoosh! The air emitted a piercing sound as if it were being torn apart, a fearsome display akin to a crimson shadow flashing past. A murderous aura surged forth. The fuse technique, whether in speed or killing intent, surpassed its predecessors by an immeasurable margin. This technique was undoubtedly on par with the Mad Demon Staff technique, and if he could continue to merge it with other blade techniques, he might just create an unprecedented blade technique of his own. Jiang Dao's gaze flickered with insight. He sensed a distinctly different path before him, by practicing and assimilating the techniques of various schools. He might one day rise to become a legendary blade saint. As evening approached, Pang Lin finally returned, his face alight with excitement, bearing news that stunned Jiang Dao. Young master, I have just visited several auction houses and discovered that within the Dragon City auction house, there exists a manual for internal cultivation, Pang Lin exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. What? An internal cultivation manual? Upon hearing this news, Jiang Dao could hardly believe his ears. Indeed, young master, although this manual is not of a high grade, it is a manual for health cultivation. Nonetheless, even so, it is exceedingly precious, and few dare to auction such manuals within the entire Dai Empire. Pang Lin continued, Is it merely a health cultivation manual? Jiang Dao felt a twinge of regret. Young master, even a health cultivation manual is quite rare. I have mentioned before that any internal cultivation manual is the lifeblood of a sect or a powerful faction. Only the sect leader or gang leader may access it. No one else is permitted. Should such a thing circulate in the martial world, regardless of its caliber, it would inevitably lead to countless deaths and an unending tide of bloodshed. Pang Lin remarked gravely. This health cultivation manual had been brought in for auction by a wandering martial artist, but unfortunately, due to the recent incident involving the evil spirits, the people of Hangzhou were in a state of panic, causing all auction houses to close temporarily. No one dared to participate in the bidding, which was why it had remained unsold until now. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, this manual would have been snatched up at an exorbitant price long ago. Jiang Dao pondered thoughtfully. The health cultivation manual. While it may seem merely health-related, it is still a form of manual. If he could modify it to the 60 or 120-year levels, it should yield remarkable results. What price are they asking for this manual? Jiang Dao inquired. Amidst the current chaos in the city, I have managed to negotiate the price down significantly to approximately 300,000 taels of silver. Pang Lin replied. That is still taking advantage of the evil spirit incident. Under normal circumstances, even for a health cultivation manual, one would have to shell out no less than 500,000 taels. Very well, take me there at once, Jiang Dao commanded. Young master, it is already late. Shall we not wait until tomorrow? Pang Lin's expression suddenly shifted. No, we must go now. Delay could bring unforeseen changes, Jiang Dao asserted. The evening was still young, and there was ample time before nightfall. As long as he acted swiftly, he could easily return home before dark. The two mounted swift horses and galloped towards the Dragon City auction house. In the desolate streets, with the setting sun casting long shadows, the foot traffic was sparse. The manager of the Dragon City auction house, Su Mingyuan, wore a frown, feeling as though the days had dragged on like years. They had gathered many rare goods from across the Dai Empire for this auction, initially believing it would be a lucrative opportunity to bolster the reputation of the Dragon City auction house and overshadow their competitors. However, unexpected chaos arose with the evil spirits, plunging the populace into fear. In just a few days, countless lives had been lost. Now, with the city gates sealed, the streets were nearly deserted. The scheduled auction date had long passed, and not a soul dared to approach. As he watched this batch of goods become a burden, Su Mingyuan's heart sank. He was uncertain if he would even survive until the next day. Just then, however, a glimmer of hope arrived. The leader of the Jiang family's guards, Pang Lin, had come to their auction house to purchase the health cultivation manual. Although the price had been reduced to 300,000, it was still a sale they could count on. Though it was far from the price they had hoped for, making a sale was a welcome relief. This item felt like a hot potato in their hands. Should it attract the wrong kind of attention, it would undoubtedly bring them trouble. Manager Su. Suddenly, a heavy voice boomed from outside, resonating like a thunderclap. Upon hearing the sound, Su Mingyuan dashed outside, only to be momentarily stunned. Two figures emerged in the courtyard. One was Pang Lin, the Jiang family's guard leader whom he had encountered earlier that day, and the other was an imposing figure, tall and robust, clad in a long black robe with a steel blade hanging at his waist. His hair was as dark as ink, and his gaze was sharp, glinting like lightning. What a formidable man, Su Mingyuan thought in astonishment. Was this Jiang Dao, the eldest son of the Jiang family? When did he become so imposing? Living in the city of Hangzhou and belonging to the same upper class, Su Mingyuan had naturally encountered Jiang Dao. However, the Jiang Dao he remembered was not so robust and masculine. No wonder he sought inner martial arts. This young master of the Jiang family appeared to be well-versed in martial arts. Is it that Zhang Gongzi wishes to peruse that inner cultivation manual now? Su Mingyuan smiled. Indeed, it is likely that Master Pang has already set the price. May I take a glance at the manual? To ascertain its authenticity, Jiang Dao spoke, and of course, you may take a look. Su Mingyuan nodded and promptly instructed a servant to retrieve the long-sealed health-preserving manual. Before long, a servant approached, delicately holding a Zeton wooden box with both hands. Jiang Dao casually accepted the box, gently opened it, and beheld an ancient-looking manual resting within. Health-preserving manual. The three bold characters caught his eye. Jiang Dao removed the manual and flipped through it, discovering that it contained numerous pages, each filled with text. He swiftly perused it from beginning to end, silently opening the panel, but soon furrowed his brow. No reaction? After reviewing it, the panel revealed no writing. Could this be a counterfeit manual? Or perhaps, inner cultivation methods differ from other martial arts. Other martial arts displayed on the panel only after he witnessed someone perform them. Could it be that this inner cultivation method would not manifest since he had not seen anyone else practice it? For a moment, Jiang Dao hesitated, unable to determine the authenticity of the manual. Master Su, from where did you acquire this manual? Has anyone verified its authenticity? Jiang Dao inquired. Rest assured, Zhang Gongzi, this manual was entrusted to us for sale by a wandering practitioner. When we received it, we specifically invited an expert from the central region of the Dai dynasty to thoroughly examine it, ensuring that this manual could indeed cultivate a sense of qi, though its specific efficacy remains unknown to us. Su Mingyuan chuckled. That will suffice. Jiang Dao nodded lightly, producing 300,000 taels and silver notes and handing them to Su Mingyuan. Hold on a moment, Zhang Gongzi. Su Mingyuan suddenly forced a smile. You are aware that this manual is unique in the entire southern region of Dai, and in our possession, it is practically worthless, yet in the hands of certain martial artists, it is worth a fortune. Thus, I hope Zhang Gongzi might reconsider the price. He chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Dao instantly grasped his implication, raising an eyebrow. A price increase? Master Su, your Longqing auction house has always operated with integrity. Why now do you resort to hiking prices? Pang Lin's tone was cold as he fixed his gaze on Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan's expression turned awkward, yet he remained silent, smiling at Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao closed the manual, turning to Su Mingyuan, calmly stating, Master Su, if you perceive me as an easy mark, I assure you that is unnecessary. While I may have practiced some martial arts, I do not particularly require this cultivation method. If you wish to raise the price, I fear you have mistaken your audience. As you yourself stated, this manual is worthless in your hands, and given the current chaos in Hangzhou, should I choose not to purchase it, no one else will come to buy it from you. Should you retain it, it may even attract peril to you. If you wish to keep it, then by all means. Su Mingyuan's expression shifted slightly. No, Zhang Gongzi, I was merely jesting. Truly, he quickly interjected. Frankly speaking, it is best to sell this manual as soon as possible. Otherwise, keeping it would be akin to holding a hot potato. Jiang Dao snorted coldly. Placing the 300,000 taels aside, picking up the health-preserving manual, and departing, Pang Lin, standing to the side, let out a cold chuckle, casting a lingering glance at Su Mingyuan before stepping away. Su Mingyuan sighed inwardly. He was well aware of the importance of operating with integrity, yet in these times of malevolence, whether one survives until tomorrow remains uncertain. Integrity for whom? Chapter 20. The health-preserving manual. For 60 years the night was shrouded in darkness. Oppressive and heavy in the silent blackness, strange sounds echoed. Whispers indistinguishable in the daylight, the cries of children, and the mournful wails of wildcats. sending chills down the spine. The vast Jiang residence, aside from a few valiant guards huddled together, protecting vital areas, saw all others confined to their quarters, too fearful to step outside. Within a chamber, Jiang Dao diligently practiced the health-preserving manual he had acquired. For a full 3 hours, it was nearing the third watch upon his return to the Jiang residence. At last, he sensed a sliver of qi emerging from the manual. Instantly, a line of small text appeared on his panel. Health-preserving manual, entry-level, modifiable. Jiang Dao exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Indeed, inner cultivation methods differ from external martial arts. One must cultivate a sense of qi for it to manifest on the panel. In contrast, external martial arts only required an explanation or demonstration to appear on the panel. Jiang Dao focused intensely on the panel, directing his thoughts toward the text at the rear of the health-preserving manual. Suddenly, the entire panel blurred, and the text began to change rapidly. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, all the way up to 60 years. In that moment, Jiang Dao distinctly felt a warm flow of energy emerging from his lower abdomen, coursing through specific meridians, and after completing a circuit, returning once more to his abdomen. This warm flow was not substantial, perhaps only the size of a headphone cable from his previous life. Yet with each circulation, it invigorated him, diminishing his fatigue and drowsiness. This is inner qi. Jiang Dao carefully sensed it, and soon a plethora of information flooded his mind, all insights derived from practicing the health-preserving manual for 60 years. In summary, this health-preserving manual is not a lethal inner art. Its primary benefits are twofold. First, it prolongs life, and second, it possesses certain healing properties in this world. The average lifespan of ordinary individuals is approximately 50 years, yet he could now expect to live to at least 100 years. Free from ailments. As for its healing properties, they are even easier to understand. Regardless of the injury type, as long as one cultivates the health-preserving manual, healing is expedited. It even provides a degree of immunity to toxins, rendering common poisons incapable of causing his demise. Beyond these two effects, this inner qi also enhances strength to a certain extent, albeit not as pronounced as with other inner arts. Nevertheless, Jiang Dao felt quite content. Having practiced the health-preserving manual for 60 years, it already boasted such benefits. If he were to practice it for 120 or 200 years, perhaps immunity to all poisons would not be a mere dream. Jiang Dao mused. The eerie young man he had encountered during the day had instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. Particularly the calm demeanor of the individual made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. This indicated that the other party had never regarded the Jiang family with any seriousness, perhaps viewing them as insignificant as ants, waiting to crush them after sufficient amusement. Moreover, with a mere sweep of his hand against the wall, the entire structure began to rot. What kind of power was that? His palms evidently harbored deadly toxins. The night was silent, like the shadow of a demon enveloping the world. The maid, Bu, stealthily rose from her bed, awakened by an urgent need to relieve herself. Yet upon stepping down, she gazed into the thick darkness outside, her face paling with fright. The young master is just next door. Surely there is no cause for alarm. She reassured herself. As a maid in the inner chamber, her bedroom was directly adjacent to Jiang Dao's, separated only by a screen. However, to maintain fresh air, they were forbidden from placing chamber pots in their rooms, thus necessitating a trip outside at night. With malevolent spirits now rampant and strange forces lurking around the Jiang residence, venturing outside felt considerably more perilous. Her heart raced, and she continuously reassured herself, donning a thin veil, quietly descending from her bed. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, Jiang Dao abruptly opened his eyes. Noticing Bu's movements, he immediately comprehended her intentions, furrowing his brow slightly, keeping a vigilant eye on her, lest malevolent spirits strike in his presence. Bu gently opened the door, and the night breeze rushed in, chilling her to the bone. Carrying an underlying stench of decay, it felt as though a pair of eerie eyes lurked in the dark corners. Watching her mockingly, she instinctively shivered, igniting a lantern and proceeding down the corridor. "May the young master protect me. May the young master protect me," the little maid murmured repeatedly. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed behind her. Without warning, Biu froze in place, her heart trembling with anxiety. "Young master, is that you?" The voice behind her fell silent, offering no response. Biu swallowed hard, gathering her courage, and slowly turned to glance behind her. To her shock, the space was empty, devoid of any figure. A surge of terror washed over her, causing her to sway unsteadily, nearly losing her balance. She kept reassuring herself, perhaps the wind had knocked something over. It couldn't possibly be a malevolent spirit. The young master was within. No matter what occurred, he would surely be aware. Biu continued forward, holding the lantern aloft. Yet that eerie footfall re-emerged behind her. It seemed that with each step she took, the ominous sound drew closer. Thud, thud, thud. The darkness thickened, and the footsteps quickened, instilling an overwhelming fear within Biu. Her tears welling up. The piercing screams reverberated through the darkness. Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the long blade by his bedside. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the door, his formidable frame exuding an aura of ferocity as he tore through the night wind, charging towards the source of the screams. Before him, the maid Biu was being dragged away by a grotesque shadow, darting swiftly into the depths of the darkness. The eerie figure reeked of decay, and as it glanced back, a pair of emerald green eyes met Jiang Dao's. Accompanied by a sinister grin, the young maid was already unconscious, her face ashen and motionless. "Impudent!" Jiang Dao bellowed, every muscle in his body tensing, his form swelling as veins bulged. His speed surged several times over, transforming him into a human beast, hurtling forward. Die! With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a blood shadow blade aimed directly at the shadowy figure. A wave of acrid blood filled the air, the force cleaving through the atmosphere with a terrifying might. Striking at the grotesque presence, the shadow instantly shielded the maid, a putrid, blackened hand emerging from behind her to strike at Jiang Dao. Yet, he did not even glance back. The crimson blade continued its relentless descent. With a sickening sound, the maid's head was cleaved in two, and before the decayed hand could reach him, Jiang Dao's blood shadow blade had already struck down behind her. With a crack, the illusion before him shattered, and the maid vanished. A foul, decaying figure was cleaved by Jiang Dao's blade, emitting a shrill, piercing wail of agony, its gaze filled with malice as it transformed into a gust of spectral wind. Hastily retreating, with a thunderous roar, Jiang Dao pursued, his long blade slicing through the air, each strike infused with unyielding power. Every slash claims a soul. The echo of his attacks resounded as the shadowy figure cried out in torment. Caught within the tempest of Jiang Dao's ferocious technique, repeatedly struck down. Chapter 21. The birth of a sacred relic. After dozens of strikes, the grotesque figure was finally obliterated by Jiang Dao's terrifying swordplay, dissolving into a cloud of white dust that fell to the ground. Jiang Dao finally came to a halt, his body radiating a fierce bloodlust, the blade in his hand now marred and pockmarked. The blood shadow blade has proven its might in battle. He swiftly glanced to the side, where he found Biu, her small face pale and unconscious, lying motionless in a corridor. Without hesitation, Jiang Dao rushed towards her. Lifting her effortlessly, however, upon contact, his expression shifted slightly. The young maid was chillingly cold, as if she were an eerie block of ice, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Has dark energy infiltrated her? At that moment, Peng Lin, Fang Biao, Wang Xing, and others were alerted, hastening towards the scene, accompanied by Jiang Dalong, who wore a look of alarm as he approached with a group of guards. Dower, could it be that another malevolent spirit has arrived? Jiang Dalong trembled. Jiang Dao grimly nodded, addressing the crowd. The malevolent spirit has been slain by my hand. All is well now. We shall find a doctor for Biu tomorrow. Very well. I shall send for a physician at dawn. Jiang Dalong eagerly agreed. Meanwhile, Peng Lin and the others were left in a state of shock. They pondered the extent of their young master's cultivation, having vanquished malevolent spirits with his own flesh and blood, an unfathomable feat. However, their anxiety grew regarding the turmoil in Hangzhou City. Was it truly as the old Taoist from Changbai had foretold, that thousands would perish before the city would find peace. It was evident that a formidable force had its sights set on the Jiang residence. Jiang Dao cast a glance at the battered blade in his hand, a heavy feeling settling in his heart as he discarded it. Ordinary weapons were no longer adequate to meet his needs. In another shadowy corner, two indistinct figures faced off. Point one was the peculiar youth Jiang Dao had encountered earlier. Draped in black robes, with black hair, black pupils, and even black lips stretching into a grin that reached behind his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Opposite him stood a girl, her face radiant with a smile, her exquisite features suggesting she was around 14 or 15 years old. Clad in a white short skirt that barely concealed her curves, she revealed long, slender legs. A gentle breeze stirred, hinting at the enchanting sight between her legs. Who would have thought even someone like you would come here? Aren't you afraid of encountering those from the Corpse Dao sect who might seek to capture you? The girl in white chuckled. You jest, my lady. If I am not human, then what are you? The peculiar youth replied with a grin. What do you intend to do? Do you also seek to seize such a sacred relic? The girl in white's expression grew serious as she inquired. Sacred relics are alluring, and no one can resist their temptation. However, I am acutely aware of my limitations. As a solitary figure, I cannot contend with the likes of the Spirit Child Palace or the Corpse Dao sect. Thus, rather than risk my life over a relic, I prefer to cherish the present. My goal is quite simple. It's you, my lady. I? The girl in white's eyes widened in surprise, then she burst into laughter. If young master is indeed interested in me, it would be my honor. If you can assist my Spirit Child Palace in acquiring the sacred relic, I would gladly offer myself. Her figure was graceful, her curves alluring as she approached the peculiar youth, one delicate hand caressing his shoulder, her smile enchanting as she circled him. The other hand stealthily moved towards his abdomen, cool to the touch, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. The youth's eyes gleamed with a wicked light, but he soon furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, he turned to peer into the distant darkness, his voice low and foreboding. Damnable ants, have they slain another of my malevolent spirits? What? Young Master's spirit has also been killed? The girl in white asked, surprised, smiling. How unfortunate. One of my Spirit Child Palace's spirits also perished. I had intended to finish it off tonight. Who was responsible? I would be willing to serve. The peculiar youth offered with a grin. The Jiang residence. How coincidental, just like my own spirit. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and an eerie red light erupted from the eastern part of the city. Both figures simultaneously lifted their heads, their pupils constricting. The sacred relic has emerged. In an instant, the two figures vanished from the scene. A deep rumbling resonated, shaking much of Hangzhou City. A blinding red light surged forth, accompanied by a rolling mist of blood, sweeping rapidly across the city. Countless individuals were abruptly awakened, their faces pale with terror as they gazed at the vibrant crimson glow outside, trembling as if hell itself had descended upon them. Within the Jiang residence, Jiang Dao rushed into the courtyard, his gaze upward in shocked eye. In the eastern region, a sinister red mist was rapidly expanding. Under this crimson haze, stars, the moon, and the world itself had all turned red. An unimaginable aura of dark energy enveloped everything, rendering people quaking with fear. Young master, what is happening? Pang Lin's face was filled with dread. Even he, despite his vast experience, was utterly stunned by this terrifying sight. The blood mist blankets the sky. It appears as though a sea of blood looms overhead, suffocating the very air itself. The sacred relic has emerged. Could it truly be the emergence of a sacred relic? Jiang Dao murmured. Dower, what is the matter? Jiang Daolong and his men hurried out. Father, something is amiss. Instruct everyone to stay indoors. Jiang Dao commanded forcefully. Understood. Jiang Daolong's expression shifted, and he quickly nodded, shouting, Everyone, retreat indoors immediately, quickly, all of you. Jiang Dao swiftly returned to his chamber, leaving the door ajar as he stood before it, gazing upwards. The blood mist surged ominously, carrying a palpable dread, when he lightly touched it with his palm. He felt a dampness, and upon bringing his fingers to his nose, he detected a bizarre, pungent odor. This revelation intensified his shock. Is this truly blood? How can this be possible? Time passed slowly. The sound of dripping water echoed in the room. Jiang Dao stood vigilant throughout the night, watching the mist from his doorway. As dawn approached, the sky began to lighten, yet the blood mist showed no signs of dissipating. Through the haze, the sun could be seen, albeit its rays had transformed into a dark red hue as they filtered through the mist. Daylight has arrived, Jiang Dao remarked solemnly. He peered into the courtyard, noticing the blood mist thickening, obscuring all visibility, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. Father, Peng Shi, I shall step outside to investigate, Jiang Dao suddenly declared. Young master, rest assured, I shall guard the home, Peng Lin responded amidst the crimson fog. Jiang Dao swiftly seized a new steel blade and sprinted towards the door. Inside Hangzhou City, a scene of scarlet unfolded. The sanguine mist swirled ominously, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible, with a pungent metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Jiang Dao made his way along the official road. Heading eastward, faintly, he discerned the sounds of weeping, as though many were engulfed in sorrow. Frowning, he quickened his pace and soon spotted numerous figures ahead, shouldering bundles, clad in mourning attire, weeping as they trudged towards the distance. Paper money lay scattered before the doorsteps of many homes. Some individuals, burdened with packages, knocked a few times on their doors, wiped away their tears, and hurried away. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. Had calamity befallen these people's homes? What were they intending to do? Step aside, make way. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves thundered from behind, as a multitude shouted, and carts emerged from the red mist, stirring a chilling breeze, laden with various goods. Many were even knocked down by the rushing carts. Jiang Dao swiftly retreated, casting his gaze towards the convoy. Launching auction house? He instantly recognized the flag of the convoy and called out, Master Su. What is your intention? Su Mingyuan, inside one of the carts, heard the voice and quickly poked his head out from behind the curtain. Recognizing Jiang Dao, he exclaimed, Young Master Jiang, I have just received news that all the guards at the city have perished. Hangzhou City is now left unprotected, and many have fled. You should leave as well. All the guards are dead? Jiang Dao was taken aback. After uttering that sentence, Su Mingyuan promptly withdrew his head and urged the drivers to hasten towards the city gate. Jiang Dao made a swift decision and hurried back home. Father, Peng Shi, quickly gather your belongings. We must leave at once. Upon returning home, Jiang Dao shouted, The guards have all perished. Hangzhou City is now unattended. This is the best opportunity to escape. What? Jiang Dalong and Peng Lin were both taken aback. All the guards are dead? They shivered, refraining from further questions, and hurriedly began to pack, just as the night before. Jiang Dalong bellowed for everyone to travel light, taking only valuables and leaving behind cumbersome items. A flurry of activity ensued. 2 hours later, they finally finished their preparations. Carts poured out of the Jiang family's courtyard, racing along the official road towards the city gate. Despite the pervasive crimson mist and the low visibility, the group, long accustomed to life in Hangzhou, navigated the streets with ease, knowing their way even in the haze. Gradually, they arrived at the city gate, which had already been flung open. The red mist roiled ominously, and on either side of the gate lay the bodies of many soldiers, their forms shriveled and desiccated. Reminiscent of Jerky, among them lay General Gong's son, who had once been robust and brawny, now a pitiful sight, as if drained of life, lying in the crimson fog, gaunt and ghastly. Many pedestrians, burdened with their bundles, passed through the gate in terror. Jiang Dao immediately signaled for his convoy to exit the city with haste. A storm of emotions surged within him. Something unimaginable must have transpired last night. Otherwise, the officials would not have met such a grim fate. Yet, he dared not investigate further, only wishing to leave this place as soon as possible. Hangzhou City had transformed into a den of ghosts, and every passing moment posed a greater peril. Outside the city, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the blinding sun greeted them. Everything was warm and gentle, teeming with life. Sparrows flitted about, and the air was fragrant with blossoms. Not a trace of crimson mist lingered. It was as if the red fog was confined within the city limits, unable to escape. We are safe now. Aren't we? Pang Lin asked, trembling. We must not be complacent yet. Let us head to Fengzhou. True safety awaits us there, Jiang Dao replied. All right, I will lead the way, Pang Lin nodded eagerly. Once outside the city gates, the Jiang family's convoy was free from the constraints of visibility and surged forward upon the official road. They traveled for over 2 hours without pause and eventually halted to rest. The horses, panting heavily, were quickly fed with fodder and water by the attendants, while others disembarked to stretch their limbs. Some, feeling dizzy from the jolting of the carts, squatted down, retching in discomfort. Jiang Dao accepted a flask of fresh water from Pang Lin, twisted off the cap, and drank deeply, the coolness refreshing beyond words. Yet, as he indulged in this moment of relief, an inexplicable sense of impending danger prickled at the back of his neck. Jiang Dao abruptly turned towards the nearby thicket. Not far from them stood a peculiar youth clad in black robes, with dark hair and obsidian eyes, his fingers adorned with blackened nails. A sinister smile stretched across his face, extending unnaturally to the back of his ears. As he gazed quietly at them, Jiang Dao's pupils constricted, and his muscles tensed instinctively as he stepped back. Everyone, retreat at once, he shouted urgently. The resting members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Dalong and Lu Hongyan, instantly changed their expressions. Just as they were about to inquire, they noticed the eerie youth not far away. The moment they laid eyes on him, an indescribable fear enveloped them, their hair standing on end, their breaths quickening, as if an unseen hand clutched their hearts tightly. In an instant, they all understood, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Get in the cart, quickly, Jiang Dalong urged. All the attendants trembled, hastily scrambling into the carts. Thinking of leaving? Did I grant you permission? The eerie youth grinned, his body seemingly teleporting, leaving behind a dark afterimage as he swiftly approached Jiang Dao. Strangely, he did not advance in a straight line but rather in a zigzag manner, exuding an indescribable stench reminiscent of decay, speeding toward Jiang Dalong with alarming intensity. Jiang Dao's fury surged. Seizing the moment the youth moved, he discarded the water flask, his muscles bulging as he unleashed all his strength. Charging at the youth with fervor, "Die!" he roared, his fist clenched tightly, the air around him shattering under the force of his blow, unleashing unimaginable power aimed squarely at the eerie youth. The youth's smile widened, revealing rows of sharp teeth, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Remarkably, he did not flinch or evade Jiang Dao's punch, instead raising his own fist to strike back. Boom! The two forces collided with a thunderous sound, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the air. Both combatants were sent reeling backwards simultaneously. Jiang Dao crashed into the distance, shattering a tree in the process, and upon landing, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the eerie youth was also thrown back, pulverizing a massive boulder in his wake. However, before Jiang Dao could even begin to relax, he witnessed the youth rise effortlessly from the ground, the shadowy aura flickering over the shoulder Jiang Dao had struck, instantly healing all his wounds. This scene plunged Jiang Dao into despair, as an unprecedented sense of danger washed over him. An interesting human. It seems you are the one who killed the two evil spirits I possessed. The eerie youth remarked, a sinister grin spreading across his face as his neck twisted in an unsettling manner, appearing as if it could stretch indefinitely. Who are you? Why do you have to oppose the Jiang family? Jiang Dao's voice was low and grave. There is no reason. I simply take pleasure in it, the youth replied with a laugh. So, you intend to kill us today? Jiang Dao's tone turned frigid. Is that even a question? The youth extended his elongated, crimson tongue, licking his blackened lips, a smile plastered across his face. Today, not a single one of you shall leave alive. Then come at me. Jiang Dao's expression hardened, all pretense of restraint abandoned. A tremendous force erupted from within him, tearing his upper garments apart, muscles rippling and bulging, thick veins coursing along his skin. Despite his trepidation, Jiang Dao could no longer hold back today. It would be either his death or that of the eerie youth. The sinister youth's smile twisted into a cruel grin as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Dao. What a splendid human. Your flesh must taste exquisite. With a swift motion, the youth vanished, moving with astonishing speed. a foul stench trailing behind him as he lunged through the air, his hand poised to strike Jiang Dao with a dark, rancid palm. Jiang Dao bellowed, his foot slamming down, creating a massive crater in the ground. His formidable form slicing through the air like a cannonball, rushing toward the youth in retaliation. Boom! Their palms collided instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy, a terrifying confrontation akin to two ferocious beasts clashing. The two then engaged in a ferocious exchange, their movements too swift for the eye to follow. Bang, bang, bang. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar as both combatants unleashed their utmost strength, each strike resounding with a tremendous force that sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings, fracturing the very trees that surrounded them. The sheer ferocity of their physical forms was nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers from the Jiang family were left utterly astounded, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and horror. Particularly those of Pang Lin, Fang Biao, and Wang Xing, whose eyes widened in sheer astonishment. They were left questioning whether their esteemed young master was truly human, for the magnitude of the disturbance they witnessed was clearly beyond what flesh and blood could manifest. Was it truly possible to attain such prowess in martial arts? Caution was imperative, Zhang Dalong exclaimed in shock. Chapter 23. The brutal confrontation with the peculiar youth Dai. The strange youth shouted fiercely, seizing upon a fleeting opportunity, his hand striking out violently towards Jiang Dao's chest, his palm transforming into a shadowy hue, imbued with lethal poison. However, Jiang Dao paid no heed to the assault, letting out a deep roar as he chose to endure the blow. His colossal hands, propelled by an overwhelming force, aimed directly at the sides of the peculiar youth's temples. Boom, boom. The air exploded with two deafening crashes. The strange youth's palm connected with Jiang Dao's chest, and the terrifying poison surged through, rapidly spreading like ink dispersing in water, staining his entire chest in darkness. Meanwhile, Jiang Dao's venomous palm struck with equal ferocity, plunging into the youth's temples, eliciting a pained groan as the entire shape of his head caved in. In swift succession, Jiang Dao lifted a foot and stomped down hard on the youth's chest. Bang! Both figures were violently propelled backward, crashing into the distance. Jiang Dao coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his chest sizzling as if doused in concentrated acid, beginning to rot away at an alarming rate. This was a testament to his mastery of the eagle claw iron cloth technique honed over 120 years, endowing him with remarkable defensive capabilities. Were it not for this, that last blow would have surely shattered him. Yet, the vile poison began to surge rapidly through his body, causing his flesh to deteriorate exponentially. Fortunately, Jiang Dao had modified his life-preserving technique the previous night, endowing him with formidable resistance to toxins. He immediately activated his internal energy, channeling it throughout his body, and soon the rapidly spreading poison in his chest was subdued. As an invisible force beneath his skin began to expel the toxins from his wounds. Drip, drip, drip. Patches of toxic blood cascaded from Jiang Dao's chest, swiftly corroding the fallen leaves beneath him. Numerous leaves, rocks, and branches began to emit hissing sounds of vapor. The toxicity was overwhelming. Not far off, the peculiar youth swayed on his feet, rising again from the ground, his pallor frigid, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The sunken temples from Jiang Dao's blow began to swell as he struggled to recover, contorting his face into a grotesque mask of malice, his eyes filled with a chilling, vengeful glare. Damn you! How dare you wound me? I shall devour you piece by piece, he hissed, suddenly raising a blackened finger that radiated a sinister glow. With a swift motion, all the light converged at his fingertip, transforming into an ominous beam that shot toward Jiang Dao with astonishing speed, reeking of a foul odor as if it could transcend space itself. Jiang Dao felt a chill run down his spine. Narrowly evading the attack, the dark beam grazed his shoulder, instantly darkening the skin beneath his protective layer. Had it struck him fully, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Jiang Dao's heart raced, and he swiftly drew his long knife, charging toward the strange youth. The youth's lips curled into a sinister smile, his teeth gleaming menacingly as he unleashed a barrage of dark beams from his fingers, each one striking with the speed of lightning toward Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao dodged with remarkable agility, yet the trees and boulders behind him fell victim to the relentless assault, rapidly corroding under the onslaught. Jiang Dao, too, suffered multiple grazes, perpetually thwarted in his approach. With a fierce cry, he shattered his long knife into dozens of shards, hurling them with tremendous force toward the peculiar youth. The blades flew like bullets, tearing through the air with a shrill whistle. The strange youth momentarily froze, realizing too late as the shards pierced his body, embedding themselves in his chest, abdomen, and face, a crimson torrent erupting forth as he screamed in agony. Yet this was merely the beginning. Jiang Dao surged forward, muscles tensed and veins bulging, his palm darkened with venom as he aimed a devastating strike at the youth's lower abdomen. The peculiar youth finally reacted, roaring in fury, "Die!" He swiped at Jiang Dao, his nails sharp as daggers, clawing at his opponent's body. Boom! The clash resounded, as Jiang Dao's poisonous palm crashed into the youth's abdomen, sending him spiraling backward, spewing forth black blood, his body flailing like a rag doll as he collided with the ground. Jiang Dao too felt the sting of the youth's claws raking across his chest, his skin breaking apart, blood gushing forth as a flush of unnatural color washed over his face, retreating rapidly. "Damn it! I will consume your entire family," the peculiar youth screeched, his voice laced with venomous rage as he staggered back onto his feet. His upper body, torn and tattered from Jiang Dao's blow, revealed a deep, dark cavity filled with poisonous residue, yet he appeared unfazed, as if impervious to harm. Suddenly, his form began to contort and elongate, scales emerging beneath his skin, transforming him into a grotesque, serpentine creature. Slithering along the ground with a noxious stench, akin to a water snake coiling toward Jiang Dao. Simultaneously, his hands bore the toxic blackness, aiming to rend Jiang Dao's flesh apart. The bizarre sight caused Jiang Dao's pupils to constrict. He retreated hastily, but the youth's speed was unparalleled, closing the distance in an instant. Jiang Dao unleashed a powerful palm strike, channeling the full force of his venomous technique, but as his palm met the youth's slippery form, he felt his strength almost entirely dissipate, as if the youth absorbed the impact effortlessly and the blink of an eye. The elongated figure ensnared Jiang Dao's waist, constricting him with a vice-like grip, pain coursing through him as if his very core were about to snap. Even more terrifying, the youth began to climb up Jiang Dao's body, seeking to ensnare his arms as well. That was not all. Once secured, the strange youth thrust out his dark hand, lightning fast, aiming to claw at Jiang Dao's face, his fingers curling like hooks, intent on dragging him down. "Little pest, perish," he cackled. Jiang Dao's fury ignited, and he strained against the binding force. Every muscle in his body tensing with a roar, he channeled the power of his life-preserving technique through his limbs, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, amplifying his might several-fold, his arms and legs swelling as if inflated. "Break!" he shouted, and with a thunderous crash, he unleashed an unimaginable force, causing the peculiar youth to scream in anguish. Ah! The sound was haunting. Just as the youth's claws were about to grasp Jiang Dao, the overwhelming power forced him back, as if every bone in his body shattered, rendering him limp. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Dao grasped the youth's serpentine form, displaying immense strength as he ripped him from his body, hurling him mercilessly toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Dao, in a frenzy, swung the youth's slender body with wild abandon. Boulders and trees shattered under the onslaught, the ground quaking with each impact, erupting into chaos. The entire Jiang family stood in shock, witnessing the spectacle as Jiang Dao appeared almost otherworldly at last. After countless strikes that left the ground pockmarked and ravaged, Jiang Dao ceased his relentless assault, his expression cold as he discarded the now limp and battered peculiar youth. Even in defeat, the youth lay on the ground, bloodied and grotesque, struggling to move, one eye burst and the other barely intact, gazing at Jiang Dao in abject horror. You are not human?" Jiang Dao remained silent, suddenly bending down to grasp the youth's arm, yanking it fiercely from his body with a sickening squelch, black ichor oozing forth in a repulsive display. The peculiar youth let out a piercing scream, writhing on the ground in agony, but Jiang Dao placed a firm foot upon his chest, pinning him down with a force akin to a bronze pillar. What exactly are you? Neither human nor evil spirit. What are you? Jiang Dao casually discarded the opponent's severed arm and coldly inquired. After engaging in numerous encounters, he had come to the clear conclusion that this was certainly not human. Yet, it was also not an evil spirit. The manner of the opponent's existence was exceedingly bizarre, surpassing his expectations. He even began to doubt whether there were any monsters left in this world. Are you not like me? Why do you still ask such questions? The peculiar youth lamented. Till this moment, he still believed that Jiang Dao, like himself, was not human. The sheer ferocity of Jiang Dao's recently unleashed power was utterly terrifying. Upon hearing his words, a chill flickered in Jiang Dao's eyes as he bent down and seized the other arm of the opponent, unleashing his strength and yanking it violently, resulting in a resounding rip as yet another complete arm was torn from its socket. The peculiar youth cried out in a more anguished wail. Both shoulders erupted with thick, dark blood, presenting an indescribably gruesome sight. I am posing you a question. Answer me directly. Dare to respond with a question of your own, and I shall rip away another part of you. Jiang Dao's tone was frigid. The peculiar youth was filled with dread, his eyes trembling as he gazed at the youth before him, who resembled a demonic deity. At this moment, he deeply regretted his previous actions. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have dared to provoke Jiang Dao. This individual was, astonishingly, 100 times more ruthless than he. Humans like to refer to me as a ferocious fiend. The peculiar youth lamented. Ferocious fiend? What is that? Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, pondering how it differed from evil spirits. We exist on a different existential tier from evil spirits. We are both non-human entities. However, the life level of evil spirits is generally weaker than ours, with only a few major evil spirits being exceedingly terrifying. We are ferocious beings who have attained sentience with a long lifespan. The minimum is several hundred years, and some powerful ones can live for over 1,000 years, the peculiar youth explained. Jiang Dao's heart surged. Indeed, it was a form of monster. This world was becoming increasingly perilous. Exorcists, evil spirits, and ferocious fiends were all far from ordinary humans. For common folks, facing them was tantamount to having no escape whatsoever. How do you compare to the exorcists in terms of strength? Jiang Dao inquired. Our strengths are roughly comparable, contingent upon rank and specific circumstances. Generally speaking, the one who strikes first tends to have the greater chance of victory, though it is not an absolute rule. It depends on each party's realm and the timing of their actions, the peculiar youth replied. And what of human martial artists compared to you? Jiang Dao pressed further. Human martial artists? Some individual martial artists can indeed threaten or even kill us. But such individuals are exceedingly rare. Most pose no threat whatsoever. The peculiar youth's complexion turned pale. Among ferocious fiends, I am merely of the initial tier and not a high-ranking ferocious fiend. Our power is inherent and cannot be matched by any martial arts or techniques. If I were to grow even a fraction stronger, martial arts would become ineffective against me. What are the classifications of your ranks? Where do you think my strength stands among martial artists? Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes. We are classified similarly to evil spirits, into 5 levels: God, Dragon, Nightmare, Annihilation, and Strength. I am merely a low-tier ferocious fiend. In the face of an annihilation-level ferocious fiend, I would have no capacity for resistance. As for the evil spirits I control, they do not even qualify as strong. Generally speaking, a strong ferocious fiend is comparable to a master at the blood refinement stage among humans. Your strength should be considered at the peak of the blood refinement stage among humans, the peculiar youth admitted honestly. Jiang Dao's expression darkened. Are you intentionally deceiving me? You claim your strength is merely that of a strong ferocious fiend? Since the so-called sacred artifacts have appeared in Hangzhou City, how could only a minor character like you come? What of those significant figures? Do they refuse to come? The peculiar youth forced a bitter smile. The news of the sacred artifacts' emergence in Hangzhou City came without any prior warning, so various factions merely dispatched nearby leaders to investigate. The true experts are far away and could not arrive in time. Jiang Dao suddenly fell silent. What transpired in the city last night? Which sacred artifact emerged? Indeed, the sacred artifact was ultimately acquired by the people of Lingtong Palace. Various factions are now hunting down Lingtong Palace. And I am the only one who remained behind, the peculiar youth stammered. You stayed behind to deal with our Jiang family? Jiang Dao sneered. Spare me. I was blind to my own limitations before. Please spare my life. The peculiar youth cried out in agony. Does the fact that the sacred artifact was obtained by Lingtong Palace mean that Hangzhou City will return to safety? Jiang Dao inquired. Yes, from now on, Hangzhou City will revert to its former state, free from evil spirits or ferocious fiends. The peculiar youth responded. Then, considering that I killed a spirit child from Lingtong Palace, do you think they will seek revenge against me? Jiang Dao suddenly asked. I do not know. The peculiar youth replied, his face filled with bitterness. Please spare me. I have already lost both arms and pose no further threat. I beg you, spare my life. Jiang Dao looked down, his eyes narrowing, and suddenly a terrifying glint flashed across them. His broad hand swiftly descended, fingers tightening around the peculiar youth's head, and with a violent yank, PFF, the entire head of the peculiar youth was ripped from his body. Black blood gushing forth, permeating the air with a foul stench. The peculiar youth's face contorted in pain. Even after his head was removed, his body continued to twitch with difficulty. However, after a brief struggle, he ultimately succumbed to death. Jiang Dao casually discarded the head, feeling a heaviness in his heart. What a terrifying creature. Even after its head was torn off, it could still struggle. Moreover, both the previous Longbai Taoist and this peculiar youth claimed that human martial artists could hardly affect them. The very constitution of these beings was utterly unfathomable. Even now, with his martial arts modified to the level of 120 years in the future, he found it so laborious to combat them. If he were to encounter something even stronger, his only fate would likely be death. It was worth noting that the peculiar youth was merely the lowest tier among ferocious fiends. Jiang Dao opened his panel and looked again. To his astonishment, after killing the peculiar youth, the 5 martial arts displayed above had once again become modifiable. Just like evil spirits, killing these ferocious fiends allowed his martial arts to continue evolving. Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled. This was the only good news thus far. They all claimed that human martial artists were ineffective against them, yet he remained unconvinced. Once he modified these martial arts to the realms of 1,000 or 2,000 years, what fear would he have of even the mightiest ferocious fiends? This panel was, for the time being, his greatest trump card. Chapter 25. The Cultivation Technique of 180 Years. Dower, how are you? Upon witnessing Jiang Dao casually rip off the head of that peculiar youth, Jiang Dalong turned pale, and despite his anxiety, he hurried over to inquire. Peng Lin, Fang Biao, and others quickly followed, each in a state of shock. Jiang Dao's body swayed as his swollen muscles gradually began to recover. The prominent veins receded, his complexion slightly pale, and blood continued to drip from his chest, still tainted with poison. Although he had the cultivation technique to expel most of the toxic blood, much residual poison remained, making it difficult to completely purge in a short time. Father, I'm fine. Jiang Dao shook his head. Quickly, someone come and tend to Dower. Jiang Dalong urged urgently. No need. The wound is poisoned. No one should approach. Jiang Dao waved his hand, rejecting those who rushed forward. Then, he borrowed a steel knife from Peng Lin, gritting his teeth against the pain as he grasped a piece of flesh corroded by the potent poison and cut it away. PFF. Toxic blood splattered, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Jiang Dao let out a pained groan. Fortunately, his cultivation technique was exceptionally powerful, continuously circulating within him, causing the blood that had just spewed forth to quickly cease. Even as the wound began to slowly knit itself, "Bring the bandages," Jiang Dao grunted. Peng Lin hurriedly passed him the bandages. Jiang Dao took them and diligently wrapped them around his wound. The entire injury throbbed with searing pain. Had it not been for the protection of the eagle claw iron cloth, he would have surely been eviscerated by that peculiar youth's claw long ago. Ferocious fiends, evil spirits, none of these were ordinary humans. The peril of this world was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Father, we must leave quickly. We cannot linger here. Jiang Dao grunted. All right, all right. Jiang Dalong nodded hastily, instructing the others to assist Jiang Dao into a carriage. A flurry of servants scrambled to gather their belongings and prepare to set off once more. From that point onward, no further danger arose. Outside the carriage, Pang Lin, Fang Biao, Wang Xing, and others diligently took charge of the security detail. The group pressed on without daring to pause even for a moment. Inside the carriage, Jiang Dao surveyed the 5 great techniques before him and ultimately decided to modify both the cultivation technique and the eagle claw iron cloth once more. Through his battle with the peculiar youth, he had come to understand the significance of the cultivation technique. Presently, at just 120 years, it had expelled so many toxins. If modified to 200 years or 300 years, its efficacy would be even greater. More importantly, during the battle, the cultivation technique had granted him immense combat enhancement. When the peculiar youth had ensnared him, poised to crush him, he had utilized the internal energy from the cultivation technique to directly shatter the opponent. Showcasing the technique's remarkable utility, the entire panel underwent another transformation. Name: Jiang Dao, Strength, 3.5. Speed, 2.8. Spirit, 1.3. Martial Arts, Yangxing Ju, after 180 years, unmodifiable. Eagle Claw Iron Cloth Shirt, after 180 years, unmodifiable. Mad Demon Staff Technique, after 120 years, unmodifiable. Blood Shadow Pursuing Soul Blade, after 120 years, unmodifiable. Poison Sand Palm, after 120 years, unmodifiable. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Jiang Dao experienced a wave of comfort as the airflow within him doubled in size. What was once as thin as a headphone wire had now transformed into something as robust as a phone charging cable. As it coursed through him, his wounds tingled with a dull ache, invigorating his spirit. Yet, he could still only modify 2 martial arts techniques? Jiang Dao frowned. This peculiar youth was evidently several times stronger than an ordinary malevolent spirit. Yet the benefits derived only permitted the alteration of 2 techniques, with one of them increasing by 60 years of power. Could it be that this panel only allows for the modification of 2 techniques at a time? 2 is better than none, Jiang Dao mused. Even with just 2, he would accept it. Gazing at the 5 martial arts techniques listed above, Jiang Dao pondered once more. He wondered if it were possible to merge the Mad Demon Staff technique with the Blood Shadow Pursuing Soul Blade. If these 2 martial arts could be integrated, complementing each other's strengths, they would undoubtedly become far more potent, Jiang Dao contemplated. However, this was easier said than done, as one was a staff technique and the other a sword technique. Belonging to 2 entirely different schools of martial arts, he immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, diligently attempting to simulate their fusion in his mind. Time swiftly passed, and 2 full days elapsed. During this period, the Jiang family caravan rested for a night in a nearby town. Fortunately, they encountered no incidents that night. It was not until noon on the 3rd day that they finally arrived at Fengzhou City. Fengzhou City was another location long managed by the Jiang family, boasting extensive connections and a thriving trade. Without mentioning the millions of taels and silver Jiang Dao possessed, the business here could sustain a comfortable living for quite some time. The Jiang family conducted commerce across 4 provinces and 13 districts, naturally possessing more than just the single stronghold of Hangzhou City. Hangzhou City was merely their largest base of operations. Dower, we have arrived, Jiang Dalong said with a beaming smile, striding towards Jiang Dao's carriage after disembarking. As the curtain was lifted, Jiang Dao's robust frame emerged slowly from within the carriage. Upon touching the ground, he found himself 2 centimeters taller than before. With broad shoulders, thick black hair, and clad in a pristine white robe, he raised his gaze towards a grand residence before him. The Jiang family's courtyard. The 4 gilded characters, imbued with an ancient charm, met his eyes. Before the grand entrance stood his 5 inept younger brothers and his little sister, Jiang Ruyan. Upon seeing her family arrive, Jiang Ruyan's eyes instantly reddened. Calling out, she quickly rushed towards Jiang Dalong. Father, elder brother, Jiang Ruyan's voice trembled. Ruyan, it's all right. Go find your mother, Jiang Dalong replied with a kindly smile. Jiang Ruyan, eyes swollen and tears streaming down her cheeks, nodded vigorously before glancing at Jiang Dao. Elder brother, are you all right? It's nothing. No one has bullied you these past few days, has there? Jiang Dao inquired, casting a glance at his 5 inept younger brothers. "No," Zhang Rian replied. "Good, go help out over there." Jiang Dao nodded. Zhang Rian immediately moved aside, searching for their mother. Dower, this is the courtyard I built over the span of more than 10 years. From now on, it should be completely safe, Jiang Daolong remarked. The other servants were equally elated, busily unloading the items from the carriage and transporting them inside. Some rushed into the residence to commence the cleaning, splashing water to dispel any ill fortune. Only Jiang Dao felt a heaviness in his heart, aware that matters were not so simple. He had slain a spirit child from the Lingtong Palace, and no one knew whether this faction would seek revenge. After all, this was a non-human force. Their methods could be even more extreme than those of ordinary people. If they came to retaliate, would he be able to withstand it? Quick, go buy some firecrackers to set off. Also, send invitations to the prominent families in the city. I wish to host a banquet for them at Yinyang Tower the day after tomorrow, Jiang Daolong suddenly commanded. Having narrowly escaped death, he felt a sense of liberation and was eager to celebrate with the entire city. "Father, I wish to learn martial arts. Do you have any other avenues?" Jiang Dao suddenly spoke, his tone grave. "Learn martial arts? Haven't you already begun?" Jiang Daolong replied, astonished. "Not nearly enough. The emergence of that malevolent spirit caused immense casualties in Hangzhou City. If it were to appear again in Fengzhou, would we still be able to escape?" Jiang Dao questioned. Jiang Daolong fell silent, his heart heavy. Indeed, a person without foresight will surely face immediate worries. We survived this time solely by chance. What if they encountered such a threat again? Rest assured, Dower, I will write to some friends immediately to see if they have any leads. I will ensure you receive a response within 3 days. Jiang Daolong replied earnestly. Good, Jiang Dao nodded lightly. Chapter 26. Dare to come to our home and take advantage? Time flew by swiftly. 2 days passed. Jiang Dao remained secluded, sitting cross-legged at home, meticulously simulating in his mind. The last successful fusion of the sword technique was quick due to both being sword techniques, sharing many commonalities. However, now he faced a staff technique and a sword technique, which were entirely unrelated. He desired to retain the strengths of both, akin to reaching for the heavens. Thus, despite the passing of several days, he still had not succeeded in the fusion. Inside the room, Jiang Dao opened his eyes. Revealing contemplation. If he could not retain all the strengths, retaining just one would suffice. If the 4th level of the Mad Demon Staff technique could be integrated into the Blood Shadow pursuing Soul Blade, it would also serve as a formidable killing move. As for the first 3 levels, they were of little consequence to him. With this thought, Jiang Dao closed his eyes once more and resumed his mental simulations. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Following that, Pang Lin's voice rang out. Young master, I have procured the sword you desired. Please see if it is suitable. Jiang Dao opened his eyes again, rising from his bed and putting on his boots before opening the door. I scoured the entire Fengzhou city and managed to find this sword at a shop in the west of the city. It is said to be forged from mysterious iron, capable of slicing through steel as if it were mud. I have tested it myself, and it is indeed superior to ordinary steel swords. Pang Lin presented a long sword wrapped in animal hide to Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao took the sword, weighing it lightly, and found it to be over 30 jin heavy. He gripped the hilt and drew it forcefully, producing a resounding clang as the sword slid from its sheath. The back of the sword was thick, and the blade was sharp. The entire blade measured over half a meter in length, not in the usual white but in a deep black, exuding a profoundly ancient aura, a fine sword. Jiang Dao praised. Inquiring, can it withstand the corrosion of potent toxins? That I haven't tested, Pang Lin replied with a wry smile. Jiang Dao scrutinized the sword, suddenly stepping into the courtyard and sweeping the blade in a casual arc. With a sharp thwack, the sword struck a stone table, cleaving a corner cleanly. The cut was even, and the surface was smooth, encountering no resistance whatsoever. He raised the blade and examined it closely. After slicing through the stone table, the blade showed no signs of dulling or deformation. While a regular steel sword could also cut through a stone table, its edge would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, it was evident that this long sword was extraordinary. Very well, thank you, Pang Lin, Jiang Dao remarked. Young master is too kind. Pang Lin clasped his hands together. His admiration for Jiang Dao had transcended mere respect, evolving into a deep-seated awe. Having witnessed Jiang Dao's prowess firsthand, he understood the true nature of such strength. It would be no exaggeration to say that even if he practiced for 100 years, he could never attain Jiang Dao's level. Jiang Dao's power could only be described as superhuman. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow and asked, "What is happening outside?" "I don't know. It sounds like someone is causing trouble," Peng Lin replied, puzzled. Jiang Dao grasped the long sword and promptly made his way outside, with Peng Lin following closely behind. From a distance, they could hear someone shouting, "Does the Jiang family not have a few taels of silver to spare? We brothers are not here to rob you. We merely seek to borrow a few taels to tide us over." "What? Are you so disdainful that you won't even lend us a few taels?" A booming voice echoed from the front yard. "Heh, the Jiang family has invited so many to dine, yet neglected to invite you. Is it because they look down upon us? Now that we have come to request a few taels? Why must the Jiang family be so stingy?" Another sinister chuckle rang out, in the front yard. Jiang Dalong's expression darkened, his body trembling with rage. Beside him, Fang Biao and Wang Xing had been injured, their faces ashen and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths as they were supported by others. The remaining guards were equally furious, tightly gripping their sword hilts. "Quick, go summon Dower," Jiang Dalong gritted his teeth. He never anticipated that some audacious ruffians would dare to cast their eyes upon the Jiang family. This was intolerable. However, he was acutely aware that it must have been his ostentatious display of wealth the previous day, hosting the local gentry at the sunny pavilion, that had incited the envy of some wandering rogues. After all, the Jiang family had not resided in Fengzhou City for many years, and their sudden high-profile feast, accompanied by lavish expenditures, would undoubtedly attract attention. In such circumstances, reporting to the authorities would be futile. These were desperate outlaws. Not to mention whether the government could apprehend them. Should they be provoked, they might resort to desperate measures, potentially leading to violence and bloodshed. Thus, Jiang Dalong was resolutely preparing to summon his son. With Jiang Dao present, dealing with this band of miscreants would be a trivial matter. "My lord, we are being extorted. Wang and Fang have both been injured." Before Jiang Dao could arrive, he encountered a house servant who appeared flustered and hurriedly spoke. "What? They are courting death!" Peng Lin exclaimed in fury, swiftly charging ahead. Jiang Dao's expression darkened, a cold smirk forming within. "Oh, they dare to extort from his family? How amusing!" The two hastened to the front courtyard. There, they beheld 6 masked men, clad in dark attire, wielding an assortment of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, standing with sharp eyes and faint, mocking smiles. Among them was a one-eyed man, a deep scar cutting across his left eyelid, rendering his left eye completely blind, audaciously daring to come to the Jiang household for plunder. "Do you not even have the wit to recognize your surroundings?" Peng Lin bellowed, brandishing an iron club and leaping towards one of the black-clad figures, striking downwards. The masked man's eyes gleamed with intensity as he cried, "Come at me!" In an instant, he drew his long knife and leapt to meet Peng Lin's assault. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying. Both men were jolted by a tremendous force, their hands numbed, their arms losing sensation. Peng Lin's heart skipped a beat as he prepared to change tactics, but at that moment, another masked man sprang forth with extraordinary speed. A sinister grin plastered across his face, and struck Peng Lin from behind with a palm. Peng Lin's face paled, caught off guard, and with a resounding thud, he was sent flying, blood spattering forth as his body crashed against the far wall. "Heh, is this your son? Pathetic." The black-clad figure laughed heartily after delivering a crushing blow to Peng Lin, while the others joined in mocking laughter. "Seems the Jiang family holds us in utter contempt. We merely seek a little coin for our travels, yet you resort to violence. Do you think we are afraid of killing? Very well, I shall show you." With that, he transformed into a blur, lunging towards Peng Lin, his long knife gleaming ominously as it aimed for his neck, seeking to behead him. But then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A violent gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by an indescribable pressure. akin to a wall of air, crashing down upon the rogue, causing his expression to shift in terror as he struggled to breathe. Before he could react, a towering figure appeared before him, eyes cold and fearsome. Fingers outstretched, crack, the long knife in his hand shattered as if made of rotting wood, splintering into dozens of pieces. Jiang Dao's fingers continued their relentless advance, landing squarely on the rogue's forehead. The masked man's heart sank as he realized the grave danger he faced, but before he could react, a sickening sound echoed as Jiang Dao tore away a portion of his forehead, revealing the white, viscous substance beneath. With a casual toss, the lifeless body was flung aside as if it were mere refuse, crashing against the corner, lifeless and beyond salvation. Jiang Dao's expression remained impassive as he wiped the blood and viscous matter from his fingers. His gaze, like lightning, fixed upon the remaining 5 masked men. Who else wishes to borrow money? The 5 black-clad figures collectively paled, disbelief etched across their faces. Third brother, they exclaimed in horror. You? The leader stammered, a mix of rage and fear flooding his features. Chapter 27. Annihilation, total destruction. The terrifying scene sent chills through the remaining 5 rogues, their hearts trembling. Just moments ago, Jiang Dao had casually snatched their 3rd member's life. His steel blade reduced to mere fragments. What kind of strength was this? He must be a master of unarmed combat. We must attack him together and kill him, the leader bellowed. The others quickly regained their composure, their eyes fierce, bloodlust surging within them. With a unified roar, they charged towards Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao's eyes hardened, resembling a ferocious beast as he unleashed a torrent of energy, surging forward with terrifying momentum. The very air whipping against their faces like a sharp blade. Boom! A punch collided with one man's spear, the sheer force shattering the weapon into splinters, the impact sending the man hurtling backward. His clothing torn to shreds, lifeless. Then, Jiang Dao's palm swept across. His massive hand, imbued with overwhelming force, struck down like a fly swatter, dispatching another 2 masked men with brutal efficiency. Their weapons shattered, their bodies crumpling under the force. One's skull crushed, the other's chest caved in, blood erupting from their wounds. Suddenly, another rogue hastily unleashed a flurry of poison needles towards Jiang Dao. Yet, Jiang Dao left behind only an afterimage. Effortlessly evading the attacked eye in the next moment, he charged forward, employing his eagle claw technique to seize the man's throat, twisting with a sickening crack, decapitating him in a single motion. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck as the headless body stumbled forward for a few paces, oblivious to its demise before finally collapsing. The remaining 2 were now utterly paralyzed by terror. They gazed at Jiang Dao as if he were the very embodiment of a nightmare, a ghost. A ghost? Help! They cried in panic, discarding their weapons and attempting to flee. But Jiang Dao leapt forward, his imposing figure towering over them, landing firmly in their path, his expression devoid of emotion, resembling an iron tower, coldly observing them. Who wishes to borrow money? The 2 masked men trembled in fear, hastily kneeling, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they prostrated themselves, urine and excrement escaping them as they begged for mercy. Spare us! Spare us! We were blind to your greatness. Please, we beg you. Bang, bang, bang. They struck their heads against the ground, blood flowing, cracking the stone slabs beneath them. Pft, pft. Jiang Dao's face contorted in disgust as he swiftly unsheathed his long knife, slicing through the air like a tempest, severing 2 heads in an instant, blood gushing forth from the lifeless bodies. All present were left in shock, their hearts churning. The eldest son had become increasingly formidable. Such power was almost godlike. Peng Shi, how are you faring? Jiang Dao suddenly turned to Peng Lin. I'm fine. Just a few broken ribs. It's nothing, Peng Lin replied, his face pale, large beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Father, find some doctors to tend to the injured, Jiang Dao instructed. Right away, Jiang Daolong nodded briskly, simultaneously ordering the swift removal of the corpses. He had no interest in the identities of these men. Regardless of who they were, he would treat them as bandits and execute them without hesitation. Even the authorities would think twice before questioning such actions. By the way, Dower, I have news regarding the matter I inquired about earlier. Zhang Dalong suddenly remembered and hastily approached Jiang Dao to ask their news about studying martial arts. Jiang Dao's eyes flickered as he looked at Jiang Dalong. Indeed. Over the years, thankfully, our Jiang family has cultivated connections with various factions. And my network is extensive. I have just learned that you have a distant cousin working in Qinyuan City. Seems there is a group called the Flame Gang there that teaches martial arts. Their organization is vast, with nearly 10,000 members. The leader, protectors, and elders are all formidable experts. Jiang Dalong explained, I will write to introduce you to your cousin so that he can arrange for you to join the Flame Gang. The Flame Gang? Jiang Dao's eyes gleamed with interest. Excellent, thank you, father. Don't mention it. Jiang Dalong smiled. However, be cautious when you reach Qinyuan City. It's not a small place. It's the largest city in the southern region of our Dai dynasty. Significantly larger than Hangzhou or Fengzhou, with a thriving economy and a chaotic mix of various sects and trades. Our Jiang family has struggled to establish business there due to the tumultuous landscape. I understand, father, Jiang Dao affirmed, nodding that I plan to set out in a couple of days. Is that acceptable? Yes, I will write the letter right away, Jiang Dalong replied promptly. By the way, how is Biyu's injury? Has anyone seen to her? Jiang Dao inquired. The day before yesterday, he had visited the physician and was prescribed medication. However, the lingering chill within his body still left him feeling somewhat feeble. Jiang Dalong remarked, thus, on your journey to Qinyuan City, it would be prudent to have a maidservant accompany you. There's no need, father. At my current level of cultivation, it matters not whether I have someone with me, Jiang Dao replied, shaking his head. Having a maidservant by your side could provide some assistance. Jiang Dalong urged that I am going to study martial arts, not to indulge. Truly, it is unnecessary. I only require some silver for the journey. Jiang Dao declined. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you, Jiang Dalong declared. Subsequently, Jiang Dao returned to his chamber, continuing his seclusion as he integrated the frenzied demon staff technique with the blood shadow pursuing soul blade technique. Time passed swiftly. The order within the Jiang residence was rapidly being restored. Jiang Dalong employed extraordinary measures to stabilize the family's business affairs. Although life in Hangzhou City was not particularly comfortable, at least everything was gradually returning to normalcy. Fengzhou City appeared even more vibrant than Hangzhou, as wealthy merchants and gentry who had fled from Hangzhou had mostly congregated there, with firecrackers bursting daily in a cacophony of sound. A pervasive atmosphere of worldly indulgence permeated the streets. The heavy, oppressive ambience of the Jiang residence finally dissipated, and several ineffectual younger brothers resumed their aimless existence, idling away their days in revelry and intoxication. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Jiang Dao opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, yet a smile graced his face. He had successfully integrated the frenzied demon staff technique into the blood shadow pursuing soul blade. However, the merged frenzied demon staff technique retained only the realms of speed and kill. Yet, a new blade technique emerged, termed the God of Death Blade. As the name suggests, once unleashed, its power would be unimaginable, truly deserving of the title God of Death. Jiang Dao surmised that after executing this strike, he would likely expend a significant portion of his strength, perhaps as much as half. Therefore, this technique should only be employed when absolutely necessary. Should he fail to eliminate his foe, he would be unable to unleash a second strike. He opened the panel and saw the two techniques gradually blur and fade into obscurity before a new technique materialized. Frenzied Demon Blood Soul Blade, beginner, is modifiable. Modification. Jiang Dao concentrated his thoughts and pointed at the characters behind him. Swish, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Soon, the data on the panel ceased. A torrent of information flooded into Jiang Dao's mind, encompassing myriad insights from 30 years of practicing this blade technique, densely packed and wholly accepted by his brain. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow slightly. Only 30 years. This blade technique can only be modified up to 30 years before further modifications are halted. Could it be that the higher the technique's level, the more restrictions apply to modifications? He pondered. This brand new blade technique was undoubtedly the strongest among his current skills, so if such limitations existed, it seemed reasonable. Just how powerful this blade technique was, even he could not articulate. He observed the panel once more, noting the changes in the various metrics. Name, Jiang Dao strength, 3.8 speed, 3.1 spirit, 1.4 martial arts, frenzied demon blood soul blade, after 30 years, not modifiable eagle claw iron cloth shirt, after 180 years, not modifiable health preservation technique, after 180 years, not modifiable poison sand palm, after 120 years, not modifiable. Indeed, his spiritual power had increased by 0.1 points. Zhang Dao mused. He had surmised. Each time he integrated a technique, his spiritual power would rise by 0.1. The benefits of increased spirit included greater energy for deducing techniques and enhanced perception, leading to quicker reaction times in combat. It is time to depart for Qinyuan City, Zhang Dao murmured to himself. Chapter 28. Encountering bandits again the following morning, Zhang Daolong gathered the entire family, young and old, over 100 people, in the front courtyard, all gazing longingly at Zhang Dao. Especially his younger sisters, each with reddened eyes, tears glistening as they looked at him. This made Zhang Dao feel somewhat embarrassed. Unfortunately, he had been in this world for less than a month, spending each day in tension, and lacked any emotional connection to so many sisters. He could hardly even recall their names. The only one he held any affection for was his younger sister, Zhang Ruyan. Father, nothing will happen, Zhang Dao reassured, accepting a letter of introduction. Dower, Qinyuan City is not like our home. The situation there is complex, as the saying goes. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Once there, do not provoke trouble, Zhang Daolong cautioned. Yes, I will be careful, Zhang Dao nodded. Dower, since your mother has been absent since you were young, your second mother has raised you. Over the years, I have not taken good care of you. Your second mother has bought you a coat. I hope it fits. With tears in her eyes, Lu Hongyin draped a white mink coat over Zhang Dao, saying, I have heard that the climate in Qinyuan City is different, colder than here. Wearing this should keep you warm. Thank you, second mother, Zhang Dao replied. After Lu Hongyin tied the coat for him, she slowly stepped back. Subsequently, his third, fourth, fifth sisters, all the way to the ninth, came forward to bid him farewell. Zhang Dao was momentarily speechless. His father's influence was indeed formidable. Father, sisters, there is no need for such sentiment. I will return, Zhang Dao stated, then turned to Peng Lin, Fang Biao, Wang Xing, and others, clasping his hands. Masters, I entrust the family to your care. Should anything arise, send a message immediately. Rest assured, young master. We will, the group replied, their eyes reddened, solemnly clasping their fists. Zhang Dao nodded lightly, grasped his long blade, and stepped into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the maidservants had meticulously prepared various supplies. The carriage was lined with blankets, one side piled with dry rations, water, and assorted snacks. There was even a jar of sandalwood, emitting a subtle fragrance. The carriage was traveling with a northbound convoy, so the journey was not overly lonely. Giddy up, the driver called, cracking his whip as they set off into the distance. Zhang Daolong sighed heavily, his old eyes moist, instinctively rubbing them. With age, it is easy for sand to get into one's eyes. Outside Fengzhou City, the landscape stretched infinitely, with a rugged and lengthy official road. Travelers were primarily merchants and porters, with the occasional swordsman rushing by, stirring up clouds of dust. A convoy of dozens moved along the official road, the sound of jingling bells ringing. Throughout the journey, Zhang Dao sat calmly in the carriage, repeatedly practicing the health preservation technique. Days passed, and the wound on his abdomen had nearly healed. It appeared as though it had mended over several months. With only a few deep scars remaining, and no discomfort whatsoever, I wonder if the Flame Gang possesses other internal techniques. I hope they do not disappoint me, Zhang Dao mused. 3 days elapsed. The convoy traversed the sprawling fertile plains and gradually entered a region of rolling hills. Surrounding them was a thick fog. It was early autumn, yet the vegetation here was already quite withered. As the convoy was traversing, suddenly, a scream pierced the air without warning. Ah! The sound was jarring. The accompanying guards' expressions shifted, and they swiftly drew their long blades. Bandits, prepare to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of blades being drawn echoed, causing chaos among the crowd. All the merchants trembled, hastily seeking refuge. Zhang Dao furrowed his brow, grasping instinctively, with a swift motion. A poisoned arrow pierced the carriage curtain, which he caught in his hand. With a crunch, he crushed the arrow effortlessly. "More bandits," he muttered, throwing aside the carriage curtain. Stepping out with a robust physique, he beheld shadows darting from all directions. A multitude of figures converging rapidly, each wielding steel knives, spears glinting menacingly, exuding a palpable aura of hostility. There were at least 100 of them. Some bandits pulled back long bows, aiming poisoned arrows directly at the members of the convoy. The leader of the convoy, panic-stricken, cowered within the carriage, shouting, "Gentlemen, let us discuss this civilly. Do not resort to killing." A loud, hearty laugh rang out as a burly man clad in a black robe stepped forward. His rugged features adorned with a thick beard, wielding a 9-ring broadsword. "Since that is the case, let us dispense with pleasantries. We, the brothers, have long suffered hunger and hardship, living in uncertainty. With autumn and winter approaching, we demand a sum of 100,000 taels in silver. Hand over the cash, and we shall leave at once. Otherwise, we will slaughter everyone." Roar, roar, roar. The bandits raised their steel blades, shouting in unison. What audacity! To demand 100,000 taels! Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes. A cold glint, flashing. 100,000 taels could arm an army of 2,000 men and sustain them for 3 months without lacking provisions. 100,000 taels? The convoy leader's expression contorted, wailing, "Gentlemen, I cannot possibly raise such a sum. If you cannot produce it, we will kill all the men and take the women back to enjoy." The bearded man bellowed, "No, please do not kill anyone. We can gather the 100,000 taels. We will all contribute." Suddenly, a young scholar among the caravan cried out in terror. He was merely heading to Qianyuan City to pursue his studies and would never dare to gamble with his own life. As for the silver, his family had provided him with several thousand taels as educational expenses. If he gritted his teeth and contributed the majority, pooling resources with the others should suffice. "You have half a stick of incense this time. If you can't gather enough silver, act immediately," bellowed the burly man with a fierce beard. The leader of the caravan was utterly alarmed and hurriedly called out from within the carriage, "Gentlemen, please, if anyone has money, do not hold back. Your lives are at stake." The others were in a state of utter panic, trembling in fear. The money they carried represented their entire fortunes. How could they possibly part with it? If they did, even if the bandits spared their lives, they would be unable to sustain themselves. Jiang Dao gently shook his head. "Enough. Let's resolve this swiftly and continue our journey. What nonsense is this?" He suddenly leaped down from the carriage, striding toward the burly man. "Look, boss!" A pale-faced scholar beside the burly man suddenly noticed Jiang Dao and exclaimed, "A person approaches. He seems to have martial skills." The burly man's eyes narrowed, a murderous aura emerging. "Foolish thing, shoot him!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bandits nearby immediately drew their bows and shot arrows at Jiang Dao. With a cold expression, Jiang Dao strolled leisurely, his hand reaching out gently. Thud, 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 thud. Each and every arrow shot at him was precisely caught in his grasp. Not a single arrow managed to touch him. The members of the caravan behind him were all wide-eyed, watching in disbelief. "Hero, save us!" the caravan leader shouted urgently. Jiang Dao shattered the arrows with seemingly effortless ease, striding confidently toward the burly man and his companions. Upon witnessing Jiang Dao catch the poisoned arrows barehanded, the faces of the burly man and his gang changed dramatically. "Kid, who are you?" he shouted in alarm. This level of strength was simply unprecedented. He had never seen anyone catch arrows in such a manner. "This is bad. He.S. coming," the pale-faced scholar cried out. Suddenly, Jiang Dao left behind an afterimage, tearing through the air as he charged toward the burly man. The burly man felt a chill run down his spine and roared, "Attack together! Chop him to pieces!" The other bandits immediately brandished their long knives and spears, rushing toward Jiang Dao. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Dao's eagle claw technique was executed swiftly and mercilessly. Each steel blade and spear was shattered on the spot. His fingers, like iron hooks, sliced through the necks of the bandits with precision and ferocity, the wind howling around him. Each strike lethal. Cries of agony erupted, blood splattered everywhere. Finally, Jiang Dao surged past, rapidly closing in on the burly man. In an instant, the burly man's hair stood on end, his muscles tensed, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread as if no matter which way he retreated, Jiang Dao would strike him down. He roared, raising his 9-ringed broadsword, and suddenly charged at Jiang Dao. Simultaneously, the pale-faced scholar shouted with a sinister tone, rushing toward Jiang Dao, a poisoned needle glimmering with blue light appearing between his hands. Aimed directly at Jiang Dao's vital points. Jiang Dao's eyes turned icy as he instantly recognized the scholar's intentions. This scholar favored using hidden weapons. With both hands extended like eagle claws, he did not evade but instead seized the burly man's long knife with one hand while his other hand lightning fast grasped the scholar's wrist. Crack, crack! The sounds echoed as the long knife was shattered into dozens of pieces, and the scholar fared worse, his wrist broken by Jiang Dao's grip, blood gushing forth as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, before his scream could fully escape, Jiang Dao's claw struck his face with blinding speed, ripping it away with a sickening sound. The scholar flew back, lifeless. Simultaneously, Jiang Dao's other claw, having shattered the burly man's long knife, viciously struck at the burly man's face. The burly man's expression turned to sheer terror, and he reacted almost instantaneously, retreating frantically. Stop! I am from the Flame Gang. But Jiang Dao's fingers, like vicious hooks, struck his face with force, tearing it apart, blood spraying everywhere, both red and white mingling in a chaotic torrent. The burly man's body was hurled away, crashing to the ground, motionless. Boss, the chief, run for your lives. The remaining bandits, filled with terror, shouted and hastily discarded their weapons, fleeing in panic. However, Jiang Dao did not pursue them further, his brow furrowed in thought. Flame Gang? Did that burly man just claim to belong to the Flame Gang? Could it be that the Flame Gang is a band of robbers? That cannot be. Over the past 2 days, he had gathered considerable information about the Flame Gang from Jiang Dalong. This organization was vast. The true local power in Qianyuan City, controlling various trades and businesses in the martial world, it was quite renowned. Even the officials in Qianyuan City sought the Flame Gang's assistance in many matters. The Flame Gang, even if inactive, would still have substantial daily earnings. Why would they lower themselves to banditry? Jiang Dao bent down, searching the bodies of the burly man and the pale-faced scholar. Moments later, he discovered over 100,000 taels and silver notes, a thick stack, which he stuffed into his robes before turning back toward the caravan. Upon seeing the bandits disperse and their leader slain, the caravan leader breathed a sigh of relief, both astonished and shaken. He hurried down from the carriage, approaching Jiang Dao. Thank you, brave hero, for saving us. The caravan leader bowed deeply. May I ask for your esteemed name? The others in the caravan also descended, their faces pale with shock, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Jiang Dao. I am Jiang Dao. How much longer until we reach Qianyuan City? Jiang Dao inquired. Not far now. We should arrive in half a day at most, the caravan leader replied eagerly. Well, let us hasten our journey, Jiang Dao nodded, pulling out a silk handkerchief to gently wipe the blood from his hands before discarding it and heading toward the carriage. The caravan leader sighed in relief and immediately turned to call for his men to resume their travels. Had he known there was such a formidable figure as Jiang Dao among them, he would not have been so cautious. Jiang Dao's prowess was truly terrifying. Miss, that man's martial skills are remarkably formidable, a maid dressed in pale yellow exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Jiang Dao's carriage. Opposite her, a delicate girl in a light purple dress wore a grave expression, her gaze fixed on Jiang Dao as she took a deep breath. Such skills are rare even in Qianyuan City. Could it be that the Flame Gang possesses no such experts? The maid queried in astonishment. Certainly, they do, but such individuals are not of our acquaintance, the girl in the light purple dress replied. Shaking her head, the caravan continued on its journey. Half a day's time passed swiftly. Ahead of them, a grand city finally emerged, towering and majestic, its black walls imposing, with wide gates bustling with activity. Not far off, a broad river flowed, teeming with ships. Qianyuan City. Jiang Dao lifted the curtain, gazing at the vast city, immediately sensing an air of prosperity. Even before entering, he could hear the cacophony of vendors selling various delicacies. The rich aromas wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. "Brave hero, we have arrived in Qianyuan City. We will be stopping at Li's Trading Company. May I ask where you intend to go?" Upon entering the city, the caravan leader quickly approached Jiang Dao's carriage, inquiring. Jiang Dao slowly stepped out, draped in a white mink coat, tall and slender, his hair dark and flowing, with jade ornaments at his waist and a silk bundle containing a beast skin-wrapped long knife slung over his shoulder. He appeared entirely different from his earlier fierce demeanor, exuding an ethereal quality at first glance. "I wish to go to Weiyuan Wharf." "How do I get there?" Jiang Dao asked. His distant cousin worked at Weiyuan Wharf, reportedly managing the entire wharf with hundreds of subordinates, a person of considerable standing. "Weiyuan Wharf?" The caravan leader paused slightly, then replied, "I believe 2 young ladies are also heading there. You could accompany them." "Where are they?" Jiang Dao inquired. "Please follow me." The caravan leader immediately led Jiang Dao toward the 2 young ladies. The girl in the light purple dress and her maid had just alighted from their carriage. The caravan leader quickly guided Jiang Dao to them, explaining the situation in detail. The girl in the purple dress showed a hint of surprise, nodded lightly, and expressed her willingness to travel together. "By the way, may I ask what brings you to Weiyuan Wharf? Are you taking a boat?" Along the way, the purple-dressed girl smiled. "No. I am here to visit relatives," Jiang Dao replied. "Visiting relatives?" The woman in the purple dress appeared even more astonished. The maid beside her also wore a peculiar expression. Seeking refuge at Weiyuan Dock with relatives? Could it be that she was looking for their master? "I wonder who it is you intend to rely upon?" "I am quite familiar with Weiyuan Dock. Perhaps I could facilitate an introduction," the woman in the purple dress remarked with a smile. "No need. I possess a letter, and upon my arrival, I shall naturally present myself." Jiang Dao replied gratefully. "Very well then." The woman in the purple dress smiled, her gaze still somewhat strange, and she ceased to speak further as they continued onward. The journey was marked by silence, and the atmosphere felt somewhat desolate. Fortunately, it was not long before they finally arrived at their destination. Before them lay an expansive dock, filled with sailing vessels, the river wide and frequently stirred into frothy waves. A refreshing scent wafting through the air. On the dock, numerous laborers toiled diligently. To one side, several grand pavilions had been erected. Many robust figures clad in black, members of a gang, moved in and out, armed with knives and guns. Upon reaching this place, Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Although his uncle managed the entire dock, how was he to meet him? This area was so vast that he seemed unaware of where his uncle resided. "Excuse me, miss, I am looking for Yang Su. Might you be acquainted with him?" Jiang Dao could not help but inquire. He had previously stated that he did not require an introduction, yet now that they had arrived, he felt compelled to speak, his expression somewhat awkward. The woman in the purple dress immediately broke into a smile, saying, "Of course, I know him. The relative you seek is Yang Su, correct?" "Indeed, he is my distant uncle, and I have come to seek his support," Jiang Dao affirmed. "He is your uncle?" The woman in the purple dress regarded him with a peculiar look, then laughed. "Very well, I shall lead you in." She proceeded to guide him towards a courtyard in the distance. The maid beside her cast a strange glance at Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, revealing his confusion. Could it be? Is this woman somehow related to Yang Su? Chapter 30. Competing for the position of hall master? The courtyard was spacious and somewhat secluded. After traversing several corridors, the woman in the purple dress suddenly called out, "Father, are you home? Someone has come to see you." Jiang Dao, trailing behind, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, his guess had been correct. This was, in fact, his distant cousin. To his astonishment, he did not even know her name. "May I ask who you are?" "Dear lady," Jiang Dao could not restrain his curiosity. "My name is Yang Zian." The woman in the purple dress turned and smiled. "Oh, it is Cousin Zian. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me." Jiang Dao bowed in acknowledgement. "Hee," the woman in purple chuckled softly, finding the situation quite amusing. "Zian? What is it?" Suddenly, a male voice echoed from within the courtyard. A slender man clad in a blue robe approached from the courtyard. "Father, someone has come to see you. Do take a look and see if you recognize him," Yang Zian said. hastening toward the man in the blue robe. As the man approached, he paused slightly upon seeing Jiang Dao. His expression one of recognition, and suddenly recalled, You are from Fengzhou, aren't you? You are Dao. Just a few days prior, Jiang Daolong had written to him, stating that his eldest son, Jiang Dao, would be coming to seek his support in joining the Flame Guild. Little nephew Jiang Dao, I have the honor of meeting you. Jiang Dao immediately bowed. Indeed, it is you, Dao. Good lad, after all these years, you have grown so tall. The man in the blue robe expressed his delight. Indeed, you are now quite the adult. You wish to join the Flame Guild? Yes, I would greatly appreciate it if you could recommend me, Jiang Dao replied. Although the Flame Guild recruits many individuals each year, those lacking skill find no future within. They merely serve as muscle. What is your level of skill? Yang Su inquired. Father, his strength is remarkable. On our way here, we encountered bandits, at least hundreds of them. The leader was a notorious criminal with a fierce beard, wielding a 9-ring broadsword. Previously, even the experts of the Flame Guild could not subdue him, yet he was effortlessly slain. Yang Zian immediately whispered into her father's ear. Could it be that the bearded man was Guo Biao? Has he met his end? Yang Su's expression shifted in surprise. Yes, it was a sight too terrible to behold. Yang Zian's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Good lad, Dao. If you truly possess such strength, you could easily attain the position of a hall master within the Flame Guild. However, hearing is one thing. Can you demonstrate your skills before me to broaden my horizons? Yang Su's gaze was intense as he looked at Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao immediately understood, nodding in agreement, very well, but my skills are rather diverse. I shall demonstrate my claw technique. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on a stone table in the courtyard. Approaching it, he swiftly extended his 5 fingers like lightning, suddenly grasping with great force. With a sharp crack, a large chunk of the resilient marble table was easily pried off, as if it were made of cotton, with no effort at all. But that was not all. Even more astonishingly, Jiang Dao clenched his fist. The piece of marble he held in his hand crumbled as if crushed by a giant hammer. Breaking apart into countless fragments, Jiang Dao released his grip, and the white stone dust cascaded down, covering the ground. How is this for strength? He turned to inquire. Yang Su was left utterly speechless, his expression one of disbelief. Crushing stone into powder. This is truly remarkable. Such prowess cannot be achieved without decades of practice. He soon broke into joyous laughter, exclaiming, What a formidable claw technique! Dao, with such strength, you will undoubtedly have a bright future within the Flame Guild. Come with me. I have important matters to discuss with you. It appears we may soon find fortune together. With a warm demeanor, he led Jiang Dao toward his study. Father, what about me? Yang Zian asked. You should return to your room and rest. Yang Su waved her off. Before long, Jiang Dao found himself in a study adorned with ancient charm. Yang Su, smiling broadly, immediately invited Jiang Dao to take a seat. Rubbing his hands together as he spoke, let me be frank, just a few days ago, we lost 2 hall masters in the Flame Guild. According to the guild's regulations, all core members now have the right to recommend talented individuals they deem worthy. With the final decision to be made through a contest, the ultimate victor can choose one of the 2 vacant hall master positions. Since you possess such strength, I intend to put your name forward. What do you think? Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled as he immediately rose, clasping his fists in gratitude. If that is the case, I am deeply thankful, uncle. Please, sit down. There is no need for such formality between us. Yang Su smiled, gesturing for Jiang Dao to take a seat. However, during the contest, weapons are unforgiving, so do take great care to avoid injury. I shall certainly give it my all, Jiang Dao affirmed. Very well then. You shall stay here with me for the time being. I will get you registered immediately. Yang Su replied with a smile. He hurried to one side, took a sheet of paper, prepared the ink, and began to write. In truth, his actions were not solely for Jiang Dao's benefit. A significant part was also for his own advantage. While he indeed managed the entire dock within the guild, he had no one above him. So he had to rely on others' favor and judgment for everything. Even a mere steward from above could scold him like a dog. It was uncertain when he might face ruin. If he could recommend Jiang Dao and have him take on the role of hall master, He would then have protection under Zhang Dao's influence, thus improving his own circumstances. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Before long, a letter of recommendation was completed. Yang Su smiled slightly, saying, Dao I will have a servant arrange a room for you. I will deliver this letter to the guild right away. I must say, your timing is impeccable, as today is the final deadline. After today, any chance of competing for the hall master position will be lost. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Dao once again bowed in gratitude. Yang Su immediately summoned a servant to escort Zhang Dao, while he himself took the letter and hurried out of the residence, making his way to the Flame Guild headquarters. Zhang Dao temporarily settled in with Yang Su. The room prepared for him was indeed quite splendid, ancient yet luxurious, equipped with a maid and all necessary living essentials. As evening approached, Yang Su finally returned from his outing. As soon as he arrived, he sought out Zhang Dao with a beaming smile. Dao the letter of recommendation has been submitted. The contest will take place in 2 days. I will take you there then. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Dao once again stood to express his gratitude. I have known your father since childhood. We are not merely brothers but closer than brothers. From now on, you may call me Sin Shu. As the rest of the family does, Yang Su chuckled. Zhang Dao hesitated briefly before nodding. Very well, thank you, San Shu. Yang Su was exceedingly pleased, nodding lightly as he continued. By the way, let me explain the current structure of the Flame Guild to you. Our guild is now the largest in the southern region of the Dai Empire, with a regular membership exceeding 20,000, and our members spread across 6 continents and 18 cities. The hierarchy consists of the Guild Master, Deputy Guild Master, Left and Right Protectors, 9 Hall Masters, and 18 Stewards. The 2 vacant Hall Master positions are for the Masters of the Eagle Hall and Black Tiger Hall. The 2 Hall Masters oversee different territories in Qianyuan City. The Eagle Hall governs the southwestern region, surrounded by wealthy merchants, offering ample opportunities for profit, while the Black Tiger Hall controls the northeastern section, primarily inhabited by the impoverished, with laborers clustered around abundant coal and iron mines, making it a typical slum. Thus, it would be best for you to compete for the position of Hall Master of the Eagle Hall. Zhang Dao nodded gently, leaving the decision entirely to his third uncle. There is one more matter I recently learned about. In this election for the 2 positions of Hall Master, there are a total of 11 candidates. Among these 11, 2 are particularly ferocious, said to have reached the realm of blood boiling in their martial arts, making them unfathomable. 1 is named Feng Leizhong Fei Bin, adept in a set of 49 styles of Feng Leizhong. The other goes by the name of Taida Han Luopong, who possesses a body hardened by diverse training, impervious to blades and spears. You must exercise extreme caution if you encounter them. Yang Su remarked. I will. Zhang Dao replied. Third uncle, you mentioned that the 2 Hall Masters recently passed away. How did they meet their end? With their strength and status, could anyone in Qianyuan City dare to kill them? At the mention of this topic, Yang Su's expression shifted, and he let out a soft sigh. A flicker of trepidation in his eyes. The ones who killed them were not human. Not human? Zhang Dao's eyelids fluttered. Evil spirits? Monstrous beings? Or perhaps spirit exterminators? Chapter 31. The martial arts competition begins. Do we have any idea how they died? Zhang Dao asked nonchalantly. Yang Su's countenance contorted, seemingly grappling with a tumultuous hesitation. After a moment, he whispered, I previously corresponded with your father and learned that your family encountered a similar situation in Hangzhou City. Thus, you should be aware that there exist monstrous beings and evil spirits in this world, right? We have yet to ascertain whether the culprits behind the deaths of these 2 Hall Masters were indeed monstrous beings or evil spirits. What do you mean? Zhang Dao inquired, perplexed. Yang Su sighed lightly. All of them perished 10 nights ago. That evening, our headquarters convened a meeting that lasted late into the night. It was not until nearly the 3rd watch that the 2 Hall Masters departed. However, at that moment, calamity struck. Those within the headquarters only had time to hear a series of anguished screams. By the time they rushed out, both Hall Masters had met a gruesome end, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, appearing as though they had been hacked to death by a multitude of blades. Even the many experts who accompanied them met the same fate, all tragically slain, their blood and flesh scattered everywhere, leaving no one with a complete corpse. Following that night, The gang leader ordered the entire gang to be placed on high alert for a thorough investigation, yet to this day, not a single clue has emerged. It was as if these individuals had died in vain. As Yang Su recounted this, a distinct glimmer of dread appeared in his eyes, revealing his horror. Jiang Dao narrowed his gaze. So, you also do not know what entity was responsible? Indeed, but it is certain that it was definitely not human, nor something our Lian gang could provoke in the mortal realm. Our Lian gang is considered a formidable force, capable of exerting influence over the southern regions of the Dai dynasty. However, when compared to these terrifying non-human entities, we amount to nothing, Yang Su said, his expression complex. Thus, after a mere 10 days of investigation, the gang leader decreed to abandon the matter and elect new hall masters. Jiang Dao's heart surged. He had come here to learn advanced martial arts, yet found the situation more convoluted than he anticipated. The ability to slay 2 hall masters in the blink of an eye, right under the nose of the Lian gang, was undoubtedly several times more formidable than the previous enigmatic youth he had encountered. This instilled within him a profound sense of impending peril. Third uncle, once martial arts training reaches the divine power realm, is it impossible to ascend further? Jiang Dao inquired. I cannot say. Yang Su replied, I possess little knowledge of martial arts. I only know that the divine power realm is exceedingly rare. At least within the entirety of the Dai dynasty, the masters of the divine power realm could be counted on one's fingers. Jiang Dao pondered for a moment. There is one more thing. Third uncle, the burly man I killed, before he died, claimed to be from the Lian gang. Lian gang? Yang Su's expression froze, replying, impossible. Our Lian gang has strict internal regulations. No one would dare to commit such acts. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression shifted, deep in thought as he murmured, however, it is not out of the realm of possibility. If some enforcers or hall masters sought to make a windfall, they might very well secretly recruit experts, masquerading as bandits to intercept trade routes for profit. He suddenly raised his head and said, Dower, let this matter end here. Regardless of whether that burly man, Guobiao, was an undercover agent for our Lian gang, you shall treat it as if you know nothing. I understand. Jiang Dao nodded decisively. Subsequently, Yang Su instructed him on a few more matters before departing. Time flew swiftly. In the span of 2 days, Jiang Dao hardly ventured beyond the door. The farthest he went being a stroll near the dock. This location lay to the west of Qianyuan City, and upon stepping outside, one encountered a vast and magnificent river, its waves surging mightily, flowing north and south, with merchant ships traversing daily, thriving in trade, if this world were akin to that of his previous life in ancient times. Given Jiang Dao's family background, he could undoubtedly live in unparalleled comfort. Alas, this place harbored evil spirits and monstrous beings, each capable of effortlessly slaying countless ordinary men. Even those who had trained in martial arts for decades would find themselves utterly defenseless against these non-human entities. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Jiang Dao was awakened by Yang Su, who urged him to mount a swift steed and set off towards the headquarters of the Lian gang. Dower, our Lian gang's headquarters, is situated in the southern part of the city, an immense structure constructed at great expense, akin to a city within a city. It can be said that about 70% of the experts within the gang reside there. And upon your arrival, you will surely perceive its grandeur. The location of this martial arts competition is within the headquarters, Yang Su explained with a smile. After a journey of over an hour, the two finally arrived at the imposing outer wall. The wall loomed majestically, extending endlessly, encrusted with moss, with only a single entrance for entry. However, on either side of the entrance stood a group of men clad in black, wielding long knives and spears, their robust physiques and piercing gazes indicative of seasoned martial artists, their hands and fingers visibly calloused from years of training. Third uncle, has the Lian gang truly constructed a city within a city here? Do the authorities not inquire about this? Jiang Dao questioned suspiciously. The court is incompetent. As long as we continue to pay our dues yearly, they are disinterested in such matters. Moreover, the Dai royal family is gradually declining, their control over local affairs waning. Who knows, perhaps one day the court itself may fall, leaving them even less time to concern themselves with the affairs below. Yang Su replied with a chuckle. Now I see, Jiang Dao exclaimed in realization. They entered the inner wall and walked onward, soon arriving at a vast square. The square was alive with fluttering flags and a throng of people, densely packed with no fewer than several hundred individuals. All around, weapons glittered coldly, their presence ominous. In the center stood a grand platform. Upon this platform sat a robust man in his 50s or 60s. Clad in a striking red robe, his thick black hair cascading down. His formidable stature and sharp gaze resembled that of a fierce lion. On either side of him were three other men, one in white, one in blue, and one in black, all exuding deep, powerful auras, seemingly only a hair's breadth weaker than the gang leader himself. Below these three men were rows of seats, each occupied by a core member of the Lian gang, all of whom emanated bright gazes and profound energy. As soon as Jiang Dao arrived, he caught the piercing gaze of the gang leader, inwardly furrowing his brow. What a formidable expert! In that instant, he sensed the terrifying strength of the gang leader, far surpassing his own. This was the first time since his martial arts training that he had encountered such a powerful figure. Daoer, quickly pay your respects to the gang leader. Yang Su tugged at Jiang Dao's sleeve, prompting him to step forward and bowed. Yang Su, pay my respects to the gang leader. Jiang Dao followed suit without hesitation. Yang Su, is this the talent you recommended? His name is Jiang Dao? The gang leader, Fang Tianba, inquired with keen interest, fixing his penetrating gaze upon Jiang Dao. Among experts, an instinctive sense of energy existed. He, like Jiang Dao, immediately perceived the other's profound strength. Leaving him astonished, Jiang Dao appeared so young, at most 20. Yet how could his strength be so deep? Indeed, this is Jiang Dao, the son of one of my cousins, of untarnished reputation, utterly reliable. Yang Su smiled as he spoke. Excellent, an admirable young hero. The gang leader, Fang Tianba, could not help but praise this. Several individuals nearby scoffed, their gazes directed toward Jiang Dao, brimming with hostility. Jiang Dao frowned slightly, unable to suppress a glance back. He noticed a group of figures standing 5 or 6 meters away. Some men, some women, of varying heights and builds, casting cold, disdainful looks in his direction, subtly challenging him. Daoer, do not pay them any mind. They are merely your competitors, Yang Su whispered in Jiang Dao's ear. Jiang Dao promptly averted his gaze. Jiang Dao, did you truly kill the burly man Guo Biao? Was there no one else assisting you? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It came from one of the three men below the gang leader, the one clad in blue, who was addressing him. That is the left protector, Guo Linyu. Yang Su quickly whispered in introduction. Indeed, it was solely my doing, Jiang Dao replied. However, from what I understand, Guo Biao had gathered hundreds of skilled practitioners by his side, each with considerable strength and expertise in various weapons. How could you possibly have slain him alone? Were his subordinates mere decorations? Guo Linyu narrowed his eyes. They were but a bunch of rabble. I killed him and that was that. What more is there to discuss? Jiang Dao retorted. Jiang Dao remarked. What a pair of rustic chickens and tile dogs. Guo Linyu forced a smile, applauding with both hands, yet a fleeting shadow of darkness flickered in the depths of her eyes. Well, it seems the majority have arrived. There are only 2 positions for the leader, yet 11 contenders. Let us determine the candidates for the leader's position through a martial contest. This bout will follow a defending champion system. Whoever can stand atop the platform and win 5 consecutive matches will earn the qualification. Blades and spears are blind. Let the contest commence, declared the helper, Fang Tianba. Chapter 32. Let us join forces. No sooner had the words left his lips than a woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit leaped onto the stage. She wielded 2 short daggers, exuding a striking presence, her features exquisite, though her skin bore a slightly darker hue, as if weathered by the elements. Upon landing, she immediately clasped her fists and proclaimed, I am Shuang Fei Daoqiao Fengying. The first to defend the platform. I wonder which noble hero would be willing to impart their wisdom. Just a foul woman. Why doesn't she stay home to care for her children? How dare she wander the rivers and lakes? I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a cold scoff resonated. With a powerful bound, a burly man landed on the stage. He brandished a short iron whip, his physique imposing and his gaze fierce. The moment he touched down, He swung the whip with a whistling gust of wind aimed directly at Xiao Fengying. A chill swept through Xiao Fengying's eyes, seemingly incensed by the burly man's taunt. She unleashed her daggers, slicing through the fierce wind as she charged toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows amidst the howling winds. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had passed. Suddenly, both struck with open palms, colliding with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fengying lifted her leg and delivered a kick. The embroidered leg, imbued with sharp winds, struck with a peculiar angle between the burly man's legs, eliciting a cry of agony as he was sent flying off the platform. Xiao Fengying wore a cold smile. What of being a woman? I have 100 ways to end your life. No matter how muscular a man is, he still possesses fatal flaws. The burly man lay on the ground, curled up in agony, his face contorted and blood soaking the ground beneath him, a stench of iron filling the air. He lifted his head, venomously declaring, "Vile woman, I will kill you." With a swift motion, Xiao Fengying raised her hand, unleashing a flurry of poison needles that flew with a sharp wind, striking the burly man with precision, causing him to spew blood and succumb to death on the spot. The other contenders felt a chill run down their spines. What a venomous woman! Even Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Fengying. Enough of this nonsense. With such strength, how dare you compete for the leader? If you die, it would serve you right. A cold voice suddenly interjected. From the crowd, a tall man leaped onto the stage, his long limbs and indifferent expression casting an ominous shadow, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, fixed on Xiao Fengying. Dower. That is Fei Bin of the Wind Thunder Palm, master of the 49 forms of Wind Thunder Palm. Extremely formidable. Yang Su whispered urgently into Jiang Dao's ear. Jiang Dao remained silent, observing intently. Upon recognizing Fei Bin, Xiao Fengying's expression shifted slightly, yet she smirked. Excellent timing. I would be delighted to test your Wind Thunder Palm. With a flourish, her two daggers glinted with a cold light, racing toward Fei Bin like specters. Fei Bin's expression remained cold. His hands suddenly expanded, veins bulging, knuckles thickening, enveloped in a fierce wind as he met Xiao Fengying's daggers head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed with a cacophony of sound, their movements swift and fluid. Xiao Fengying pushed her daggers to their utmost limit. Yet, no matter how swift she could not breach Fei Bin's defenses. Each time her daggers descended, his palm force would instantaneously counter, creating a barrier of might that repelled her blades. Suddenly, she employed the same trick, her foot slicing through the air with a sharp wind, aimed unerringly at Fei Bin's lower body. But Fei Bin was quick to react, seizing her foot with an unyielding grip, his expression icy. With his other hand, he unleashed a terrifying force aimed squarely at her face. Xiao Fengying's countenance changed. She hastily maneuvered her daggers to block. Boom! With a heavy thud, Fei Bin redirected his palm, striking Xiao Fengying's chest with such force that she gasped in pain, her torso caving in as she was sent crashing to the ground outside the ring. Presumptuous! Fei Bin's tone was cold, his tall frame standing firm on the platform, his gaze predatory as it swept over the other competitors. The onlookers felt a shiver of fear at his terrifying prowess. Suddenly, Fei Bin's gaze landed on Jiang Dao, his voice icy. What are you staring at? Why don't you come up? Do you want me to point you out? Do you really think yourself a significant figure? Dower, be cautious. Yang Su warned urgently, his expression grave. If it becomes too much, remember to surrender. I will ensure you a position as an attendant. Fei Bin's strength was evidently formidable, causing Yang Su to worry for Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao lightly cracked his neck, the sound echoing, and replied calmly, "Understood, third uncle." With that, he launched himself onto the platform, his towering figure radiating immense pressure. He glanced at Fei Bin and then surveyed the onlookers, casually stating, "Is this all you have? Competing 5 times is far too tedious. Let us all come at me together." Arrogant, unaware of your own limitations. The other competitors exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with fury. Fei Bin's eyes glinted with malice, his heart brimming with murderous intent. "You seek death." With a swift motion, he charged at Jiang Dao, his hands glowing with azure light, his aura surging violently as he struck at Jiang Dao's form. Jiang Dao suddenly pivoted, his hands moving in unison with blinding speed. Crack, crack, ah! The sound of bones shattering echoed as both of Fei Bin's wrists were simultaneously broken, his anguished scream resembling that of a splintering tree. Jiang Dao then delivered a kick that sent him tumbling to the side, writhing in pain on the ground, his wrists grotesquely exposed. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Binner! Left Guardian Guilin Yu rose, a mix of shock and rage in her voice. I said to stop wasting time. Let us all join forces, Jiang Dao declared, his gaze sweeping over the remaining contenders. Everyone was astounded, looking at Jiang Dao as though he were a monster. He had dispatched Fei Bin in an instant. They were clearly on entirely different levels. Yet, in the presence of the leader and many elders, none were willing to concede defeat outright. Their expressions shifted, exchanging glances before all leaping onto the stage, armed with various weapons, charging at Jiang Dao with fervor. Kill, they shouted in unison, employing diverse techniques. Jiang Dao's eyes glinted fiercely as he moved swiftly among them. His eagle claw technique striking like lightning, targeting their vital points, each claw inflicting devastating damage. Crack, 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 ah! His hands moved in a whirlwind, impossibly fast. Even weapons proved ineffective. Each weapon that Jiang Dao seized was shattered effortlessly. His eagle claw technique was ferocious and terrifying, as though nothing could withstand its might. This was a one-sided massacre. Below, Xiao Fengying, who had been previously sent flying, gaped in horror at a monster. This is truly a monster. Even Fang Tianba, the leader, narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Just then, Fei Bin, who had been crippled, his face contorted with malice, seized the moment. He opened his mouth and spat forth a needle glowing with blue light. Aimed viciously at Jiang Dao's vital point, thud. The needle struck Jiang Dao at the acupoint, causing him to sway slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He casually discarded a long blade he had just shattered. Reaching out to pluck the needle from his neck, examining it before slowly crushing it. Though the needle had pierced his skin, it had not drawn blood, merely grazing the surface. The toxin within was swiftly expelled by his cultivation technique. Jiang Dao's gaze was cold as he turned back toward Fei Bin, striding deliberately in his direction. Do you know what I detest most? Being ambushed. You? Fei Bin's face was one of sheer terror. What kind of monster are you? You were struck by my poison needle and yet remain unscathed. Stop this at once, Left Guardian Guilin Yu shouted furiously. With a swift motion, Jiang Dao struck like lightning, his eagle claw technique puncturing Fei Bin's forehead, causing a gruesome eruption of blood and bone as the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Why apologies? But it is too late. Jiang Dao turned around and spoke. Chapter 33. Who dares not to come? Kill his whole family. The arena was drenched in blood, a scene of utter devastation. The ground was littered with shattered weapons. The previous 7 combatants were all gravely injured. Lying on the ground, emitting pitiful groans. Some had severed wrists, others had shattered shoulders, and still others had gaping wounds on their chests, missing chunks of flesh. Jiang Dao had executed the essence of the eagle claw technique to perfection. Aside from him, no one else could stand on the stage. This was still the result of his deliberate restraint. Had he not held back, those struck by his eagle claw technique would have undoubtedly met their demise. You are being outrageous, Left Guardian Guilin Yu bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage. Fei Bin, the one defeated, was his own nephew. How could Jiang Dao have killed him right before his eyes? Left Guardian, the leader has already stated that blades and swords are blind. Do you truly believe my actions were unjust? Jiang Dao frowned. I have already called for a halt. Why do you not cease? Guilin Yu shouted angrily. Yet he has not admitted defeat, and besides, he sought to kill me. What is wrong with me killing him? Jiang Dao replied. You? Guilin Yu gritted his teeth, his gaze frigid. Enough. Let us speak no more. Suddenly, the leader, Fang Tianba, spoke with a heavy tone, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao, you have indeed won this arena match. According to our rules, you may choose either the master of the Flying Eagle Hall or the Black Tiger Hall. Which do you wish to select? Leader, this person is new and his background has yet to be thoroughly investigated. Moreover, he has achieved nothing yet has acted with such cruelty. Should he become a hall master, Many below will surely be discontent. Guilin Yu said coldly, we agreed to determine the candidate through combat. Do you mean to imply that the left guardian wishes for me to break my word? Fang Tianba turned his attention to Guilin Yu. Guilin Yu's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily replied, I would not dare, Jiang Dao. Which hall master do you wish to select? Fang Tianba inquired once more. I choose the Flying Eagle Hall. Jiang Dao responded with a cupped fist gesture. Very well, starting tomorrow, the Flying Eagle Hall shall be yours. As for the affairs of the hall, someone will brief you on them tomorrow morning. Fang Tianba announced, then rose to take his leave. Thank you. Leader, Jiang Dao bowed respectfully. Guilin Yu shot a venomous glance at Jiang Dao, his heart heavy with gloom, gritting his teeth in anger. Jiang Dao not only killed his carefully nurtured informant, the whiskered guest Guo Biao, but now had also slain his own nephew. Originally, he had intended to support his nephew to take control of the Flying Eagle Hall to expand his influence, but now all his plans were in disarray. Damn you! Even if you become the master of the Flying Eagle Hall, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Guilin Yu crushed the armrest of his chair in fury and left as well. Not far away, Yang Su's face lit up with joy as he hurried towards Jiang Dao. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Jiang Dao shook his head, stepping down from the arena, his gaze deeply fixed on the retreating figure of Guilin Yu, and asked, who is Fei Bin to Guilin Yu? Why did he react so strongly? Yang Su's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly pulled Jiang Dao away, whispering, it is said that he is Guilin Yu's own nephew. Guilin Yu registered him with the intention of nurturing him to expand his power. His own nephew, Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed. So it is likely Guilin Yu will seek revenge against me? Indeed, but rest assured, he would not dare to act recklessly within the gang, Yang Su replied. Jiang Dao's heart surged, a hint of killing intent emerging. If he dared to seek revenge, then he would have to eliminate him beforehand. He did not wish to gamble with the safety of his own family. Should the other party choose to target his loved ones, it would be too late for regrets. The danger must be nipped in the bud. Third uncle, what is Guilin Yu's strength? Jiang Dao casually inquired. What do you intend to do? Yang Su, startled, quickly replied, the left guardian is immensely powerful, reputed to be the second strongest in the Flame Gang. Unfathomable, second only to the leader. You do not intend to strike against the left guardian, do you? How could that be? Jiang Dao smiled as he spoke. Let us return. A wave of killing intent brewed within him. Guilin Yu's strength was second only to the leader, which meant that if he wished to assassinate him, it would not be an easy task at present. However, if he could learn a few more martial arts techniques within the Flame Gang and integrate them, he would undoubtedly be able to crush Guilin Yu with ease. The two mounted their swift horses and retraced their route. As night fell, torches flickered in a secluded mansion. Guilin Yu smashed 4 or 5 teacups in fury. His face icy, the air thick with murderous intent. 7 or 8 of his loyal subordinates stood before him, each displaying their anger. Rest assured, left guardian. Even if Jiang Dao becomes the hall master, we will not let him have it easy. The Flying Eagle Hall governs such a vast area. What good is mere strength? One burly man sneered. Indeed, if he wishes to smoothly assume the position of hall master, we brothers will create trouble for him, making him realize that managing a hall relies not on brute force. He will be overwhelmed with trifles every day. Another added coldly, brother, I dare wager that Jiang Dao will not last half a month before he leaves. A third man chimed in. Guilin Yu took a deep breath, his expression frigid, saying, brothers, you are all my trusted subordinates, nurtured by me within the Flying Eagle Hall. This time, with Binner's tragic death and the hall master's position snatched away. It is my miscalculation. However, rest assured, if you serve me well, I will not treat you poorly in the future. Left guardian, you are too modest. Your grace is as heavy as a mountain. We will surely repay you. The 7 or 8 men all clasped their fists and exclaimed, starting tomorrow, we shall see how you all perform. Guilin Yu said darkly, eyeing another direction. Within a secluded mansion, leader Fang Tianba sat quietly on a zetonwood chair. His eyes narrowed. Surrounding him were several individuals, all of whom had appeared earlier in the day. What do you all think of Jiang Dao? Fang Tianba inquired, playing with 2 large iron balls in his hands. Such strength at such a young age is indeed astonishing. Leader, forgive my frankness, but at this rate, Jiang Dao may pose a threat to you in a few years. One person spoke gravely. Feng Tianba's eyes flashed with a cold light. Right Guardian, what are your thoughts? He asked calmly, Tio his side, the Right Guardian. A stout middle-aged man wearing a watermelon hat and dressed in formal attire, smiled slightly and said, I can only say that Jiang Dao's emergence is both a blessing and a curse for you. Leader, the Flame Gang has always been complex, full of scheming and intrigue. The deputy leader remains neutral, avoiding worldly matters, while the Left Guardian's influence grows, his ambitions becoming more apparent as he secretly cultivates unknown numbers of masters, subtly positioning himself to usurp your power. Now with Jiang Dao's emergence, if utilized well, he could restrain the Left Guardian, gradually wearing down his strength. Once they are mutually weakened, you could strike decisively and eliminate both without breaking a sweat. What a splendid strategy! Leader Feng Tianba's iron ball spun continuously in his hands, his gaze profound. Now I only hope Jiang Dao does not grow too quickly. I do not wish to kill a wolf and attract a tiger. Crack! The two iron balls in his hands shattered with a casual grip. The others in the room stared in shock, their expressions filled with horror. Is this still a flesh and blood body? The following morning, Jiang Dao mounted his swift horse, guided by Yang Su towards the entrance of the Flying Eagle Hall. Dower. Ahead lies the Flying Eagle Hall. By the way, there are many masters who originally belonged to the Left Guardian within the hall. They were heavily nurtured by him, and if they learn you have offended the Left Guardian, they will likely engage in some underhanded tactics to make things difficult for you. Just ignore them. Yang Su advised. Masters who originally belonged to the Left Guardian? Jiang Dao frowned and replied, I understand. A hint of killing intent flashed within him. If these individuals remained obedient and compliant, he would naturally not seek them out for trouble. However, if they dared to stir up any mischief, they should not blame him for being ruthless. The swift horses galloped through the streets. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Flying Eagle Hall. However, upon entering, Jiang Dao's expression turned cold as he surveyed his surroundings. The vast hall was sparsely populated, with hardly anyone in sight. Occasionally, a few figures could be seen, utterly intoxicated, sprawled in corners without a care for their image. Moreover, from deep within the courtyard came the raucous sounds of gambling. Big. We must go big this time. Small, small. I bet on small. Locked in. Let us see. For 56 big. Yang Su's face paled upon hearing the noise. These people are gambling? They refuse to come out to welcome the new hall master. Where are the members of the hall? Quickly, summon them to greet the new hall master. Yang Su shouted angrily at one of the sprawled figures. The figure, a burly man with a face full of stubble, clutching a wine bottle and reeking of alcohol, disdainfully dug at his ears and said, What new hall master? How should I know? Do you have the leader's appointment letter? Show it to me. As the words fell from his lips, a magnificent head soared into the sky, blood spraying profusely, splattering onto several bystanders. The individuals nearby, drenched in crimson, shuddered violently, the intoxication evaporating into cold sweat, leaving them starkly sober and filled with unspeakable terror. Jiang Daolong sheathed his long knife, his tone devoid of warmth. I in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all must gather. Should anyone fail to appear, I shall annihilate their entire family. Chapter 34. Ruthless measures. The sudden scene left the nearby inebriated individuals paralyzed with fear, including Yang Su, whose eyes widened in shock. Was his nephew not a tad too ruthless? Without even a moment's inquiry, he had resorted to murder. The drunken men, splattered with blood, let out a wail and hastily scrambled towards the courtyard, calling for reinforcements. Inside a spacious chamber, dozens of henchmen were engrossed in gambling, their raucous shouts echoing from afar, interspersed with boisterous laughter that reverberated like thunder. Abruptly, the door was flung open. A group of blood-soaked men burst into the room, crying out in terror, It's bad. The new hall master has arrived. He has killed Iron Arm Ho-san, and he urges us to gather swiftly. If we delay, he threatens to slaughter our families. The faces of the gamblers turned pale. One burly man, his expression turning icy, smashed his dice cup with a resounding crack, declaring, What audacity! To arrive and kill at once. Does he regard us as nothing? This man, named Lu Qinglong, was one of the 8 trusted aides of the left protector, famed for his iron sand palm, which had earned him notoriety across the rivers and lakes. Last night, upon their return, the 8 had gathered their subordinates, intending to intimidate Zhang Daolong and create some trouble for him. They had not anticipated, however, that Zhang Daolong would be so ferocious, killing Iron Arm Ho San right off the bat. Clearly, he sought to instill fear through his thunderous measures. Let us go and confront this new hall master. I wish to ask him face to face which rule Ho San violated that warranted such a fate, and whether he has any regard for the hall master. A nearby man, his voice cold, seized a weapon and strode out. The others followed suit, each seething with anger. Figures converged, shadows moving from all corners of the courtyard. Some deliberately stalling, despite the ability to arrive swiftly, adopting a mocking demeanor as they cast sinister glances at Zhang Daolong. His expression remained indifferent as he cast a quiet gaze towards the incense, which was burning rapidly. The thin wisps of smoke soon dissipated, but 7 or 8 fools remained, sneering from a distance, refusing to approach. Hall Master, may I inquire what crime Ho San committed? You executed him without hesitation. Even if he was still intoxicated, according to the hall rules, he would only have deserved a few dozen lashes. Why resort to murder? Suddenly, the towering figure of Lu Qinglong fixed his gaze on Zhang Daolong, coldly questioning him. The majority of the others also directed their keen eyes towards Zhang Daolong. Though not speak, just yet. I granted you half an incense stick's worth of time to assemble. Now that the incense has burned out, the 7 who have yet to arrive can be considered dead. Zhang Daolong's tone was frigid, not even sparing a glance at the man who had spoken. With a swift motion, he surged forth towards the lingering figures. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Would he kill again? As the 7 or 8 figures caught sight of Zhang Daolong charging at them, their faces paled, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. Hall Master, we were coerced. Please spare us. Blood gushed forth, a sight too horrific to behold. In an instant, those 7 or 8 figures found themselves decapitated, their lifeless bodies soaring through the air. This gruesome display left the remaining individuals aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. A demon. He is truly a demon. So quick to kill. Hall Master, why must you slay once more? Lu Qinglong erupted in outrage, his eyes aflame. According to the hall rules, they have committed no grave offense. Your private execution of them is an act of eliminating dissent, a violation of the rules. We will report this to the hall master. Yes, we will report this to the hall master, echoed the others, all shouting in unison. Zhang Daolong casually cleared his ears, his bloodied long knife in hand, his imposing figure advancing step by step towards the crowd. He approached the hulking Lu Qinglong, coldly stating, "You wish to report this to the hall master? Why you?" Lu Qinglong's complexion drained of color. Merely meeting Zhang Daolong's gaze sent a shiver down his spine, rendering him speechless as if he were being scrutinized by some unimaginable terror. With a piercing scream, Lu Qinglong clutched his right shoulder, his entire arm severed cleanly, flying high into the air. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, painting the scene in crimson. The others who had been shouting alongside Lu Qinglong froze in horror, their spines tingling, unable to utter another sound. Even Yang Su was left speechless, astonished by the brutality. Who else wishes to report to the hall master? Zhang Daolong's tone remained indifferent as he surveyed the crowd. They trembled uncontrollably, engulfed in fear. Even those still under the influence of alcohol suddenly sobered, their faces turning ashen. Since no one wishes to report, then it is time for me to speak. Zhang Daolong's tone was icy. During your watch, you gambled without permission and disrespected me, your hall master. These are grave offenses, yet considering your status as first-time offenders, I, in my magnanimity, shall not pursue this matter. However, I have heard that some among you gained entry through connections. Is that so? Might those individuals step forward for my recognition? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines, all heads bowed. Who would dare admit to having connections? Given the hall master's ruthless nature, A careless admission could lead to a swift execution. No one. Jiang Daolong's gaze swept across the room, suddenly locking onto an individual. What is your name? I heard there are several of Guo Linyu's confidants here. Who are they? The man's face paled. Lifting his head, was Jiang Daolong intent on wiping them out completely? I don't know. I truly don't know. Please spare me, Hall Master, he stammered, trembling. Do not be afraid. Speak up and I guarantee your safety. In fact, I may even make you the helmsman. Jiang Daolong reassured. Should you choose silence, my knife may not be so forgiving. The man quaked in fear, glancing hesitantly to the side where several others stood. Their expressions a mix of shock and anger as they frantically gestured for him to remain silent. Do not hesitate. Boldly reveal their names. Should you do so, you shall become the helmsman if you remain silent. Death awaits, Jiang Daolong coaxed, his demeanor akin to that of a demon. The man struggled, but ultimately divulged the names of 7 or 8 individuals. Excellent, Jiang Daolong nodded, turning to address the group, Wang Kai, Zhao Feng, Lu Qinglong, Guo Huaifan. All of you named, step forward. Each individual named was unmistakably among those who had conspired with Guo Linyu the previous night. They now stood frozen, terror coursing through them, too fearful to step forward. What? None of you are these individuals, Jiang Daolong frowned, his eyes flashing with menace as he scanned the crowd. Or do you wish to remain hidden? If you do not step forward, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. We are here. Gradually, a few individuals, trembling in fear, raised their hands, stepping out from the crowd. Once one emerged, another soon followed, until 7 or 8 stood exposed, each filled with trepidation and panic. Originally, they had conspired to intimidate Jiang Daolong, intending to sow discord, never anticipating his merciless nature. Very well, from today forth, you will be responsible for the stables, daily tasked with cutting grass, feeding the horses, and cleaning up their droppings. Jiang Daolong spoke flatly. Locking eyes with them, should there be any dissatisfaction, do not blame me for my ruthless heart. The group could scarcely believe their ears. You cannot assign us to clean the stables, Hall Master. We have committed no wrongs within the Flying Eagle Hall. Why would you unjustly impose this upon us? This is clearly a purge of dissenters. We refuse to accept this. One man hastily exclaimed in terror. A flash of the blade, blood gushed forth. The man clutched his severed shoulder, letting out a harrowing scream as his arm flew high into the air, a gruesome sight. From now on, you shall do as I command, without question or reason. Jiang Daolong sheathed his knife, his expression cold. I refuse. I want to leave the hall. Suddenly, one man shrieked in terror, turning to flee. Jiang Daolong's eyes glinted with cold light as he leaped forth, his eagle claw technique swift as the wind. Striking the man squarely on the crown of his head, with a sickening sound, he tore away the top of the man's skull, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The wretched body flew 7 to 8 meters away, lifeless and beyond salvation. Leave the hall? Do you think the Flame Hall is a mere playground? You can come and go as you please. Jiang Dao's tone was frigid. Chapter 35. Winning Hearts. Jiang Dao's cruel methods plunged everyone into a state of terror. They could scarcely fathom what manner of demon he truly was. The onlookers, searching their own hearts, acknowledged that they too had engaged in wrongdoing before. Yet, none could claim to have committed murder with such ease as Jiang Dao did. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd, their voices stifled by fear. On one side, Yang Su was utterly taken aback. Incredible! This nephew was truly astonishing. How could he have so effortlessly subdued such a rebellious faction? Ah, you who reported the merit, what name do you go by? Jiang Dao suddenly turned his indifferent gaze towards the man who had previously spoken, inquiring. The man trembled as he replied, I am called Wang Bao. From this day forth, you shall be promoted to the position of leader. Go fetch me the membership roster. Jiang Dao commanded. Yes, yes. The man, filled with both joy and trepidation, his heart racing, felt as if he were dreaming, and hastily rushed into the building to retrieve a thick membership book. The roster contained over 600 members, but most were out in the world, unable to attend. Only about 100 regular members were present in the hall. Jiang Dao quickly scanned the list and discovered that there were 8 leaders in the Feiying Hall, all of whom had been dispatched to clean horse manure, and without exception, they were all leaders. You claim you didn't use connections to get in? 8 people simultaneously holding the title of leader must surely imply some foul play in my Feiying Hall. I detest the use of connections. Jiang Dao's expression remained icy as he addressed the crowd. Now, there are 7 leader positions vacant. Let those who possess superior martial prowess step forth. Who among you believes your strength far surpasses that of your peers? Stand up, and I shall appoint you as leaders. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals were filled with both excitement and apprehension. To be appointed as leaders. They were about to step forward when suddenly, a chill coursed through them, and they recoiled in fear. Did taking up the mantle of leader not mean incurring the wrath of the left protector? Who among them could forget that the left protector had previously placed numerous trusted aides in key positions within the Feiying Hall? Now that these positions were within their grasp, would the left protector treat them favorably? Fear gripped the crowd, and they all lowered their heads. What? No one wishes to claim the esteemed position of leader. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the downcast faces. The crowd remained silent. Suddenly, Jiang Dao understood, a cold smile gracing his lips. Fear not. As long as you serve as leaders under my command, you shall be my own people. No one else shall have the authority to deal with you. Whoever dares to retaliate against you, including the left protector, will be opposing me. So, what say you? Are you still hesitating? The opportunity is before you. Seize it wisely. Such chances are rare in life. The expressions of the crowd shifted, and they began to wrestle with their decisions. Soon, one bold individual stepped forward, fists clasped. Leader, I am Guodu Tian, willing to take on the role of leader. I have mastered the swift blade technique, the 88-64 styles in terms of strength. I rank among the best in the Feiying Hall. I hope the leader will grant me this opportunity. Swift blade? With such skill, why have you not held a prominent position before? Jiang Dao queried. Because I lack connections, I could only serve in a subordinate capacity, the man replied in a hushed tone. I see. Jiang Dao smiled. From this moment on, you shall be the East Gate leader of the Feiying Hall, responsible for the East Gate Street area. Thank you, leader, Guodu Tian rejoiced, bowing deeply. Upon witnessing this scene, the others were stirred, and they immediately stepped forward to recommend themselves. These individuals were not lacking in strength. Much like Guodu Tian, they too had been hindered by a lack of connections, preventing their rise. But now that Jiang Dao had cleared the obstacles, hope rekindled within them. Jiang Dao, thoroughly satisfied, appointed leaders one by one. Soon, all vacant leadership positions were filled. Rest assured, as long as you faithfully follow me, I shall not neglect you. Today, as I assume my position, there shall be rewards for everyone. Each person shall receive 10 taels of silver, while leaders shall be granted 100 taels, Jiang Dao declared. 10 taels of silver equated to the earnings of an ordinary person over 4 to 5 years. Many of the servants in Jiang's household earned merely 2 coins a month, rendering these 10 taels a substantial fortune. While 100 taels for leaders was an extravagant windfall, instantly, the crowd erupted in joy, hastily bowing in gratitude, fully committed. Among men, one truly stood out. Yang Su privately marveled at the scene. First, a display of thunderous authority to instill fear, followed by generous rewards to win loyalty. The balance of power was masterfully wielded. The left protector's trusted aides were indeed defeated without justification. Third uncle, there is nothing more to attend to here for the time being. If you are busy, you may leave now, Jiang Dao said as he turned. Very well, I was initially concerned that you might not be able to fully subjugate the Feiying Hall, but it appears my worries were unfounded. Yang Su sighed. He promptly mounted his swift horse and departed the scene. The others dispersed, and Jiang Dao commanded, "The 8 leaders, come in with me," he instructed as he strode towards the main hall. Suddenly pausing to cast a cold glance at those he had dismissed. Watch them closely. Do not let them escape. Whoever allows them to flee shall answer to me. A group of subordinates nodded vigorously, assuring him that no one would be allowed to leave. On the ground, the dismissed leaders wore bitter expressions, their hearts heavy with frustration. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would never have dared to comply with the left protector's orders to deal with Jiang Dao. Within the grand hall, Jiang Dao took his seat quietly, draped in a snow-white mink coat, his imposing figure exuding strength, his broad shoulders adorned with a mane of thick black hair, his complexion fair. Resembling a noble gentleman, he gently picked up a teacup, blew lightly across its surface, and said lightly, "Gentlemen, I have heard that our Flame Gang harbors a wealth of martial arts texts. Might I inquire as to their whereabouts? Are there any restrictions on studying them?" Returning to the leader, all these texts are housed within the headquarters, which encompasses a vast array of techniques, from blades to spears, staffs to swords. Access requires the use of contribution points for exchange, but as the leader, you need not go through such trouble. Generally, each leader may enter twice a month, and the text below the third floor can be read free of charge, Guodu Tian replied. Free of charge? Jiang Dao's eyes glimmered. Indeed, but those above the third floor require contribution points, Guodu Tian added. Does the Flame Gang have internal martial arts? Jiang Dao inquired. Yes, our Flame Gang possesses two profound internal arts, the Liang Divine Art, which may only be cultivated by the gang leader, and the Black Heart Poison Palm, which may also only be viewed by the gang leader and vice leader, Guodu Tian explained. Only the leader and vice leader can practice? Is there no internal martial art accessible to leaders? Jiang Dao frowned at it. Seems there are none, Guodu Tian replied with a bitter smile. Jiang Dao pondered, realizing the predicament he was in. He had initially thought that upon joining the Flame Gang, he would swiftly gain access to internal martial arts. However, it now appeared fruitless. As Peng Lin had said, the significance of such knowledge was beyond imagination. Without being a leader or vice leader, he had no authority to access it. Please outline the territory governed by the Feiying Hall, Jiang Dao casually asked. He was mentally planning to visit the headquarters the following day to select some texts. Even without internal martial arts, studying several blade techniques and external skills would still be beneficial. Yes, leader. Guodu Tian clasped his fists. A day passed swiftly. Jiang Dao completely took control of the Feiying Hall. The news reached the left protector's ears, inciting his fury once again. He shattered a wooden post with a single slap. His sleeves billowing, his anger palpable, his gaze fierce. This is utterly intolerable, simply intolerable. Protector, do not be enraged. This Jiang Dao is merely a young man. Youthful exuberance is to be expected. We cannot confront him with force. A strategist spoke calmly from the side. I have a plan to eliminate him. Not long ago, a batch of our gang members mysteriously disappeared in Qingshi town, suspected to be the work of malevolent spirits. The gang leader intends to investigate this matter. Why not recommend Jiang Dao for the task? We can send a few trusted aides along with him, and along the way, eliminate him. Even if he dies, it would be a meaningless death. The left protector inhaled deeply, his expression darkening as he slowly nodded. Indeed, that aligns with my intentions. Let Hu Biao and Fan Hu handle it. Chapter 36. Mysterious events unfold. As the sun rose, the following morning, Jiang Dao mounted a swift horse and hurried to the Flame Gang's headquarters. Under Guodu Tian's guidance, he beheld a grand edifice. The vast structure towered impressively. Standing 5 stories high, surrounded by a throng of skilled individuals, tightly packed, creating an impenetrable barrier. Leader, I shall not enter. My contribution points are limited, making it impossible for me to do so, Guodu Tian remarked. Understood. Jiang Dao nodded gently and made his way towards the Kangwu Pavilion. As he approached, none dared to obstruct him. The path was clear, and he swiftly entered the first level. The first floor of the Kangwu Pavilion spanned approximately 200 square meters, densely populated with a dozen or so bookshelves, each laden with numerous tomes. Jiang Dao cast his gaze around, examining the contents one by one. After surveying the martial arts texts on the first layer, he proceeded directly to the second and third layers. As expected, the martial arts available on the second and third layers were significantly fewer. It seemed that as one ascended, the level of martial arts increased. Yet their quantity diminished correspondingly. Upon reaching the third level, Jiang Dao casually picked up a manual. Fenglei Palm, he exclaimed. Was this not the ultimate technique of that Fei Bin? Jiang Dao perused it carefully. The Fenglei Palm comprised 49 forms. When perfected, its palm strikes would emit a thunderous sound, obliterating all in their path, capable of shattering stone. It was said that when mastered to its zenith, One could even summon a trace of wind and thunder from one's palm. Yet, from its inception to the present, no one had ever achieved this feat. Even the founder had never realized it, as it remained merely a realm he had theorized. He spent his entire life pursuing and refining it. But alas, before he could cultivate it, his lifespan waned, and he passed away. Zhang Dao meticulously examined the manual, then turned to other martial texts. Wild Wind Blade Technique, Long Rainbow Sword Technique, Setting Sun Halberd Technique, Golden Bell Protective Skill. One by one, he picked up the various martial arts manuals. Each text contained at least a dozen pages, with some exceeding 20, rich in detail. Due to time constraints, he could not thoroughly peruse each one. So he selected titles that piqued his interest for an in-depth read. He swiftly moved through one technique after another. Zhang Dao, ravenous for knowledge, became utterly absorbed in the ocean of martial arts. He diligently studied 3 techniques in total: the Fenglei Palm, the Wild Wind Blade Technique, and the Golden Bell Protective Skill. Without exception, after he meticulously reviewed each one, all 3 techniques appeared on his panel. Just as he was about to reach for a 4th technique, a helper rushed in, cupping his fists and stating, "Zhang Tangzhu, the leader has summoned you." Zhang Dao furrowed his brow and turned to the helper, asking, "What does the leader want with me?" The subordinate is unaware. "Please, Zhang Tangzhu, depart promptly," the helper replied. "Very well," Zhang Dao said reluctantly, placing the manual down and stepping outside. It was not until he exited the Kangwu Pavilion that he realized it was already afternoon. The sun shifting westward. Upon seeing Zhang Dao emerge, Guodu Tian hurried over, cupping his hands and saying, "Tangzhu, the leader has just issued a command for you to come at once." "Understood," Zhang Dao nodded, instructing Guodu Tian to wait there while he strode towards the grand hall in the distance. The grand hall loomed majestically, exuding an air of solemnity. 2 heavy bronze doors, studded with large nails, stood before him. Inside the hall, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere oppressive. The leader, the deputy leader, the left and right protectors, and several hall masters had all assembled. Behind them stood other key experts, each with piercing gazes. Salutations to the leader. Upon entering, Zhang Dao cupped his hands in greeting. Please take a seat," Fang Tianba replied with a slight nod. Gazing at the gathered assembly, he sighed. "Now that most have arrived, let us address the matter at hand. The night before last, we received word that another disappearance has occurred within the clan. 2 stewards and 62 members have vanished without a trace. The location remains in Qingshi town, and we are now 80% certain this is yet another mysterious incident. Who among you is willing to investigate?" The crowd exchanged glances, falling into a heavy silence. The mere mention of mysterious incident sent a chill through their hearts. No matter how formidable their martial prowess, how effective could they be against such otherworldly entities? How many hall masters and stewards had met their demise at the hands of these forces? The atmosphere grew tense, as the silence lingered. Fang Tianba's brow furrowed slightly, prepared to speak again. But just then, the left protector, Guo Linyu, suddenly rose, declaring, "Leader, I would like to recommend someone worthy of this task." "Who might that be?" Fang Tianba inquired, turning to Guo Linyu. "Zhang Tangzhu possesses profound strength. His eagle claw skill is unparalleled. I believe he is highly capable. Moreover, he has only recently joined our clan. Yet he has risen to the position of Tangzhu without any prior achievements. This is an excellent opportunity for him to demonstrate his abilities, to uncover the truth behind this mysterious incident, and to quell any dissenting voices among the ranks," Guo Linyu asserted. Zhang Dao's gaze turned icy as he regarded Guo Linyu. "Old man, are you already seeking revenge so soon? It is clear you wish to send me to my doom." Fang Tianba frowned as well, saying, "While Zhang Tangzhu is indeed powerful, he is still new here and lacks experience. It remains somewhat perilous. Rest assured, I would never allow Zhang Tangzhu to go alone. We can dispatch other hall masters to accompany him, providing support. With their strength, even if they encounter anomalies, they will surely be able to react and retreat safely," Guo Linyu replied. "If there are other experts accompanying him, the danger should be significantly mitigated." Fang Tianba suddenly turned to Zhang Dao, asking, "Zhang Tangzhu, what do you think? Are you willing to accept this task?" Guo Linyu also fixed his gaze on Zhang Dao. A smirk playing on his lips. "Zhang Tangzhu, You have risen to the position of Hall Master so quickly, and with such a thunderous display of strength against the brothers of the Flying Eagle Hall. Could it be that you are now afraid? Jiang Dao's tone remained cold as he retorted, Guo Protector, why don't you accompany me? Let us investigate this mysterious incident together. Whoever perishes is merely unfortunate. Do you dare? Guo Linyu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Why must I personally intervene? This is a matter for the various hall masters. If they are unable to resolve it, then I will step in. Left Protector, let us give it a try together. I have heard of your formidable strength. Reputed to be ranked second within the clan, it would be far more efficient for us to investigate together than to send anyone else. Jiang Dao fixed his gaze on Guo Linyu. Jiang Tangzhu, your tone is overstepping. Guo Linyu replied coolly, as a protector, whether I go or not is not for you to dictate. You should focus on your own responsibilities. Jiang Tangzhu, it seems you are simply too afraid to go. Suddenly, a tall, thin hall master rasped. Who are you? Jiang Dao turned to face the gaunt hall master. I am Hu Biao, the hall master of the Flying Leopard Hall. The thin man scoffed coldly. Enough. Let us not prolong this discussion. Fang Tianba interjected, waving his hand gently. He looked at Jiang Dao and calmly stated, Jiang Tangzhu, the left protector has a valid point. As a newcomer in a high position, it is indeed easy to attract scrutiny. Rest assured, with other hall masters accompanying you, your strength should suffice to avoid any calamities. Jiang Dao felt a heaviness in his heart as he cupped his hands and replied, Yes, leader. Which hall masters are willing to accompany Jiang Tangzhu on this investigation? Fang Tianba surveyed the assembly. I am willing. Suddenly, two figures stepped forth, cupping their hands in unison. The two men, one tall and one short, were dressed in a coarse long robe and a wide black cloak respectively, their breathing steady, their hands calloused. One of them was none other than Hu Biao, whose sunken eyes glared coldly at Jiang Dao. Hu Hall Master, Fan Hall Master, since it is settled, you shall accompany Jiang Tangzhu. Fang Tianba decreed. We comply. The two men responded, cupping their fists. Chapter 37. Investigating the eerie incident in the spacious courtyard. The pavilions rose high. Left Protector Guo Linyu stood in a corner pavilion, holding a handful of fish feed, casting it into the river to attract a swarm of vibrant red carp vying for the morsels. Two men, one tall and one short, approached from a distance. They were Hu Biao and Fan Hu had recently volunteered to investigate the mysterious incident alongside Jiang Dao. The two arrived behind Guo Linyu and cupped their hands in greeting. We meet again, Left Protector. Ah, you are here, Guo Linyu replied, finishing the last of the fish feed and lightly clapping his hands before turning to face them. If this mission to Qingshi Town goes well, I will find a way to secure an internal martial arts manual for you. The eyes of the two men sparkled with anticipation, and they bowed once more, saying, Thank you, Protector. Guo Linyu nodded slightly. Clapping the shoulder of the taller man, he whispered, Your strengths are commendable. You have long been my secret confidants. Once I ascend to the position of leader, you shall be my right and left hands. I appreciate your loyalty during this time. Rest assured, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. The two men replied solemnly. Caution is the mother of safety. Here, I have a vial of golden wave poison mist. When the time comes, simply open it carefully. Even a whiff can cause Jiang Dao to succumb to its effects. Along with the poison, I have 2 antidotes, one for each of you, for unforeseen circumstances. Left Protector produced 2 porcelain vials, one black and one red. Handing them to the taller man, Hu Biao tucked them away, his voice cold as he said, He is merely a junior. I doubt he poses any real threat. There must be no mishaps. We must ensure complete destruction of evidence, Guo Linyu instructed. The 2 men nodded once more and departed. On the way back, Jiang Dao furrowed his brow in contemplation, mulling over Fang Tianba's words. Did Fang Tianba truly hold such high regard for him? Knowing full well that he harbored animosity towards Guo Linyu, he still acquiesced to Guo Linyu's suggestion, unafraid of any underhanded schemes that Guo Linyu might execute in the shadows. Wasn't this a clear indication of trouble? Moreover, that Hu Biao exhibited overt hostility towards him. Did the leader not trust him? Wishing to witness their conflict, he pondered. However, regardless of any conspiracy at play, he resolved that should those 2 accompanying him exhibit any signs of abnormality, he would strike preemptively, eliminating them without hesitation. He opened the panel and gazed upon the three martial arts techniques before him. The Wind and Thunder Palm, beginner, was modifiable. The Gale Blade technique, beginner, was modifiable. The Golden Bell Protective Art, beginner, was modifiable. Jiang Dao immediately focused his mind and clicked the button at the back. With a whoosh, the three techniques began to transform rapidly. The text at the back blurred momentarily before quickly advancing. In the blink of an eye, the three techniques became immutable. Wind and Thunder Palm, 60 years later, unmodifiable. Gale Blade Technique, 60 years later, unmodifiable. Golden Bell Protective Art, 60 years later, unmodifiable. Simultaneously, the data on the panel began to rise once more. Strength, 4.2 speed, 3.4 spirit, 1.4 as I suspected. Low-level techniques can be instantly modified to 60 years, while high-level techniques can only be adjusted to 30 years. Jiang Dao's gaze flickered. A plethora of information suddenly flooded his mind, akin to having practiced each martial art for 60 years. Various skills and profound insights readily available, as his body and hands began to transform as well. His skin and fascia thickened and hardened further, while the muscles and veins beneath his skin began to extend. Merely the joints in his hands swelled noticeably. Jiang Dao tensed his body, instantly feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He was convinced that if he unleashed his full strength, every muscle in his body would expand instantaneously, surpassing his previous limits. Jiang Dao glanced at his palm. His palm was broad, and his fingers elongated, as though honed through years of rigorous training, brimming with vigor. Had the Wind and Thunder Palm been mastered? Jiang Dao mused. Who could withstand a full-force strike from the Wind and Thunder Palm? Honed over 60 years? With a whoosh, he swept his hand, creating a fierce gust that shattered the air. Emitting a piercing sound akin to rolling thunder, enough to instill fear. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Dao returned to his Flying Eagle Hall, briefed everyone on the matters at hand, and then began to wait at the entrance. After about half an hour, a group of riders appeared in the distance. There were over 10 of them, clad in fine attire, galloping with weapons in tow, their expressions cold and indifferent, racing down the street. The two leaders were none other than Hu Biao and Fan Hu, one tall and lean, resembling a bamboo pole, dressed in a linen long gown, while the other was short and stout, around 40 years old. Clad in a black robe, the aura of the two was clearly distinct from that of the others. Jiang Hall Master, are we ready to depart? The tall and lean Hu Biao rasped, fixing his gaze on Jiang Dao. He did not even dismount, his expression flat as he looked down upon Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao appraised the man briefly and replied, "Let us proceed." He gestured for his subordinates to lead the horses, swiftly mounting as the group surged forth towards the outskirts of the city. The journey was silent, and since they had set out in the afternoon, by the time they arrived at Qingshi town, dusk was already approaching. The sun dipped behind the mountains, casting a dim light that rendered much of Qingshi town shrouded in shadows. The town was sparsely populated, exuding a desolate stillness. Occasionally, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up a flurry of paper money and mingling with the faint stench of decay in the air. Many households had their doors tightly shut. Jiang Dao's expression darkened. An exceedingly familiar sensation washed over him. How reminiscent was this small town of the former Hangzhou city? Where was the branch located here? Jiang Dao casually inquired. The group behind him remained silent. The tall and short figures exchanged calm glances, ignoring Jiang Dao entirely as their gazes wandered in all directions. Jiang Dao furrowed his brow and remarked, "What's the matter? Are you all deaf?" The short and stout Fan Hu let out a peculiar chuckle and said, "What's the hurry? Isn't it right ahead?" He urged his swift steed deeper into the town. The others quickly followed suit. Jiang Dao scrutinized them in silence, a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he urged his horse to follow closely behind. Moments later, the group traversed through 2 streets and finally, before them loomed a relatively large courtyard wall, whitewashed and stretching for dozens of meters. With a bright red gate at its center point, 4 men clad in black stood at the entrance, their waists wrapped in white cloth. Several white banners fluttered at the front. "Halt!" The group reined in their horses, and Hu Biao rasped, "Where is your steward? Have him come out." Upon seeing the headquarters personnel, The expressions of the men outside shifted instantly, and they hurriedly dashed into the courtyard. Soon after, a middle-aged man clad in stewardess attire rushed out with a group, his face pale and anxious. Hastily cupping his fists, "I am Ellen. Honored to meet Hallmaster Hu and Hallmaster Fan. I apologize for the lack of proper reception. I hope you will forgive me. Rise. This is Hallmaster Zhang." Hu Biao nodded, introducing Zhang Dao. Ellen's expression changed again, and he quickly bowed once more, saying, "I pay my respects to Hallmaster Zhang. Tell me about those who have gone missing. Where did they disappear?" Zhang Dao dismounted and inquired. After he dismounted, Hu Biao and Fan Hu remained on their horses, unperturbed. Zhang Dao frowned and turned back, asking, "Aren't you coming down?" Hu Biao remained silent atop his steed. Fan Hu managed a smile and replied, "Hallmaster Zhang, we are merely assisting you in the investigation. You have no authority to command us." Zhang Dao scrutinized the two of them for a moment, choosing not to press further. Returning to the matter at hand, "The situation is bizarre and should trace back to a month ago," Ellen said, his complexion pale, shivering as he spoke. "A month ago, the two stewards stationed here inexplicably became enamored with Buddhism. Initially, they seemed normal, merely placing a Buddha statue in their room and reciting scriptures morning and night, performing the 3 kneels and 9 bows. However, as time passed, the two stewards grew increasingly strange. They not only recited scriptures at dawn and dusk, but often stayed awake through the night, with the sound of their chanting echoing through the room. The key point was that this sound was eerie and malevolent, lacking any of the peace and compassion associated with Buddhist scriptures. It resembled malevolent spirits chanting. He trembled, his eyes filled with terror as he continued. "I often rose at night and had heard this type of sound more than once. Each time, I felt a chill run down my spine, as if something sinister were watching me from behind. But that was not all. Gradually, the two stewards became even more excessive, urging other members to join them in their Buddhist devotion, staying awake every night, chanting scriptures together in their rooms, a scene that was simply bizarre to the extreme. This continued until 3 days ago. On that night, I again rose in the middle of the night, and I distinctly heard the eerie chanting of Buddhist scriptures. However, upon exiting the restroom, the original sound of chanting suddenly ceased. I thought the two stewards and the others were simply tired and wished to rest, but to my surprise, the next day, their doors remained tightly shut, locked from the inside, and it was only then that I realized something was amiss. After I had someone break down the door, I discovered that all the stewards and key members who had been chanting in the room had vanished without a trace. Chapter 38. Then you shall die. First, Zhang Dao's eyes narrowed as he comprehended L.An's account in one breath. "Since you were aware they were not acting normally, why did you not report it to headquarters?" He questioned. "I had no idea they would encounter trouble. Moreover, they were stewards, and I was just a lowly manager. How could I dare to report them? I merely thought it was their newfound interest." Ellen replied, his face stricken with fear. "After their disappearance, have any others exhibited similar behavior?" Zhang Dao inquired. "Yes, currently, 2 more individuals in the gang have become abnormal, also chanting scriptures every night, refusing to leave their rooms, locking themselves inside and handling all their meals and necessities within," Ellen hurriedly responded. "Where are they now?" Zhang Dao asked. "Still in their rooms," Ellen replied. "Take me to them," Zhang Dao commanded. "Please follow me." "Hallmaster!" Luan hastily led Zhang Dao deeper into the courtyard. Behind them, Hu Biao and Fan Hu exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowing in concern, before finally dismounting and following closely behind. As they traversed the corridor, they ventured further into the expansive courtyard, where many areas had already been illuminated with torches. Despite this, numerous sections still appeared shadowy and eerie, enveloped in a chill that sent shivers down the spine. Strange and alluring incantations, like Imo-kuchi, Aluo-sa, suddenly drifted from the depths of the courtyard, enchanting and captivating, flooding their minds with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Zhang Dao's gaze sharpened as he paused to listen for a moment before striding forward. Eventually, they arrived at a particular courtyard. Originally, there had been 5 rooms within, yet now only 2 remained occupied, while the other 3 stood vacant. Liu Fong, worried that the bizarre chanting might infect others, had swiftly evacuated everyone else from the courtyard upon noticing symptoms in the 2 individuals. They had opted to keep this solitary courtyard for their use. Master of the Hall, it is those 2 rooms, Lewin exclaimed, his voice tinged with trepidation. It was evident that all 5 rooms were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, with windows and doors tightly sealed. Yet the incantations emanated distinctly from the 2 occupied rooms, shrouded in mystery. They do not light lamps at night? Jiang Dao inquired. Indeed not. Even during the day, the windows are locked tight, denying any sunlight. Lewin replied. How can they read the scriptures without light at night? Fan Hu interjected with a frown. I am uncertain, Lewin admitted. Jiang Dao suddenly turned to glance at Hu Biao and Fan Hu, proposing, shall we investigate? Please, Master Jiang, lead the way. We shall stand by and assist, Fan Hu replied with a smile. Jiang Dao scoffed internally and directed his attention back to the 2 rooms, commanding, break down the door. Lewin immediately rallied a group of men to commence their assault on the doors. Bolstered by the support of their leader, they hoisted a hefty doorpost and charged it against the 2 doors with all their might. Bang, bang, bang! The resounding thuds echoed through the air. The thin doors seemed as if they were braced by a mighty mountain from within, remaining utterly unmoved despite the combined force of 4 or 5 men. The chanting from inside continued uninterrupted, an eerie consistency that heightened their unease. Stand back! Jiang Dao's expression darkened as he stepped forward. The men hastily retreated, lifting the doorpost away. With a thunderous kick, Jiang Dao unleashed a powerful blow, akin to a copper pillar crashing down, shattering the wooden door into splinters, sending debris flying. Instantly, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, overwhelming them with its foulness, causing tears to stream from their eyes. Many of the men nearly retched. The odor resembled that of numerous corpses piled together, decaying and reeking. Jiang Dao had already instinctively held his breath, his sharp gaze piercing into the room. Eluan quickly covered his mouth and nose, urging a torchbearer to illuminate the darkened chamber. The room was small, sinister, and dim, gradually revealing its contents under the flickering torchlight. The walls were adorned with grotesque graffiti, the table was in disarray, and the floor was littered with white scraps of paper. Dark stains resembling blood could be seen in the shadows, alongside remnants of food. In the southeast corner stood a stone statue of a Buddha, about a foot tall, its appearance disturbingly enchanting, devoid of the usual compassion associated with such figures. Instead exuding an aura of malevolence, a figure clad in black, with their back turned to the group and facing the statue, had been reciting the incantations. But the moment the door was kicked open, all sounds ceased abruptly. Jiang Dao's gaze scrutinized the figure, his imposing frame advancing step by step until he loomed behind the figure, his eyes casting a disdainful glance downwards. Why have you ceased your chanting? He asked coldly. The figure remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Dao's presence. Tentatively, Jiang Dao reached out to grasp the shoulder of the individual, but as he did so, his expression shifted to one of horror. With a sudden gasp, the figure deflated, collapsing sideways, revealing nothing but a human skin. The flesh and bones within had vanished without a trace. Maggots writhed in the hollow cavity, a sickening sight that emanated a foul stench. Utterly repulsive, Eluan, to the side, quickly covered his mouth, nearly retching again. Dead, Jiang Dao remarked, tossing the skin aside as he shook his hand, his gaze sweeping across the room. You, go check the other room and see what has become of the other individual. Very well. Hu Biao and Fan Hu nodded in agreement as they exited the room. Jiang Dao continued his examination, his attention suddenly drawn to the stone statue of the Buddha. A frown creased his brow as he reached out to grasp it. Inspecting it closely, suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he noticed 2 small characters at the base of the statue. Shao Shi. Where did this statue come from? Is there a temple nearby? Jiang Dao inquired. Eluan, still covering his mouth and nose, quickly replied. There seems to be an ancient temple nearby, though it houses very few monks, and its incense offerings have nearly ceased. It is located 20 miles east of Qingshi town, known as Shaoshi Temple. Shaoshi Temple? Jiang Dao mused, scrutinizing the 2 characters on the statue's base. Did this item originate from there? I do not know, Lewin admitted. Jiang Dao clutched the statue tightly, turning to leave for the other room. Upon entering, the chanting abruptly ceased, and the foul odor permeated the air as the torchlight flickered. The group hurriedly searched within before long. Hu Biao and Fan Hu emerged, clutching a similar stone statue. "Do all the rooms of the missing individuals contain this item?" Hu Biao rasped, replying to the master of the hall. "Absolutely not," Lewin asserted. "Not at all. Could it be that this item vanishes after an incident occurs?" Hu Biao pondered aloud. "Is there a temple nearby?" Lewin promptly reiterated his earlier statement. "Master Jiang, it seems this matter remains unresolved. Perhaps we should visit Shaoshi Temple," Fan Hu suggested with a half-smile. Half-grimace, Jiang Dao turned, shaking his neck, and gazed deeply at the two men. "Very well, let us proceed." He carried the stone Buddha and walked outside. Hu Biao and Fan Hu exchanged uneasy glances, sensing something amiss in Jiang Dao's demeanor. "What are we afraid of? A mere lad of less than 20 years. How formidable can he be, even if he trained in martial arts since infancy?" Hu Biao mused inwardly. The two men, along with their followers, hastily followed Jiang Dao. A group of riders mounted their steeds, hastening through the night towards the direction of Shaoshi Temple. As night deepened and the moon rose over the willows, the surrounding forests rustled with a whispering breeze. Midway through their journey, Hu Biao's expression darkened as he silently signaled Fan Hu, who slowly retrieved a black porcelain vial from his clothing. As he uncorked it, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, carried by the wind towards the front. Simultaneously, the two men silently swallowed a red pill, signaling their companions to hold their breath. Suddenly, a chorus of agonizing whinnies erupted from the horses' point one by one. The steeds collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, succumbing to a tragic fate. Jiang Dao leaped gracefully from his horse, landing with poise. Shaking his head slightly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His breathing constricted. "Master Jiang, what's wrong? Feeling unwell?" Hu Biao cackled, his voice raspy and mocking. Jiang Dao's gaze turned icy as he faced them. "You poisoned me, didn't you?" Behind him, Hu Biao and Fan Hu wore sinister smiles, their laughter echoing eerily. The rest of the group stood motionless, covering their mouths and noses, fixated on Jiang Dao. "Rest easy, Master Jiang. You shall die here, in this serene mountain landscape, a perfect resting place. Once you succumb to the golden wave poison mist, even an elephant would perish," Hu Biao jeered. Jiang Dao's eyes glinted ominously, shimmering like stars in the moonlight, exuding a palpable aura of dread. "Is that so? Did the Left Guardian instruct you to act against me? Why ask so many questions when you're destined to die? After your demise, we shall inform you." Hu Biao laughed. "Then let you die first." Chapter 39. Shaoshi Temple. Whoosh, Jiang Dao's body suddenly soared into the air, moving with blinding speed, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings like a dark shadow. His claw-like hand descended fiercely towards Hu Biao's forehead, swift and ruthless, almost imperceptible. Hu Biao's face paled in disbelief. Jiang Dao appeared utterly unfazed. He hastily retaliated. However, as he struck, Jiang Dao's claw technique shattered Hu Biao's hand with ease, rendering it powerless. With a sickening crunch, he drove his attack into Hu Biao's skull, crushing it with a singular blow. Hu Biao let out a horrific scream, unable to mount any defense, and was killed instantly, his body tossed aside like refuse, crashing into a nearby tree several meters away. Fan Hu, witnessing the swift conclusion of the battle, was paralyzed with fear, his complexion paling as he stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. "You demon! You are a demon!" he stammered in terror. Hu Biao's strength was well known to him, a peak expert of the blood-boiling realm. Such prowess was rare even within the vast expanse of the Dai dynasty. However, he was seized and brutally killed by Jiang Dao, as if he were mere refuse. The other accompanying personnel were equally gripped by an overwhelming fear. Unable to restrain themselves from retreating in trepidation, trembling uncontrollably, Jiang Dao's imposing figure loomed before Fan Hu, his broad shoulders and bulging muscles exuding an air of indifference, resembling a demonic deity, as his piercing gaze looked down upon Fan Hu. "No one is to move. Whoever dares to stir shall meet their demise." His icy stare fixed on Fan Hu as he inquired, "Who sent you to deal with me? Was it the Left Protector?" I, Fan Hu stammered, his lips quivering, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily turned to flee, retreating in haste. A few others, unable to withstand the terror, let out panicked cries and quickly ran away. Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed dangerously, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, conjuring a terrifying gust of wind that roared like thunder, crashing against Fan Hu's shoulder. Fan Hu emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his shoulder exploded. Blood mist sprang forth, bone shards flying, his body crashing violently to the ground as he cried out in horror, "Do not kill me!" After delivering the blow, Jiang Dao's formidable frame surged forward, drawing his long knife, its chilling gleam cutting through the air as he charged towards the fleeing henchman. The sound of blood splattering echoed like a whirlwind, imbued with a palpable aura of slaughter. The frenzied demon blood soul blade. In an instant, all those who attempted to flee were slain by Jiang Dao, none surviving. With his blade sheathed, he strode towards Fan Hu, his towering presence radiating an invisible pressure, his gaze glinting fiercely in the moonlight. Fan Hu was paralyzed by fear, drenched in crimson blood. "Do not kill me. It was the Left Protector. The Left Protector commanded us to eliminate you. Just a whiff of the golden wave poison mist can lead to a gruesome death." Jiang Dao's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent enveloping the air. With a thunderous clap, he struck down upon Fan Hu's head, crushing it into his torso, blood erupting, leaving him lifeless beyond salvation. "I knew it was this man. Once I grow stronger, I shall crush him to prevent future troubles." Jiang Dao lifted his garments, revealing his chest, now marred by a vivid crimson hue, with several strange red veins writhing, all laden with toxins. The moment he inhaled the golden wave poison mist, he sensed something amiss, yet fortunately, his health-preserving technique was extraordinarily profound, enabling him to automatically resist the toxins, forcing most of them out. Otherwise, he would have likely suffered a dire fate today. This realization made Jiang Dao acutely aware that he must never underestimate the formidable figures of the Blazing Flame Gang in the future. With a swift motion, he drew a dagger, slicing into his skin to release the remaining toxins from his wound. Jiang Dao turned to the remaining 7 or 8 experts, attempting to reassure them. "There is no need for fear. Hu Biao and Fan Hu sought to kill me and have met their end. This is the cycle of cause and effect. You have not laid a hand on me, and I shall not harm you. Just ensure you testify for me upon your return. Now, let us proceed to the little stone temple." The faces of the 7 or 8 experts turned pale, trembling, yet they felt a slight sense of relief. One among them quickly interjected, "Leader Jiang, I have brought some healing ointment, if you do not mind. You may use it." He hurriedly approached, handing Jiang Dao a white porcelain vial. Jiang Dao accepted the vial, uncapping it to inhale its contents, glancing at the man before pouring the powder directly onto his wound, then retrieving a strip of cloth to bind it. "What is your name?" Jiang Dao inquired. "I am Du Feng, the squad leader of the Flying Leopard Hall." The man replied hastily, "Your leader is dead. From now on, come to our Flying Eagle Hall, and I shall appoint you as a steward," Jiang Dao declared. "Thank you, leader," the man exclaimed in delight. The promotion from squad leader to steward was a significant leap, allowing him to oversee numerous enterprises and reap substantial benefits. The others were equally astonished, their apprehensions finally dissipating. If Jiang Dao could elevate even a stranger to the position of steward, it was clear he would not turn his wrath upon them. The group set off once more, making their way into the distance. Since their horses had perished from the poison gas, they were left with no choice but to walk. After applying the healing powder, Jiang Dao's injuries began to heal rapidly. His health-preserving technique worked tirelessly, rendering him seemingly unscathed, with no signs of injury. The mountain shadows loomed hazy, and the night was still. Half an hour later, a grand temple came into view. Before them lay a broad expanse paved with, surrounded by stone railings, with an ancient cauldron, rusted and weathered, resting on the ground. Indeed, the temple's incense burner. Though weeds had overgrown the cracks in the stone slabs, glimpses of its former grandeur could still be seen through the square. Suddenly, Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. Scanning ahead, he noticed a throng of figures before the temple, densely packed, numbering over 10, all dressed as men of the martial world. Wielding blades and swords, donned with straw hats, knocking on the temple door. Among them was an individual dressed as a traveling merchant, appearing to be in his 50s, wearing a felt hat but sporting a pair of black official boots. "Leader, there are people," Du Feng whispered urgently from the side. Jiang Dao took a quick glance, murmuring, "Ignore them." The group continued toward the temple. Upon noticing Jiang Dao and his companions, the group of martial artists also became aware of their presence. All the martial men tightened their grips on their weapons, their eyes sharp, fixated on Jiang Dao and his party, not daring to blink. "Stay calm. They may not be our foes," the leading man whispered. The group remained on high alert, unwilling to let their guard down. At last, Jiang Dao and his party reached the temple. Du Feng hurriedly stepped forward, rapping on the door. Both groups stood in silence, their expressions grave, scrutinizing one another. Bang, bang, bang. The sound resounded heavily, echoing in the stillness of the night. It was evident that this group had only just arrived. Otherwise, they would not be found lingering at the door. After knocking for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Dao finally heard the sound of shuffling footsteps from within the courtyard. Shortly after, the sound of the doorpost shifting was heard. The 2 thick doors creaked open, revealing a small novice monk holding a paper lantern, peering out cautiously. "Where do you come from? What brings you to visit at this late hour?" He did not fully open the temple door, as it remained secured with a latch for safety against unexpected events. Du Feng promptly smiled. "Little master, grant us a favor. We are weary travelers, unable to proceed due to the darkness, and after a long day, we wish to seek shelter for the night. We hope for your compassion, little master. We are also travelers in need of a place to rest for the night." One of the martial men quickly chimed in. "Seeking shelter for the night?" The young monk hesitated slightly, then replied, "Please wait. I must ask the master first." He took the lantern and dashed deeper into the temple. At that moment, the leader of the opposing group finally spoke. Gazing at Jiang Dao and his companions, "Gentlemen, you must also be from the martial world. Am I correct?" "I am Li San. May I inquire your names?" "Jiang Dao replied calmly. "Jiang Da?" The opposing group exchanged skeptical glances, their brows furrowing. Such a name sounded obviously fictitious. Yet, they too were using false names. "Brother Jiang, if I am not mistaken, you seem to hail from the Blazing Flame Gang, correct?" Li San's eyes flickered as he recognized the attire worn by Jiang Dao and his companions. One could not disguise the attire of the Blazing Flame Gang, which predominantly featured black, adorned with crimson flames on the chest, symbolizing fire amidst darkness and the intent to incinerate all. "Indeed. Do you gentlemen have ties to the court?" Jiang Dao inquired, his tone calm as he glanced at the merchant clad in official boots among them. Many in the opposing group instantly paled, gripping their weapons tightly. This individual seemed crucial, a secret not to be revealed. Li San quickly steadied his companions, saying, "We do have some connections to the court. However, we have previously dealt with the Blazing Flame Gang and have met your gang's leader. I trust Brother Jiang will not make things difficult for us. I only concern myself with my own affairs. I do not involve myself in others," Jiang Dao replied. "That is satisfactory," Li San nodded slowly. Yet, many behind him continued to scrutinize Jiang Dao with suspicion. A mere word was insufficient to assuage their concerns. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him. However, noticing the expression on Li San's face, he shook his head gravely. Jiang Dao's strength was unfathomable. Even he could not see through it. Should they engage, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Li San's demeanor, the group felt a chill run down their spines, lowering their heads, no longer daring to ponder further. The sounds of the young monk running echoed once more as he strenuously unlocked the door, saying, "Esteemed guests, the master has granted permission." "Thank you, little master," Jiang Dao nodded, holding a stone-carved Buddha statue as he stepped towards the temple. Du Feng and the others hurriedly followed suit, followed closely by Li San and his group. Each party maintained their distance, avoiding any interference with one another. "Little master, has your master retired? May I have an audience with him?" Jiang Dao suddenly inquired. "Is the master still engaged in the evening prayers?" "I am uncertain if he will receive visitors." The young monk hesitated. "I kindly request that the young monk lead the way." "I am willing to donate some offerings to promote the Dharma," Jiang Dao stated. "Very well," the young monk nodded. After arranging accommodations for both parties, he picked up a paper lantern and guided Jiang Dao and his companions deeper into the dimly lit temple. As they proceeded, Jiang Dao gradually furrowed his brows. The temple was profoundly dark, devoid of any flickering lights. "Do you not light lamps at night?" Jiang Dao asked aloud. "The incense offerings here are sparse. We lack the funds for lighting, except for the master's room, which is illuminated at night." The young monk replied, "I see." Jiang Dao nodded, summoning Du Feng and instructing, "Tell the brothers to be cautious." "Yes, master." Du Feng promptly nodded and whispered instructions to the others. The group traversed the courtyard, moving forward on both sides. They were flanked by shadowy, somber rooms. After a considerable distance, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light emanating from the room at the front. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed, accompanied by the peculiar chants of scripture. "Master, this benefactor wishes to donate some incense offerings," the young monk announced at the door. The wooden fish suddenly fell silent, and an aged voice resonated from within, "Amitabha, may the Buddha's compassion shine upon us. Please, esteemed benefactors, enter." Jiang Dao promptly stepped forward and gently pushed open the door. A rich fragrance of sandalwood enveloped him. The room was humble, containing only a Buddha statue, a mat, a large wooden fish, and an elderly monk in his 60s or 70s. The old monk was gaunt, with a beard and brows as white as snow. "I have met the master. May I inquire your Dharma name?" Jiang Dao clasped his hands in respect. "I am Fei Ning," the old monk replied, joining his palms in greeting. "Master, I have come to donate some offerings and to seek your counsel on a matter," Jiang Dao said, sitting cross-legged on the floor and placing the stone-carved Buddha statue down. "Are you familiar with this object?" Fei Ning looked slightly puzzled, extending his hands to examine the statue closely. "There appears to be nothing unusual about it. What would you like to inquire, benefactor? Is this statue a product of your temple? Has it been lost recently?" Jiang Dao inquired. "Recently, the temple has been peaceful, and no statues have gone missing. Furthermore, the statues in our temple are all quite large. Even the smallest is at least a meter tall," Fei Ning responded. "None have gone missing. Then what does the inscription beneath the statue mean?" Jiang Dao frowned. "I truly do not know." Fei Ning gently shook his head, returning the statue to Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao accepted the statue, deep in thought, and said, "Thank you, master. Here is 1,000 taels as offerings. Please accept it." He casually placed the banknote beside Fei Ning and prepared to depart. As the door closed behind him, the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and chanting resumed within the room. Jiang Dao squinted, casting another glance back. Something is amiss. The chanting voice of the old monk was eerily reminiscent of the two previous companions, evoking a sense of emptiness. Although the scriptures were different, the sensation of void was undeniably genuine. Could it be that this old monk is not human? Du Feng, instruct the brothers not to venture out tonight, Jiang Dao whispered, ready to investigate under the cover of darkness. "Yes, master," Du Feng immediately relayed the order. The group hurried towards the quarters in another direction. A group of heroes from the Jianghu had crowded into a single room, lighting an oil lamp and quietly discussing matters. "Brotherly, is the Flame Gang truly that formidable? Even you cannot contend with them?" one of the women asked. Alisan shook his head lightly. "In any case, I cannot fathom this person. It is unwise to provoke them. We shall depart at dawn. I will keep watch tonight." He suddenly turned to a middle-aged man in official boots, clasping his fists. "General Yu, do you now believe us? There are those within the court who wish to kill you. We have been invited here to protect you. For now, you must endure staying with us." The man in official boots sighed softly. "I never imagined that there would indeed be conspirators within the court seeking my demise. I am grateful to all the righteous individuals for escorting me. Should I safely meet the emperor, I will surely persuade him to strike against the Hu invaders and reclaim our lands." "Only General Yu can save the great dynasty," Li San declared. "Indeed, General Yu, please prioritize your well-being," others urged. "If I can successfully enter the capital, I shall never forget the kindness of all the righteous individuals." The middle-aged man replied, bowing as night deepened. Jiang Dao ensured that everyone was settled before stepping out of the room, his gaze cold and penetrating as he surveyed the vast little stone temple. Suddenly, he leaped onto the roof of a nearby building, scanning the surroundings. The environment was pitch black, and the night wind was chilling, An unseen aura of malevolence seemed to permeate the entire little stone temple. He swiftly took action, darting toward the distance. As he traversed, he stopped intermittently to scrutinize his surroundings, hoping to uncover any anomalies. After half an hour, he had circled most of the little stone temple. Jiang Dao finally halted, revealing a contemplative expression. The entire little stone temple was eerily quiet. Aside from the old monk and the young monk, there was no sign of a third person. Strangely, the majority of the structures within the temple appeared dilapidated, as if they had long been abandoned. Many courtyards were overgrown with weeds, cobwebs were thick, and some roofs had even cracked open. Something is amiss, absolutely amiss. Jiang Dao gazed at the crumbling scripture hall. His brow furrowed deeply. The scripture hall is typically the core of a temple, and it should not be in such a state of disrepair, especially since the old monk was so fond of chanting. It would be inconceivable for him to neglect the scripture hall. Jiang Dao darted back towards the area where the old monk had been. However, upon arriving, his expression suddenly changed. The room before him was in ruins. The door had collapsed, the windows shattered, and darkness engulfed it, devoid of any semblance of its former state. Jiang Dao gripped his steel knife, his expression grave, and swiftly entered the room. Inside, dust filled the air, and the Buddha statue had toppled. The mat and wooden fish lay askew, covered in dust. It seemed as if the previous scene had all been an illusion. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Dao suddenly recalled something. This is bad. He hurriedly made his way back to Du Feng and the others. If the old monk posed a threat, then Du Feng and the others would likely be in danger as well. Chapter 41. Are you tickling me? Jiang Dao raced through the corridors, swiftly reaching the area where the previous quarters were located. Upon landing, his expression darkened. The environment was dilapidated, with collapsed doors and cobwebs everywhere. Just like the old monk's dwelling, void of any traces of life, Du Feng and the others had completely vanished. Damn it! Jiang Dao's face turned cold, his grip tightening around the steel knife, veins bulging on the back of his hand. His gaze turned terrifying as his imposing figure slowly turned to face the ominous darkness of the temple. Let us see what kind of entity you truly are. Instead of being frightened, he felt a surge of anger rising within him, cracking his neck with a series of pops as he strode forward towards the area where Li San and the others had been. Crossing through a courtyard, Jiang Dao soon arrived at the location where Li San and the others had taken refuge. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the environment was just as dilapidated as that of Du Feng and the others, exposed to the elements. With weeds scattered everywhere, Li San and the others had also vanished. Jiang Dao's expression darkened as he meticulously searched the area before proceeding deeper into the temple. This time, he hadn't even glimpsed his adversary, and everyone around him had completely disappeared. Igniting a deep-seated rage within him as he traversed the corridors, he searched room after room, kicking down the crumbling doors with force. He refused to believe that everyone could have perished. The fact that they vanished so swiftly beneath his very eyes indicated that they were likely hidden somewhere. While searching, Jiang Dao suddenly heard hurried footsteps. His gaze sharpened as he instantly turned towards the dark corridor. The night wind howled, and unbeknownst to him, the wind had intensified, sending fallen leaves swirling in a mesmerizing dance. From the direction of the corridor, a shadowy figure rushed towards him. Upon seeing Jiang Dao, the figure clearly displayed surprise and abruptly halted. The two stood frozen in the dark corridor, locked in mutual gaze. Suddenly, the other person spoke with a note of caution. Is that you, Brother Jiang? Li San? Jiang Dao squinted, inquiring, It's me. The figure exhaled in relief and hastened towards Jiang Dao in the pitch-black night, devoid of moonlight. It was only when the figure drew closer that Jiang Dao could discern their features. Li San appeared haggard, his demeanor disheveled, and said, Brother Jiang, have you also encountered these strange occurrences? You too? Jiang Dao replied solemnly, Indeed. Li San nodded. I was originally on watch when I suddenly saw that young monk approaching from a distance, stating that the master of the temple wished to see me and requested my presence. Despite my numerous precautions, I never anticipated that the little monk would pose a threat. He led me part way, and a chilling wind swept through, causing him to vanish in an instant. When I turned around to retrace my steps, I discovered that all my companions had disappeared without a trace. He gritted his teeth, his heart seething with anger. Did the little monk not lay a hand on you? Jiang Dao scrutinized Li San. This aspect puzzles me as well. Perhaps my strength intimidated him, or he lacked the confidence to defeat me in an instant. Fearing it would attract your attention, which is why he refrained from attacking. Li San nodded in agreement. Jiang Dao's heart surged with tumult as he inquired, Brother Li, have you encountered such bizarre occurrences before? Indeed, but regrettably, most martial artists are powerless against such entities. Even I can only contend with the weakest among them, Li San replied, his expression grim. Regardless of the circumstances, I must locate my companions, Brother Jiang. Our people have just gone missing. It is still not too late to search for them. Delaying further will surely lead to unforeseen changes. Jiang Dao nodded decisively. The two immediately resumed their search within the temple. Master! Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. Jiang Dao spun around abruptly, eyeing the distant darkness. A shadowy figure waved at him, its tone filled with panic as it rushed towards him. Master, our people have vanished, Du Feng. Jiang Dao recognized the figure and spoke in a low voice. Where have you been? What about the others? I do not know. I merely stepped out to use the restroom, and upon returning, everyone had vanished. Master, there is something amiss here, Du Feng, breathless and terrified, exclaimed, Gentlemen, we cannot afford to delay. We must act swiftly. Li San's expression darkened. The group immediately resumed their search. They scoured room after room, kicking open doors, and as they searched from the front courtyard to the back, Jiang Dao suddenly heard faint footsteps. Frowning, he turned to look. In the backyard, a figure was holding a torch, also searching rapidly. Li San. Jiang Dao's pupils constricted. Is there another Li San here? What happened to the previous one? He quickly glanced back at the first Li San, only to find the spot empty, leaving only Du Feng's figure behind. Du Feng. Where is Li San? Jiang Dao demanded. Du Feng, startled, responded, What Li San? Master. There were only the two of us here at the beginning. There was no Li San. Jiang Dao's heart sank. Have we fallen into a trap again? Meanwhile, the figure in the backyard holding the torch finally noticed Jiang Dao, his expression shifting slightly as he called out, Brother Jiang? Is it you, Brother Li San? Jiang Dao exhaled softly. Yes, have your people also gone missing? Li San rushed over, asking, Indeed. Have you discovered anything? Jiang Dao inquired. Nothing. The entire temple has been abandoned for years, devoid of any signs of life. The previous monk was certainly not human. Li San's expression darkened. Jiang Dao's heart was tumultuous, and he felt a flicker of retreat. This temple was far too peculiar. Visiting it at such a late hour was bound to lead to unexpected occurrences. He even questioned the authenticity of the Li San before him. Suddenly, Jiang Dao turned and walked away, his expression somber as he headed outside. Brother Jiang, where are you going? Li San hastily asked. Tio, leave this place. Jiang Dao replied in a low tone. Du Feng hurriedly followed Jiang Dao. Li San's expression changed, and he called out, Aren't you going to search for your companions? Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility lie in the heavens. Why should I concern myself? Jiang Dao stated. You? Li San was taken aback, unable to agree with Jiang Dao's perspective. These were his companions, trapped in this haunted temple. He would not abandon them. Brother Jiang, if you won't search, I will go alone, Li San declared. He raised the torch and resumed his search within the temple. As Jiang Dao pressed on, the wind howled, growing ever stronger. Leaves swirled chaotically around him. Behind him, Du Feng suddenly wore a sinister smile. His gaze fixated on Jiang Dao. One of his hands had turned pitch black, resembling forged iron. With a swift motion, his hand shot out towards Jiang Dao's back. Clang! A dull thud echoed. Yet Jiang Dao remained utterly unmoved. Du Feng's smile froze on his face. Jiang Dao halted abruptly, slowly turning his head to look back, his eyes emanating an indescribable horror under the moonlight. A gaze that was piercingly intense. Are you trying to tickle me? Jiang Dao's expression was indifferent. After Du Feng's failed attack, he forced a smile once more, revealing a set of blackened teeth. Suddenly, his claws struck like lightning, tearing towards Jiang Dao's body with a terrifying gale, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound like a dreadful shadow. Die! Jiang Dao bellowed, unleashing his full power. His muscles bulged as he struck Du Feng's chest with a hand infused with the force of thunder. Boom! Thunderous palm. Poof! A resounding explosion followed as Du Feng spewed forth blood, his chest feeling as if struck by a heavy pillar, sending him flying, his clothes torn apart, crashing into the distance, leaving him broken and battered. Chapter 42. The emergence of a malevolent entity after being sent flying by Jiang Dao's palm. Du Feng's body slammed into the ground, a sight too grim to behold, his form oozing black liquid. Resembling a ragged doll, utterly unable to rise again, that moment, he was no longer recognizable as Du Feng. His body was completely blackened, emaciated, and reeking of decay, revealing a bizarre, desiccated corpse that had long since perished. With a gaping hole in its chest and maggots writhing within, Jiang Dao held his breath, shaking off the putrid residue from his palm. Is this the creature causing the chaos? Yet it appears merely as a desiccated corpse. The more pressing issue was that upon checking his interface, the various ultimate skills displayed no signs of activation. This indicated that this corpse was certainly not the main entity. There had to be something far more terrifying lurking. It must be that even more dreadful thing controlling the corpse. Boom. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from within the pitch-black temple. Jiang Dao's eyes flickered as he swiftly turned, his imposing figure launching forward like a cannonball. Propelled by an indomitable aura, he soon burst into a courtyard. There, two identical figures were engaged in a fierce battle, their blades clashing, producing a cacophony of sounds as gusts of wind swirled around them. Jiang Dao's gaze sharpened. To Li San's. Identical? Brother Jiang, quickly kill him. He is the imposter. One Li San shouted urgently. Brother Jiang, he is the real imposter. Kill him? I found the missing people beneath the Buddha statue in the main hall. The other Li San cried out. Brother Jiang, do not be deceived. He is the fake. The person beneath the statue is whom I discovered first. The first Li San urged again. A broad smile spread across Jiang Dao's face as he observed the unfolding scene. How intriguing! Since there are two Li Sans, then both shall meet their demise. Whoosh! He dashed forth with remarkable speed, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power, and appeared behind one of the Li Sans, delivering a sweeping strike with his thunderous palm. The startled Li San's expression shifted to one of resentment, transforming into a terrifying desiccated corpse as he swiftly turned to pounce on Jiang Dao. Boom! Jiang Dao's palm struck out with unfathomable force, akin to swatting a fly, sending the desiccated corpse hurtling backward, its arms shattering, its body caving in, a pitiful sight. With just one strike, Jiang Dao rendered it powerless, its form crumpling and crashing to the ground in tatters. The other Li San finally breathed a sigh of relief. Astonishment etched on his face as he quickly approached. Brother Jiang, hurry to the space beneath the Buddha statue in the main hall. That is where our people are, Brother Li. You shall perish as well. Jiang Dao's tone turned icy as he suddenly pivoted, his 5 fingers lunging towards Li San's face. The head burst open, and a foul, blood-soaked liquid splattered forth. Li San's headless corpse collapsed directly to the ground, his hands twitching in a desperate struggle, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a decaying carcass, teeming with writhing maggots. A sight most repulsive, Jiang Dao casually shook his hand and proceeded towards the grand hall. In truth, he could not distinguish between the real and the false. Therefore, he adhered to the principle of better to kill the wrong than to let the guilty go free. After all, he and Li San were merely strangers, with no ties between them. A mistaken kill was of little consequence. Jiang Dao's robust figure made his way into the grand hall, where he found the statue of Buddha had already been pushed aside, revealing a dark, gaping hole beneath it. An unbearable stench wafted from within, reminiscent of countless corpses. Jiang Dao produced a fire starter, gently igniting it, and crouched down to illuminate the depths. Inside lay an abyss of darkness, with a chilling wind howling, a dissonant wail echoing as though it connected to an endless hell. The flickering light made it difficult to discern anything clearly. Frowning in contemplation, he readied himself to search for a torch. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Jiang Dao turned to see a figure approaching rapidly, brandishing a torch. It was Li San. His eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Jiang, you have returned? Li San exclaimed with surprise. Indeed, Brother Li. Have you made any discoveries? Jiang Dao inquired calmly. None. I heard sounds of a struggle and came rushing over. What have you found here? Li San replied. I dealt with a few miscreants and discovered a cavern. Its purpose remains a mystery. Jiang Dao gestured nonchalantly. Dealt with a few miscreants? As Li San hurried over, his expression changed upon seeing the strange, dried corpses in the courtyard. Are these corpse slaves? Corpse slaves? What are they? Jiang Dao furrowed his brows. Brother Jiang, you do not know. Li San exclaimed in astonishment, explaining, corpse slaves are entities formed after a person's death, filled with resentment, devoid of consciousness, and can be controlled by terrifying beings. They possess immense strength, have no weaknesses, and are exceedingly difficult to kill. Is that so? Jiang Dao observed him intently. Li San seemed genuinely concerned. He quickly approached Jiang Dao and, upon seeing the cavern, bent down cautiously. Directing the torch downwards, there, darkness reigned, eerie and foreboding, leading to an unknown destination. Brother Jiang, should we descend and investigate? Li San asked uncertainly. Yes, let us take a look, Jiang Dao replied calmly. The two men leapt down without hesitation. The cavern was nearly 3 meters deep, devoid of light. Upon landing, they found themselves in a pitch-black passage, exuding a repulsive stench, with a chilling wind howling, inducing nausea. Both men held their breaths, casting wary glances around before proceeding along the passage. It was tall enough for a person to walk upright, allowing them to walk side by side, but as they ventured deeper, the nauseating odor grew more intense. After nearly 5 minutes, the environment ahead gradually expanded, revealing a vast underground chamber. They beheld a scene of horror. The place was densely packed with corpses of various shapes and sizes, men, women, the elderly, and the young, including many monks, Taoists, and vagabonds. Li San hurried to the nearest woman, grasping her shoulder. Miss, are you all right? Suddenly, the woman slumped to the ground. Li San's complexion turned ashen. He noticed that her back had split open, and her flesh and organs had vanished, leaving only a skin facade. White maggots wriggled within, an utterly repugnant sight. The flesh is gone, he gasped in shock, quickly scanning the others. Jiang Dao's gaze swept the area and soon fell upon Du Feng and the others. They sat motionless, pale as statues. Jiang Dao rushed over to check their breathing. They still have breath, brotherly. We must get them out, Jiang Dao urged. All right, Li San nodded, just then spotting his own companions. The two immediately began to lift the unconscious figures, determined to move them outside. However, just then, an eerie, ghostly laughter echoed through the chamber. He, and you wish to leave? A chilling sensation surged into their hearts. Jiang Dao's spirit sank. He hastily dropped Du Feng and the others to the ground. Drawing his long knife, fully on guard, and peering into the shadows ahead, Li San was also taken aback, swiftly drawing his long knife. Emerging from the sinister darkness was a vague, shadowy figure, beyond the dim light of the torch. They could vaguely discern the figure clad in a black robe, with a pale complexion and lips stained crimson. A sinister smile gracing his face as he approached. His eyes shone a vivid green, glimmering ominously in the dark, captivating their very souls. I had thought to deal with you using corpse slaves, but it seems you possess some strength. How delightful. Your flesh will be even more delectable. The eerie figure extended a scarlet tongue, licking his lips with a sinister grin. Monstrous fiend. Jiang Dao's voice was low and menacing. Li San felt a chill run down his spine, retreating hastily. They had encountered a monstrous fiend. Brother Jiang, these fiends are nearly immortal. We must find a way to break through. Li San whispered gravely. Break through? Your fates were sealed the moment you arrived here. The sinister figure chuckled. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, moving with such blinding speed that he seemed to blur. His sharp claws aimed directly at Jiang Dao's body. In that instant, Jiang Dao bellowed, his eyes wide with determination, his entire being coalescing into a singular force as he surged forward. His long knife raised high, kill, with a resounding crash, their formidable bodies collided, producing a thunderous echo, a surge of energy swirling between them, inducing an indescribable terror. With a single impact, both figures were sent reeling backward. Jiang Dao's form swelled, muscles rippling, veins bulging as he cracked his neck and wrists, his gaze icy cold. "Monstrous fiend, you are but a mere shadow," he declared, his tone frigid and resonant. In that moment, Jiang Dao appeared fearsome beyond measure. His body, now towering at nearly 2 meters and 34 centimeters, loomed within the chamber like a small giant, his physique exuding monstrous strength, his muscles bulging grotesquely. Li San's eyes widened in disbelief. You are not human?" He had never witnessed anyone like this before. The shadowy figure stared at Jiang Dao with a malevolent gleam. "You are indeed peculiar. No wonder you have slain so many of my corpse slaves. But here, you shall still meet your demise. The more powerful you become, the more exhilarating this will be." Jiang Dao, his gaze icy, remained silent, gripping his long knife and charging once more at the shadowy figure. His iron cloth and golden bell body techniques had been honed to perfection, rendering his form tall and unyielding, with explosive power radiating from him. Mad Demon Blood Soul Blade. Jiang Dao unleashed his ultimate technique. The blade danced in a flurry of strikes, each one more rapid and fearsome than the last, as he and the shadowy figure clashed in a chaotic whirlwind. The figure moved like lightning, enveloped in a terrifying aura, colliding with Jiang Dao, impervious to harm. Jiang Dao's long knife struck against him, producing a metallic clang as if striking against solid iron. "Brother Jiang, be wary of its ranged attacks. Do not allow it to create distance," Li San shouted urgently. He could no longer concern himself with whether Jiang Dao was human. All he desired was for Jiang Dao to slay this fiend. For if the fiend remained alive, their fate would be sealed. Jiang Dao, though perhaps not human, bore no hostility. With a powerful downward strike, akin to splitting a mountain, he aimed for the fiend's forehead. The fiend emitted a venomous scream. Raising a hand in a sinister manner, aiming a brutal strike at Jiang Dao's chest. Jiang Dao chose to endure the blow, his other hand darkening as he summoned the toxic sand palm. Launching a fierce strike towards the fiend's face, a resounding boom echoed as their bodies were once again propelled backward. Yet Jiang Dao remembered Li San's warning, coupled with his prior experience in combating fiends. Understanding that they typically engaged in ranged attacks. Thus, as soon as he was thrown back, he seized his long knife and charged forward once more. "Damn it!" The shadowy figure spat, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. Before it could react, Jiang Dao swung his long knife once more, charging in with relentless fury. "Killing God Blade." Jiang Dao's voice turned icy and terrifying, his presence transforming dramatically as all his strength concentrated into his arms, making them swell once again. The terrifying power coursed through his arms and into the long knife, which shimmered with an eerie black aura. The long blade sliced through the air, aiming fiercely at the enigmatic figure. The figure's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly sensing an overwhelming threat. Beneath the impending strike, it perceived the chilling presence of death itself. In a flurry, it attempted to evade, but it was far too late. With a resounding thud, Jiang Dao's blade crashed into its form, the force so formidable that it shattered the defenses, eliciting a piercing scream. The blade cleaved from the left shoulder down to the right flank, nearly severing the figure in twain. In agony, the figure raised a hand to strike at Jiang Dao, but he swiftly retaliated with a powerful palm strike to its face. The impact was thunderous, caving in the entire visage, as dark blood erupted forth. The body was sent sprawling like a ragged sack, crashing into the distance. Simultaneously, Jiang Dao was also struck fiercely in the chest, his form being propelled backward. Fortunately, his mastery of two formidable techniques rendered his physique resilient. His well-developed muscles absorbed much of the blow, and the continuous flow of his health-preserving technique mitigated any internal injuries. Upon landing, he merely spat out a small amount of blood before rising once more. His imposing frame radiating strength, each muscle akin to steel. With his raven hair cascading, blood streaming from his chest, he brandished the long blade and charged once again at the mysterious figure. Not far off, Li San was utterly astounded. How terrifying! Jiang Dao's power was beyond comprehension. Is he truly human? The enigmatic figure on the ground writhed in pain, having barely escaped being cleaved in half by Jiang Dao's full-force strike. only to be met with the crushing blow of his palm that had caved in its face, shattering its skull. Now, it was on the brink of death, suffering to the utmost limit. How could it have imagined such a fate awaited it? Is this truly just a mere mortal? Maki Alasalosha. Suddenly, the injured figure, lying on the ground, uttered a series of indistinct syllables, enigmatic and soul-stirring. Its gaze emitted a piercing green light directed at Jiang Dao. As an invisible force instantaneously radiated outward, as Jiang Dao advanced, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, his body momentarily freezing in place. Seeing this, the enigmatic figure revealed a chilling grin, continuing its incantation with fervor. A barrage of strange syllables poured forth. Gradually, a look of confusion crept into Jiang Dao's eyes. Li San, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, "Jiang, brother." Suddenly, Jiang Dao snapped back to clarity, his gaze electrifying, his formidable body surging forward. The figure's countenance paled in fear. Boom! Jiang Dao's foot connected with its chin, propelling the figure into the air with a scream. Its teeth exploding from the impact. In one swift motion, Jiang Dao grasped its ankle, swinging it around like a mere noodle, smashing it against the ground with reckless abandon. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds were thunderous, dark blood splattering everywhere. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the enigmatic youth was ruthlessly battered beneath Jiang Dao's might, its bones shattering without resistance. "Stop! I am of the Spirit Child Palace," the figure shrieked in pain. Suddenly, Jiang Dao halted, discarding the figure's limp body, his gaze piercing and intense as he locked eyes with the youth. "The Spirit Child Palace? You belong to the Spirit Child Palace?" "Yes, spare me. I recently joined the Spirit Child Palace. If you kill me, they will not let you go," the figure pleaded desperately. Chapter 44. The fusion of techniques. Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes, fixating on the enigmatic youth, his heart racing. If there was one faction he wished to avoid, it was undoubtedly the Spirit Child Palace. He had already slain one of their members in Hangzhou City. Fearing their retribution, to encounter another of their kind now was truly ominous. With a swift motion, Jiang Dao thrust his blade, imbued with terrifying power, deep into the figure's neck, emerging through the back. The enigmatic figure's eyes widened in terror, its mouth spilling forth dark blood. Jiang Dao's gaze was icy as he twisted the blade, blood gushing forth. Then with a sudden sweep, thud, the figure's head was severed from its body, tumbling away with a violent crash. Even after decapitation, the head struggled to move its lips and blink, as if in disbelief at its own demise. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently before succumbing to death. Black blood flowed freely, filling the air with a foul stench. Jiang Dao's expression darkened as he turned to Li San, who recoiled in shock. "Jiang, brother, what are you about to do?" "Nothing of consequence. Li, please remove the bodies," Jiang Dao instructed. Li San exhaled in relief, his expression shifting as he asked, "Jiang, brother, are you truly human?" "Of course I am," Jiang Dao replied calmly, his bulging muscles beginning to relax. His robust form quickly returned to its normal state. He hoisted Du Feng and others, making his way outside. Li San hurriedly gathered his companions, and together they worked tirelessly, finally managing to extricate everyone after about half an hour. As the unconscious individuals were roused, their faces paled, and they hastily rose. "Master, why were we unconscious?" Du Feng exclaimed in alarm. "Let us leave this place at once," Jiang Dao commanded. He wished to linger no longer in this perilous location. He had thought that by departing Hangzhou, he would evade any further encounters with the Spirit Child Palace, yet fate had other plans. Meanwhile, Li San quickly roused the others, preparing for their retreat. "Jiang, brother, thank you for your assistance. I shall repay you in the future," Li San said, clasping his hands in gratitude. "No need for thanks. Do not return to Qinyuan City," Jiang Dao replied. Realizing Jiang Dao's implication, Li San's heart sank. "Jiang, brother, may I inquire if you practice hard techniques?" "Indeed," Jiang Dao replied, his gaze steady upon Li San. Li San, having received the answer he sought, was left in shock and dared not linger further. He promptly led everyone away. The level of mastery Jiang Dao displayed was something he had never before encountered. In his earlier state, Jiang Dao was nothing short of inhuman. He knew that upon his return, should he share this with others, they would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. Both parties retreated throughout the night. Just after they had departed, a strange, eerie wind swept through, howling ominously, stirring up clouds of dust and fallen leaves beneath the small stone temple. The atmosphere grew once again foreboding. Cloaked in darkness, two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, materialized in the previously chaotic subterranean chamber. Observing the disarray and the gruesome fate of the enigmatic youth, the figure in black frowned. What a useless fellow. So easily dispatched. Heh. The one who killed him does not seem to be an exorcist. The traces suggest a martial artist's handiwork. The white-clad figure chuckled, her exquisite features and bare feet recalling one of the horrors encountered in Hangzhou City not long prior. Only the Flame Gang possesses martial prowess to such an extent within hundreds of miles. It was undoubtedly one of their own who ended his life, the figure in black remarked coldly. What shall we do, my lord? Inquired the white-clad woman. What else? They are merely mortals. Blood debts must be repaid in kind. That individual is stained with Wu Lai's blood. There is no escape. Go and kill him. And use his soul to forge a spirit child, the figure in black commanded with a frigid tone. Indeed, my lord is wise. The white-clad woman giggled playfully. Not long after, Jiang Dao and his group made their way back, finally reaching the Qingshi town branch just before dawn. Upon entry, Luan hurried over, bowing deeply. Greetings, esteemed hall masters. Rise, Jiang Dao replied. As Luan stood, he sensed something amiss. Pausing in surprise, Jiang, hall master. Where are the other two hall masters? Hall Master Hu and Hall Master Fan perished in the line of duty, their sacrifice noble. I deeply regret this. I will ensure they are honored upon my return. Do not be alarmed. Prepare a room for me. Jiang Dao instructed. Yes, Jiang Hall Master. Luan's heart raced, not daring to inquire further as he swiftly led Jiang Dao to an empty room. Whether Hall Master Hu and Hall Master Fan perished nobly was no longer significant. After all, several would die each year. Yet, how they met their ends was a question he dared not voice. In the room, Jiang Dao sat cross-legged, turning his attention to the panel before him. The 7 martial arts displayed on the panel now bore the option for modification. However, according to the rules, only 2 techniques could be altered at a time. Jiang Dao pondered briefly. Among the various techniques, the most formidable was undoubtedly the Frenzied Blood Soul Blade, while the most beneficial was the health-preserving technique. With resolute focus, he made his selection. Swish! The inscriptions behind the 2 martial arts techniques underwent another transformation. The Frenzied Demon Blood Soul Blade, unmodifiable after 90 years, and the Nurturing Technique, unmodifiable after 240 years, remained unchanged. In an instant, a torrent of dense information surged into Jiang Dao's mind, and a noticeable warmth began to flow through his body, spreading swiftly to his limbs and bones. Veins and blue tendons emerged prominently on his skin. But they quickly began to retract once more. The internal energy of the original Nurturing Technique, which was only as thin as a mobile phone charging cable, had now transformed into something as thick as chopsticks, becoming profound and adding a new function, accelerated recovery. However, this accelerated recovery could only last for a short duration, approximately 1 minute. Within that minute, the Nurturing Technique would directly hasten the healing of injuries and restore strength, allowing one to rapidly regain combat capability. This function was undeniably extraordinary, capable of saving one's life in critical moments. When all believed he was gravely injured and on the verge of death, he could suddenly activate this accelerated recovery, undoubtedly slaying all enemies in one fell swoop. In addition to the new function of the Nurturing Technique, the Frenzied Demon Blood Soul Blade also experienced significant changes. The original 3 realms had all been enhanced: enhanced speed, enhanced slaughter, enhanced 1 slash to kill the god. This meant that every strike now wielded at least double the power compared to before. Jiang Dao once again examined the panel before him. Strength, 4.1, Speed, 3.3, Spirit, 1.4. Below these 3 metrics lay the other 5 martial arts techniques. Observing these techniques, Jiang Dao began to ponder anew. Could the Wind and Thunder Palm and the Poison Sand Palm be merged? Both techniques wielded considerable power. Should the fusion succeed, they would undoubtedly become even more formidable. He promptly closed his eyes, commencing a mental simulation. Time passed slowly. Before he realized it, daylight broke. Eluan approached several times to deliver meals. But upon finding Jiang Dao's door firmly shut, he hesitated to knock and retreated once more. Finally, as noon approached, Jiang Dao opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of joy that it worked. The wind and thunder palm and the poison sand palm successfully merged, resulting in the wind and thunder poison sand palm. Not only that, but the fuse techniques also acquired a new function, thunder flame. The so-called thunder flame referred to a phenomenon where, upon unleashing full palm power, a purple toxic flame could form in the palm, accompanied by the sound of thunder, hence the name thunder flame. A direct hit from thunder flame could cause one's body to rot in an instant, the toxic fire attacking the heart and leading to decay from within. Its power would undoubtedly be several times greater than before. Chapter 45. Enraging, the left guardian Jiang Dao accessed the panel, gazing at the newly formed wind and thunder poison sand palm, and immediately focused his intent for modification. With a swish, the inscription behind the wind and thunder poison sand palm altered instantly. Wind and thunder poison sand palm, unmodifiable after 30 years. Only 30 years of modification? Just like the frenzied demon blood soul blade. Jiang Dao's eyes glimmered. Did this imply that the wind and thunder poison sand palm's rank was on par with the frenzied demon blood soul blade? The metrics on the panel displayed subtle changes once more. Strength, 4.3, only 0.2 away from the physical limit. Please expedite cultivation of internal martial arts. Speed, 3.4, Spirit, 1.5. Jiang Dao expressed astonishment, noticing a line of small text behind the strength metric. Was his strength about to reach its physical limit? The limit should be 4.5. Once he reached that threshold, would it mean that no further modifications to martial arts could enhance his strength? Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. This was far from good news. He currently possessed only the nurturing technique as his internal martial arts. The key issue was that the nurturing technique was not an authentic internal martial art, incapable of aiding him in breaking through the physical limit. Furthermore, all other internal techniques were solely within the grasp of the gang leader and the deputy leader. But could he forcibly seize them with his current strength? Clearly, it was improbable. The gang leader Fang Tianba had managed the Flame Gang for so many years and practiced internal martial arts for an equal duration. He was undoubtedly a master at the divine power level. Even if he faced him now, victory was not guaranteed, especially with the deputy leader and the left and right guardians by his side. Thus, attempting to forcibly seize internal martial arts was utterly unrealistic. Was he destined to remain at this level? Jiang Dao's heart darkened. Internal martial arts? This had become his obsession. Without obtaining such a skill, he would never feel secure in this world. The time for Ling Tong Palace's revenge would inevitably arrive. Jiang Dao slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, rising to his feet, opening the door, and stepping outside Eluan hurriedly prepared lunch for Jiang Dao. After finishing his meal, Jiang Dao lingered no longer and led the remaining individuals towards the headquarters of the Flame Gang. The sky darkened, thick clouds gathered. The previously clear sky suddenly bore the ominous sign of impending rain. Jiang Dao, seated atop a tall steed, glanced upward at the sky, furrowing his brow slightly. Leader, it looks like rain is coming. Should we find shelter? Du Feng inquired. Go look for a place. Jiang Dao commanded. Du Feng immediately sent people out to search for nearby locations. Before long, Du Feng returned from a distance, calling out, Leader, there's a dilapidated temple here. Jiang Dao promptly signaled the others to proceed. The wind howled, producing a piercing sound. Jiang Dao and his group quickly entered the broken temple, bustling about to tie their horses and start a fire. Suddenly, Jiang Dao's ears perked up as he heard a faint sound of breathing, barely discernible, emanating from behind him. His eyes flickered as he turned back to scan the area, focusing on a massive Buddha statue behind him. Leader, what's wrong? Du Feng asked, puzzled. There's someone behind the statue, Jiang Dao whispered. Du Feng was taken aback and quickly called for people to surround the statue and approach its rear. Jiang Dao stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the area. Behind the statue was an empty space, filled with dust, with only a few drops of black blood, indicating that someone had previously hidden there. Straining to listen, he suddenly drew his long knife and swiftly slashed at the back of the statue. With a splat, The back of the statue was cut open, revealing a hidden compartment inside. Inside that compartment curled a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, her face pale, trembling uncontrollably, motionless, and her breathing appeared extremely erratic. As if sensing she had been discovered, the girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she gazed at Jiang Dao and his group in terror. "A girl!" Du Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Little girl, who are you? Why are you hiding here?" Jiang Dao scrutinized the child. The girl bit her lip, staring intently at him. Remaining silent, Du Feng frowned. Could she be mute? Suddenly, Jiang Dao reached out his large hand towards the girl. She recoiled in terror, shrinking back, and let out a terrified scream. After the scream, her eyes rolled back, and it appeared as though she were utterly exhausted or grievously injured, abruptly fainting. Jiang Dao swiftly pulled the girl out, immediately detecting a foul odor reminiscent of rotting apples emanating from her, black blood seeping from her mouth and nostrils. "She's been poisoned," he declared gravely. Without hesitation, he activated the nurturing technique, channeling energy into the girl's body. The nurturing technique not only possessed formidable self-healing properties, but could also heal others. A faint flush began to appear on the pale face of the girl, and she emitted a muffled groan as more black blood oozed from her mouth and nostrils, while wisps of white smoke began to rise from the top of her head, resembling steam. Ultimately, she suddenly expelled a torrent of black blood from her mouth, splattering against the wall, hissing and bubbling violently. "Such potent poison!" Du Feng gasped in astonishment. What kind of person could be so ruthless as to target a little girl? As Jiang Dao forced most of the poison from the girl's body, she gradually opened her eyes again, looking at him. "Little girl, who are you?" Jiang Dao set her down and inquired. "Tio have been subjected to such a deadly toxin and to have fled so far. She could not be an ordinary person." The girl remained silent once more. "Are you not from around here? Do you not understand my words?" Jiang Dao pressed, frowning. The girl continued to remain mute. Jiang Dao nodded gently and said, "Since you're unwilling to speak, then so be it." He ceased his inquiries, turning to sit by the fire, entering a meditative posture. The girl stood a short distance away, staring blankly at Jiang Dao, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself as if feeling cold, her stomach growling with hunger. The sound of rain pattered outside, gradually diminishing, and half an hour later, it finally ceased. Jiang Dao and the others immediately stepped out. The girl's small face shifted, and she hurriedly took small steps to follow them outside. As Jiang Dao and the others mounted their horses, she quickly ran after them. "Leader, that girl is following us." Du Feng glanced back. Jiang Dao reined in his horse, turned to survey, pondered for a moment, then urged his horse to approach the girl in the midst of her frightened gaze. He grasped her by the nape of her neck, lifting her up and placing her in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Jiang Dao interrogated. The girl lowered her head, maintaining her silence. Jiang Dao frowned deeply. Had he encountered a mute? He ultimately decided to take her back first before making any further decisions. A throng of individuals hurried along the official road, the path being muddy. After several hours, they finally arrived at Qinyuan City. Jiang Dao casually handed the young girl to Du Feng, instructing him to take her to the Feiying Hall, while he himself hurried directly to the headquarters. Before long, a large crowd gathered once again in the main hall of the headquarters. Jiang Dao first paid his respects to the gang leader, then recounted the general situation in Qingshi town, including the causes of Hu Biao and Fan Hu's death. He even produced the vial containing the Jinbo poison gas as evidence, requesting the gang leader to take action on behalf of his subordinate and impose severe punishment on the left protector. Jiang Dao clasped his fists together. "What nonsense! You are utterly ridiculous!" The left protector erupted in anger, harboring resentment towards Hu Biao and Fan Hu's ineptitude while quickly retorting, "Leader, this must be a deliberate slander by Jiang Tangzhu. Hu Biao and Fan Hu were never familiar with me. How could I have instigated them? Moreover, Jiang Tangzhu executed the mission alongside them. Why is it that only he emerged unscathed while the others met such a tragic end? There must be a conspiracy at play. I suggest we seize all other survivors and interrogate them under duress to uncover the truth." "You dare claim you had no part in instructing them?" Jiang Dao's tone turned frigid as he gazed at the left protector. "Impudence!" The left protector's fury mounted. Jiang Tangzhu, you repeatedly show me disrespect. Do you truly believe I am someone you can bully? Left Protector, let us speak plainly. Since you wish to kill me, why not take matters into your own hands? We can arrange a time to settle our differences and determine our fates. Wouldn't that be more exhilarating than resorting to underhanded tactics, sneaking around like a coward, displaying utter baseness and a complete lack of dignity? Jiang Dao's voice remained icy. The Left Protector erupted into a mocking laughter, his sleeves billowing. You are courting death. Do you truly think I would hesitate to end your life? Then come at me. Why merely engage in verbal sparring? I have long wished to experience the prowess of the Left Protector. Jiang Dao's gaze bore into the Left Protector, his words sharp, his entire being emanating strength. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. We are all brothers here. Why must we resort to such extremes? Suddenly, gang leader Fang Tianba waved his hand and spoke. The Left Protector seethed internally, gritting his teeth, fixated on Jiang Dao, wishing he could rend him into 1,000 pieces. Jiang Tangzhu, you claim that Hu Tangzhu and Fan Tangzhu sought to harm you, resulting in your counterattack. Do you have any evidence? Fang Tianba inquired. All those who accompanied me are witnesses, Jiang Dao replied. Tio the gang leader, those individuals must have received benefits from Jiang Dao and are intent on slandering me. Their words cannot serve as evidence, in my view. We should capture all those individuals and subject them to severe interrogation to truly uncover the truth, the Left Protector coldly asserted. Jiang Tangzhu, did you hear that? Fang Tianba turned to Jiang Dao and said, these individuals cannot be considered genuine evidence. Do you wish for me to torture them? You have accomplished a great deed by resolving the situation in Qingshi town. Yet our gang has lost 2 Tangs, committing a grave error. I shall not pursue the specifics any further. I now judge your merits and demerits to be balanced, neither rewarding nor punishing you. Are you in agreement? Jiang Dao's heart sank, and he inhaled deeply. Was Fang Tianba intentionally favoring the Left Protector? I shall obey. Jiang Dao still clasped his fists in respect. Chapter 46, Internal Skill, the Supreme Pre-Celestial Secret. Leader, this person deliberately conspired to murder 2 Tangs and carried out a bloody massacre at the Feiying Hall. If he is not severely punished, further calamities will undoubtedly arise. I request strict punishment for Jiang Dao. The Left Protector coldly stated from the side. I have already declared that his merits and demerits are balanced. Does the Left Protector have any objections? Fang Tianba turned to the Left Protector. The Left Protector immediately clasped his fists and replied, I would not dare. Fang Tianba looked back at Jiang Dao and calmly said, Jiang Tangzhu, you are a young man, filled with youthful ambition and vigor, which is understandable. However, I do not wish to hear any more about your continued bloodshed. I hope you will conduct yourself accordingly. Yes, gang leader. Jiang Dao once more clasped his fists, his heart heavy with gloom. He had initially believed Fang Tianba to be a true hero of the age, yet he now felt utterly deceived. The leader's bias towards the Left Protector was deplorable. Enough. We shall disperse for now. Fang Tianba proclaimed, Wait, gang leader, I have one more matter to discuss. Jiang Dao suddenly interjected. Speak. Those who accompanied me have also contributed significantly. I promise to advocate for them. However, their Tangzhu is deceased, leaving them without a path forward. I am willing to bring them into the Feiying Hall and reward them. I request the gang leader's permission. Jiang Dao clasped his fists. You still claim you have not bribed them? The Left Protector sneered from the side. That is acceptable, Fang Tianba responded, rising to leave. The Left Protector shot Jiang Dao another cold glance before sweeping away with his sleeves. Jiang Dao too cast a deep look at him, a murderous intent swelling within. Before turning to depart in the rear hall of the headquarters, Fang Tianba wore a smile, standing in a pavilion, scattering fish food below. Leader, your strategy today was indeed brilliant. The Right Protector, short and stout, wearing a straw hat, approached with a grin. How was it brilliant? Fang Tianba smiled. Firstly, it successfully tested Jiang Dao's strength and courage. Secondly, it intentionally favored the Left Protector, inciting Jiang Dao's dissatisfaction and deepening his animosity towards the Left Protector. After today's events, these two will undoubtedly be at odds, making reconciliation unlikely. The Right Protector smiled. I had already anticipated that the Left Protector would send someone to deal with Jiang Dao, yet I never expected Jiang Dao to so easily kill 2 Tangs. especially while being severely poisoned. Such strength is astounding, and what astonishes me even more is his audacity. He roared in the hall without a shred of fear. If he were to grow stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable, Fang Tianba lamented. Indeed, he poses a colossal threat. If he can treat the left protector in such a manner, he may very well do the same to the gang leader in the future. It would be best to ensure they destroy each other, the right protector said gravely. Fang Tianba squinted, slowly nodding. By the way, leader, there is another matter. I have just received news that a sect in the central plains of the Dai dynasty has been annihilated, and their internal skill manuals have leaked out, possibly circulating towards the Qinyuan city area, the right protector suddenly whispered. Is this news credible? Fang Tianba's eyes flashed as he looked at the right protector. There is an 80% chance it is true. The left protector has likely already learned of this news, yet he has shown no intention of mentioning it today, possibly having secretly dispatched someone to investigate. The right protector replied. Which sect was destroyed? Fang Tianba inquired. The Qian Kuan sect, and the leaked skill is the supreme pre-celestial secret, the right protector stated firmly. The supreme pre-celestial secret. Fang Tianba's eyes narrowed. Recognizing it as a skill comparable to the Liang divine skill of his own Liang gang. Immediately arrange for personnel to locate this internal manual at any cost. Yes, leader. The right protector cupped his hands. The Liang gang only possessed 2 internal skill manuals in total, one of which was incomplete. It could be said that any newly emerged skill would stir a storm of bloodshed in the martial world, ensnaring all sects and gangs within its chaos. In a spacious courtyard, the light was dim. The left protector, Guolinyu, wore a grim expression as he raised his hand to shatter a stone table. The shards flew, and the sound of his palms striking resounded, causing the ground to hiss as if melting, bubbling forth with a foul odor. A bunch of useless fools, he exclaimed icily, suddenly looking up at the person before him and inquiring. Have you investigated the situation with the Qian Kuan sect? Replying to the left protector, it has been thoroughly investigated. The Qian Kuan sect's destruction is related to a mysterious force. It seems they offended this force and were retaliated against by its manipulated evil spirits, resulting in their annihilation overnight. After the destruction of the Qian Kuan sect, only a young girl and an old servant managed to escape. However, the old servant was attacked by other martial artists midway and met a tragic end. While the girl mysteriously vanished, it is believed that only she knows the supreme pre-celestial secret. The person before him reported, cupping his hands. Have you traced the whereabouts of that young girl? The left protector inquired. We are currently investigating. It can be confirmed that nearby farmers have seen the young girl, and she is likely in the vicinity of Qinyuan City. Other gang members are already searching the area. The man replied, dig 3 feet into the ground to find her for me. We absolutely cannot allow Fang Tianba to locate her first. The left protector commanded darkly. Yes, protector. The man clasped his fists and departed. The left protector gazed at the scattered debris, the toxic gas permeating the air, his eyes filled with a gloomy menace. If he could obtain the supreme pre-celestial secret, he would possess both righteous and evil internal skills. At that time, even Fang Tianba would not stand a chance against him. Indeed, he currently possesses a supreme internal skill, albeit one of a nefarious nature, imbued with deadly poison. Its striking force can even melt iron. Within the ranks of the Flaming Hawk Gang, aside from a select few trusted subordinates, no one is aware of his mastery of this internal power. However, the mere thought of the Qian Kuan sect being obliterated in a single night sends chills down the spine of the left guardian, instilling a sense of dread. The bizarre entities are far too terrifying, beyond the capacity of mere martial artists to contend with. Even the most skilled fighters can only manage to fend off formidable beasts or malevolent spirits. Confronting entities of a higher destruction level would render them utterly powerless, as even breaching their defenses would be a luxury. If the Qian Kuan sect could be extinguished overnight by these strange beings, then the Flaming Hawk Gang would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Non-human entities, the left guardian mused, feeling a heavy weight upon his heart. Within the Flying Eagle Hall, Jiang Dao returned. All the members present hurried to pay their respects. Hall Master, what is the situation? Can I come directly? Du Feng inquired anxiously. I have summoned all of you. From now on, working in the Flying Eagle Hall will not be a loss for you. Jiang Dao casually patted Du Feng on the shoulder. Thank you, Hall Master. Du Feng and the others knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. And what of the young girl? Jiang Dao inquired nonchalantly, reporting to the Hall Master. She has been taken to the maid for a bath and a change of clothes, replied Guidu Tian with a respectful gesture. Jiang Dao nodded lightly and made his way to his quarters. Once his strength reached 4.3, with just an additional 0.2, he would achieve his ultimate power limit. Now, with nothing pressing, it was a perfect opportunity to elevate that final 0.2. Once he reached his full potential, he could swiftly eliminate the Left Guardian, preventing further schemes against him. Would the Iron Cloth and Golden Bell invulnerability techniques be able to merge? Jiang Dao pondered, preparing to give it a try. If successful, his power would undoubtedly reach its zenith. Even without practicing internal skills, he would stand as a peerless master among humanity. As the night deepened, Qianyuan City remained ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. At the Flaming Hawk Gang's jurisdiction, at Lufeng Dock, the weary laborers had succumbed to a deep slumber. The sound of rushing water echoed, the cool Jiang breeze swept through, and the moonlight danced upon the rippling surface. Fragmented like shards, a series of eerie laughter reverberated through the night. A pale figure appeared, delicate, its ghostly feet lightly touching the ground. The one who killed Wu Lai is nearby. Where should I begin my slaughter? With a bewitching gaze, it scanned the surroundings, erupting into sinister giggles, and suddenly, a pale hand clapped gently. Behind her emerged 5 ethereal children, their mouths agape, eyes hollow and dark, adorned with a sinister smile. Let us strike together. Leave no martial artist unscathed, the pale figure declared with a laugh. As the 5 ethereal children sprang into action, they moved through the darkness with an eerie presence, akin to vengeful spirits. Their black eyes, mouths twisted in malevolent grins, swiftly approached their targets. Soon, a series of blood-curdling screams pierced the night, abrupt and fleeting. Before the cries could spread, they were abruptly silenced. The spectral children struck without a sound. Requiring no confrontation, ordinary martial artists were utterly defenseless against them, effortlessly passing through their bodies, turning them into lifeless husks. The manner of death mirrored that of those from the Jiang family manor. The faint echoes of their eerie giggles filled the air, an inescapable terror. Those who had yet to fall into a deep sleep were startled awake, their faces pale, yearning to investigate the disturbance. However, as they stepped outside, they were met with the visage of an eerie child lunging towards them. Before they could react, the spectral child passed through their bodies, eliciting a scream as they collapsed to the ground. Clad in a white dress, barefoot, with exquisite features, the eerie woman stood silently atop a pavilion, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she observed this ghastly scene, her eyes glimmering with excitement. The thrill of slaughter is simply delightful. At the Flying Eagle Hall, a profound silence enveloped the spacious courtyard, illuminated as if it were day, with large lanterns and torches blazing high. Members of the hall patrolled the vast grounds, casting watchful glances. Suddenly, the sound of urgent screams echoed from the distance. What is that noise? A squad leader's expression shifted. It seemed a fight was unfolding. Quick, let us check it out. The group raised their torches and rushed toward the source of the screams. But just then, a chorus of eerie laughter erupted within the courtyard. A chilling wind howled, causing the torches and lanterns to flicker ominously. The temperature in the courtyard plummeted, and the faces of all present turned pale, their hairs standing on end, as if they had been plunged into an abyss of ice. Ha ha! The eerie laughter resonated from a corner of the courtyard. The crowd hurriedly turned to look, their pupils constricting in fear. They beheld a pitch-black child, approximately 7 or 8 years old, crouched atop a dry well, grinning with a mouth full of sharp teeth, its eyes and nose shrouded in darkness, casting a malevolent gaze upon them. What is that? The squad leader exclaimed, astonished. Suddenly, the eerie child lunged forward, dashing toward the squad leader with blinding speed. Leaving no time for him to react, a piercing scream erupted as the squad leader's body withered away, meeting a gruesome fate. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Jiang Dao, deeply engrossed in the intricate workings of his martial arts, found himself at a crucial juncture. His mind was flooded with images and movements, his blood surging. A heavy discomfort weighing upon him, it felt as though he were on the brink of a breakthrough, poised to fully merge the Eagle Claw Iron Cloth and the Golden Bell invulnerability techniques, unblocking his meridians. Yet this final key seemed elusive, his blood boiling in anticipation. In the courtyard, screams erupted as many members rushed out, their faces filled with shock. Upon sighting the eerie child, realization dawned upon them all. Everyone, retreat. It's a malevolent spirit, Guidu Tian bellowed, his extensive experience allowing him to identify the threat immediately. All began to flee in haste, terror gripping their hearts. Guidu Tian roared, drawing his steel blade, and charged at the spectral child, unleashing a flurry of swift knife strikes aimed at the entity. The child, with its gaping black mouth and terrifying smile, showed no fear of the onslaught, swiftly lunging toward Guidu Tian. With a series of resounding impacts, Guidu Tian was sent flying, spewing blood. Other leaders joined the fray, all shouting in fury as they surged toward the spectral child, chaos erupting in the courtyard. The air was filled with cries, roars, and the clash of blades. Suddenly, the eerie laughter echoed atop Jiang Dao's roof. His complexion flushed, veins bulging across his body. He felt as if a raging fire burned within him. He opened his eyes wide, gazing at the roof. The sound of shifting tiles was barely audible, and then, several tiles were removed entirely. The grotesque, dark child's head peeked down from the roof, its mouth twisted in a sinister grin. Hollow eyes oozing pus, fixated on Jiang Dao. Hey! It let out a terrifying laugh. With a thunderous sound, Jiang Dao's mind reverberated, his limbs cracking like firecrackers, and in an instant, he returned to normal. The Iron Cloth and Golden Bell invulnerability techniques had finally merged completely. A wild aura emanated from his body as his gaze turned cold and sharp as lightning, locking onto the eerie child. What are you laughing at? The spectral child bared its teeth in a grin. Suddenly leaping down from the roof, aiming directly at Jiang Dao's face, in an instant, Jiang Dao stood tall, his muscles swelling, veins protruding grotesquely, transforming him into a figure of terrifying strength, resembling a deity of steel. As he reached out with lightning speed to grasp the eerie child, with a swift motion, he seized the child's forehead, as if it were caught in an iron grip. Jiang Dao's expression hardened as he stared at the struggling child, allowing it to thrash and scream. Then he tightened his grip. Boom! The eagle claw technique? The spectral child let out a high-pitched scream, its head exploding in an eruption of pus and foul stench. At that moment, a white-clad woman standing high atop a pavilion suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze toward Jiang Dao's direction. Point, one of the spectral children has been slain. Her voice was piercing, her eyes terrifying, and then she revealed a sinister smile once more. Having slain someone's spirit child, leaving no room for mercy. Hee. Her form swiftly darted towards Jiang Dao's direction. With cold eyes, Jiang Dao distinctly heard the chaos unfolding in the front yard. He flicked the blood and pus from his hands and gazed at the panel. There, the eagle claw iron cloth and the golden bell protective art shimmered momentarily before fading into obscurity. Soon, a new line of martial arts appeared. Eagle claw diamond body, beginner, modifiable. Jiang Dao immediately focused his mind and pointed towards the inscriptions behind him. Whoosh, eagle claw diamond body, 60 years later, non-modifiable. A torrent of information surged into Jiang Dao's mind, his brain absorbing it entirely in an instant. His physique grew stronger, tougher, as veins and blood vessels rapidly expanded, channeling immense power throughout his body, only to recede beneath the muscle once more. With a chilling gaze, Jiang Dao looked outward, his body stirring a tempest as he smashed through the door, charging fiercely into the front yard. The enhancement to the eagle claw diamond body at 60 years propelled his strength to its zenith. Whoosh! Jiang Dao's speed was ferocious, his towering form nearly 2 meters 4 in height, his muscles forged like steel, as he barreled from the backyard. Before him, a group of leaders and overseers fought desperately around a spirit child. Despite their combined efforts, the casualties were dire, and the entire Flying Eagle Hall was left with but half its members. Die! Jiang Dao roared, his formidable body crashing directly into the spirit child. The spirit child grinned wickedly, swiftly turning to pounce at Jiang Dao. Boom! As he approached, Jiang Dao delivered a powerful palm strike, landing it on the spirit child, who let out a chilling scream, smoke billowing from mouth and nose. His body hurtling back, crashing into the distance, sizzling and rapidly dissolving. Jiang Dao's terrifying physique came to a halt, eyes filled with dread. The spirit child palace. Their vengeance had indeed come, but how had they found him? Would his family be in danger? Jiang Dao's expression darkened, numerous thoughts racing through his mind. In the courtyard, the onlookers were horrified, staring blankly at their hall master. At that moment, Jiang Dao was utterly terrifying. Power surged through him, his aura wild. His upper body bare, muscles gleaming like steel. He stood at an imposing height of around 2 meters 3 or 4, resembling a small giant, every muscle taut and shining with metallic luster. What kind of divine skill is this? Is he still human? The crucial point was that Jiang Dao had just obliterated an evil spirit with a single palm strike. This was nothing short of astounding. The divine power realm, could it be that the hall master had reached such heights? Guodu Tian was struck with awe. The divine power realm was the pinnacle every martial artist aspired to. A level unattainable by 99% of martial practitioners throughout their lives. Could it be that Jiang Dao had indeed reached the divine power realm? Suddenly, Jiang Dao sensed something, abruptly turning to scan the darkness beside him with sharp intensity. Hee hee. The eerie laughter echoed once more. Yet this time, it was not the spirit child that appeared. Instead, it was a woman of enchanting beauty, her figure delicate, clad in a white dress, with long, flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall. Exquisite features gracing her smile, her eyes dark as night, bare feet stepping forward. I recognize you. You are Jiang Dao of the Jiang family, aren't you? Hee hee. The woman in white let out a sinister laugh. You killed one of my spirit children in Hangzhou City, and now you dare to come here. Jiang Dao fixed his gaze upon her, speaking in a low tone. I have no quarrel with the spirit child palace. Why must you pursue my Jiang family? The Jiang family killed my spirit child and took the life of my spirit child palace's expert. Thus you all must perish. The woman in white laughed. Not just you, but the entire Jiang family must die. Hee hee. Jiang Dao's eyes instantaneously turned icy. If that is the case, then come. Boom. His body surged forward, transforming into a terrifying shadow, the air fracturing around him. An unstoppable force emanating from him as he struck fiercely at the woman in white's chest. You? The woman in white's expression shifted in shock, not yet comprehending the situation before Jiang Dao's palm struck her. PFFF. The impact felt as if it had struck a cold, muddy pit, with power unable to escape, firmly trapping his strength outside. The woman in white tossed her hair, her dark locks transforming into fearsome weapons. Rapidly piercing towards Jiang Dao's physique. Thunder flame. Jiang Dao roared, unleashing his wind thunder poison sand palm to its utmost limit, a layer of purple poisonous fire manifesting in his palm. Boom. A terrifying force struck within the woman in white, producing a deafening roar, causing her to scream sharply as her body was sent flying. Simultaneously, the woman's dark, dreadful hair finally pierced into Jiang Dao, hissing and sparking, as if striking the most formidable metal. Jiang Dao's broad palm seized her hair with a fierce grip. With a swift yank, he pulled her body back just as she was about to be launched away. Die, boom. Jiang Dao swung the woman by her hair, slamming her down, creating a deep crater in the ground, while his palm ignited with horrific poisonous flames, striking towards her temple with brutal force. Pft! The sound thundered, an ominous energy suffusing the air, as if igniting into flames, enveloping the atmosphere in a sharp, dreadful scent. Guodu Tian and the others covered their noses, retreating in horror. The woman in white let out a pained cry as her entire head became sunken. Her face twisted, resembling a deformed piece of taffy, contorted at will. Why must you provoke me? I only wish to survive peacefully in this world. Why must you come after me? Why? You brought this upon yourself. You brought this upon yourself. You brought this upon yourself. Jiang Dao's tone was chilling, exuding terror as he relentlessly hammered down on her temple with immense force. Each strike erupted with maximum power. Boom, boom, boom. The woman shrieked in agony, her skull driven deep into the ground, her fingers clawing chaotically, sharp nails scraping against Jiang Dao's body. Yet, every scratch merely sparked, seemingly unable to harm him in the slightest. Jiang Dao unleashed a barrage of over 10 strikes, suddenly yanking the woman from the ground, opening his mouth wide to reveal a terrifying set of teeth, biting down fiercely on her neck. Upon being yanked from the ground, the onlookers were horrified to discover her head was entirely sunken, black blood flowing, a grotesque sight, utterly unrecognizable as human. Jiang Dao's teeth sank into her neck, tearing away chunks of flesh. Blood splattering. Pft, pft, pft. Pieces of putrid flesh were relentlessly torn away by Jiang Dao. The woman screamed in torment, her limbs thrashing violently, but soon her arms were firmly gripped by Jiang Dao, and after a frenzied bite of 7 or 8 times, her neck was finally severed. With a sickening sound, a gruesome head rolled onto the ground, blood-soaked and distant. The body Jiang Dao had held in his grasp ceased to struggle. Jiang Dao spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression cruel as he carelessly discarded the headless corpse to the side. With a splat, the corpse crumpled into a heap, as if utterly lifeless. His formidable physique, each muscle gleaming with metallic brilliance, emanated an unfathomable power as he turned to Guodu Tian and Du Feng, saying, "Count and see how many have perished." The crowd, each in shock, stared at Jiang Dao. Not human. Our hall master is truly not human. He killed a non-human creature with his bare teeth? Guodu Tian trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, hall master." Just as Jiang Dao stepped forward, preparing to venture outside, he suddenly halted, swiftly turning around, his gaze sharp as lightning. In the courtyard, the woman in white, who had seemingly succumbed, her head severed, suddenly stirred back to life. The headless corpse rose from the ground on its own. The once sunken head began to inflate rapidly before plopping back onto her neck, reattaching seamlessly. "Damn you, that hurt so much." The woman in white's voice turned icy, swaying her neck from side to side, her face contorting grotesquely as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Dao. "I will devour you piece by piece." Using your soul to forge spirit children, Jiang Dao's pupils constricted. In a way, is this a high-level monstrous fiend? The others also displayed terror, retreating once more. They could hardly believe that their hall master had reduced her to such a state. Yet this eerie woman was still alive. Her head could regenerate. "If you truly cannot die, then I shall strike again." Jiang Dao's voice turned frigid. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tremendous wave of danger rushing towards him. The speed and strength of the woman in white surged 7 to 8 times, closing the distance in an instant, her palm crashing into his abdomen, the impact sending him hurtling backward. The woman in the white dress, after striking Jiang Dao, let out a piercing scream, her eyes dark as coal. In an instant, dozens of bizarre strands of black energy materialized in the air, weaving and darting towards Jiang Dao's retreating form. Each black thread resembled the most formidable steel wire, impervious to any resistance. With a series of thuds, these dark forces ensnared Jiang Dao, constricting his skin tightly. Despite his mastery of the iron cloth and golden bell protective techniques, his skin ruptured, blood oozing forth. Jiang Dao roared, unleashing the full force of his being. The internal energy cultivated over 240 years surged through his limbs, amplifying his strength dramatically. Even this robust energy seeped from his pores, forming a gossamer shield upon his body. The shield proved resilient, effectively isolating him from all black forces. With a thunderous shake, Jiang Dao shattered the web of black threads surrounding him. As he did so, the woman in white emitted a sharp cry, her speed reaching its zenith as she lunged at Jiang Dao once more. Her movements were as swift as lightning, and in a fleeting moment, Jiang Dao found himself unable to resist, unable to clearly perceive her form. The disparity in speed was staggering, rendering him nearly powerless. He opted to withstand the assault with the protective membrane of his cultivation, while swiftly retreating in search of an opportunity. Throughout this ordeal, he felt his internal energy depleting at an alarming rate, akin to a parched land. Suddenly, the woman extended her hand, ruthlessly stabbing towards the center of Jiang Dao's back. Her resilient nails pierced through his protective shield, penetrating his flesh and reaching for his heart. Yet, Jiang Dao's muscles contracted fiercely, akin to adamantine, firmly clutching her hand and preventing any further advance. "I've got you." Jiang Dao's voice was chilling as he swiftly turned. His fingers curling like talons, with a sickening squelch, he seized her forehead, eliciting a shrill scream from her. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Jiang Dao's muscles proved too robust to escape from. With a sudden grip, he unleashed the full might of his eagle claw technique. A bone-crushing sound reverberated as the woman's skull caved in under his grip, a grotesque explosion of flesh and bone. Smoke rising from her head. Her gaze was filled with malice as she swung her other hand towards him in a desperate clawing motion. Jiang Dao countered, gripping her head tightly with one hand, while the other unleashed a barrage of wind, thunder, poison, sand strikes upon her body. Boom, boom, boom. The force of his strikes was terrifying, each blow landing with brutal precision. The two figures resembled ferocious beasts clashing in a brutal struggle. Eventually, the woman yanked her hand free from Jiang Dao's iron grip, her body hurtling backward, crashing violently into the distance. Jiang Dao staggered, blood spilling from his wounds as he took 2 steps back, icy rage directed at the woman. Her form was tattered and gruesome, with multiple areas punctured and blackened blood seeping out, melting away, unable to heal. The remnants of her body, ravaged by Jiang Dao's wind, thunder, poison, sand strikes, swayed precariously. One of her eyes exploded, her face contorted grotesquely, reminiscent of molten wax, horrific in appearance, as she glared at Jiang Dao. "Are you not human?" she shrieked. "Did you not intend to kill me? Ha! Did you not wish to devour me? With such meager power, you are unworthy even to lick my feet. Ha ha ha." Jiang Dao's formidable muscles rippled as he laughed maniacally. He aimed to provoke her further with his words, intent on ensuring her demise. The woman's speed was uncanny. Even in her wounded state, if she attempted to flee, he would undoubtedly be unable to pursue her. Thus, he needed to find a way to keep her there. Indeed, upon hearing his taunts, the woman's expression twisted further, her singular eye glinting with a crimson light, fixated on Jiang Dao. Suddenly, she let out a spine-chilling scream, launching herself at him with alarming speed. Jiang Dao bellowed, "Knife!" The onlookers were shaken to their cores. Guodutian reacted swiftly, tossing a steel knife into the fray. The woman, in a flash, turned her gaze towards the knife, her terrifying speed propelling her to grasp it. However, just as she seized the knife, Jiang Dao appeared behind her, exuding an aura of dread, and with 2 massive palms, he struck down upon her head with the force of a fly swatting. Boom! The sound was horrifying, a shockwave of air exploding outward. The woman screamed in agony, blood erupting from her 7 orifices in a gruesome display. The knife she had clutched slipped from her grasp. After that, Jiang Dao seized her long hair with one hand while snatching the steel knife with the other. Every muscle and vein in his body tensed to their limits as he roared, "Killing Goddess Blade." In an instant, a strange aura enveloped the knife, slicing through the air with terrifying force. As if transcending the very boundaries of space, aimed directly at the woman's neck. With a sickening slice, the knife cleaved through her flesh, producing a horrific wail from her. For the second time, her head was severed by Jiang Dao, who forcefully yanked her head from her body. Thud! He kicked the headless corpse away, sending it crashing into the distance, twitching unnaturally, black blood streaming from the neck, until it lay still. But Jiang Dao did not dare to relax. His gaze fixed intently on the head he clutched in his grip. Previously, this woman had been decapitated only to reconstitute herself. This time, regardless of whether she could revive, he would not grant her another chance. "Feigning death, are we? Whether your demise is real or feigned, I shall ensure you can never transcend this existence." Jiang Dao's tone was frigid as he suddenly turned to Guodutian, instructing, "Prepare a large pot filled with butter and boil it over a fierce flame." "Yes, master." Guodutian and the others responded with wide eyes, hastily nodding. They quickly rushed out. Shortly after, a great fire blazed in the courtyard, a large pot set over the flames, the hot oil bubbling violently, releasing enormous bubbles. Jiang Dao wore a cruel smile as he gazed at the immobile head in his hand, saying, "I shall toss you into this boiling oil and see if you can survive." He he he. The woman's eyes suddenly flew open, emitting a piercing scream. Yet, Jiang Dao callously hurled her head into the pot. Splash! Ah! The woman's head let out a heart-wrenching scream as it bobbed in the boiling oil. Thrashing wildly, bubbling ominously, her skin rapidly turning a golden crisp, the onlookers were filled with dread, witnessing this horrific scene. The woman could not endure for long, her voice shrill, and after a minute of agonizing cries in the oil, she fell utterly silent. The flames blazed fiercely, continuing to consume everything. The pot of oil was boiled relentlessly throughout the night. Jiang Dao remained coldly observant, his body trembling as dawn broke. Finally, he found himself unable to sustain his strength and collapsed to the ground. His face ashen, gasping for breath. His once tense muscles began to shrink rapidly, returning to their original state, overwhelming pain coursing through him, a chilling aura enveloping him. This was the consequence of a night spent cultivating the life-nurturing technique. Without it, his injuries would have worsened significantly. Master, are you all right? Guo Tian, Du Feng, and others rushed over, their faces filled with alarm, quickly assisting Jiang Dao. Go check the pot. See if she is truly dead, Jiang Dao instructed in a low voice. Soon, several brave souls took up tools, cautiously reaching into the pot of oil. Chapter 50. Gang disputes. The hot oil bubbled violently, gurgling ominously. Several skilled members of the Flying Eagle Hall wielded nets, fishing through the boiling oil, quickly retrieving a collection of charred and shattered bones, each piece crisp and fragrant, their shapes utterly unrecognizable. Master, it has been reduced to mere fragments, Du Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Dao's gaze swept over the net, revealing a chilling smile. Grind the fragments into powder and feed them to the dogs, and the same goes for this headless corpse. Ensure not a single remnant remains. Yes, master. The group was shaken, promptly springing into action. Jiang Dao's image solidified in their minds, his ruthless methods instilling fear in all who could not tremble before such ferocity, exterminating evil spirits with unyielding methods. Leaving not a single bone intact, Jiang Dao swayed, slowly rising from the ground, stating, in a moment, "Send someone to the headquarters, informing them that our Flying Eagle Hall has faced retaliation from evil spirits, suffering heavy casualties. Urge the leader to dispatch reinforcements post-haste." On one side, Guo Tian hastily accepted the order and swiftly dashed out, heading towards the headquarters to deliver the news. Not far away in the corridor, a 7- or 8-year-old girl, clad in a small red jacket, concealed herself behind a pillar, gazing intently at Jiang Dao. She had spent the entire night without sleep. Hiding here, she witnessed the events unfold in the courtyard, which left a profound impact on her tender heart. She found it hard to fathom how Jiang Dao managed to triumph over such a terrifying entity. Suddenly, Jiang Dao turned around and looked towards the girl, furrowing his brow slightly as he approached her. Upon seeing him walk closer, the girl immediately lowered her head, too afraid to meet his gaze. "You watched all night. Were you not afraid?" Jiang Dao inquired in a low voice. The girl remained silent, continuing to look down. Jiang Dao pondered for a moment, deeply observing her, then chose not to speak further and turned to walk away. It was only after Jiang Dao had completely departed that the girl raised her head once more, staring blankly in his direction, lost in thought. In the midst of turmoil within Qinyuan City, early in the morning, all walks of life were abuzz with astonishment and discussion. Even the experts within the government offices were springing into action. Last night, 5 spirit children had rampaged, and aside from 2 being slain by Jiang Dao, the other 3 met their demise at the hands of other skilled individuals in Qinyuan City. Nevertheless, the total number of deceased martial artists exceeded 500, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city. Guo Tian's report swiftly reached the headquarters of the Flame Gang. Inside the headquarters, everyone displayed expressions of shock. "Are you saying that the evil spirits from last night sought revenge on your leader, Jiang?" Fang Tianba asked gravely. Indeed, the leader mentioned that he had slain the evil spirit from Qingshi town, prompting the remaining spirits to come seeking retribution, Guo Tian replied. The hall fell into a heavy silence. the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Understood, your business here is concluded. Return now and inform your leader, Jiang, that the losses incurred by the Flying Eagle Hall are his responsibility. He may recruit as many as he wishes. Fang Tianba declared. Yes, gang leader. Guodutian cupped his hands and withdrew. After his departure, the left protector squinted his eyes and suddenly spoke. Gang leader, the evil spirits that emerged last night are none other than from the Spirit Child Palace. A collective heaviness fell upon everyone present. The Spirit Child Palace. The name resonated in their minds like a nightmare, casting a dark cloud overhead. While low-level evil spirits were not particularly fearsome, as they had dealt with such incidents before. An organization as terrifying as the Spirit Child Palace was beyond the comprehension of their mundane forces. These non-human entities could effortlessly obliterate the entire Flame Gang. What do you all think? Fang Tianba inquired, gazing at the crowd. Gang leader, since Leader Jiang has offended the Spirit Child Palace, I believe we should surrender him to quell their wrath. Otherwise, if they retaliate, the consequences would be unthinkable. A hall master suggested, his complexion shifting. Surrender Leader Jiang? Is that truly the solution? Fang Tianba's gaze deepened. Will handing over Leader Jiang truly resolve everything? From what I know, the Spirit Child Palace is known for its vendettas. They never leave survivors. The crowd stirred, hesitant to continue the discussion. Gang leader, I must speak candidly. Surrendering Leader Jiang may lead to a precarious situation, but refusing to do so would guarantee death. The left protector interjected. Indeed, I too propose surrendering Leader Jiang. Another hall master assented. I second that. I also concur. One after another, the hall masters voiced their agreement. Fang Tianba remained silent, observing the assembly. Gang leader, I believe the situation may not yet warrant such drastic measures. Suddenly, the right protector interjected, raising his hands in salute. To my knowledge, the Spirit Child Palace recently acquired a significant treasure in Hangzhou City, and it is currently being closely monitored by other strange forces. They have clashed multiple times and may not be in a position to retaliate against us. If they truly intended revenge, it would not merely involve sending a few spirit children. The right protector's implication suggested a passive stance, allowing fate to take its course. The left protector frowned, regarding the right protector. While we may not wish to leave everything to fate, we cannot hastily surrender Leader Jiang. After all, he acted out of loyalty to the gang. The left protector responded calmly. Precisely because of that, Leader Jiang should remain steadfast in his resolve. Since he is committed to the gang, why not truly uphold its interests? Guolinyu interjected. Enough. Let us cease this discussion. Fang Tianba stated gravely. The two fell silent, arms crossed. Deputy leader, what is your perspective? Fang Tianba turned to an elderly man who had been silent thus far. The elder seemed to awaken from a reverie. Startled and said, Ah, me? I have no objections. Your wisdom is undeniable, gang leader. I leave the decision to you. He repeatedly cupped his hands in respect. Fang Tianba's lips twitched, and he sighed softly. Very well, let us disperse for now. Yes, gang leader. The crowd bowed and retreated. In the rear hall, amidst pavilions and towers, Fang Tianba stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the pond, his expression contemplative. Gang leader. Are you truly resolved to surrender Jiang Dao? The right protector, appearing here, expressed doubt. With matters having reached this point, what other options do we have? Fang Tianba squinted, his thoughts wandering deeply. The Spirit Child Palace harbors numerous malevolent beings. Known for their ruthless vengeance, surrendering Leader Jiang could very well spell our doom. To this group of inhuman entities, we may be no better than livestock. The right protector hesitated. Do you have a viable plan? Fang Tianba probed. Surrendering Leader Jiang can only serve as a contingency. It should not be executed immediately. Our first step should be to establish good relations with the court. The imperial family has endured for many years. Surely supported by exorcists, if we align ourselves with them, their intervention will undoubtedly be more reliable. The second step is to discreetly post announcements, recruiting a number of wandering exorcists. If we amass sufficient numbers, it may instill caution in the Spirit Child Palace. If both strategies fail, we can then consider surrendering Leader Jiang. The right protector suggested. Fang Tianba's heart surged with emotion as he nodded lightly. Indeed, This aligns with my thoughts. He had anticipated that bringing Jiang Dao into their ranks would balance the left protector, but never did he expect Jiang Dao to slay a creature from the Spirit Child Palace, thereby inciting their ire. He was acutely aware of the nature of such a force. Having lived for over 60 years, Fang Tianba had seen much, yet in the face of such a power, he felt as insignificant as mere cannon fodder. Is there any news regarding the internal cultivation method? Fang Tianba inquired. The search is still ongoing, the right protector replied. What of Guo Linyu's situation? Fang Tianba asked. As of now, we do not know. Recently, the left protector's residence has been heavily guarded. Our attempts to infiltrate have been thwarted, resulting in immediate execution, the right protector reported solemnly. Fang Tianba furrowed his brow. Continue the search. We must locate that girl. Yes, gang leader. The right protector cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Chapter 51. New Function. Inner Qi protection within the room. Jiang Dao was covered in blood, the wound on his back writhing grotesquely. Inside him, the cultivation method, Yangxing Ju, was continuously circulating, an endless cycle. Yet Jiang Dao's eyes flickered as he suddenly focused his mind, revising the Yangxing Ju once more. The originally 240-year cultivation method was instantaneously modified to 300 years. In an instant, the circulating energy within him transformed into a more robust flow, extending further like a network rapidly spreading throughout his body. His limbs, bones, and organs were simultaneously enveloped by this network-like energy. Particularly, the wound on his back healed at an accelerated rate, noticeably improving by nearly 50%. In that moment, he felt as if he were immersed in a warm spring, experiencing waves of comfort. In his mind, a dense mass of information emerged anew. The cultivation method of Yangxing Ju, now extended to 300 years, had revealed a new function, inner Qi protection. When the Yangxing Ju reached its peak, internal energy would seep through the pores, enveloping the entire body, forming an impenetrable inner armor. He had previously utilized this technique against the woman in white, though at that time it had been unrefined. With the energy seeping through only a thin layer, measuring mere millimeters. However, with the Yangxing Ju now revised to 300 years, the energy that emanated had already reached a depth of 1 centimeter. Furthermore, this thickness would increase with deepening cultivation. Though Jiang Dao could hardly imagine the ultimate extent to which it could grow, he glanced at the panel again. Name. Jiang Dao strength, 4.5, reached physical limit. Please promptly cultivate internal martial arts, speed, 3.6, only 0.4 away from reaching physical limit, spirit, 1.6 martial arts. The Mad Demon Blood Soul Blade, after 90 years, can be modified to enhance speed, enhance slaughter, and enhance the God of Killing strike. The Eagle Claw Diamond Body, after 60 years, can be modified to achieve indestructibility. The Longevity Technique, after 300 years, can be modified for health preservation, healing, accelerated recovery, and internal energy protection. The Wind and Thunder Poison Sand Palm, after 30 years, can be modified for poisonous strikes and thunderous flames. The Gale Blade Technique, after 60 years, can be modified for speed. All martial arts techniques are currently in a modifiable state. However, Jiang Dao has refrained from further modifications of the other techniques, as his power has now reached its limit, and no matter how other techniques are modified, they will not yield even a hint of additional power. He must temporarily reserve this opportunity for modification. He urgently needs to acquire a genuine internal cultivation method. Wait a moment, he had previously slain one evil spirit, allowing for 2 modifications of techniques, but last night he directly killed 3 evil spirits. Does that mean he can modify 6 techniques? Suddenly, a thought sprang to Jiang Dao's mind. The effects of killing 1 evil spirit versus 3 must surely differ. If they were the same, that would be quite unfair. Therefore, Jiang Dao's gaze flickered as he fixed his attention on the longevity technique, deciding to attempt it once more. Whoosh! The longevity technique underwent another transformation. 360 years, 420 years. In an instant, the internal energy within Jiang Dao swelled, surging forth like a torrential river, more robust than before by more than double. Jiang Dao felt a surge of joy within. Just as he had surmised, killing 3 evil spirits allows for multiple modifications of techniques. His longevity technique had already been modified 3 times in succession, yet the status of the other techniques remained modifiable. It seems my conjecture holds true. One evil spirit corresponds to 2 modifications, while 3 correspond to 6. Zhang Dao mused. The 420-year longevity technique enabled his internal energy protection to reach a thickness of 2 centimeters. The wounds on his back felt sore and numb, as more toxins were rapidly expelled, staining his entire back black. Within a day, Zhang Dao's injuries had recovered to a remarkable degree. Such a grievous injury would surely be fatal to others, rendering any medicinal remedy ineffective, yet for him, he was revitalized within a mere day. It wasn't until the following day that Zhang Dao changed into clean clothes, stepped out of his room, and summoned Guo Tian to inquire about the situation. What did the leader say? Will they be arranging personnel for us? Returning to the hall master, the leader said that for the losses in personnel within the hall master can recruit on his own. With no limit to the number of recruits, Guo Tian replied. No limit to the number of recruits? Zhang Dao's eyes sparkled. Indeed. All right, I understand. Zhang Dao nodded, somewhat unexpectedly. However, this was even better, because recruiting his own people would give him greater peace of mind. Suddenly, he smiled and said, since the leader has granted us autonomy, we must not shortchange ourselves. Guo Tian, you must immediately go out and announce that my Flying Eagle Hall is actively recruiting martial arts experts from the Jianghu. Anyone who has practiced martial arts, regardless of their background, as long as they are not bandits, can join my Flying Eagle Hall, starting with a monthly salary of at least 10 taels of silver. I assure them they will thrive. Yes, Hall Master. Guo Tian clasped his fists and was about to exit. But at that moment, Zhang Dao called him back, saying, wait, what is the situation in the city? How many people died last night? The situation is not optimistic. It is said that at least 500 skilled individuals perished, including many from our flame gang, as well as numerous Jianghu warriors. The evil spirit seemed to specifically target martial artists, Guo Tian said gravely. Specifically targeting martial artists? Zhang Dao's heart surged. Find someone to help me send a letter to the Jiang family in Fengzhou City. He was still concerned about his family. If the Ling Tong Palace could locate him, then they could certainly find his family as well. They were a group of non-human entities. They could employ any means possible. Thus, he must prepare early, ideally relocating all his family members. Zhang Dao returned to his room and quickly penned a letter, sealing it before handing it to Guo Tian. Guo Tian clasped his fists and swiftly departed to find someone to deliver the letter. Zhang Dao contemplated for a moment but ultimately decided to venture out to assess the conditions in Qianyuan City. He had only heard vague reports. Seeing it with his own eyes would provide him with a clearer understanding. Calling upon a group of stewards, Zhang Dao set out. As expected, the entirety of Qianyuan City was in a state of desolation. The streets were noticeably filled with many funeral processions, with white paper money fluttering in the air. In the inns and taverns, shadows of people could be seen discussing, their hearts in turmoil, various speculations circulating. Moreover, numerous constables were visible on the streets. Zhang Dao specifically circled around the various enterprises of the Flying Eagle Hall. His brow furrowed. The losses for the Flying Eagle Hall were greater than he had anticipated. Many of its properties had temporarily closed, left unattended. Numerous lucrative establishments, such as brothels, gambling houses, and inns, had almost all shuttered. After a thorough inspection, he finally discovered one tavern that seemed relatively normal. This tavern was located in a remote area, thus evading disaster, and had not suffered significant losses. At this moment, the tavern was surprisingly crowded with many unfamiliar faces. Most were armed with blades and swords, engaging in fervent discussions. Last night, there must have been evil spirits at work. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that so many people would die. Horrifying. Just half a month ago, the Qian Kuan sect in Central Plains was annihilated by evil spirits, and now, barely half a month later, the Flame Gang in the south has faced a similar fate. Could these evil spirits be targeting the Flame Gang as well? What on earth is happening in this world? Who cares? I actually hope the Flame Gang gets wiped out. That way, we could also benefit from the spoils. It is said that after the Qian Kuan sect was destroyed, their wealth was immense, and the local authorities received a windfall. The Jianghu warriors who rushed there all reaped enormous rewards. The scene was unimaginable, with nearly everyone walking away with substantial silver. I've heard that after the Qian Kuan sect was destroyed, everyone went mad with greed. Some experts earned tens of thousands of taels of silver in just 2 days, enough to last a lifetime. What is this? The greatest treasure of the Qian Kuan sect has yet to be discovered. It is said that after the sect was annihilated, their supreme internal cultivation method, the innate sacred technique, vanished without a trace. Along with it, the sect leader Qin Lianshan's young daughter Qin Qingqing disappeared. And it is highly likely that the supreme internal cultivation method is in the possession of that little girl. A voice spoke solemnly. What? No way. The innate sacred technique. What does that little girl look like? How old is she? Many faces changed as they hurriedly inquired. Just as Jiang Dao entered the tavern, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp, turning towards the side. The Jianghu warrior took a sip of his drink and replied. It is said that the little girl is only 6 or 7 years old. She was previously escorted by an old servant, but later that old servant met a tragic end, and the little girl vanished without a trace. It is suspected she has fled south, but no one can pinpoint her whereabouts in any case. Now there are a group of Jianghu experts frantically searching for that little girl, and that terrifying evil spirit organization is also on the hunt for her. Chapter 52. The innate sacred technique in hand. The words of the Jianghu warrior shocked countless individuals within the tavern. Internal cultivation methods. Just 4 short words rendered everyone unable to remain calm. No martial artist could resist such temptation. Even those who had never practiced martial arts knew that obtaining an internal cultivation method could potentially make them a top-tier expert in a short time. Jiang Dao pondered thoughtfully as he approached, gently inquiring, "Brother, you mentioned that the girl is 6 or 7 years old. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Many people in the Central Plains have gone mad looking for her. Every 6 or 7-year-old girl has been searched thoroughly," the warrior replied. "You just said that the evil spirit organization is also searching for her. Why is that?" Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. "I don't know. But the Qian Kuan sect was annihilated by the evil spirit organization, so perhaps they have other secrets as well," the warrior said. Jiang Dao felt a surge of emotions and nodded slightly. Saying, "Thank you," he turned and directly exited, mounting a fine steed and leaving the place. The group of stewards that followed him were equally astonished, exchanging glances before quickly following Jiang Dao. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Anyone who dares to speak of it will die. Jiang Dao's tone was icy. "Yes, Hall Master," the group replied, clasping their fists. Jiang Dao's eyes were deep as he rode towards the headquarters of the Flying Eagle Hall. Inside the tavern, a group of Jianghu warriors looked in astonishment at Jiang Dao and his party as they departed. In Qian Yuan City, such a display was rare. "Innkeeper, who was that just now?" Someone inquired curiously. "Who else could it be?" "That is young Master Jiang of our Flame Gang's Flying Eagle Hall. His strength is unfathomable," the innkeeper replied. "The Hall Master?" A collective gasp arose among the crowd. To be the Hall Master of such a large gang, he must at least be a blood-battling expert. Yet, how old could he be? As he made his way back, Jiang Dao hurriedly returned to the Flying Eagle Hall. Upon entering, he immediately commanded Du Feng that no one was to be seen from that moment onward. Du Feng promptly complied and withdrew swiftly. Jiang Dao gently pushed open the door to the mysterious girl's chamber. Inside, he found the enigmatic girl leaning on the balcony, her gaze vacant as she stared blankly at the sunlight outside. Sensing the sound of the door, she suddenly displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly turning to face Jiang Dao before lowering her head in silence. Jiang Dao scrutinized the girl from head to toe, softly closing the door behind him and taking a seat on a nearby chair. "May we converse?" His voice resonated heavily within the room. The girl kept her head bowed, fixated on her feet, without uttering a sound. "Are you called Qin Qingqing? Is your father Qin Lianshan, the leader of the Qian Kuan sect?" Jiang Dao squinted as he gazed at her. The girl's expression shifted to one of panic, her hands clutching her clothing in a fidgety manner. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. You witnessed the events of last night, did you not? Faced with such bizarre and malevolent spirits, I could easily vanquish them. So, do you wish to seek vengeance? I can aid you in your quest for retribution." Jiang Dao observed the girl, gently coaxing her. "Your father, mother, and other family members were likely slain by those evil spirits, were they not? They willingly sacrificed themselves for your survival. You are clever to feign ignorance, managing to escape all the way here, But do you wish to evade this fate for the rest of your life? Do you not long to avenge them? The girl trembled, stifling sobs, and suddenly raised her eyes to Jiang Dao. Tears glistening in her gaze, Jiang Dao nodded inwardly, confirming his suspicion. She was indeed Qin Qingqing. He sighed softly and approached her, gently stroking her small head. It is indeed arduous for humanity to confront malevolent spirits. Yet it does not render victory impossible. Just as I dispatched those evil beings yesterday, how formidable could the spirits plaguing your Qinkuan sect truly be? How about we strike a deal? The girl lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. Is there not a martial arts manual within the Qinkuan sect? If you hand it over to me, I shall avenge your family's slaughter. I could even impart martial skills to you, enabling you to grow as powerful as I am. What do you think? Jiang Dao gazed into her eyes, recalling the filthy and terrifying spirits that disregarded life, slaughtering without remorse. His own family had once been targeted by such malevolence, nearly annihilated, but he had altered that fate in despair, slaying the malevolent spirits and securing a glimmer of hope for his family. Do you not desire the same? The girl's eyes reddened as tears flowed freely, and she finally broke her silence, sobbing. Father, mother, sister, all gone. They had no resistance against those monsters. My family is dead. Even Uncle Fu perished trying to save me, devoured by those fiends. Unable to contain her grief any longer, her tears cascaded down her cheeks. For far too long, she had suppressed her anguish, bearing an unbearable burden with no one to confide in. Today, under Jiang Dao's gentle persuasion, she could no longer endure the pain and wept. Jiang Dao tenderly caressed her head, lamenting, "Why did those evil spirits target you? They said I am a Shinin body, a vessel for sacrificial rites. Why father hid me at home to prevent them from finding me. Yet they still slaughtered my family," she wept. Each of them died with their eyes wide open. Brother Luo, Brother Shaosan, Sister Nya, all lost. Jiang Dao's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of the Shinin body. This was the first he had heard of such a concept. Your father concealed you, and they could not locate you. Yes, my father said I possessing energy. If I hide well, those monsters would struggle to find me. She continued to sob. What force do those evil spirits belong to? Jiang Dao inquired. My father said they are from the Tuaba family, known for exterminating spirits, she replied. Exterminators of spirits, Tuaba family. Jiang Dao mused. So they command the malevolent spirits? No wonder they are so formidable. Regardless of their identity, if you desire vengeance, I can assist you, but you must provide me with the Qinkuan sect's manual. Let us consider this a fair exchange. What say you? If you are reluctant, I shall not compel you. Consider us friends. You may stay here as long as you wish. The girl wiped her tears with her small hands. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Jiang Dao. Can you truly avenge me? If you speak falsely, let me be consumed by the spirits, with no resting place. Jiang Dao affirmed, I promise. You will reside in my flying eagle hall from this day forth. While I, Jiang Dao, breathe, none in the entirety of Qinyuan City shall dare to harm you. Your blood feud shall be my own. The girl nodded gently, wiping away another tear. Chapter 53. The innate supreme secret art. 90 years later. Jiang Dao held the dark red necklace, leaving the room and gently closing the door behind him as he returned to his quarters. Inside, he sat cross-legged on the bed, intently examining the intricate text on the necklace. Delving into his research in another realm, the environment was chaotic, the shadows deepening. Within a dark and eerie ancient dwelling, corpses lay piled, a foul stench permeating the air. 7 or 8 spirit children lay in their coffins. Suddenly, one of the spirit children's abdomens swelled at a visible rate, as if inflating, quickly transforming into the appearance of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Following this, a pale hand emerged from within. Tearing through the spirit child's abdomen, a figure, drenched in filth, staggered out, disheveled and in tatters. Damn it, I nearly met my end. The figure, eyes wide with terror, was covered in grime and blood. You failed and lost the body? A dark figure nearby opened its emerald eyes, voice raspy, fixating on the bloodied figure. If Jiang Dao were present, he would immediately recognize this figure as the white-clad woman he had recently vanquished and incinerated. She had returned to life, albeit in a weakened state. Yes, we underestimated that individual. His strength is beyond that of ordinary humans. The white-clad woman's voice was sharp, her expression filled with rage. I nearly perished at his hands. He obliterated my own body with fierce oil, rendering it irreparable. I will not let this slide. I shall destroy his entire family and then hunt him down. A mere mortal has caused you such grievous losses. And the Spirit Child Palace has suffered so greatly. This is unprecedented, the dark figure replied coldly. What of the palace master? Has she emerged from her seclusion? Not yet. Merging with the sacred artifact is no simple task. The dark figure's eyes remained indifferent. You should go and annihilate that mortal's family. The white-clad woman suddenly displayed a flicker of trepidation, retracting her neck. If that mortal discovers I am alive, he will surely kill me. What do you fear? His family is in Fengzhou City while he is in Qinyuan City. He will remain oblivious. I will send young Master Shi with you. The dark figure spoke icily. Very well, with young Master Shi accompanying me, even if that mortal does appear, I shall ensure he pays the price. The woman in the white dress had sparkling emerald green eyes and a voice that was high-pitched and delicate. A day swiftly passed. I in the room. Jiang Dao repeatedly cultivated the internal energy of the necklace. Each display of this technique lasted only a brief 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he needed to extract blood once more and drip it onto the necklace to continue viewing. Fortunately, Jiang Dao possessed a formidable mental fortitude and an exceptional memory, firmly imprinting this method deep within his heart. A day went by, and finally, he cultivated a sensation of energy. Jiang Dao opened his eyes and gazed at the panel before him. The innate supreme technique, entry level, was modifiable. I have a total of 3 modification opportunities left, along with this entry-level instance, making it 4 in total. I wonder what level I can reach with these 4 modifications. Jiang Dao's eyes flickered. Every martial art, upon its initial appearance on the panel, offered a free modification opportunity. Some had durations of 60 years, others 30, depending on the level of the technique. However, it was clear without doubt that the innate supreme technique belonged to a high-tier martial art. Jiang Dao focused his thoughts and proceeded to modify. Whoosh, 30 years later, 60 years later, 90 years later. An evident surge of heat coursed through him, rushing along his meridians to the limbs and bones of his body. Akin to a flow of lava, igniting a subtle pain within his internal pathways. Even the garments on his upper body silently ignited, swiftly reducing to ashes. All his blood vessels and meridians throbbed vigorously. Filled with a fiery vitality, a force surging within him. However, Jiang Dao suddenly frowned, revealing his confusion. He discovered that the innate supreme technique could only be modified up to 90 years and could not be further altered. This meant that aside from the initial free modification, he had modified only once. How could it be limited to just one? I clearly killed 3 evil spirits. I should have a total of 6 opportunities. Could there have been some unforeseen circumstance? Upon reaching 90 years with the innate supreme technique, the data on the panel indeed changed once more. Strength, 4.9, body limit surpassed, mutation level 0.5, speed, 4. 0, body limit reached, mental, 1.6 martial arts, innate supreme technique, 90 years later, unmodifiable, indestructible, chi net binding, life nourishing technique, 420 years later, unmodifiable, nourishment, healing, accelerated recovery, internal chi protection, frenzied blood soul blade, 90 years later, unmodifiable, enhanced speed, enhanced slaughter, enhanced killing blow, eagle clawed diamond body, 60 years later, unmodifiable, indestructible, wind thunder poison sand palm, 30 years later, unmodifiable, poison palm, thunder flame, whirlwind blade technique, 60 years later, unmodifiable, speed. Strength has directly exceeded the physical limit. Mutation level 0.5. Has my body undergone a mutation? Jiang Dao's eyes glimmered as he noticed a line of small text. Moreover, he discovered that the innate supreme technique, modified to 90 years later, also displayed 2 special effects. One was indestructible, the other was chi net binding, particularly the latter, which was of utmost importance. Once activated, the internal chi would directly manifest outward, forming an invisible net that could bind enemies within a radius of 7 to 8 meters. making escape virtually impossible. With this chi-net, he could face those speedy evil spirits without being so passive. With his current strength, he could easily crush the left guardian without any effort. Jiang Dao exhaled a heavy breath, contemplating the innate supreme technique, and began to ponder the earlier questions once more. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surged through his mind. Could it be that the woman in the white dress is not dead? His heart raced. If this were indeed the case, it would be utterly horrifying. How could she possibly survive when he had reduced her body to ashes with burning oil? Yet, if she had not perished, how could this scene before him be explained? Jiang Dao felt a wave of intense unease. If that woman in white truly had survived, the Spirit Child Palace would undoubtedly retaliate against his family. Perhaps even now, evil spirits were already on the move. With this thought, he abruptly stood up, changed into fresh attire, and strode towards the door. "Guodu Tian," Jiang Dao called out, his tone grave. "Did you send the letter I instructed you to?" Returning to the hall master, "I have found someone to deliver it," Guodu Tian swiftly approached, cupping his hands in respect. "Have they returned?" "Not yet," Guodu Tian replied. Jiang Dao's heart churned with growing unease. "Prepare the horses, gather a few capable hands, and follow me." "The hall master intends to go far?" Guodu Tian inquired. "Tio Fengzhou City," Jiang Dao said in a low voice. "Let us hope this is merely his paranoia. Regardless of whether there is trouble or not, a personal visit would at least grant him peace of mind." Guodu Tian immediately accepted the order, quickly descending to summon the horses, while also bringing along a dozen capable individuals, who soon gathered together. Jiang Dao mounted his horse and galloped out of the city, with Guodu Tian and his entourage quickly trailing behind. A day later, in Fengzhou City, at the Jiang residence, firecrackers crackled and popped. The entire estate was adorned in festive red and green. Guests arrived to celebrate, their faces beaming with joy. Today, Jiang Dao's letter finally reached the Jiang residence. Upon seeing the contents of his eldest son's letter, Jiang Delong was filled with delight and excitement. He promptly arranged for a grand feast at the estate, inviting guests from all directions to come and celebrate. In an instant, the entire residence was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. When the visiting guests learned of Jiang Dao's circumstances in Qianyuan City, they all expressed their admiration. The eldest son is truly remarkable to have become the hall master of the Flame Gang. I have heard that the Flame Gang wields immense power, not only being the largest gang in Qianyuan City, but also a top-tier faction in the southern region of the Dai Empire. I have a nephew working in the Flame Gang, but unfortunately, this young man is quite unremarkable. After 7 or 8 years, he remains a mere foot soldier. Yet Jiang's eldest son is truly fortunate, rising to the position of Hall Master of the Flying Eagle Hall in one fell swoop. Indeed, Jiang's eldest son is exceptionally blessed. I hope that Jiang Leoi will continue to look out for us in the future. Many guests continuously offered their compliments. Jiang Delong wore a broad smile, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. He greeted the numerous guests with hand gestures while ushering them into the residence. To one side, Jiang Delong's fifth concubine's younger brother, Lu Shukai, wore a beaming smile, impeccably dressed, his gaze scanning the crowd, preparing for a night of indulgence. He had grown weary of the women from the fireworks tower these past few days and sought a change in taste. Today, with his brother-in-law hosting a banquet, many guests had brought their wives and daughters. These young ladies, still in their prime, exuded an enchanting fragrance that was truly intoxicating. "Hey, Shu Kai, which girl has caught your eye this time?" A light laughter rang in Lu Shukai's ear. Lu Shukai turned to see the two sons of his brother-in-law, Jiang Delong, the third son, Jiang Hai, and the fourth son, Jiang Rulin, were known for their notorious playboy reputations. The three had once set a record in Hangzhou City, spending 10 days and nights without leaving the entertainment district. It could be said that when the three were together, they had experienced every form of revelry. Even Jiang Rulin and Jiang Hai had indulged in the pleasures of Long Yang. Suddenly, Lu Shukai's eyes brightened as he noticed a woman with long, flowing black hair in the crowd. The woman had a graceful figure, clad in a white dress, standing elegantly with her back to the crowd, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. Just her silhouette was enough to captivate. Jiang Hai and Jiang Rulin quickly noticed the woman as well, their eyes sparkling as they exchanged glances. "Uncle, who is she?" Jiang Rulin inquired. "I don't know." She seems to have come alone. Lu Shukai observed the woman from a distance before suddenly striding towards her. Jiang Hai and Jiang Rulin hurriedly followed. However, at that moment, the woman suddenly turned and walked deeper into the Jiang estate. The three smiled and quickly pursued her. They were determined to catch a glimpse of her true visage. Chapter 54. Have the evil spirits arrived? The three dashing young men wore smiles as they pushed through the crowd, chasing after the woman. Throughout the chase, the woman maintained her back towards them, her long, dark hair flowing like ink, seemingly enticing the three as she occasionally paused. As the three drew nearer, the woman pressed forward once more. The farther they followed, the deeper into the Jiang estate they went. After pursuing for some distance, the three suddenly revealed confusion, glancing around. Strange, why does this area seem so unfamiliar? Have you been here before? Jiang Hai queried skeptically. Although this was their family as secondary residents, they had become intimately familiar with every corner in just a few days. Yet, this area appeared entirely foreign, as if they had never seen it before. Even stranger was the eerie silence that enveloped them since arriving here. Not a sound could be heard in the other courtyards. Even from a distance, they could still hear the bustling noise from the front yard. But here, it felt as though they were isolated from the world. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and spiderwebs were thickly woven, showing no signs of cleaning or upkeep. Lu Shukai glanced around but soon dismissed the strangeness, continuing to focus on the woman with her back to them. The woman leaned against a vine, her hair dark as ink, her white dress fluttering, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, her alluring figure continuously captivating them. What does it matter? Regardless, this is at home, not outside. What is there to fear? Lu Shukai chuckled softly and approached the woman once more. Jiang Hai and Jiang Rulin also wore smiles as they continued their pursuit of the lady. The woman seemed fatigued from walking and did not proceed any further. Lu Shukai, seeing the young girl alone and seemingly delicate, inquired about her name with a gentle smile as he stepped closer. Clasping his hands in greeting, Jiang Hai and Jiang Rulin, equally dapper, turned their gazes toward the woman. He, are you speaking of me, young master? The woman replied with a sharp, tinkling laugh, slowly turning around. I am called by Gu. Upon seeing her turn, Lu Shukai, Jiang Hai, and Jiang Rulin first froze in astonishment, then widened their eyes in sheer terror, their expressions morphing into horror as if their souls had been shattered. You? They barely managed to stammer in shock when they suddenly felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly by an unseen, powerful hand, leaving their faces contorted in pain, flushed with crimson, unable to utter a sound. Blood gushed from their orifices, and they emitted muffled cries as their garments instantly turned a vivid red, resembling three figures drenched in blood. Thud, point one by one. The three collapsed, their bodies deflated, lifeless like corpses. Utterly dead. The woman in the white dress let out a sinister laugh, her eyes dark and terrifying, her mouth curling into a serpent-like grin as she gazed toward the front courtyard. The hunting hour approaches. Shall I wipe them all out in one fell swoop, or take my time with each? Perhaps the latter seems more intriguing, she mused with a chilling giggle in the front courtyard. The guests were lively and boisterous. After taking his seat, Jiang Dalong, beaming with a smile, was about to call his sons to toast when his gaze swept across the room and suddenly noticed that his third and fourth sons were missing, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Old Pang, go see where the third and fourth are loitering, and have them come here at once, Jiang Dalong commanded in a low tone. Yes, my lord, Pang Lin replied promptly and swiftly exited to search for Jiang Hai and Jiang Rulin. Time passed rapidly. The courtyard echoed with laughter as people stood and toasted each other, creating a vibrant atmosphere. After waiting for a while, Jiang Dalong still did not see Pang Lin return, his brow furrowing deeper with suspicion. Could those two little rascals have sneaked off to the brothel? Jiang Dalong thought, feeling displeased yet resigned to continue waiting. Meanwhile, guests kept raising toasts to him, and Jiang Dalong forced a smile, lifting his cup in return. Throughout this process, guests intermittently rose to visit the restroom, yet none of those who went had returned. The others remained oblivious to any odd occurrences, and the courtyard remained lively and bustling. Suddenly, Pang Lin rushed in, panic-stricken, shouting from a distance, "Not good, my lord. Something has happened. His voice echoed throughout the courtyard, startling everyone into silence as they turned to look at Pang Lin. Pang Lin, his face pale with fear, exclaimed, "The third young master and the fourth young master. Something has happened to them. Where are they? What happened?" Jiang Dalong urgently inquired. "I in the backyard, my lord." "You will know if you go and see," Pang Lin replied, his voice trembling. Jiang Dalong set down his cup and hurried toward the backyard. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Soon, some rose to follow Jiang Dalong, and as more people stood, the remaining guests also got up, driven by curiosity, and rushed to the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, their faces turned ashen, revealing their horror. Some screamed in shock, collapsing to the ground. The sight before them was horrific, with countless bodies sprawled across the yard, their forms gaunt and terrifying, as if drained of all blood, an utterly harrowing scene. Among them lay Jiang Hai and Jiang Relin. The rest were those who had just stepped out to relieve themselves. How could this be? The Jiang family has suffered a tragedy. Quick, inform the authorities. No, it's a malevolent spirit. It's the work of a malevolent spirit. The Jiang family has been targeted. What? The Jiang family has been cursed? Run! The crowd erupted in panic, all guests horrified, screaming as they scrambled to flee, trembling in fear of being too late. Jiang Dalong's mind whirled, momentarily blank, trembling as he looked at the gruesome sight of his two sons' lifeless bodies, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward. "Higher, Relin!" he cried out in anguish. The other concubines soon received the news and hurried over, and upon seeing the ghastly remains of the two sons, they erupted into wails of grief. "Why, sons? Relin, Relin, how could this happen? My lord, it's a malevolent spirit. We cannot remain idle. We must leave at once," Pang Lin urged, horrified. Jiang Dalong suddenly snapped back to reality, ceasing his cries, rising swiftly with reddened eyes, and bellowing, "Quickly, everyone! Leave this place at once!" "Higher, my higher!" The fourth concubine collapsed to the ground, still weeping in sorrow. Jiang Dalong, furious, stomped on the fourth concubine, sending her sprawling, shouting, "Get up! We cannot all perish here. My sons!" The fourth concubine continued to wail in despair. Jiang Dalong ordered others to seize the fourth concubine as the family hastily made their way outside. However, upon reaching the courtyard, they discovered that the front gate had been firmly shut, and the entire courtyard was shrouded in a chilling gloom. The light dim and no figures in sight. Pang Lin quickly called for Fang Biao and Wang Xing to assist in opening the door. Yet, when their hands gripped the gate, they found it impossible to budge. As if a pair of terrifying hands were holding it fast from the other side. "Why, lord, the door won't open," Fang Biao exclaimed in horror. He. A sinister laughter suddenly echoed from beyond the door, sounding like silver bells, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. In an instant, every hair stood on end, their faces reflecting sheer terror. A malevolent spirit. It truly has come. Wasn't it said that malevolent spirits do not appear during the day? Chapter 55. Jiang Dao emerges as dusk fell, the sun sank low in the sky. Half the heavens became bathed in gold. On the official road, a dozen swift horses galloped, their hooves thundering and kicking up clouds of dust. The horses were robust, and the riders were agile, for it was Jiang Dao leading this group, who had just departed from Qinyuan City that morning. He and his companions rode tirelessly, not pausing even for a sip of water. Their steeds capable of covering 300 miles a day at last, before nightfall, they arrived at Fengzhou. However, upon entering the city, Jiang Dao quickly furrowed his brow, casting his gaze in all directions along the streets. To his dismay, not a single person was in sight. A gentle breeze stirred, sending refuse swirling through the streets, infused with a sinister air. This is not good. Something is amiss. Jiang Dao felt a heaviness in his heart. Shaking the reins and heading directly toward the Jiang residence, Guodutian and the others exchanged glances, sensing the eerie stillness of the streets, but they dared not question it and swiftly followed Jiang Dao. The group galloped down the streets, their hooves echoing loudly as they crossed several more blocks, yet still, they encountered no one. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence from one side of the street. Filled with agony, as though a great torment was being inflicted. Jiang Dao jerked the reins, turning to look. The source of the sound came from a tavern 100 meters away, in the twilight. The tavern was decorated with numerous red lanterns that flickered ominously, resembling eerie eyes watching the city. Inside the tavern, all was eerily silent, save for the earlier scream, which was the only sound that broke the stillness. Jiang Dao's heart raced, but he pressed on toward home without further investigation. Within the tavern, a gaunt young man, wearing a smile, gently set down the corpse of a waiter and suddenly sensed something. In an instant, he appeared at the window, his gaze fixed on the direction Jiang Dao and his companions had departed. More people are coming, a group of warriors, he chuckled softly to himself. Half an hour later, Jiang Dao and his companions finally arrived before the Jiang residence. The moment he laid eyes on the estate, his expression darkened. The deep black gate stood firmly shut, unmoving. The entire residence seemed cut off from the world. With ghostly white lanterns hanging outside, inscribed with the ominous word death, at least a dozen of them flickering ominously. Jiang Dao leaped into the air, landing before the gate, and with a powerful slap, struck the door with terrifying force. With a resounding crash, the ironclad wooden gate splintered apart, shaking the very roof and sending dust cascading down. The courtyard lay in shadow, a stench of blood filling the air. A glance revealed a horrifying sight. Countless corpses littered the ground. "Father!" Jiang Dao shouted and swiftly dashed into the courtyard. Guodu Tian and the others quickly followed to investigate. Jiang Dao rummaged through the bodies one by one and soon discovered, to his astonishment, that Jiang Delong's corpse was conspicuously absent. Not only was Jiang Delong missing, but the bodies of Peng Lin, Wang Xing, Fang Biao, and others were also nowhere to be found. All the corpses were utterly unfamiliar to him. With a grim expression, Jiang Dao immediately charged toward the inner courtyard. Just then, another piercing scream echoed through the air, resounding clearly from the back courtyard. Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed with a mix of anger and terror as he surged forward. Whoosh! The moment he burst forth, his entire physique uncontrollably began to swell, muscles bulging like tumors from his frame, veins protruding, strength exploding, and his body instantly expanding into a terrifying giant. Within him, two distinct currents of energy surged forth simultaneously. One was warm and solid, akin to an invisible armor, emanating from his pores to envelop his entire being. The other was fierce and domineering, like flames raging, pure and unyielding, causing his skin to turn a deep crimson. Boom! Jiang Dao crashed through the heavy walls, his power ferocious, resembling an unrivaled demon god, charging forward with a violent aura. "Master!" Guodu Tian and the others exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Jiang Dao's figure vanished from their sight in an instant. The group hurriedly pursued him. In the back courtyard, Jiang Delong, Peng Lin, and a multitude of Jiang family servants, along with Jiang Dao's siblings, were all paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale with terror, gazing helplessly at the white figure before them. Each of them was covered in blood, with wounds on their arms and thighs, suffering from severe poisoning. He, before them, a strange girl in a white dress cackled ominously. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with crimson lips and deep black eyes resembling whirlpools, gazing at the crowd with keen interest. "Who shall be next?" she taunted. "Please, spare my children." Jiang Delong's lips trembled as he pleaded in fear. "Spare you? That is out of the question." The girl in white let out a high-pitched laugh. "Your son Jiang Dao has killed many of my spirit children, and he destroyed my ethereal body, nearly causing my demise. I must annihilate his entire family and turn them all into spirit children." He. The girl continued to cackle, fixing her gaze on Jiang Delong. "Do not be afraid. As his father, you will surely be the last to die. I will kill the others one by one." He. Suddenly, her long, raven hair erupted like a dark tempest, exuding a terrifying and fragrant aura, and lunged viciously toward Jiang Delong's eighth concubine. The eighth concubine, terror-stricken, cried out, "Help!" Boom! In an instant, a section of the wall crumbled into pieces. Countless bricks and debris flew through the air. An unspeakably terrifying wave of heat surged forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. The very air transformed into a scorching wall, crashing down upon them. The girl in white turned, startled, glancing back. The next moment, she shrieked in terror. Jiang Dao. Overwhelmed with fear, she turned to flee, but just as she attempted to escape, a colossal hand from Jiang Dao shot out, emanating a searing heat. The power of the innate sacred art filled his palm. A net of invisible energy exploded forth, rapidly ensnaring the girl in white, blocking her escape route. Jiang Dao's hand grasped her long, dark hair, and with a mighty roar, he yanked her backward. The girl in white let out a piercing scream as her body was hurled to the ground like a broken sack, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud that made the ground tremble and debris scatter. Following that, Jiang Dao raised his other hand, enveloped in a terrifying aura, radiating purple poisonous flames and toxic fumes, and struck down fiercely at the girl in white's face. Master Shi! Boom! Jiang Dao's palm collided with her visage, reducing it to a grotesque pulp, her features instantly disfigured and decaying, her skull splintering like porcelain, countless cracks forming in an instant. The fluids within her skull, blood and other substances, were violently crushed and spewed forth from the fissures in her bones. The girl in white screeched, blood gushing from her 7 orifices as she let out a wretched wail. Her limbs flailed desperately, her 10 sharp nails clawing at Jiang Dao's body with the same ferocity as before. Yet, to no avail. The 10 black claws merely sparked against him, leaving no mark after delivering that strike. Jiang Dao's 5 fingers, infused with an ominous and formidable power, clutched at the girl's face with ferocity. Eagle claw technique? The girl's shriek became even more agonizing as Jiang Dao literally peeled the disfigured features from her face. Blood gushed forth, a torrent of black ichor pouring out from the wound. Despite this, Jiang Dao was far from satisfied, continuing to unleash powerful strikes upon the girl's face again and again. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding noise echoed as the ground quaked, debris erupted from the earth. Throughout this chaotic scene, the girl in white repeatedly cried out, Master Shi! The sight before them was both horrifying and wild. Everyone within the Jiang estate was left in shock. Their eldest son, Jiang Dao, at this moment, seemed like a reincarnation of a demon god. Finally, after unleashing dozens of thunderous, poisonous strikes, the girl in white could no longer endure the onslaught. Overwhelmed by the terrifying energy of thunder and flames, her body disintegrated visibly into fragments. With a resounding crash, the girl in white met her end, reduced to ashes. In her place, a massive pit formed, cracks sprawling across its surface, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Within the pit, waves of scorching heat radiated outward. Jiang Dao, towering and muscular, instantly rose, his physique exuding a terrifying presence, veins prominent, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen. His hair cascading wildly, embodying an indescribable ferocity. The members of the Jiang family were utterly terrified. Was this truly their eldest son, Jiang Dao? He appeared devoid of humanity, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. He radiated an untamed aura. His hands were as large as an adult's head, and with a single sweep, he could likely crush a person's skull. Even Pang Lin felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance in Jiang Dao's presence. Master! Suddenly, Guidu Tian and the others rushed in from the front courtyard, astonishment etched on their faces. Jiang Dao glanced back at them, his form rapidly diminishing to its original state as he approached Jiang Delong and the others. Father, how are you? Dower, is that really you? Jiang Delong's lips were parched as he spoke in disbelief. Indeed, I have encountered some fortuitous events. This is nothing, Jiang Dao replied. Only then did Jiang Delong feel the sharp pain in his arm, letting out a muffled groan as his complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His left arm was broken, twisted and deformed, pain seeping into his very bones. The others nearby had also suffered to varying degrees. It seemed the girl in white had not intended to kill them outright, but wished to let them slowly savor the agony of death. This, in turn, prompted Jiang Dao's timely arrival. Father, let me take a look. Jiang Dao swiftly approached Jiang Delong, gently grasping his broken arm. He focused his gaze and deftly applied a gentle force to realign the bone before channeling his internal energy to heal Jiang Delong's wounds. With a pained grunt, Jiang Delong bit his lip, But he soon realized that as the energy flowed in, the excruciating pain in his arm began to dissipate rapidly. His heart swelled with astonishment. What kind of method was this? It was nothing short of miraculous. Dour, you must help your younger siblings, Jiang Dalong urged. Jiang Dao nodded lightly and immediately moved on to treat each person in turn. After healing everyone, he suddenly spoke with a grave tone. Father, what on earth happened today? I do not know, Jiang Dalong replied bitterly. I had originally planned a banquet to celebrate you today, but unexpectedly, Haier and Ru Lin fell victim to a treacherous attack. Then, that girl in white appeared, slaughtering everyone in the estate, leaving only us to be tormented slowly. The mention of Jiang Hai and Jiang Rulin. The fourth and fifth concubines could not help but wipe their tears, sobbing softly. Jiang Dao's heart surged with rage, his gaze icy. That accursed woman had indeed survived. She must have come to exact revenge upon him the moment she revived. Suddenly, Jiang Dao's heart jolted. Wait, was the girl in white truly dead this time? He immediately opened his panel to check. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before him, the panel displayed a revised status beside each skill, indicating that the girl in white had been completely vanquished. Father, rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to Qianyuan City. Jiang Dao opened his mouth, as for the death of his two brothers. To him, it was merely a matter of loss. There were no emotional ties involved. Well, our family fortune lies here. Once we venture into Qianyuan City, it may prove exceedingly difficult for us to make a comeback. Jiang Dalong expressed his concern. Father, rest assured. Within Qianyuan City, I possess ample assets that will enable our Jiang family to rise again. Jiang Dao reassured him. That is good, indeed. Jiang Dalong nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through. Accompanied by a foul stench, the refuse in the courtyard swirled about, the temperature plummeted, and a ghastly atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he instinctively reacted. His body shot forth. Leaping 10 meters away, his gaze icy as it swept across the vicinity. What are you sneaking about for? Show yourself, he bellowed, his voice thundering and shaking the very roof. How interesting, truly fascinating. You have actually slain the skeletal one. A hoarse, dry laughter suddenly resonated within the courtyard, imbued with an indescribable, horrifying aura. Jiang Dalong and the others paled, their expressions filled with terror as they hastily retreated. Another malevolent spirit? In the front courtyard, a figure began to emerge slowly, slender and youthful, yet sporting a sinister smile. His physique was exceedingly peculiar. In addition to being gaunt, his neck was unnaturally long, over 3 times that of an ordinary person. His gait was strangely unsettling. Are you also from the Spirit Child Palace? Jiang Dao inquired gravely. Indeed. You may call me Lord Corpse, the emaciated youth grinned, casting his gaze towards Jiang Dao. Lord Sure. Jiang Dao's face instantly contorted into a horrific smile. So, it follows that the woman from earlier was desperately calling for you. Suddenly, his originally elongated form began to swell rapidly, as if being inflated in the blink of an eye. He grew larger, grotesque muscles rippling across his body, filling it out in an instant. Within him, 2 entirely different internal cultivation techniques surged forth, sweeping through his limbs and bones, instantly elevating his power to its zenith. The gaunt youth narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Jiang Dao. Suddenly, the 2 figures surged forth at an unimaginable speed, launching themselves at one another. Boom, boom. The ground erupted as they collided, leaving terrifying impressions beneath their feet. Die, die, they shouted in unison. With a resounding crash, both swung their palms forward, crashing into each other. The air around them detonated, tearing into sharp, vicious winds that swept outwards like blades of steel, infused with deadly toxins. Jiang Dao's wind thunder poison sand palm contained a unique venom, and the opponent's palm harbored its own lethal poison. The collision unleashed a thunderous roar, a cataclysm of 2 distinctly different toxins clashing. However, Jiang Dao's strength was evidently superior, and with a violent explosion, Lord Sure was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the distance, his arms snapping audibly upon impact. Jiang Dao, on the other hand, landed firmly on the ground, his expression cold and terrifying, his body like tempered steel as he took measured strides towards Lord Shur. How intriguing, truly captivating, Lord Shur muttered to himself, still stubbornly defiant despite being struck down, his body wavering as he rose from the ground. Suddenly, with a crack, his fractured arm seemed to restore itself to its original state. His gaze locked onto Jiang Dao, a grin spreading across his face. "Are you truly human?" Without uttering a word, Jiang Dao unleashed an unimaginable force from his thigh, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he vanished in an instant. Lord Shur's pupils constricted as he witnessed Jiang Dao's rapid leap, followed by an immediate charge, appearing before him in less than a blink. He hastily bent his arm to defend himself. Yet, before his arm could fully curve, Jiang Dao's heavy palm had already crashed against his chest with tremendous force, causing the air to explode violently, akin to a molten iron mountain colliding down. Crack! Pft! A series of bone-cracking sounds erupted. Lord Shur's entire chest caved in, shattered, his clothing disintegrating, blood spewing forth as he was hurled backwards, crashing into the distance. Although he could see Jiang Dao's movements, his body could not keep pace with Jiang Dao's speed. Such tremendous power, how fascinating! Now this is truly intriguing. Lord Shur coughed up blood yet managed to smile, his body swaying as his chest remained sunken. Suddenly, his body trembled, rapidly recovering once more. However, just as he regained his footing, Jiang Dao reappeared before him, his broad palm grasping for his form. Lord Shur's eyes turned icy as he bellowed, his fingers elongating rapidly into two dark, sword-like appendages, aiming viciously at Jiang Dao's body. Clang! His fingers struck Jiang Dao, producing a metallic thud. Initially repelled by Jiang Dao's internal cultivation, once past that barrier, they continued to pierce forth but were firmly halted by Jiang Dao's skin. At that moment, Jiang Dao's hand had already seized Lord Shur's unnaturally long neck, yanking it abruptly. "Release me!" Lord Shur roared, struggling as his fingers clawed desperately at Jiang Dao's vital points. Yet, Jiang Dao's muscles expanded, veins bulging, his skin shimmering with a metallic sheen, and as Lord Shur exerted force, he not only failed to pierce Jiang Dao's flesh but shattered his own nails in the process. "What?" Lord Shur's eyes widened in disbelief. Roaring and angered, "I've indulged you long enough. It's time to die." Jiang Dao's voice was frigid, and as he yanked Lord Shur's neck, his other hand activated the terrifying wind thunder poison sand palm. Crashing down upon Lord Shur's face. Thunderfire, boom! The sound was deafening. His palm transformed into a deep purple hue, saturating the air with terrifying toxins, searing hot and fearsome, causing Lord Shur to scream in agony as his face caved in. He attempted to recover, but Jiang Dao's fingers tightened around his face, and with a splatter, crimson and white erupted everywhere in a grotesque display. Then, raising both palms, he struck down as though swatting a fly. Slap! The force was overwhelming. Lord Shur's head was flattened, emitting a wretched scream as blood gushed from all 7 orifices. Excellent, splendid. Lord Shur still forced a defiant smile, despite the carnage. Jiang Dao's expression hardened, relentlessly striking downwards. Slap, 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 ah! The cries of agony resonated. Thus, Jiang Dao, relying on his significant physical advantage, treated Lord Shur's body as if it were a mere insect, striking relentlessly from head to neck, each blow resounding, blood splattering everywhere. At last, Lord Shur succumbed to fear, thrashing wildly, unable to evade. After dozens of strikes, Lord Shur's body lay completely limp, resembling a puddle of flesh and blood, unrecognizable as human. Is this all? Is this truly all? Jiang Dao tilted his head, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the grotesque remains. Suddenly, he raised his foot and stomped down upon the mass, grinding it fiercely a few times, then turning to Jiang Dalong. He inquired, "Father, do we have a large pot? We should boil some hot oil to fry this flesh." Jiang Dalong and the others were utterly shocked, unable to fathom the situation. Soon, Jiang Dalong regained his composure and hastily instructed Peng Lin to prepare the hot oil. A group of servants quickly gathered in the courtyard, setting up a bonfire and placing a large cauldron atop it. Guidutian and his men began to shovel the fragmented remains into the cauldron. Within the pot, The oil bubbled vigorously, emitting a rich aroma. I don't believe you can resurrect. Even if you do, I can slay you again. Jiang Dao's gaze fixated on the cauldron. The entire night passed. The cauldron in the courtyard continued to boil, flames roaring, wafting an enticing scent in another direction. Amidst the disarray of the forest, a sinister atmosphere pervaded. Within a dark and eerie ancient mansion, a shadowy figure sat quietly. Suddenly, his pair of eerie green eyes snapped open. Glancing aside, he observed the two dimly lit crimson lanterns extinguish simultaneously. The skeletal one and Lord Shur are both dead. His eyes narrowed, an ominous glint flashing within. Damn it! Could there be exorcists secretly targeting us? A murderous aura enveloped the shadowy figure. Ever since their spirit child palace acquired that sacred artifact, many factions had been watching them closely. He instinctively wondered if some force was deliberately aiming to eliminate them. Otherwise, how could a mere mortal manage to kill two ferocious beings in succession? The Ling Tong Palace has never suffered such a devastating loss before. The figure cloaked in black gradually grew cold in his gaze. Suddenly rising to his full height and striding towards the palace's exit. Upon entering the courtyard, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly emitted a strange cry. Before long, a towering figure approached from the distance. Striding forward with great strides, he stood over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, bare-chested, bearing an immensely heavy black greatsword on his back, with long hair cascading down and an indifferent expression in his eyes. Left Guardian, what is the matter? The newcomer's voice was heavy, echoing in the vicinity. Peng Long, I suspect that a spirit exorcising faction may be targeting our Ling Tong Palace. Investigate the situation and determine what force is at work. But do not engage. Simply gather information, the figure in black replied. Where should I look? The imposing figure asked in Fengzhou City, at the Jiang family. Remember, only investigate, do not act hastily. See if there are any spirit exorcists in contact with them. What if there are none? The towering figure's tone was cold. That is impossible. If there are none, then eliminate them. The figure in black declared icily, understood. The towering figure turned and departed, emanating a terrifying aura. Peng Long, the spirit exorcist, one of the 6 elites of the Ling Tong Palace. His strength is formidable, renowned for his explosive power. Among the spirit exorcist circles, Peng Long is known by the moniker Furious Dragon, signifying that once he goes berserk, he is invincible, akin to a rampaging dragon. On the following morning, Jiang Daolong had prepared everything and quickly called for everyone to board the vehicles. Jiang Dao had spent the entire night watching the large pot and discerned no abnormalities. Ultimately, he mounted his horse and took the lead. The entire Jiang family convoy set forth, a grand procession, heading towards Qianyuan City. 2 days passed. The Jiang family convoy pressed on relentlessly, finally putting significant distance between themselves and Fengzhou City. Father, once we cross the next mountain, we will reach Qianyuan City, Jiang Dao remarked. I have already sent someone back to prepare in advance. Jiang Daolong pulled aside the carriage curtain, peering into the vast range of mountains ahead. Nodding repeatedly, that is good, Dower. After traveling for 2 consecutive days, can we rest a while ahead? Jiang Dao furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. All right, I will send someone to find a place, he signaled to Guodutian. Guodutian promptly took several brothers and galloped forward to scout ahead. Before long, Guodutian returned swiftly, calling out loudly, Master, there is an abandoned village over here. Father, let us go there, Jiang Dao replied, leading the way on horseback. A throng of people followed in tow. After 2 days of travel, many had not even had a chance to relieve themselves. The Jiang family members fared a bit better, able to catch some rest in the carriages. But the servants trailing behind had to rely solely on their legs, so exhaustion was inevitable. Whoa! Jiang Dao halted his horse, gazing at the desolate village before him. The village was small, consisting of nearly 100 households. Each home had crumbled earthen walls, thick with cobwebs and overgrown with weeds, the doors long broken, as if no one had resided there for ages. Jiang Dao first circled the entire abandoned village, ensuring there was no immediate threat before allowing his family to dismount and rest. The group of servants hurriedly began to unpack their belongings, bustling about, panting heavily. Chapter 58. You seek revenge? Then you shall die too. Within the courtyard, Jiang Dao opened his panel, his gaze flickering. As early as the night before, he had completed all enhancements on the panel. The innate supreme sacred art had been modified twice consecutively, achieving a level equivalent to 200 years hence. The version of the innate supreme sacred art from 200 years later possessed an additional new feature, the true chi of the supreme sacred. The so-called true chi of the supreme sacred is a terrifying energy formed from the internal energy of the body being refined to its utmost limit. It takes 200 years of cultivation to extract even a trace of this true chi. Each strand of true chi is exceedingly potent and destructive beyond imagination. At present, he had only just condensed a single trace, almost imperceptible, akin to a single hair. Yet, even so, the power of this trace far exceeded the internal energy from the 420-year-old nourishing art. However, upon modifying the innate supreme sacred art to its 200-year mark, a new issue arose. His meridian capacity was at its limit. If internal energy is akin to water, then the meridians are undoubtedly the vessels that hold it. A person's meridians are finite and cannot accommodate an infinite amount. Thus, the combination of the 200-year innate supreme sacred art and the 420-year nourishing art had filled his meridians to capacity, preventing any further growth. This realization made Jiang Dao's brow furrow deeply, his heart heavy. Is this the plight of mortals? Can a mere mortal body never surpass the spirit exorcists and those monstrous beings? Jiang Dao's heart churned. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Possessing such a modification panel was the greatest gift from heaven. The limit of his meridians did not signify that his power could not continue to grow. Perhaps by expanding his physical form, the capacity of his meridians would likewise increase. Based on his conjecture, it should follow that a larger body would lead to broader meridians. Perhaps after modifying a few external techniques, his meridians would undergo further transformation. However, whether this conjecture held true required further experimentation. Name: Jiang Dao strength, 5.6, exceeded physical limits, mutation level 1.9, speed, 4.5, exceeded physical limits, mutation level 0.5, spirit, 1. 6 martial arts, frenzied demon blood soul blade, 90 years later, unmodifiable enhancement. Swift, destructive, killing blade, eagle claw diamond body, 60 years later, unmodifiable. Indestructible, nourishing art, 420 years later, unmodifiable, nourishing. Healing, accelerated recovery, internal energy protection, innate supreme sacred art, 200 years later, unmodifiable. Indestructible, chi net binding, true chi of the supreme sacred, wind thunder poison sand palm, 30 years, unmodifiable. Poison palm. Thunder flame, gale blade technique, 60 years later, unmodifiable, swift. Perhaps next time I modify, I can alter the wind thunder poison sand palm and eagle claw diamond body, Jiang Dao mused. The wind thunder poison sand palm was only 30 years old now. If cultivated to the 200-year mark, it would surely yield extraordinary effects. As for the eagle claw diamond body, the refining techniques within would undoubtedly further enhance his physical form. Previously, he had not practiced internal energy, and his physique had reached its limit, causing his strength to cease growing. But now that he had practiced internal energy, his body had surpassed its limits, indicating that his physical power could continue to rise. In summary, internal and external practices complement each other. One cannot exist without the other. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from beyond the desolate village. The sound was unlike that of an ordinary human, seemingly bearing immense weight. Jiang Dao frowned, casting his gaze outward. Guodutian was the first to lead his men out. However, upon their emergence, they were taken aback. A figure, even more imposing than their master, approached from the distance, carrying a massive sword. Muscles bulging, long hair flowing, and eyes sharp, reminiscent of a wild man. "Stop! Who are you?" Guodutian boldly inquired. The newcomer turned his head towards Guodutian, his expression indifferent. Just passing through, he lifted his foot and continued toward the group. Guodutian immediately ordered his men to be on guard. Jiang Dao's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the towering eerie aura, perceptible only to him, emanated from this imposing figure. Is this a spirit exorcist? Guodutian, return! Jiang Dao suddenly commanded. If the man did not provoke them, he had no intention of engaging. Yes, master. Guadutian quickly retreated with his men. The towering figure, with an imposing physique, seated himself against a wall. Drawing forth the massive sword from his back and resting it across his knees, he sat cross-legged, his demeanor cold and his stature exceedingly formidable. Even seated, he was as tall as an average person's neck. His neck was thick, his body robust, muscles rippling, veins bulging, an embodiment of sheer strength. Jiang Dao did not further engage with the stranger but chose to rest in place. During this time, the fearsome gaze of the towering figure continuously swept over Jiang Dao and his companions. In an instant, Jiang Dalong and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts uneasy under the scrutiny of this behemoth. The man's gaze was akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Once locked onto someone, it instilled a sense of discomfort in all. Master, I fear this man harbors ill intentions, Guadutian whispered, his expression shifting. Jiang Dao narrowed his eyes, fixing his stare upon the imposing figure. Dower, should we not leave and find another place to rest? Jiang Dalong also sensed the unease in his heart and leaned in to whisper. Jiang Dao lightly nodded. All right, let us depart from here. Jiang Dalong sighed in relief and promptly issued orders to prepare for departure. The group of servants hurriedly began gathering their belongings, making their way to the carriages. Each son and daughter of the Jiang family followed suit, eager to leave. Yet, just as the convoy was about to set off, the towering figure suddenly spoke in a heavy voice. How did Bai Gu and young Master Shi die? His voice rolled forth, striking the ears of all present with an unsettling abruptness. Jiang Dao abruptly reined in his horse, casting a cold glance at the brawny man before him. I knew you were trouble. Are you from the Spirit Child Palace? Guadu Tian and the others exchanged alarmed glances, swiftly on high alert as they retreated, shielding Jiang Dalong and the others behind them. The imposing figure raised his head, his gaze terrifying, like that of a ferocious beast. Locking onto Jiang Dao, did you kill them? He intoned heavily, as if the words were a tolling bell. You seek revenge? Jiang Dao replied coolly. The brawny man fixed Jiang Dao with a steely stare. His voice frigid. To slay so many masters of the Spirit Child Palace, it is impossible for a mere mortal to accomplish alone. Who aided you? What a joke. Do you think I need assistance to kill two worthless fools? Jiang Dao cracked a sinister smile, flexing his neck. Whether or not you are from the Spirit Child Palace matters little now. Since you are aware of this affair, you shall meet your demise. The brawny man glared at Jiang Dao, his voice laced with cruelty. You are the first to utter the word death to me. Simultaneously, their gazes ignited with a chilling intensity. And the next moment, boom, boom. Two terrifying shadows surged forward at an unimaginable speed. Colliding fiercely in the center point, one was the brawny man. The other was none other than Jiang Dao. He launched himself from the horse, his tremendous force causing the steed to scream as its hooves shattered. Vaporizing into a cloud of blood mist, the massive horse collapsed, creating a crater in the ground. The two wielded their blades, clashing violently mid-air. Clang! In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with a thunderous roar, chaos swirling around them. Fearsome gusts of wind sliced through the air like icy daggers, howling ominously. Chapter 59. Capturing Peng Long with a thunderous shout, Jiang Dao bellowed, God of Death's blade. His form rapidly expanded, veins bulging, arms thickening, and an eerie glow enveloped the blade, transforming it into an intricate web of invisible blades in the blink of an eye. He unleashed the frenzied blood soul blade using the innate supreme technique. Boom! The blade descended, casting a terrifying net of blades within a radius of 7 to 8 meters. Thud! Peng Long's massive frame plummeted from the air, crashing down with an overwhelming force that shattered the ground beneath him, scattering debris in all directions. Yet, Peng Long appeared unharmed, his eyes ablaze as he growled, defying heaven's 7 kills. Kill, 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 kill. He shouted the word kill 7 times in one breath. With a mighty roar, his form vanished, only to reappear before Jiang Dao, exuding an utterly terrifying aura. Jiang Dao barely had time to react to the frightful speed. A chill ran through his heart, and he swiftly raised his long blade to defend himself. Peng Long's massive sword swung down upon him, cloaked in a strange black light. emitting a piercing shriek. Clang, 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 clang. After a single maneuver, Pang Long's sword transformed into a series of phantom strikes, moving too quickly to discern. Each thrust infused with dark light, violently attacking Jiang Dao from all directions. Each blow unleashed its power to the utmost, swift as lightning. Jiang Dao wielded his long blade, desperately parrying. Sparks flew between them. Terrifying gusts of wind clashing like two ferocious beasts. Boom. Suddenly, Jiang Dao's body was sent hurtling backward, becoming a shadow that smashed into a dirt wall, shattering it into fragments, dirt cascading down upon him. Pang Long stomped forward, his terrifying form relentlessly pursuing, seemingly transcending the limits of space, exuding an aura of dread. For killing those from the Spirit Child Palace, I will flay you and your family. Leaving no one to escape, I will slay each of you, turning you all into spirits. With a thunderous crash, the earth erupted as a more fearsome figure surged from the soil, a mighty palm slamming down. Infused with purple poison, striking Pang Long's chest with overwhelming force. With a resounding thud, Pang Long's robust form was sent flying, crashing into the distance, blood erupting from his mouth. Kill me, you? Jiang Dao's voice was chilling as he strode forward with purpose. In that moment, he appeared even less human, more monstrous than 2 days prior. His body was a mass of sinewy muscle, each fiber glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Bulging veins surfaced as two distinct flows of energy coursed through him. One enveloped his body like armor, while the other radiated an indomitable force, twisting and expanding his muscles and veins. The sheer intensity of this energy even emanated from his palms, making his hands appear as if encased in thick gloves. Broad as a bear's paw, he now towered at least 2 meters and 67 centimeters tall, with feet the size of a basin. Jiang Dao advanced with terrifying strides towards Pang Long, having been struck by Jiang Dao's palm. Pang Long coughed blood, dazed and disoriented, struggling to comprehend the situation. As he noticed Jiang Dao charging towards him, he roared, "Do you think you are the only one who can transform?" With a whoosh, his own terrifying muscles swelled and morphed, as if inflated, his already towering form now reaching around 2 meters and 50 centimeters, his skin darkening to a deep brown, exuding a menacing power. His internal strength surged rapidly. With a thunderous roar, Pang Long's form vanished again, becoming even faster and more fearsome in the blink of an eye. He appeared beside Jiang Dao, wielding his black sword to slash down at Jiang Dao's neck. However, as he struck, Jiang Dao instinctively reacted, swinging his palm in retaliation. Boom! Splurt! Pang Long's body was struck solidly, blood erupting as waves rippled across his flesh, rapidly collapsing inward. With a crack, he was sent sprawling backward. His massive sword flying from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Jiang Dao, his form terrifying, exhaled hot breaths as he approached Pang Long's fallen body, the ground shaking beneath him. "You wish to kill me? And my entire family? Do you truly believe you can succeed?" he challenged, his voice cold and fearsome, as he bore down on Pang Long. Boom, boom, boom. The ground continued to crumble, small stones flying. Everyone from the Jiang family looked on in terror, trembling at the sight of Jiang Dao. Their eldest son had become increasingly fearsome, increasingly monstrous. He was no longer merely human. Coughing violently, Pang Long spat blood, his eyes burning with fury, seemingly unable to believe that even with all his power unleashed, he had still been struck away by Jiang Dao. "You little creature, I will ensure your demise." Boom! Jiang Dao's palm struck again, this time directly to Pang Long's face, causing his cheek to swell and explode, sending Pang Long's body hurtling away. Yet, as he was sent flying, Jiang Dao dashed after him, seizing his massive form and slamming him down brutally, cracking the ground beneath them and leaving a deep, terrifying pit. "You want me dead? How do you propose I die?" Jiang Dao's voice was chilling as he raised his palm to deliver a crushing blow to Pang Long's forehead. But Pang Long roared, vanishing from the pit, leaving only a leg still clutched in Jiang Dao's grasp, in a desperate bid for freedom. He severed his own leg. Jiang Dao turned sharply, glancing back to see Pang Long several dozen meters away. Bloodied and battered, left with only a single leg, propped against a wall, glaring at Jiang Dao with venomous rage. Jiang Dao erupted into a maniacal laugh, a thunderous cackle that echoed through the air as he discarded the severed leg and charged forward once more. The ground erupting in a cacophony. "You damned fool. You've caused me to lose a leg." Pang Long's voice dripped with venom as he suddenly let out a furious roar, a strange black light enveloping his body. A writhing mass of black barbs emerging beneath his skin, sharp and menacing, resembling knives. With a powerful kick of his remaining leg, he lunged at Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao did not flinch or evade. He charged head-on. Boom! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed horrifically. Pang Long let out a pained scream as every black barb on his body shattered, exploding in a spray of blood and flesh. Simultaneously, Jiang Dao's protective energy also crumbled under the backlash. Yet, he relied on his formidable physique to send Pang Long hurtling backward, his bones breaking with a sickening crunch, crashing to the ground, unable to move. Jiang Dao staggered back a few steps, finally regaining his balance. With a sinister grin, he approached Pang Long, his formidable gaze looking down upon him. "You wish to kill me? And my entire family? Ha ha ha! Rise, why do you not get up? Ha ha ha!" Jiang Dao erupted into a maniacal laugh, his gaze terrifying as it fixated on Pang Long licking his lips. He coldly inquired, "What do you think would be the most suitable way to deal with you?" Cough, cough, cough. Pang Long coughed up blood, his bones shattered, struggling to recover. His gaze remained locked onto Jiang Dao, blood streaming from him as he labored to move his lips. What exactly are you?" Jiang Dao's face twisted into a cruel smile as his fingers suddenly clawed through the air. Bang! Pang Long's head exploded on the spot, scattering into pieces. "What creature am I? I am human, and humanity is the most terrifying creature in the entire world." Chapter 60. Jin Yu Lu with a violent crush. Jiang Dao shattered Pang Long's skull, a gruesome mix of red and white splattering everywhere, the skull mingling with flesh in a horrific display. Pang Long's headless body collapsed to the ground, struggling a few times before it lay completely still. Jiang Dao stared at the lifeless corpse, lifted his foot, and mercilessly stomped down, crushing the body into a pulp, rendering it unrecognizable on the ground. Unaware of your own demise, he turned to gaze at a massive sword not far away. The sword, entirely black, bore no edges, resembling a hefty iron ruler. Jiang Dao strode over, the ground vibrating with each step, and seized the colossal sword in his hands. The sword measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, akin to a door plank, weighing at least 100 pounds. Suddenly inhaling deeply, Jiang Dao felt his muscles gradually relax, and his inflated physique swiftly shrank back to its original form, still standing at around 1.90 meters. Gripping the massive sword, he swept it gently, and a fierce wind howled, leaving a deep imprint on the ground, a fine weapon. He abruptly turned his gaze back to the previous mysterious iron dagger. Picking it up, the blade was pockmarked and had become utterly unrecognizable from prior clashes. Indeed, mortal weapons cannot compare to those of these monsters. This was forged from mysterious iron. Had it been made from ordinary metal, it would have shattered long ago. Jiang Dao mused. He discarded the iron dagger, slinging the black giant's sword across his back. "Father, let us depart," Jiang Dao announced. "Very well." Jiang Daolong and the others, trembling in fear, nodded repeatedly, utterly astonished. The events of the past few days had already shocked their nerves to the core. Initially, they had planned to rest a while longer, but after witnessing such terrifying occurrences, they no longer wished to linger. Eager to leave at once, Guodutian hurriedly fetched a new outfit and quickly presented it to Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao grasped a black robe and draped it over himself before mounting a new steed, leading his family toward Qianyuan City once more. After a while, they encountered no further disturbances. Half a day later, the vast and magnificent city finally came into view. Inside the city, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of bustling life. The streets were wide and filled with a cacophony of voices, countless vendors shouting out their wares, showcasing an array of fresh items not seen in Fengzhou City. Many servants gazed in awe. Upon arriving in Qianyuan City, they finally understood what a true metropolis looked like. Food, entertainment, drinks, everything imaginable was more splendid than in Fengzhou City or Hangzhou City. Tall brothels rose, filled with beautiful women, vibrant and exuberant, waving silk handkerchiefs and beckoning passers-by amidst laughter. Each woman was stunningly beautiful, their voices melodious, a feast for the eyes. Jiang Dao's useless younger brothers, hearing the lively sounds, quickly lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, their eyes shining as they gazed at the nearby buildings. They could already envision the days to come. Jiang Dao let out a cold snort, immediately seeing through his younger brother's intentions. From this day forth, none of you are allowed to leave the house, he suddenly declared coldly. The three younger brothers' expressions changed, revealing embarrassment. Brother, does what I say not count? Jiang Dao's tone was frigid. The younger brothers shrank back, too intimidated to speak. Jiang Dalong nodded repeatedly, saying, Dower, you should keep a close watch on these brothers from now on. Jiang Hai and Jiang Relin perished because of their lust for women. Upon mentioning Jiang Hai and Jiang Relin, he couldn't help but sigh again. The fourth and fifth concubines beside him also wiped their eyes, softly weeping. How pitiful for their sons, who, after dying, were not even afforded a gravestone. An hour later, at last, Jiang Dao and his family arrived at the Flying Eagle Hall. Inside, Du Feng and others rushed out to greet them. Jiang Dao dismounted, beckoning the servants to carry everything inside at Du Feng. While I was away these past few days, did anything happen? Jiang Dao inquired. Well, Du Feng's expression shifted as he quietly said, Hall Master, please come here for a moment. Jiang Dao frowned and followed Du Feng. Hall Master, the girl you brought back has gone missing. She was kidnapped, Du Feng whispered. Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing as his aura suddenly expanded, exuding a beast-like ferocity that instilled fear. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. Who did this? His tone was icy. We are currently investigating, but all evidence suggests the assailants came from Jin Yu Lu, Du Feng replied. Jin Yu Lu? What kind of power is that? Jiang Dao maintained a detached demeanor, striving for calm. Jin Yu Lu is a notorious assassin organization known throughout the southern part of the Dai dynasty, operating in Qianyuan City for many years. They initially specialized in various murders, but in recent years have grown increasingly reckless. Aside from killings, they also handle kidnappings and extortion, making them exceedingly troublesome. Even our Flame Gang is reluctant to offend such a force. The assailants that night exhibited extraordinary skills, injuring several of our brothers, seemingly targeting the girl. They abducted her without delay and left the place immediately, with several guild masters unable to catch up with them despite a night of pursuit. Du Feng's expression was grave. Damn it, Du Feng, you have greatly disappointed me. A terrifying cold light flickered in Jiang Dao's eyes. He had promised to protect Qin Qingqing's safety, but to his dismay, the moment he left, she was taken, potentially jeopardizing her life. It was a blatant slap in the face. Du Feng felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by fear. When did this happen? Who were the assailants from Jin Yu Lu? Where is their headquarters? Jiang Dao's voice was frigid as he fired off 3 questions in quick succession. It was just last night when it occurred. The assailants are believed to be a renowned gold medal assassin from Jin Yu Lu. As only a gold medal assassin would possess such remarkable agility. We are still investigating the location of their headquarters, but we have identified a contact point at a coffin shop in the southern district, called Li Ji Coffin Shop, where they receive their assignments. Du Feng hurriedly explained that Li Coffin Shop. Jiang Dao's murderous intent surged within him. Wishing he could obliterate the entire Jin Yu Lu, he stepped forward. And with a crunch, the stone beneath his feet shattered into dust. You keep an eye on my family here, and report any developments to me immediately. Jiang Dao's tone was somber as he turned to leave. Yes, Hall Master, Du Feng promptly responded. Dower, has something else happened? Jiang Dalong couldn't help but ask. Father, rest assured, it's nothing serious. Jiang Dao glanced back at Jiang Dalong, saying, I will be going out for a bit and will return shortly. Dower, you must be careful, Jiang Dalong urged him. Jiang Dao nodded gently, mounting his horse, his gaze indifferent as he flicked the reins and headed toward the southern district. Eye in his eyes, the murderous intent had already solidified into a tangible force, intensely palpable. Anyone standing before him would be frightened to death merely by the sight of his gaze. Giddy up! The steed galloped forward, charging ahead. Half an hour later, Jiang Dao reined in his horse. Staring down a narrow, shadowy alley that a few small-time thugs leaned against the entrance, their eyes darting about as they sought out unsuspecting victims. Suddenly, they noticed Jiang Dao atop his horse, their eyes flashing as they exchanged glances, moving to approach him with intentions of trickery. However, the moment they drew near, Jiang Dao's icy, fearsome gaze fell upon them. In that instant, they trembled, their souls quaking as if a terrifying beast had fixed its stare upon them. Chills running down their spines. Scram! Jiang Dao's voice was frigid, uttering a single word. The small-time thugs scrambled away, nearly bursting into tears as they hastily fled the scene. Jiang Dao, his expression cold, urged his mount forward. Step by step, toward Li Ji coffin shop he dismounted, shouldering the massive sword as he directly approached the coffin shop. Chapter 61. Invading Jin Yu Lu. Inside the coffin shop, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, along with 3 young men, was engrossed in crafting coffins. Their tools scraped against the wood, sending shavings flying. "Are you here to make an appointment, or to take one right away?" the old man asked without raising his head. "Where is the headquarters of Jin Yu Lu?" Jiang Dao entered, his tone indifferent. The elderly man momentarily paused, lifting his gaze to the river path. The other 3 young men also shifted their eyes in unison toward the direction. Without issuing a task, they immediately inquired about their headquarters. Was this merely an attempt to provoke them? What did the guest mean by that? The old man expressed his confusion, squinting slightly as he asked. Once more, "Where is the headquarters of the Golden Feather Tower?" Jiang Dao's voice was frigid. "Forgive my hearing, but I have never encountered such a name." The old man replied coldly. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. A powerful gust tearing through the room like a watermelon bursting, flesh and blood flying in all directions, bones splintering, and the walls splattered with gore. Jiang Dao had appeared in front of one of the young men like a bolt of lightning, delivering a blow that obliterated him before he could utter a single word. It was all too swift. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one had the presence of mind to react. Even the elder was struck with a profound shock. He had never witnessed such speed in his lifetime. "You?" His voice trembled. "If you remain silent, I shall methodically carve you apart." Jiang Dao's tone remained chillingly detached. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his hand toward his forehead. Knowing escape was futile, he instinctively attempted to take his own life. However, Jiang Dao's reflexes were extraordinary. In an instant, with 2 sharp snaps, the elder let out a heart-wrenching scream as both wrists were severed, simultaneously rendering his jaw unhinged, preventing him from biting his tongue to end his suffering. The remaining 2 young men, filled with terror, hastily drew daggers, attempting to plunge them into their own chests. Yet, Jiang Dao swiftly closed the distance, breaking their wrists with equal swiftness. "Wishing to end your lives? No need to rush. Your time will come soon. I have heard that those who work as assassins are all tough men, unafraid of torment. Today, I shall see if that is truly the case." His voice was icy as he picked up a dagger from the ground, plunging it mercilessly into one young man's calf, eliciting a horrific scream. The cries were utterly heartrending. Jiang Dao quickly dislocated their jaws, rendering their screams weak and unintelligible. Thus, he relentlessly tortured the few before him with the dagger. Their frenzied howls and agonizing screams echoed, their bodies writhing on the ground, instilling dread in all who heard. After half an hour, Jiang Dao finally ceased his actions, his expression indifferent as he delicately trimmed his nails with the dagger. Before him lay 3 grotesque, mangled bodies. Each was nearly stripped of flesh, a sight too ghastly to behold, with blood pooling and saturating the ground, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Yet, even in this state, the remnants of their humanity trembled, utterly unrecognizable. "It seems you are not the tough men you claim to be. Had you confessed earlier, you could have spared yourselves such torment," Jiang Dao remarked calmly. From within the bloodied remains, a barely coherent voice struggled to speak. "The entrance to the Golden Feather Tower is in the underground palace, at the eastern edge of Qianqianyuanqing." Jiang Dao replied flatly, "I hope you speak truthfully. Otherwise, I will hunt down each stronghold of the Golden Feather Tower, ensuring their fates mirror yours." Boom, boom, boom. With a forceful clap, he struck down 3 times. All 3 figures perished on the spot, lifeless. The entire coffin shop became a scene of carnage, permeated by an indescribable stench, attracting swarms of black flies, resembling a slaughterhouse. Jiang Dao casually seized a towel, wiped his hands, and exited, mounting his steed, galloping towards the eastern region of the city. Half an hour later, a massive gambling house came into view. The noise within was deafening, the voices of gamblers audible from afar. The establishment was immense, buildings interconnected, adorned with red banners, and several entrances guarded by thugs. Jiang Dao dismounted. Striding toward the gambling house, upon entering, he scanned the interior, quickly locating the manager. With an icy demeanor, he straightforwardly asked, "Manager, where is the entrance to the Golden Feather Tower?" The manager's expression faltered, staring at Jiang Dao in disbelief. Who are you?" "I shall ask again. Where is the entrance to the Golden Feather Tower?" Jiang Dao reiterated coldly. The manager scoffed in anger. "What Golden Feather Tower? I have never heard of it. Sir, what are your intentions? If you are here to cause trouble, I advise you to leave at once. You are in the wrong place." Jiang Dao furrowed his brow. "You are unaware? I have received word that the headquarters of the Golden Feather Tower is right here." "I have no idea what you are talking about." The manager's expression darkened as he subtly signaled the nearby henchmen. Soon, 7 or 8 men approached Jiang Dao from behind. One of them, with a cold gaze, brandished a poisoned dagger, aiming it directly at Jiang Dao's lower back. "Friend, you have come to the wrong place." Clang! The dagger struck, producing a dull metallic sound, causing the thug to wince in pain. He felt as though he had stabbed a solid gold bell. "Immovable!" The thug's face turned pale with disbelief. Jiang Dao suddenly turned, his eyes void of emotion. "It seems I have not come to the wrong place." With a swift motion, he swatted the thug's head as if brushing away a mosquito, resulting in an explosive burst of flesh and blood, scattering fragments of skull across the room. The headless corpse was propelled with immense force, crashing onto a gambling table. The gamblers, previously engrossed in their games, were paralyzed with horror as the lifeless body flew toward them, shrieking and retreating in panic. "My God! Someone has died! Run!" Panic erupted as many scrambled for the exit. The manager, both startled and furious, immediately ordered his men to kill Jiang Dao. The henchmen swiftly drew their weapons and charged at him. Simultaneously, dozens of individuals stormed from the courtyard, among them 3 or 4 donned in white garments, clearly distinguished from the rest. "Seeking death? How dare you cause trouble here? Kill him!" A man in white shouted fiercely. A swarm of men wielding steel blades charged towards Jiang Dao. A cruel smile crept across Jiang Dao's face as he observed the approaching crowd. With a ferocious surge, he charged forward, showing no inclination to transform. He barreled through with raw power, akin to a bulldozer. Boom! Ah! The screams erupted as bodies flew haphazardly, cracking like broken sacks as their meridians and bones shattered under his onslaught. His broad palms swept through the throng, each strike infused with deadly poison. Bang, bang, bang. His strikes were swift and merciless. Anyone caught in his path found their clothing shredded and bodies obliterated, a sight too horrific to bear. "Draw your swords and perish." Suddenly, the leader among the white-clad men bellowed, transforming into a blur as he drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of ethereal energy, launching a frenzied assault on Jiang Dao in an instant. The sword tip flickered, unleashing dozens of strikes. However, Jiang Dao effortlessly grasped the sword. Thud! He caught it mid-swing in the blink of an eye. His other hand shot forth, aiming for the white-clad man's face. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a pinnacle expert of the blood refinement realm, and yet this man had seized his sword. The white-clad man hastily released his grip, attempting to retreat, but Jiang Dao's speed defied his expectations. With a swift motion, he raked his fingers across the man's face, shattering his skull into fragments. The white-clad man was sent hurtling backward, lifeless. A wicked grin spread across Jiang Dao's face. "Today, not a single soul shall leave alive." With a series of powerful strikes, he obliterated the remaining henchmen. The manager, gripped by terror, turned pale as he clutched his head, fleeing towards the courtyard. Jiang Dao dispatched the final white-clad man with ease, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind the manager. Grabbing him by the neck, he grinned wickedly. "Manager, Is the headquarters of the Golden Feather Tower located here? Who are you? The manager trembled, utterly horrified. Me? I am Jiang Dao. He roared with laughter. Chapter 62. Today, no one can save you. Under Jiang Dao's relentless intimidation, the manager trembled in fear, hastily leading him toward the courtyard. Jiang Dao, with an icy demeanor, showed no concern that the manager would attempt any deceit. The two traversed through 2 courtyards consecutively, finally arriving at a room deep within the back courtyard. Upon entering, the manager appeared visibly anxious, slowly manipulating a mechanism before him. The wall emitted a deep rumbling sound, gradually sliding aside to reveal a dark, eerie passageway. Is it here? Jiang Dao's eyes narrowed. Why yes, the manager stammered in fear. Lead me inside. Jiang Dao coldly uttered, and the shopkeeper, unable to refuse, steeled himself and took the lead into the eerie and sinister passageway. Jiang Dao secretly scoffed, quietly trailing behind him. After traversing nearly 100 meters, suddenly, as if a mechanism had been triggered, countless blades shimmering with blue light shot out from the walls with a metallic clang, followed by the walls themselves crashing violently together towards the center. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with terror as he cried out, "No! Stop!" Boom! The walls slammed shut, crushing both Jiang Dao and the shopkeeper within. Hundreds of poisoned steel blades pierced their bodies with brutal force. The shopkeeper let out a horrified scream, instantly reduced to a mangled heap by the onslaught of steel, meeting a gruesome demise. However, Jiang Dao wore a chilling smile, remaining utterly still. His resilient skin was akin to the most formidable metal, impervious to the blade's assault. Is this all the power you possess? Did you think there was a trap? With a thunderous roar, his body suddenly strained and began to swell at a visible rate, muscles rapidly bulging forth like tumors, each one pulsating with prominent veins in the blink of an eye. Jiang Dao transformed into a terrifying figure towering at nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters, his physique brimming with overwhelming strength. The passage itself was scarcely 2 meters high. Within this confined space, Jiang Dao resembled a fearsome giant trapped in a minuscule abode. In an instant, the steel blades that had lunged at him were shattered under his sheer might, clattering to the ground. He lunged forward with tremendous force. Boom! 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 The walls crumbled, and the passage trembled. He barreled through like a colossal titan, causing the entire corridor to begin collapsing rapidly. Finally, after surging through several hundred meters, he reached the end. With a resounding crash, the passage collapsed entirely. Before him lay a vast underground palace, grand and magnificent, constructed with an awe-inspiring scale, surpassing imagination, surrounded by blazing braziers illuminating the darkness. Within the palace, countless figures awaited, their eyes cold and menacing. Armed with swords and knives, fixated intently on Jiang Dao. The 3 leaders among them exuded an aura of profound depth, their gazes sharp as blades. Upon seeing Jiang Dao, their hearts sank in unison. A monster! One of the one-eyed elders spoke with a terrifying tone. They had initially believed him to be just another ordinary martial artist seeking trouble, but they had not anticipated such a formidable presence. Clearly, they regarded Jiang Dao as a veritable beast. After all, no one had ever grown to such a stature as Jiang Dao. His figure finally came to a halt. A terrifying smile crept across his face as he scanned the crowd with piercing eyes. Laughing heartily, "It seems I have indeed arrived at the right place. This is Jin Yu Lu. Which esteemed warrior do you represent? That my Jin Yu Lu has offended you?" One of the imposing elders inquired in a low voice. His hair was white and unkempt, his face adorned with thick whiskers, and his physique was extraordinarily robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and massive hands, calloused palms and wrists betraying his prowess. It was evident that he was a true master. Offended me? Certainly, you have offended me. First, hand over Qin Qingqing to me unharmed. If even a single hair is missing, I will annihilate the entire Jin Yu Lu. Second, summon all those gold-ranked assassins and have them all killed. If you accomplish these 2 tasks, I shall turn and leave. Otherwise, not a single one of you will live to see another day. Jiang Dao spoke with a cold smile. Arrogant, a bald man bellowed. The others also bore expressions filled with murderous intent, their glares menacing. What could a monster do? They had not shied away from slaying beasts before. They had vanquished more than one ordinary powerful beast. Who dared to speak to them in such a manner? Friend, first, Qin Qingqing is not here. Second, I assure you these gold-ranked assassins are beyond your reach. You cannot kill even one. You should return from whence you came. Out of respect for your status, I can pretend today never happened. The whiskered elder replied coldly. Qin Qingqing is not here? Where has she gone? Jiang Dao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Where she has gone is of no concern to you. The whiskered elder retorted icily, in that case, you shall all perish. Jiang Dao revealed a sinister grin, his terrifying form suddenly charging forward. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him exploded, the air collapsing in waves, producing a sharp, piercing sound. The bald man shouted, all gold-ranked assassins, retreat. He stomped forward, hurtling toward Jiang Dao. Swinging his fist, which was enveloped in a layer of terrifying energy, hissing ominously as it struck at Jiang Dao. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 formidable warriors surged toward Jiang Dao, unleashing their skills and wielding various weapons. All imbued with terrifying inner energy. Having ample experience dealing with beasts, they aimed to eliminate Jiang Dao without offering him a single chance. Jiang Dao laughed maniacally as his fearsome hand thrust forward. Boom! The impact between him and the bald man reverberated through the air, producing a muffled grunt, and a violent shockwave radiated outward. In the next instant, the bald man screamed in agony as his arm exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. But that was not the end. Jiang Dao's enormous hand then slammed into the man's chest, as if a terrifying steel pipe had forcibly penetrated the ground. With a sickening squelch, Jiang Dao's entire arm burst through the bald man's chest, emerging from his back. Blood gushed from the man's 7 orifices, his organs shattered, and he hung lifelessly on Jiang Dao's arm, unable to withstand even a single strike from him. What terrifying power! He managed to utter before perishing on the spot. Following this, Jiang Dao, consumed by fury, laughed maniacally, his arm still impaling the bald man. As he rapidly engaged the others in a brutal onslaught, boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as terrifying energy surged everywhere. Whoosh! A fearsome flash of swordlight whistled through the air like lightning, sharp and deadly. One warrior wielding a long sword executed a rapid thrust, the blade enveloped in a strange energy, aiming directly at Jiang Dao's temple. Jiang Dao abruptly turned, seizing the long sword. Despite its unpredictable movements and terrifying energy, it was no match for his grip, clanging as he captured it. The warrior's expression shifted, and he hastily retreated. Yet, Jiang Dao's massive form barreled forward, akin to a terrifying mountain crashing down, leaving the man breathless. You, crack! A horrifying sound of shattering bones echoed. Ah! The warrior's body was nearly obliterated by Jiang Dao's charge, blood spraying everywhere as he met a tragic end. Jiang Dao, merciless and ruthless, after killing one, forcefully pulled the figure impaled on his right arm down. He unsheathed the black colossal sword from his back, a terrifying grin etched across his face as he charged toward the others. Let us see who can withstand me today. Pft, pft, pft. Ah! Cries of despair erupted from all directions, the carnage becoming increasingly horrific. Damn it! I will make him pay! The leader of Jin Yulu shouted, his voice laced with fury. Whoosh! More experts rushed toward Jiang Dao with reckless abandon. Jiang Dao, with a wicked grin, wielding the black colossal sword, became even more formidable, cleaving and sweeping, leaving no one able to withstand his might, slicing through them all, blood spraying everywhere. Not a single corpse remained intact. The heavy sword in his grasp felt like a towering pillar, capable of uprooting mountains, crushing anything in its path, bodies flying in every direction. At last, the leader of Jin Yulu was utterly horrified, trembling in anger as he retreated hastily, bellowing, Shangguan Gongfeng, why do you not reveal yourself? Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from within Jin Yulu, the air exploding with a sharp sound. A figure surged forward at an unimaginable speed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, this figure stood before them, cold and indifferent, eyes like torches, locking onto Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao instinctively reacted, turning sharply to face this figure. Have you come to summon reinforcements? Chapter 63. Slaying Shangguan Gongfeng. The newcomer was an elder in his 40s. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, with a pale and stern visage, his slender eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chilling glint, resembling a sinister beast. The moment he appeared, an aura of terror emanated from him. Jiang Dao almost instantly identified the elder's identity. An exorcist. Jian Yulu actually had an exorcist in its ranks. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Even an exorcist has been stirred. It seems Jian Yulu's reputation is indeed formidable. Hehe, Jiang Dao revealed a chilling smile. Shangguan Gongfeng, eliminate him at once. I want to use his flesh to grease the pan. The leader of Jian Yulu trembled with rage as he spoke. You are not a monster. You are merely an ordinary martial artist? Shangguan Gongfeng narrowed his eyes, swiftly deducing Jiang Dao's identity. Whether it be a malevolent creature or an evil spirit, they all exuded an aura of Yin. An exorcist could easily discern their presence. Before him, Jiang Dao radiated an overwhelming yang energy, fiercely ablaze like a furnace, devoid of any trace of Yin. Indeed, I am a martial warrior. Jiang Dao forced a terrifying smile and spoke. Old rascal, are you certain you wish to meddle in today's affairs? How dare a mere martial warrior act so brazenly before me? Young man, do you genuinely not know how to write the character for death? Shangguan Gongfeng's voice was as frigid as ice. The master of Jinyu Building and a group of elders were utterly horrified. A martial warrior? How could this be possible? What kind of martial arts could elevate someone to such heights? Old fool, do you intend to obstruct my path? Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled with a chilling light. I offer you two choices. First, kneel and admit your mistake. Sever your own arms. Second, I shall kill you. Choose, Shangguan Gongfeng replied coldly. Old fool, you shall die first. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Dao's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to erupt, stones flying in all directions. His terrifying figure charged forward, wielding a massive black sword that swept through the air with a dreadful force. Shangguan Gongfeng's murderous aura erupted, his entire being glowing with a celestial light, transforming into a streak of azure lightning that surged towards Jiang Dao. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed a storm of power. Thunder God, Killing Blade. The two roared in unison, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Shangguan Gongfeng's arm became a conduit of blinding lightning, weaving a tapestry of destruction, while Jiang Dao's massive sword emanated a fearsome dark light, its might causing the very space around them to tremble as it collided with Shangguan Gongfeng's fist. With a deafening boom, the clash produced a terrifying sound, shockwaves reverberating through the air. Shangguan Gongfeng was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall behind him. Jiang Dao staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing, his powerful physique radiating a torrent of blood energy, akin to a fearsome machine. What can a martial warrior do? Old fool, do you dare to meddle with such strength? Jiang Dao flexed his thick neck, his gaze menacing. He charged again at Shangguan Gongfeng, his footsteps resounding like thunder, the ground exploding beneath him, debris scattering. Shangguan Gongfeng's lips bled, his arms swollen and bruised. After being struck by Jiang Dao, the upper half of his garments tore apart, revealing his azure skin. Suddenly, his skin began to swell rapidly, inflating with a terrifying presence. You dare injure me, little worm? In a flash, he lunged forward, faster than before, unleashing a frenzied assault against Jiang Dao. Thunderfire, thunderstorm. 10,000 thunders obliterated. Thunderlight evil god, die, 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 die. Shangguan Gongfeng bellowed. The air crackled with thunderous roars, blinding flashes of lightning illuminating the scene as the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Each strike erupted with explosive energy, resonating with deafening echoes. Their movements blurred, the air around them shattering. Lightning bursting forth with each collision. Finally, after dozens of exchanges, Jiang Dao's eyes gleamed with icy resolve. His massive hand, imbued with dense purple flames and toxic gas, descended upon Shangguan Gongfeng's head. With a crack, bones shattered, accompanied by the explosive sound of air bursting. Shangguan Gongfeng was once again violently hurled backwards, akin to a cannonball, spewing blood, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple. every vein in his body contorting grotesquely. His features twisted, his skin rapidly darkening to a deep purple. With a cough, Shangguan Gongfeng spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes darkening as he gazed at Jiang Dao's imposing figure. Upon being struck, Jiang Dao stood immovable, a torrent of invisible energy swirling around him like a dormant volcano ready to erupt. A palpable yang energy emanated from him, as if all of Shangguan Gongfeng's techniques had proven utterly ineffective. His body was unnaturally resilient. What do you think of the power of my palm? Is it not more fearsome than your myriad techniques? Jiang Dao grinned wickedly. Shangguan Gongfeng, along with the master of Jin Yu building and the gathering of elders, were all aghast, staring at Shangguan Gongfeng in disbelief. The latter staggered to his feet, raising his hand to silence the master of Jin Yu building, gravely stating, "Bear Master, inform him of Qin Qingqing's whereabouts." Shangguan Gongfeng, the master of Jin Yu building, was even more horrified. Could it be that Shangguan Gongfeng had been defeated? Tell him. Shangguan Gongfeng's tone was grave, locking eyes with Jiang Dao. Young man, let today's events end here. You may take the information about Qin Qingqing. Let us part ways amicably. Depart. Jiang Dao's face twisted into a broad grin as he clenched his 5 fingers, producing a crackling sound. What did you say? I seem to have misheard. Could you repeat that? I said today's events end here. You may take the information about Qin Qingqing. Let us part ways amicably. Shangguan Gongfeng reiterated. In an instant, Jiang Dao vanished, moving with blinding speed, causing the air to explode. The next moment, a terrifying hand struck down upon Shangguan Gongfeng's chest with a resounding thud, unleashing a ferocious force that penetrated his entire chest, rendering it translucent and erupting into a mist of blood. Shangguan Gongfeng screamed as he spewed blood. Yet before he could react, Jiang Dao's massive sword, infused with an unfathomable aura, roared toward Shangguan Gongfeng's neck. With a crack, bones splintered, blood gushed forth. 1 stroke, and Shangguan Gongfeng's head exploded in a resounding bang, his headless corpse crashing to the ground, lifeless. Jiang Dao's tone was merciless. Now you wish for me to leave? Why did you not do so sooner? His gaze was electric as he shifted his attention to the master of Jin Yu building, solemnly inquiring, "Where is Qin Qingqing?" The master of Jin Yu building was paralyzed with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, utterly horrified, he regarded Jiang Dao as though he were a demon from the depths of hell. All present lost the courage to resist. "You," stuttered the one-eyed elder, "are you human or ghost?" In a flash, Jiang Dao appeared before him, a hand sweeping forward with a thunderous crash, the air exploding with toxic gas, as though striking a wall of iron, sending the elder reeling backward, spitting blood. Meeting a grim fate. I ask once more, where is Qin Qingqing? Jiang Dao's voice was low and menacing. I said, no more killing. The master of Jin Yu building cried out in despair. Jiang Dao's eyes sparkled like lightning, locking onto his target. The master's body immediately hunched over, as if he had aged decades in an instant. The other assassins nearby revealed traces of despair and sorrow. The Jin Yu building had once been renowned in the martial world, feared by all. When had they ever faced such a predicament? If I tell you, will you spare Jin Yu building? The master asked bitterly. Only the gold-ranked assassins must die. I will not pursue others. Jiang Dao's tone was icy. The master of Jin Yu building trembled, engulfed in despair. The gold-ranked assassins constituted the very core and elite of Jin Yu building. There were only 18 gold-ranked assassins in total, and with the 8 or 9 Jiang Dao had dispatched, fewer than 10 remained. If they were all eliminated, it would signify a catastrophic blow, reducing Jin Yu building from a top-tier assassin organization to a second-rate one, equivalent to annihilation. But what choice did he have? Given Jiang Dao's current strength, he could easily obliterate the entire Jin Yu building. Chapter 64. Invading the Left Protector's manor. We are employed by the Left Protector Guo Linyu of the Fiery Flame Gang to take action against Qin Qingqing. He is aware that she possesses an unparalleled internal martial arts manual, hence the demand to capture her alive, the master of Jin Yu building stammered. Under Jiang Dao's overwhelming aura, he ultimately chose to submit completely. Each word he uttered felt as though it drained him of all strength, his complexion pale and filled with despair. Left Protector? Jiang Dao's eyes glinted with cold light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. his teeth glinting ominously. How amusing, truly amusing. I was just preparing to crush him, yet he dares to act first. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, his expression darkened. When did you hand her over? Earlier today, the master of Jin Yu Building replied bitterly. Earlier today? Jiang Dao's tone turned frigid. With a thunderous roar, his terrifying figure surged forward once more, his broad sword striking like lightning. Blood shadows, bang, bang, bang. Aw! The cries of anguish echoed throughout Jin Yu Building, bodies exploding in a gruesome spectacle. Jiang Dao eliminated every individual posing a threat until he finally paused. Enough. All the troublemakers are dead. The entire Jin Yu Building now belongs to me. Jiang Dao began to speak. The master of Jin Yu Tower looked at the countless shattered bodies within the hall, his expression one of utter despair, almost wishing to let out a howl to the heavens. If time could be rewound, he would never have provoked Jiang Dao. This was no mere human. This was a terrifying creature far more dreadful than any demon. What do you intend to do? He gazed at Jiang Dao in anguish. Such a formidable force, to be utterly extinguished would be a pity. Thus, I declare that from this moment forth, Jin Yu Tower belongs to me. The remaining individuals shall all pay me their respects. What do you think? Jiang Dao inquired. Pay you our respects? The lips of the master of Jin Yu Tower trembled as he stared at Jiang Dao. Originally filled with despair, he suddenly seemed to perceive something, and a glimmer of indescribable light gradually emerged in his ashen eyes. All personnel of Jin Yu Tower, greet the new master. The former master of Jin Yu Tower suddenly bowed and proclaimed. The others, astonished, exchanged glances, and soon all fell to their knees in reverence. Greet the new master. Their voices harmonized, echoing throughout the palace. Ha ha ha! Jiang Dao erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Excellent, very good. He suddenly fixed his gaze on the former master of Jin Yu Tower and asked, What is your name? Stone Chu, my lord. Stone Chu, you are quite perceptive, and I have great admiration for those who know how to navigate the tides of fate. What unparalleled texts does Jin Yu Tower possess? Please organize them for me. I require some formidable martial arts manuals, the more powerful the better. Internal cultivation texts will suffice as well. Once you have arranged everything, have someone deliver them to the Flying Eagle Hall. Instructed Jiang Dao. Yes, my lord. Xiong Chu, the former master of Jin Yu Tower, promptly replied. Jiang Dao's massive form turned once more, traversing the passageway, creating a cacophony of terrifying rumblings as earth and stone crumbled, echoing like a dreadful beast emerging from its lair, vanishing from sight. Within the palace, the air was thick with the scent of blood, remnants of limbs strewn across the walls. Xiong Chu gazed skyward. Sighing deeply. To submit to Jiang Dao as our master is a strategy born of necessity. After such a devastating blow, even if they refused to acknowledge Jiang Dao as their master, they would ultimately be devoured by other forces, vanishing entirely from the annals of history. Yet, by yielding to Jiang Dao, at least Jin Yu Tower would not face total annihilation. For Jiang Dao is a true monster, with him at the helm. Jin Yu Tower shall undoubtedly rise to its zenith once more, perhaps even surpassing unprecedented heights. The streets buzzed with life. Crowds flowed incessantly. Within the bustling Deqian city, the atmosphere remained as lively as ever. Filled with merchants and cries of vendors in the residence of the left protector, the spacious courtyard extended deep within a room adorned with ancient charm. Qin Qingqing sat on the bed, her expression vacant, as if her very soul had been stripped away, gazing at a middle-aged man before her. His eyes, dark as twin ominous whirlpools, fixated on her with an unsettling smile. Qin Qingqing murmured, repeatedly responding to the middle-aged man's inquiries. When asked about the supreme sacred art, her expression turned blank as she stammered, The manual is within the necklace, which I gave to Jiang Dao. You gave it to Jiang Dao? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. Why would you do that? Do you remember the contents of the manual? I don't remember. Father said I should cultivate it after I turned 10. I have never seen the manual, Qin Qingqing murmured. The left protector's expression darkened instantly, his fingers clenched tightly. With a resounding crack, an iron ball exploded under his grip, the resilient fragments melting rapidly under his fiery inner strength, clattering to the ground as molten iron. Enough! No more questions! the left protector intoned heavily. The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, his dark whirlpool-like eyes gradually returning to normal, revealing a hint of fatigue as he rubbed his temples. Left protector, what shall we do? He asked. Should we strike against Jiang Dao tonight? Surely. Together we can handle him. A short man, his eyes gleaming with malice, spoke up. Indeed, left protector, hesitate no longer. If we all act together, we can even deal with Feng Tianba. Another tall, lean man chimed in as well. The left protector's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze upon the young girl. No, we cannot take such risks right now. We must proceed with caution. Jiang Dao obtained the manual through this girl, so let us simply demand its return. Send someone to convey a message to Jiang Dao, instructing him to return the manual. If he refuses, I shall shave this girl's head and see if he truly does not care. The others around him immediately sported sinister smiles. A splendid plan. He, such delicate skin. It will be quite the experience. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. Even within the depths of the courtyard, they could feel the tremors. The group froze in shock, hastily sending someone to investigate. Just then, a terrifying roar pierced the air. Guolinyu, come out and face your death. Jiang Dao's voice reverberated throughout the street. Inside and outside the residence, everyone could hear it clearly. The street erupted into chaos as countless individuals displayed expressions of horror, screaming in fright. Within the room, Guolinyu and his companions turned pale. It's him, Jiang Dao, Guolinyu exclaimed, anger boiling within him. How dare he come directly to their door? In that case, he must be eliminated. The short man spoke ominously. Left protector, he seeks his own demise. We cannot be blamed. Let us go and kill Jiang Dao. The tall, lean man contorted his face into a wicked grin. The group burst through the door, propelled by an overwhelming, fierce aura as they charged towards the courtyard. Jiang Dao's formidable figure landed solidly within the courtyard. The heavy iron door shattered upon impact, twisted and deformed, while the resilient stone floor erupted with terrifying cracks. His inner energy swirled around him, muscles bulging ominously, gleaming with a metallic sheen, as an overwhelming aura of solar energy erupted from him, making it appear as if flames were raging beneath his skin. He stood tall and robust, towering nearly 2 meters and 80 centimeters high in the courtyard. A group of experts, alarmed and terrified, swiftly approached with various weapons drawn. Who are you? How dare you brazenly invade the left protector's residence? You must be tired of living. Withdraw at once, they shouted. Jiang Dao's massive head turned, irritated by their incessant noise, as he swung his heavy sword towards them with wild abandon. What was once a sword measuring 1.5 meters now appeared as a mere dagger in his colossal grasp, utterly mismatched to his size. Yet, even so, he wielded it with ease as they witnessed Jiang Dao's terrifying form charging towards them. The experts were struck with renewed dread. Everyone, scatter. With a sickening crunch, one individual was instantly obliterated by Jiang Dao's sweeping blow. Their bodies splintering like a watermelon, blood and flesh flying in all directions, an unspeakable horror. Screams of terror erupted as Jiang Dao unleashed a ruthless onslaught, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. His massive form moved through the chaos like a tiger among sheep, leaving no one capable of resisting him. Chapter 65. So weak yet you dare to strut about. Suddenly, a skilled assassin launched a barrage of hidden weapons. Various poison projectiles hurtled towards Jiang Dao, with some even aiming for his eyes, attempting to blind him. Clang, clang, clang. The onslaught of projectiles was deflected by his protective inner energy, failing to breach his defenses. The 2 silver needles aimed at his eyes were swiftly intercepted, as he swung his massive sword with a sudden flourish. With a crackle, sparks flew as the silver needles detonated. Jiang Dao surged forward, his foot shattering the ground beneath him, releasing a terrifying energy as he charged towards the figure who had launched the needles. The man who had fired the needles, known as Pan Feng, was a renowned figure in the southern regions of the Grady dynasty. He had previously committed numerous crimes in the Central Plains, wanted by various factions, and had only found refuge in Qinyuan City after being covertly recruited by the left protector. He was once nicknamed the 8-Armed Arhat, for his unparalleled skill in throwing hidden weapons, seemingly possessing 8 arms capable of launching projectiles from every angle without fail. Yet now, as Jiang Dao locked onto him, he felt as if a terrifying volcano were barreling down upon him, leaving no chance for escape. No. With a heavy swing of his sword, Jiang Dao didn't even need to exert himself. Pan Fang's body shattered like a fragile eggshell, exploding into a gruesome shower of blood and guts. How dare such weakness roam the world? Jiang Dao exclaimed, a terrifying smile adorning his face. The crowd, now overwhelmed with fear, could only scream in panic, retreat. A monster. This is a monster. Quickly summon the left protector. A throng of individuals fled in terror, disregarding everything in their path. Jiang Dao laughed heartily, wielding his black sword, his massive frame pursuing them relentlessly. Run, today. Not a single one shall escape. With a single strand of hair missing from Qin Qingqing, all must perish. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a massacre, his terrifying physique paired with an inhuman speed. A true embodiment of monstrosity. These ordinary warriors crumbled before him as if they were mere eggs, shattering upon impact, blood and flesh scattering, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow, transforming the entire Left Guardian's estate into a veritable hellscape. In another direction, at the headquarters of the Flame Gang, the leader, Fang Tianba, instantly learned of Jiang Dao's actions, his expression shifting dramatically. He leapt from his seat in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? Are you saying this is true?" "Absolutely, leader. Qin Qingqing has been captured by Guo Linyu, and now Jiang Dao has invaded Guo Linyu's estate and is engaged in a duel," the Right Guardian hastily replied. Fang Tianba's eyes sparkled with a mix of ominous intent and murderous fury, fluctuating like the weather, unpredictable and volatile. "Very well, it would be ideal if they could mutually annihilate each other, allowing me to eliminate them effortlessly." Fang Tianba's voice turned cold as he commanded, "Immediately dispatch experts to discreetly monitor this entire affair." "Leader, what if Jiang Dao is unable to defeat the Left Guardian, or vice versa?" The Right Guardian suddenly posed a question. "What I desire is mutual destruction, not a single dominant force. Such a scenario must not be permitted. Should it arise, dispatch someone to intervene and halt their slaughter immediately." Fang Tianba responded in a somber tone. "Understood, leader." The Right Guardian clasped his fists and swiftly retreated. Boom! Another wall exploded, bodies flying in disarray. Anguished cries filling the air, remnants of limbs scattered everywhere. Jiang Dao's fearsome form crashed through the wall, his grotesque muscles and terrifying visage surveying the surroundings with piercing eyes, a chilling grin upon his face. "Guo Linyu, where are you? Are you not coming out? Hurry and show yourself, so I can crush you easily, and with that, our grievances shall be settled." "Left Guardian, where are you?" He laughed maniacally, shattering a door with a casual swipe, the sound resonating through the room. Inside, several strikingly beautiful women trembled in fear, huddled together, their faces pale, tears streaming as they gazed at the monstrous Jiang Dao. "Spare us, please, we are innocent. Have mercy on us." Jiang Dao's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he fixed his gaze upon them, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. "What relation do you have to Guo Linyu? Surely, you are not his concubines? If Guo Linyu dares to have me captured, what is it to me if I eliminate a few of his concubines? Have mercy, my lord. We are blameless. Please, save us." The women were utterly terrified, weeping pitifully, their voices haunting. Boom! Jiang Dao's expression hardened. His massive sword swept through the air with a terrifying gust, a whirlwind of lethal energy, engulfing the room in flames as the heads of the women exploded. Blood and flesh spraying everywhere. "Once dead, there will be no pain. Do not fear, do not fear." Jiang Dao chuckled. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from one side. A dozen figures surged from the inner courtyard, landing in the yard. They wore an array of garments, exuding a dreadful aura, brandishing a myriad of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. Every conceivable armament, at the forefront. Guo Linyu donned 2 dark iron gauntlets, flexible yet deadly, the palms riddled with poisoned barbs. A mere activation of inner energy would send the barbs piercing into an enemy, rendering them utterly devastated. However, Upon seeing Jiang Dao's form, his pupils constricted in disbelief. "Why, you are Jiang Dao? You are not human?" he exclaimed in astonishment. The creature before him, a mass of muscle and bulk, resembled a grotesque tumor, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Even the mightiest of ancient warriors could not have reached such a monstrous form. "I am indeed human," Jiang Dao sneered, slowly turning to face Guolinyu. At last, "You reveal yourself. Let us settle our score. Do you not seek vengeance upon me? Today, I shall crush you, and our enmity shall be forever resolved." "Presumptuous," Guolinyu retorted. "Do you believe that just because you have transformed into this, you can act with impunity?" His cadre of experts barked in unison, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, yet devoid of fear. "What can a monster do? As long as he has not reached the level of absolute annihilation, we can still vanquish him." "Fine, Jiang Dao, I care not whether you are human or not. Since it has come to this, I shall not waste words. You seek battle, and today I shall ensure you die in utter despair. Even if you are a monster, I have slain such before. Everyone, attack together. Annihilate him," Guolinyu shouted fiercely. Whoosh! The 10 or so experts erupted with murderous intent, charging toward Jiang Dao. More than half of them had actually reached the divine power realm. Yet, in the face of them, a cruel glint flickered in Jiang Dao's eyes. He stomped the ground, shattering it beneath him, his massive form barreling forward. Boom! In a single clash, his colossal sword swept through the air, colliding with the weapons of two foes. The air imploded, a tempest of energy howled. And with a crack, their weapons shattered simultaneously. The two warriors let out pained groans as their arms disintegrated into a mist of blood, and before they could scream, the giant sword had already swept through. Severing their chests, bang, bang. The two experts exploded simultaneously, meeting a tragic end. Yet that was merely the beginning. Jiang Dao suddenly reversed his grip, his massive hand, engulfed in a noxious fire, collided with a warrior wielding a Fangtian Huaji. Shattering it with a crack, his hand slammed into the man's chest, and with a boom, another figure erupted, blood mist spraying forth. What pathetic experts, so feeble yet daring to flaunt their strength. Jiang Dao's voice was terrifying as he rampaged through the chaos, wreaking havoc and slaughtering with abandon. Chapter 66. Look, I told you he would die in the chaotic courtyard. Amid the shattered walls, the ground and walls were soaked in blood mist, remnants of shattered bones. The group of experts led by Guolinyu had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 3 remaining, bloodied and battered, faces filled with horror as they hastily retreated toward Guolinyu. Guolinyu, drenched in blood, his hair disheveled, held Qin Qingqing tightly, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, glaring intently at Jiang Dao. "Do not come any closer," he bellowed, his right palm dripping with blood, a sight too ghastly to behold. The iron gauntlet he wore had already exploded, shattering 3 of his fingers. Yet even so, he still had the power to easily end Qin Qingqing's life. Jiang Dao's towering figure suddenly halted, his gaze icy as he cast a cold glance at Guolinyu. His aura surging, muscles bulging, glimmering with an indescribable metallic sheen. "Guolinyu, should you lay a finger on her, I will annihilate your entire family." Jiang Dao's voice was frigid. "Heh heh," Guolinyu sneered, his form ragged, gritting his teeth. "Once I am dead, let the floodwaters rise. If I cannot survive, what use is my family remaining? Jiang Dao, you withdraw now. If you do not, I will kill her." His arm tightened around Qin Qingqing's neck. A finger coiling with potent toxic energy pressed against her forehead. With a mere exhalation of inner energy, he could instantly pierce through her skull. The remaining 3 onlookers, witnessing Jiang Dao's terrifying muscular form, revealed sinister smiles, finding a twisted thrill amidst their fear.